Star Odyssey chapter 1412 to chapter 1463. Brother, I'm here. A startled cry startled quite a few people. Wang Dashui appeared and ran over to Lu Yin enthusiastically. Lu Yin was stunned. Why are you here? Wang Dashui laughed. Shiguang and Luna were both invited to Junior Progenitor Planet by the Junior Progenitor. She saw that I managed to pull in two experts at once and said that I have a unique destiny when it comes to identifying people. She told me to stand guard outside Junior Progenitor Planet and recruit experts when the opportunity arises. Lu Yin was speechless, and he looked at the fatty sympathetically. This guy would be in for a bad time after the Sovereign Realm. He had managed to pull in two stowaways at once, which was a huge contribution. Bro, why are you here? Are you here to watch the show? Wang Dashui asked. Lu Yin was about to speak when a pleasant voice sounded out from nearby. He's here to help Junior Progenitor White Dragon search for opportunities in the Sovereign Realm. The voice was pleasant to the ears, but for some reason, Lu Yin felt uncomfortable. He looked into the distance and saw an innocent-looking girl slowly walking over with a smile on her face. Lu Yin blurted out, Miss Yuchen. Wang Dashui was puzzled. Bro, have you met her before? Yuchen smiled. Although we haven't met, we've been friends for a long time. Lu Yin smiled. It's not that mysterious. It's just a guess. Brother Draconic 7, it seems like you care about me a lot. Yuchen smiled. Lu Yin shrugged. A little. Wow, sister, listen to this. That's too much. Brother-in-law cares about someone else. Xia Tyli's lively voice rang out as they arrived at the 7th floor of Ancestral Gazing Tower. Lu Yin looked at Longxi. Longxi looked at Yuchen. I care about you a lot too. Yuchen smiled. She looked pure and innocent, like a lotus flower. At that moment, her smile made Wang Dashui even more mesmerized. Not only did she have to be beautiful, but she also had to be intelligent and elegant. I care about you too, especially brother Long Tian, said Yuchen. Aren't you afraid that Junior Progenitor Bai will be jealous? It's not a good habit to be cuckolded, and I'm not afraid of the cold, Lu Yin spoke up, his words causing everyone to be stunned. Yuchen, Xia Tyli, and Longxi were all from the four-way scales. Jin Feiyuan was from the Zijin family, and Wen Shishir was from Xian Academy. All of them had powerful backgrounds and were cultured, so none of them had dared to say such words. Even Wang Dashui, who was filled with a wild aura, did not dare to say such words to Yuchen. Yuchen was stunned as she stared at him coldly. Longxi was also stunned. Xia Tyli covered his mouth. This was a provocation to young Ancestor Bai. Lu Yin didn't care. When dealing with people who knew how to act, their unscrupulous nature was the most difficult thing to fathom. If Wei Rong or Wang Wen were here, then Lu Yin wouldn't have acted like this. Longxi clearly wasn't qualified enough to compete with this woman in terms of scheming, so Lu Yin decided to let him do it. Lu Yin admitted that he wasn't good with words, and some people could kill without leaving a trace. Yuchen was clearly one of the best, and he didn't want to be led by the nose by this woman. He was sure that she had come prepared to scheme against him, and since that was the case, he decided to disgust her first. This is the White Dragon clan's upbringing. Yuchen was truly disgusted. No one had ever said such things to her before, and she didn't know what to think if the Junior Progenitor heard about it. Longxi didn't have any experience dealing with such things, she was a cultured princess of the White Dragon clan. Fatty Bai, on the other hand, was very experienced, but he had said those words to his old flame, so it wasn't appropriate for him to interrupt now. Lu Yin casually replied, You said it yourself that you care about this and that. I don't even know how important Junior Progenitor Bai is to you. Enough, Longxi growled. Seeing Yuchen's fiery gaze, she stared at Lu Yin, Come with me to see Big Brother. He's been waiting for you for a long time. Lu Yin nodded. Xia Tyli blinked. This Long 7 was really sarcastic. Yuchen's tone was icy. Long 7, the White Dragon clan didn't give you a good upbringing, but half-ancestor Kuei Luo did teach you quite a bit. It looks like you've obtained quite a bit of inheritance. Many people's expressions changed when they heard this, and they all stared at Lu Yin. Longxi's expression turned ugly. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This woman was truly vicious. He had purposely used a shameless personality to disgust her, but she had taken the opportunity to push the blame onto demi-ancestor Kue Luo. Kue Luo was simply a lunatic. How could a disciple of the White Dragon clan, who had been nurtured by the four cardinal scales, be so uncultured? Unless he had been taught by someone else, and that person was undoubtedly Kue Luo. Luin turned back and looked at Yu Chen, his eyes filled with an indescribable coldness. This gaze actually made Yu Chen flustered. She had followed by Xiaohong for a long time, and all she had seen were people at the top of the universe. There were very few people who could make her feel flustered, but at this moment, she felt as if she was looking at Lady by Sienna in Lu Yin's eyes. This pressure wasn't brought about by his cultivation, but rather by his soul. It was so oppressive that she couldn't breathe. Hey, don't tell me you guys want to fight. Don't drag this handsome guy into this. I still want to keep this handsome face to accompany my old lover. Ha ha ha, see you later. The white fatty laughed, winked at Luin, and then ran off. His words caused Luin to receive less attention. He had said it on purpose so that others would hear it. The Wang family had also raised such a wild person, so it was normal for the White Dragon clan to have someone like Luin. Yu Chen frowned. She hadn't expected this fatty to disrupt her plans, but it didn't matter. She would still be suspicious, and it wouldn't affect her too much. Let's go. Big brother will wait for you, Longxi said indifferently before heading towards Junior Ancestor Planet. Luin looked deeply at Yu Chen one more time before following Longxi. This was a competition between their generation, so Long Kue and the other envoys didn't say anything. Xia Taili's eyes lit up. This was just the right time to watch. The frigid immortal sect and the White Dragon clan were becoming more and more tense. Jin Feiyuan didn't dare to speak while the four sides fought. He waited for Longxi to lead Luin away before walking over to Xia Taili and respectfully asking, Princess Taili, may I go to Junior Ancestor Planet? In Shenwu Plain, Xia Taili was the younger sister of Junior Ancestor Xia Shenfei, so she was also a princess. She was in a good mood. Sure, come with me. Thank you, princess. Jin Feiyuan was delighted. Xia Taili looked at Yu Chen and smiled sweetly. Do you not care about my big brother, Xia Shenfei? Yu Chen's expression turned ugly. Respect. Xia Taili clapped and praised, you're good with words. She then raised a finger, let's go, Phoenix. Jin Feiyuan was speechless. When others mentioned the Phoenix, it was usually out of respect, but when it came from Xia Taili, it felt like a joke. Outside the ancestral gazing pavilion, Longxi led Luin towards Junior Ancestor Planet. Up ahead, another group of people just happened to arrive. A flying beast landed with a middle-aged man and an outrageously handsome youth on its back. When the middle-aged man saw Longxi and Luin walk out of the pavilion, he hurriedly led the youth down with a respectful expression, I'm Shen Nan, the city lord of Bifrost City. Greetings, Princess Longxi. He then winked at the youth beside him. However, the youth did not move and merely stared ahead. Shen Nan grew anxious, Yao Xian, greetings. Yao Xian was stunned, but he quickly stepped forward, I'm Yao Xian from Bifrost City. Greetings, Princess Longxi. Longxi nodded indifferently, your Bifrost City belongs to Shenwu Plain, so there's no need to greet me. She then turned and left. Behind Longxi, Luin stared speechlessly at Yao Xian. What a coincidence. Yao Xian's heart was in turmoil, and he felt like he had seen a ghost. How could they run into each other here? Hadn't this guy gone missing? How had he ended up here? And from the looks of it, his status was quite high. Yao Xian watched as Longxi led Luin away. Shen Nan exhaled and looked at Yao Xian reproachfully. Fortunately, Princess Longxi did not pursue this matter. Otherwise, with our statuses, even if she taught him a lesson, Shenwu Plain would not have interfered. She's Princess Longxi of the White Dragon clan? Then who's the one next to her? Yao Xian asked. Shen Nan replied, if I'm not wrong, that should be Long 7. Yao Xian pursed his lips. Long 7, Long 7. Damn it. This guy had actually boarded the four-way scale ship, and his status was quite high as well. Yao Xian had been on the Bifrost Bridge ever since he had arrived in the Cosmic Tree Realm, but he still knew a bit about what had happened in the outside world, especially major events such as Princess Longxi's wedding. Who would have thought that the one who had married her would be Luine? He thought back to the sovereign tournament, when Luine had challenged everyone else and shocked the universe. His invincible might had been inconceivable to Xianxia. The astral beast domain had been relieved that Luine had gone missing, but who would have thought that this guy would arrive here first? Could it be that the humans had tricked them? If they had sent Luine here first, then they were definitely treacherous humans. Let's go, this is the ancestral gazing tower. You have to perform well later. We don't have the qualifications to go to the top floor, so you can cause trouble on the 1st to 6th floors. If you really can't do it, then you'll have to force your way through the bridge. There's always a way to gain the junior ancestor's approval, Xianxia said. Xianxia nodded. The two entered the tower, and at that moment, Xiaotai happened to be coming down with Jin Feiyuan. Xianxia's pupils shrank when he saw Xiaotai, and he hurriedly bowed. Xianxia, City Lord of Overlook City beneath the Bifrost Bridge, greets Princess Tyli. Xiaoxian, from Overlook City beneath the Bifrost Bridge, greets Princess Tyli. Xiaotai casually glanced at Xiaoxian and was immediately attracted to him. He was just too handsome. Xiaotai had seen many elites in the cosmic tree realm, and there was no lack of handsome people among them. However, none of them could compare to Xiaoxian. This man was so devilishly handsome that even she was stunned. Jin Feiyuan was similarly stunned. This man's appearance was just too hateful. Xianxia looked up at Xiaotai and was secretly pleased with himself. In truth, he did not have much confidence in Xiaoxian's strength. The reason he had brought him here was because he valued Xiaoxian's appearance more. This person was even more beautiful than a woman, and it would be perfect if he could hook up with the upper echelons of Shenwu Plain. Xianxia's target was Xiaotai, and he had not expected to run into her as soon as he arrived at the tower. Xiaotai stared at Xiaoxian with interest. You're called Xiaoxian? Xiaoxian smiled, neither servile nor overbearing. Even though he was bowing, he gave off a humble feeling. Yes, Xiaoxian. I've never seen you before. Are you from the Bifrost Bridge? What are you doing here? Xiaotai asked. Behind Xiaotai, Jin Feiyuan's gaze turned cold. He had never spoken more than 3 sentences to Xiaotai, and this eccentric princess had never treated him nicely. Xiaobai's face was really asking for a beating. Xianxia answered, Princess, Xiaoxian's strength is outstanding, so I brought him here to test for junior ancestor. If he can catch your eye and accompany you to the sovereign realm, I'll pledge my life to help junior ancestor find opportunities. Xiaotai stared at Xiaoxian and smiled. He nodded. An enlighter. His cultivation is sufficient, as there are very few enlighters in his generation. With this realm, he'll be able to head to Junior Ancestor Planet to meet my elder brother. Junior Ancestor, some people's realms are forcefully raised, and their strength is far from matching their realms. Such people will only be a burden to you. Why don't you let me test Brother Xiaoxian? Jin Feiyuan asked, his tone somewhat unpleasant. Xiaotai felt that this was reasonable, as the trip to the sovereign realm could not be taken lightly. He frowned. Sure, but don't be too harsh. He then added, don't hit his face. Jin Feiyuan grew even angrier. Not hit his face? He wanted to hit his face. Xianxia looked at Xiaoxian. Worriedly, afraid that the latter would be beaten too badly. After all, his opponent was a descendant of the Zijin family, and the Zijin family was not something that a mere city lord like him could compare to. Xiaoxian was rather confident. Then please go easy on me. Jin Feiyuan sneered. Don't worry, I won't hit your face. Xianxia could not help but emphasize, protect your face. Xiaoxian felt uncomfortable. What was that supposed to mean? He did not rely on his face to make a living. Jin Feiyuan sparred with another person, which attracted the attention of the people in Ancestral Gazing Tower. Jin Feiyuan had lost the previous battle too badly, and now, he was the one who had initiated the challenge. Many people rejoiced in his misfortune. That Xiaobai's face is finished. He's so pretty. He's asking for a beating. It's rare to see such a pretty man. What a pretty guy. You have to protect your face. Don't hit his face. Jin Feiyuan stood opposite Xiaoxian with his back to Xiaotai. His gaze was sinister. Not hit his face? Fine, I'll burn it. With that thought, a purple gold flame rose into the sky. In the distance, Luin turned around and saw the purplish gold flames in the distance. He also saw Xianxia fighting against Jin Feiyuan. Why were the two of them fighting? He was rather curious about Jin Feiyuan's strength. After all, Jin Feiyuan was still an enlighter, and he was also an undying bird. You've done a lot of good things during this time, said Longxi coldly. Luin hurriedly retracted his gaze, feeling a little guilty. Most of the time, I'm forced. Longxi said coldly, like making a bet with the three Guan brothers? Luin pursed his lips. Like going to the humble school of Huayuan to look for evidence? Luin was speechless. Like snatching tribulation crystal threads? I was forced to. Longding forced me to hit him, and I accidentally hit him too hard. The tribulation crystal thread fell out, and I couldn't return it to him. Who doesn't want to break through to the next realm, right? Up ahead, a winding white bridge appeared, and Longxi stepped onto it. Don't break through to the enlighter realm. What? Don't become an enlighter, Longxi emphasized. Luin replied, got it. Elder Long Kuei told me that before. Longxi suddenly stopped and looked at Luin seriously. This isn't a joke. The ruler's realm isn't the middle realm, and there are no schemes. There's only survival. Not only do you have to face the dangerous environment, but you also have to guard against the people around you. No one knows if the people around you are reliable or not. My brother doesn't care if you live or die. Luin nodded. If you don't become an enlighter, then he won't take you to the ruler's realm no matter what. Luin grunted. Don't worry. It's not that easy to break through. Longxi turned around and continued to lead Luin forward. After the previous origin wheel ceremonies, the junior ancestor would explore the ruler's realm in search of opportunities. There are often stowaways who come from the abandoned lands, but their strength isn't simple. There have been many junior ancestors who have died at their hands. The ruler's realm is much more dangerous than you think, so you definitely can't go. What about you? Luin asked with concern. Longxi's heart trembled, as she could tell that Luin was concerned about her. I won't take the risk. My brother won't send me to my death. Luin nodded. Will there be any stowaways like you mentioned? Longxi shook her head. I don't know. It's been too long since the origin wheel ceremonies, and perhaps only the seniors who participated in the previous one or even before that would know. Although the cultivation system in the abandoned lands is broken, there are still many inheritances that come from ancient times. The area is also huge, so it's not impossible for there to be a few stowaways who are close to the junior ancestor's strength. Luin was vigilant. If Longxi could take this into consideration, then it was impossible for Long Tian not to as well. He had to be more cautious in order to avoid suspicion. The bridge that led to Junior Ancestor Planet was very long, and Luin and Longxi still hadn't reached their destination even after walking for an hour. Behind them, outside the ancestral gazing pavilion, everyone was dumbfounded. Even Xia Taili was shocked by the scene before him. Jin Feiyuan had been defeated. Again. Compared to his previous battle with the Prime Qing dynasty, Jin Feiyuan had still been able to stand up after being defeated, but this time, he didn't even have any consciousness. Yao Xian's spiritual force had been too heavy a blow to him. So what if his body was that of an undying bird? The undying bird's innate gift couldn't increase one's spiritual force. Young master. The elder from the Zijin family hurried to Jin Feiyuan's side and helped him up, but Jin Feiyuan had already lost consciousness and was bleeding from his 7 orifices. The elder glared at Yao Xian with murderous intent. You're courting death. Impudent. Xia Taili said as she looked at the elder. The elder's heart trembled, and he hurriedly bowed to Xia Taili. My apologies, princess. This subordinate was too worried about the young master, which was why he was disrespectful. Xia Taili snorted and looked at Yao Xian with admiration. Are you willing to follow me to Junior Ancestor Planet Shenwu? Yao Xian smiled and spoke in a pleasant and gentle voice. I wouldn't dare disobey the princess's orders. Xia Taili chuckled happily. I never thought that I would meet someone like you. She then looked at Shen Nan. You did well. Elder brother will naturally reward you. Shen Nan was overjoyed. Thank you, Princess. Thank you, Junior Ancestor. His eyes lit up as he looked at Yao Xian. He hadn't thought that Yao Xian would be so strong that he could defeat Jin Feiyuan. Jin Feiyuan was the heir of the Zijin family. Apart from the four-way scales, the Lu family, and the seedling garden, who could say that they could defeat him? Yao Xian had given him a pleasant surprise. Yao Xian smiled and looked at the 7th floor of the ancestral gazing tower. He was looking at Wen Di. Wen Di was also looking at him. Yao Xian immediately noticed how frightening Wen Xingyi was, and Wen Xingyi had been staring at him the entire time. Many people in the ancestral gazing tower sighed in amazement, and then all sorts of discussions broke out. Jin Feiyuan is too unlucky. First, he was defeated by a guy, and now he's been defeated by someone else. Is the heir of the Zijin family so useless? It's not that he's useless, it's that the enemy is too strong. This kid's spiritual energy is extremely strong. Even among the older generation, there aren't many people who can compete with him. With his help, Shenwu Heaven will be like a tiger that has grown wings. Yu Qin was also on the 7th floor of the ancestral gazing tower, and she looked down at Yao Xian with a vigilant gaze. Yao Xian's spiritual energy was so terrifying that he could even knock Jin Feiyuan unconscious. This person had to be on guard. The White Dragon Minor progenitor planet was completely snow-white, just like the ancestral plains that Luyin had seen in his dreams. This white was not cold, but rather pure white. The entire planet's mountains, rivers, and buildings were all white. Luyin walked to the end of the bridge and looked ahead. He then leaped down with Long Shi and stepped onto the planet. The planet wasn't very large, and it was roughly the size of Earth. It was considered small among the countless planets in the universe, but this was Long Tian's personal territory. Eh? As soon as he stepped onto the planet, Luyin seemed to have discovered something. He stared into the distance. That was a star essence. Who dropped a star essence on the ground? Luyin muttered to himself as he looked at a few cubes of star essence in the distance. Long Shi heard this, and a strange expression appeared on his face. The entire planet has a senior who's undergone 6 origin tribulations, 2 who just became emissaries, and 1 who's undergone 1 origin tribulation. There are also 10 enlighters who protect the planet. Most of the planet's natural environment has a natural environment, and there are also 100,000 private rooms for people to cultivate in. You can cultivate here without worry, as these seniors will block off any sight. Even the inheritance you obtained from the sword steel will not be seen when you cultivate. There's also one more thing. Long Shi grew serious. There are countless star essence hidden on the entire planet, and anyone who steps onto the planet can use them as they wish. Luyin stopped and looked at Long Shi in shock. What did you say? Countless star essence? Scattered as they wish? Used as they wish? Long Shi nodded. By countless, it's probably hundreds of millions of cubes. I'm not sure exactly how many there are, but it's enough for anyone who steps onto the planet to use as they wish. Even after using it, there's almost no decrease in the amount. Luyin looked back at the star essence that seemed to have fallen off the ground. It seemed like it hadn't been dropped off, but rather casually tossed around. I can use it as I wish? Of course. Otherwise, why do you think eldest brother insisted that you break through on the planet? First, it's for safety, and second, there's enough star essence here for you to break through to the enlighter realm. No, you can break through to any realm, Long Shi explained. Although Luyin didn't like Long Tian and the siblings didn't have a good relationship, Young Ancestor Planet was the pride of the entire White Dragon clan. This was because all of the resources here didn't come from the White Dragon clan, but rather from the entire cosmic tree. Young Ancestor Planet was a selfless contribution from the cosmic tree, and all of the resources on the planet didn't come from the White Dragon clan. Luyin was speechless, and he even felt jealous. He was the champion of the 5th Mainland Sovereign Tournament, and he deserved to be called the strongest powerhouse there. Why didn't he receive such treatment? He also wanted an endless supply of star essence, and he also wanted money. Wait a minute. He looked at the corner of the star essence that was poking out from the ground. Wasn't that his? He could use it as he wished. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. The first thing that came to his mind was his Dai's Enhance, Mount Supreme, Heaven Flame Stone, Extreme Ice Stone, and so on. Many external items were limited by their materials and couldn't be upgraded, but there were some items that couldn't be upgraded no matter how much money he had. In that case, wouldn't this be enough? It doesn't matter how much I use? Luine asked tentatively, trying to sound as nonchalant as possible. Xianxia said, everything here is marked, so it's fine to use it, but you can't take it out, or else you'll be discovered. Luine didn't plan on taking any of the star essence with him, as there was no point in using too much of it. But now, the problem was that he had to figure out how to use the star essence in a way that Long Tian and the others wouldn't notice. He couldn't use the star essence in one place, or else he would definitely be discovered if he used too many. This was just like shearing wool. You couldn't keep shearing in one place. As his thoughts ran wild, Luine followed Xianxia to the peak of a beautiful mountain range where he saw Long Tian. The first time Luine had met Long Tian in the real world, he hadn't been able to sense anything from the young ancestor through the Cloud Connect stone, but now that they were face to face, he immediately sensed a deeply hidden and terrifying aura. It was like a volcano that was waiting to erupt, and no one knew how much power this person was hiding. This feeling was similar to when he had faced off against the prime clear lineage in the mountain and sea realm during the competition for the 5 signs of the stars. No matter what he did, he couldn't see the end of it. Ever since Luine had broken through to the hunter realm, Long Tian was one of the few people in his generation who had given him such a feeling. This person's strength might be comparable to that of the prime clear lineage when the ancestral chi of the 3 suns erupted. In fact, he might even surpass it. Luine had originally thought that the 4 young ancestors were at most comparable to the prime clear lineage. During the sovereign tournament, Wang Yi, an absolute expert from the cosmic tree realm, had not been able to defeat the prime clear lineage. The prime clear lineage's strength had suppressed Wang Yi's generation, which was equivalent to the young ancestors. However, now that he was facing the young ancestors, Luine felt that his guess might have been wrong. Of course, that was referring to the prime clear from the sovereign tournament. Whenever the prime clear's strength improved by a tiny bit, the strength of Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Hui that were manifested by the 3 young ancestral chi would also increase accordingly. What did it mean for those 2 to increase their strength by a tiny bit? Luine felt a chill run down his spine. Luine sized up Long Tian, and Long Tian naturally looked back at him. I have to say that you've surprised me, Long Tian said in a low voice. Perhaps it was because he had been in the top position for a long time, but there was an indescribable pressure. Unfortunately, this pressure was useless against Luine. You went from being an ordinary hunter to being able to defeat Long Ding, who broke through to the next level. You've made quite a leap in strength. Luine casually answered, I've always hidden a little. Half-Patriarch Kuei Luo's legacy? Dragonsky was curious. Luine nodded. Long Tian laughed. Half-Ancestor Kuei Luo's spiritual force was powerful, but you defeated Long Ding without using it. What you used was the inheritance from the sword steel. Use this inheritance well, and it will allow you to reach the pinnacle. He then tossed Luine a small, ordinary-looking bottle that was filled with liquid. This is dragon saliva. Use it to increase your body's strength. I'll place you in a high-temperature environment and refine your star energy so that you can absorb it and break through to the Enlighter realm as soon as possible. Luine was stunned. Absorbing star energy at high temperatures? Wasn't this a shortcut? Sure enough, he wasn't the only one who knew about this shortcut, but there were too few who could actually use it. The white dragons had powerful bodies, so they could naturally use it as well. Longxi's eyes flashed, as she knew how precious dragon saliva was. It was something that had dripped down from the ancestral Meng's mouth over countless years, and it was very difficult to collect. One needed both strength and luck. Thank you, elder brother. Dragonsky solemnly said, I only gave him the dragon saliva because he broke through to the next level. He has value in improving himself, or else I wouldn't have wasted it. As for you, the clan has already prepared a tribulation crystal pillar, so you should break through as soon as possible. Longxi nodded and looked at Luine worriedly. I'll protect you as you absorb the dragon saliva. There's no need for that. Dragon saliva isn't dangerous. Although it'll hurt when I absorb it, I've already endured the pain of breaking through to the next level, so this bit of pain is nothing. Luin looked at Longxi. Don't worry. I'll do my best to break through to the Enlighter realm and help you on your trip to the ruler's realm. Whether or not you can go to the ruler's realm will depend on competing with the others, Dragonsky said indifferently. He then exerted force with his foot, causing a huge crack to appear on the mountain. Finally, it exploded, and an extreme heatwave surged into the sky, sweeping through the sky and turning the white sky a dark red. Unparalleled heat surged out from the ground, dyeing the surroundings red and burning the trees on the mountain. Many areas were reduced to ashes. Luin looked down and saw that the interior of the mountain was filled with surging black magma. The heat of the magma was an eye-opener for him. It was definitely not as high as the temperature difference in the Blaze realm. If he were to calculate the power level of the magma, then it might even reach 500,000. This is the heat that the white dragons use to train their bodies, and it's only the lowest temperature on Junior Progenitor Planet. Use this heat to melt star essence and absorb it. I hope that you can break through to the Enlighter realm before you go to the ruler's realm. Only then will you be able to go with me, Dragonsky said. Longxi was anxious. Elder brother, this is the temperature that you use to train. How can Draconic 7 withstand it? Dragonsky's tone was stern. Do you think that dragon saliva is trash? You haven't even used it before. Its effects on the body are extremely strong, and if you can't even withstand the lowest temperature, then you don't deserve to be a white dragon. Longxi wanted to say something else, but Luin interrupted him. I can definitely withstand it. Dragonsky was satisfied. Not only can the dragon saliva increase your physical strength, but it can also stimulate your bloodline and give you the ability to transform into a white dragon. Once you break through to the Enlighter realm, you'll be able to combine the Sword Steel's battle techniques with half-ancestor Kue Luo's spiritual force. Only then will you have the power to suppress others, and only then will you have the qualifications to help me fight for a say in the White Dragon clan. He then looked deeply at Luin before vanishing. Lu Yin's pupil shrank. Dragonsky had disappeared so quickly that he couldn't even see him clearly. He had surpassed Wang Yi's speed during the Sovereign Tournament. This was the Junior Progenitor's strength. Wait a minute, did he just say something incredible? White Dragon transformation? Luin stared blankly at Longxi. Me? White Dragon transformation? Longxi's expression turned ugly. If one wasn't a white dragon, then no matter how much dragon saliva they absorbed, they wouldn't be able to transform into a white dragon. If Draconic 7 couldn't transform into a white dragon, then Dragonsky would definitely suspect his bloodline. Just thinking about this gave Longxi a headache. What if Dragonsky wants me to transform into a white dragon? Luin asked. Longxi glared at him. You don't have to worry about that for now. Absorb the dragon saliva first. Luin grunted. He didn't want to worry about that either, but he had to have an attitude when facing Longxi. Once he reached the Sovereign Realm, he would be able to do whatever he wanted. No, he had almost forgotten that his goal was to investigate the origin of that finger and his own background. He was different from those people who couldn't see the light, who could escape after snatching the opportunity. Elder Chan had already prepared a backup plan, so Luin couldn't escape. He had to be careful. Then I won't be polite. Luin opened the bottle. Do you want me to eat the dragon saliva? Longxi was annoyed that an outsider was using dragon saliva. It's up to you. You can eat it or rub it on your body, as long as you absorb it. Even though Dragonsky had told her not to guard him, how could Longxi be at ease? Luin swallowed the drop of dragon saliva without hesitation. It didn't have any taste, but it was a little fishy. I forgot to mention that dragon saliva is the saliva of the ancestral Mang, Longxi said indifferently as she turned around and looked into the distance. Luin was stunned, and his expression turned ugly. He wanted to vomit, but in the next moment, he felt an intense pain in his organs. Then, a scorching energy spread throughout his body. He clenched his hands into fists. Here it comes. Without a second thought, he jumped into the dark red lava. Longxi was shocked and subconsciously tried to grab him, but he slapped her hand away. Don't worry. He then fell into the lava with a plop. Longxi stared at the dark red lava, afraid that Luin would be burned to ashes. Fortunately, Luyin waved a hand after falling into the lava and sank down. Longxi sighed in relief. No one knew what would happen if he used dragon saliva to increase his physical strength, and Luyin didn't want Longxi to discover his own strength. Dragon saliva contained the power of the ancestral Meng. Longxi had given Luyin a drop of essence blood that also contained the power of the ancestral Meng, but one increased his physical strength while the other increased his realm. The ancestral Meng was a progenitor that had lived since ancient times, and no one knew how powerful it was. Luyin had finally experienced it, as just a drop of saliva could increase his physical strength. If he told the people of the Fifth Mainland about this, they would probably be stunned. They had never come into contact with a progenitor before, and Luyin had even used a progenitor's power to improve himself, even if it was just saliva. The more Luyin thought about the saliva, the more disgusted he felt. Longxi must have done it on purpose, waiting for him to swallow it before telling him. Why hadn't he noticed it before? She was a little two-faced. The ancestral Meng's power stimulated Luyin's cells, and it took half a day for the pain to end. At the bottom of the dark red lava, Luyin's body shone with a hazy light. This was a sign that his physical strength had reached a certain realm. It had been like this when Mr. Mu had helped him improve in the space with the Golden Ocean, and it had been the same after he had broken through. Even though he had been suppressing it with his Fates An, this time, his physical strength had reached the peak of his current realm. The peak of a hunter's physical strength had surpassed the limit. Luyin clenched his fists and guessed that with his current physical strength, he should be able to cultivate to 280 stacks, or perhaps even 300 stacks. The overlaying stacks would become increasingly difficult to cultivate as one progressed. Even increasing 1 stacks was not easy, let alone going from 250 stacks to 300 stacks. If Luyin really did reach 300 stacks, then even Wani wouldn't be able to take a single palm strike, and he would be able to easily end the sovereign tournament. How inconceivable would that be? The overlaying stacks was Lanxi's specialty, but even he could only cultivate to 200 stacks when he was a hunter. Now, however, Luyin could cultivate to almost 300 stacks. The only thing he lacked was someone to help him deduce it, and he didn't have a root of wisdom, so he couldn't deduce it. With a whoosh, Luyin leapt out of the dark red lava. His clothes were in tatters as he landed on the peak. Longxi relaxed when he saw Luyin safely emerge. "How's your improvement?" Longxi asked. Luyin clenched his fists. "A lot. If I fight Longding again, I'll be able to send him flying with a single slap." Longxi replied, "Using high temperatures to melt star energy and turn it into liquid for absorption is a shortcut that the White Dragon clan and even some people from the Four-Way Libre use to increase their cultivation. Not just anyone can use this shortcut. You can only do it with the help of the dragon saliva, so it won't be difficult for you to break through to the Enlighter realm." "Don't worry, I definitely won't break through. I'll do whatever you say," Luyin answered seriously. Longxi was astonished, and he looked into Luyin's eyes. "I can only trust you. Don't forget what I told you before. If you go to the ruler realm, you'll most likely die." He then leapt out. "Find some star essence and melt it yourself. It's everywhere." He then disappeared. Luyin watched Longxi's departing figure helplessly. He wouldn't disappoint him this time. It wasn't that he didn't want to break through to the Enlighter realm, but that it would be very difficult. It was easy for others to break through, but it was much more difficult for Luyin. He wouldn't disappoint Longxi this time, as he also wanted to break through. Now, it was time for his change. Luyin's eyes lit up as he looked around. Longxi had said that the old fellows who were guarding Long Tian on this planet wouldn't keep an eye on him. He hoped that those old fellows had some integrity and wouldn't peep, or else he would have to spend a lot of effort explaining himself. Since when had star essence become cabbages that could be casually picked up? Luyin was deeply moved. He looked at the star essence in front of him that stretched across the mountain range. How much was this? It had to be at least 100 million cubic meters, and this was just one region of the planet. There were many similar regions on the entire planet, and Luyin saw at least 3 of them. If each region had a reward of 100 million star essence, then the total amount of star essence on this planet would be 100 billion, or even 1 trillion. This was the support that the entire astral tree was giving to the junior ancestor. If he could use this amount of star essence to nurture a progenitor, then it would be a great deal. Emissaries didn't use star energy, but rather astral sources. To those top-notch experts, star essence was the lowest level of cultivation resource. Luin swept out with his star energy and pulled up a large amount of star essence before tossing it into the dark red lava. The star energy instantly turned into raindrops that sprinkled down, but they were quickly evaporated by the high temperature to form air once more. He had to raise his cultivation level and cultivate first to prevent people from spying on him. He had to cultivate for a period of time before he could do what he wanted. While Luin was frantically sweeping up the star essence, Xianxia stared at the tribulation crystal pillar in front of her in shock. It took the entire White Dragon clan an epoch to collect enough tribulation crystals for Long Tian to break through the middle finger. This tribulation crystal pillar was extra, and it was only enough for her to break through the lower finger. It was impossible for her to break through the middle finger. Only by personally facing the tribulation crystal pillar could Xianxia understand the shock. He also understood why Luin would rather trigger the flying armor pass to snatch the tribulation crystal thread. This was a temptation that was hard to resist. Long Tian stood nearby with a calm expression. Once you break through the lower finger, your strength will increase by leaps and bounds. However, the same goes for others, especially the frigid immortal sect. They might even let a few people break through the lower finger. If you meet them in the sovereign realm, try to avoid them. Isn't that how you've always done things? Xianxia asked coldly. Long Tian frowned. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. Bai Xiaohong isn't scary. What's scary is his sister, Bai Xian'er. You know what she's capable of. Sister Xing, enough. Don't bring up the past. Xianxia shouted. Long Tian was helpless. I didn't want things to turn out this way, but you and I were still young back then. What happened back then shouldn't have become our karma. Xianxia fell silent. If Long 7 comes with me to the sovereign realm, I promise you that I'll do my best to ensure his safety. I know that you must have told him not to break through to the Enlighter realm, but you're underestimating men, especially those from the four-way Libra branch. He won't be satisfied, and he'll do his best to fight for the sovereign realm. Xianxia looked at Long Tian. You gave him the dragon's saliva and me the tribulation crystal pillar. We'll do anything for you. Long Tian's face darkened, as Xiaoxia's tone made him very uncomfortable. You're my sister, and I won't let anything happen to you. He then turned to leave. Although Wenwu had something to do and was taken away by the King of Adventure, Nong Lai and Wen Shixi are both here. Even if Long 7 wants to go to the sovereign realm, his chances of success are slim. This trip to the sovereign realm is just an excuse for me to get the dragon saliva from the clan. You should know that I've already done enough. Xianxia retracted her gaze and looked at the tribulation crystal pillar again. She took a deep breath and looked resolute. Let's begin. She then placed both hands on the pillar and began to refine it just like Long Ding. However, her speed was much faster than Long Ding's. On the bridge that led to White Dragon Jr. Progenitor Planet, a uniquely dressed Nong Lai arrived. In his arms, Tian Ho looked around curiously. Alright, let's go back. Don't follow me. I can't take you there. Tian Ho didn't want to leave, but he still walked back to Wanyu Island, where the Nong family was waiting. In front of Nong Lai, Wen Shixi was also walking slowly. They were all willing to help the White Dragon race. In the 4 cardinal scales, the frigid immortal sect was too domineering. Even though they had recruited many strong cultivators, many other groups were unhappy with them. The divine martial sect was also domineering, but because of Xia Shenfei's charisma, there were still people who were willing to help them. Nong Sanyang had gone to the Wang clan, so Nong Lai obviously couldn't go. Otherwise, Wang Su wouldn't have been at ease. Nong Lai could only choose the White Dragon race. In the forest above Wanyu Island, a person walked out. The atmosphere suddenly became gloomy, as if night had fallen. It was a young man in a black robe. The robe covered his entire body, only revealing his face. The young man looked grave and stern. His facial features were as sharp as a knife. He didn't look like a real person. His eyes were as calm as still water, and black chi kept emerging from his body. His appearance caused the sky within a radius of dozens of kilometers to darken. Prince Guiqian, someone cried out. Everyone in the ancestral gazing tower looked in the direction of the forest, astonished. It's really Prince Guiqian. Even the ghost abyss is here. Before, during the Yuanluan sacrificial ceremony, the ghost abyss and Xian College didn't send anyone. As expected, after that event, many things changed. The 4 cardinal scales can't control the entire starry sky anymore. They think too highly of themselves. The ghost abyss has appeared. Will the ghost ancestor appear? Impossible. Do you think the 4 cardinal scales ancestor will just watch? The ghost abyss won't appear that easily. On the first floor of the ancestral gazing tower, Mr. Zue looked at the forest coldly. When he saw Prince Guiqian, he had a complicated expression. On the bridge leading to planet Young Ancestor. This chapter isn't finished yet, please turn the page. On the bridge, apart from Longxi, Yu Chen, Xia Taili, and Wang Deshuai were all there. When they saw Prince Guiqian walking towards them, they were all astonished. The ghost abyss had existed for countless years, as long as the 4 cardinal scales. However, because their cultivation methods were too sinister, they were feared by the whole starry sky of trees. They had been suppressed by many forces, so they had never thought that someone from the ghost abyss would come out. Prince Guiqian walked towards the ancestral gazing tower step by step, and then, under everyone's astonished gazes, he walked towards the bridge and stood in the middle of it. Yu Chen's eyes flashed, and she smiled. Prince Guiqian, I've heard a lot about you. Xia Taili looked at Prince Guiqian curiously. How did you cultivate that black qi? You're so handsome. Wang Deshuai gulped, thinking that it would be better if he didn't say anything. If he spoke, would it be seen as a provocation? Wang Deshuai had always thought of himself as a low-key person, unlike Xianxia, who never provoked others. At most, he had some sense of loyalty and charisma, but today, he felt that his charisma had been used in the opposite way, because Prince Guiqian was walking towards him. The ghost abyss people were terrifying, and even the 4 cardinal scales feared them. Prince Guiqian was even scarier. His black qi and his surname made him look like a horror movie. Prince Guiqian walked towards Wang Deshuai step by step. Wang Deshuai's eyes widened. Hey, stop. Crown Prince Guiqian stopped and looked at Wang Deshuai with a calm gaze. Wang Deshuai blinked. What do you want? Prince Guiqian spoke, his voice hoarse but penetrating. Help the Wang clan dominate the world and seize opportunities. Wang Deshuai froze, then laughed dryly. No, there's no need. The Wang clan has enough people. Prince Guiqian looked up. You're still missing one. Wang Deshuai quickly waved his hands. Not bad, definitely not bad. Everyone just watched. Prince Guiqian continued walking towards Wang Deshuai. Wang Deshuai's eyes twitched. Wait, stop, what do you want? Prince Guiqian didn't stop this time, approaching Wang Deshuai step by step. Wang Deshuai wanted to retreat, but he didn't want to lose face. In the end, Prince Guiqian stopped outside the bridge and turned to face the ancestral gazing tower, standing there without moving. Wang Deshuai was only 100 meters away from Prince Guiqian, and he could feel a deep chill coming from the depths of his soul. Hey, what do you want? Prince Guiqian didn't say anything and just stood there calmly. Wang Deshuai grew anxious, as this guy was blocking the bridge's entrance. No one could enter. The Wang clan already had Heaven's Emergence Mavis, Meng Guang, and Nong Sanyang, so they were indeed missing one person. With Prince Guiqian blocking the entrance, no one could enter. Even if they invited Jin Feiyuan to help, they would have to get past Prince Guiqian first. This was Prince Guiqian. With Guiqian's strange cultivation and his status as the 4 cardinal scales, Prince Guiqian should be on the same level as the 4 junior ancestors. At the very least, he should be on the same level as Sword Steel's Lu Hao and Nong Sanyang. How many people could there be in the starry sky of trees? For the sake of the world domination, Wang Deshuai didn't care about anything else. He hurriedly ran over to Prince Guiqian and said helplessly, Brother, don't just stand there. You're blocking the entrance. End of chapter. Guiqian's expression was calm as he stood there. Wang Deshuai kept trying to persuade him, but the prince refused to leave. Wang Dashui helplessly looked at Junior Progenitor Planet, hoping that the seniors there would chase the prince away. However, there was no movement from the planet. Guiqian was strong enough, but no one from the Ghost Abyss dared to let him follow them. Even Yu Chen had not invited him, which showed how wary she was of him. Wang Dashui was still trying to persuade him when his expression suddenly froze. He helplessly said, "Prince Guiqian, Junior Progenitor invites you." Guiqian turned around and walked towards Junior Progenitor Planet in an orderly manner. He was neither fast nor slow, as if everything was under his control. Wang Dashui gritted his teeth. Where had this person come from? On Junior Progenitor Planet, Luin was absorbing star energy within the dark red magma. Liquid star energy dripped from the top of his head and turned into a gas that was absorbed by him. His entire body was being scorched and roasted. With a normal person's total amount of star energy, they would be able to break through very quickly if they used this shortcut to cultivate. However, Luin was different. His total amount of star energy was more than 200 times that of a normal person. In other words, if a normal person could use this shortcut to break through in a single day, it would take him 200 days. If he really needed that much time to break through to the next cycle, both Long Tian and Long Shi would be able to tell that something was wrong. Thus, Luin used his body to absorb star energy while using the Heaven Fire Stone to absorb the magma. He needed to absorb enough fire and then cultivate in the time-stop space to forcefully shorten the time needed to break through. His cosmic ring contained a few million star essence, which he had obtained from this planet. It was just enough for him to break through to the next cycle. Even though he was quite wealthy, he would try his best not to spend his own money when he could spend other people's money. A few days later, Luin opened his eyes and endured the high temperature. He raised his hand and his die appeared. It was time to break through to the 17th cycle. Otherwise, he would be discovered sooner or later. He placed his cosmic ring to the side and tapped the die, causing it to spin until it finally stopped at 6 pips. His eyes widened as the scene before him changed and he appeared in that mysterious space. He saw many balls of light, and without hesitation, he fused with the closest one. This ball of light was dim and did not belong to anyone close to him. He did not have the time to look at other people's lives for fear of being discovered. As the scene before his eyes changed again, he appeared in a martial arts arena. His body was half squatting on the ground, and blood was flowing from his arm. In front of him, there was a long sword pointed at his throat. Luin was speechless. What was going on? Memories rushed into his mind, and his gaze turned from confusion to calmness. I already said that you're no match for me. Now you should give up, the man with the sword mocked Luin. He held his sword in an elegant and unrestrained manner, and many people gasped in admiration. The person that Luin had fused with was an old man from a small family that was located beneath the Bifrost Bridge. Because of the distribution of resources, this old man had been forced to compete with a rival family, and he had lost to a descendant of the rival family. However, that was not the most important thing, as Luin did not care about the disputes between these small families. This old man had just broken through to the Enlighter realm. What he cared about were the old man's memories. Since he had fused with this person's body, the first thing he did was search for any memories related to the surname Liu. The man in front of him pointed his sword at his throat and looked at the old man strangely. Why did this old man look like he was in a daze? However, he immediately felt relieved. An old man who had cultivated for hundreds of years was no match for him, who had cultivated for 3 years. It was normal for young people who had lived for more than 10 years to be affected. If you know the difference, then step down. This mine belongs to my family, the young man shouted arrogantly. The old man's confused gaze suddenly turned deep, and then red, as if he had seen something inconceivable. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire head exploded, splattering the young man's face with blood. The young man was stunned. He had not done anything. It was over. This old man was dead, and neither side would let this matter rest. A war was unavoidable. The matters of these small families had nothing to do with Luin. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in the dark red magma underground. His eyes were filled with unprecedented shock. What's going on? He had only wanted to read the memories related to the surname Liu, but the moment he did so, he felt a splitting headache, as if something had been triggered. The more he tried to understand the memories, the worse his headache became. In just an instant, the old man that had fused with Lu Yin's memories died. Lu Yin once again felt the sensation of death, and the death aura in his body fluctuated, growing slightly. What was going on? Why had the memories of the surname Lu caused that old man to die? Could it be that his memories were sealed by something? However, the old man's other memories were complete. Even though it had only been a short time, Lu Yin had still seen many of the old man's memories, but the memories related to the surname Lu were vague. Before the old man had died, he had only seen one scene, red petals falling from the sky, covering the entire astral tree. This was the only memory Lu Yin had obtained, and it was precisely because of this scene that the old man's head had exploded. Lu Yin lowered his head and fell into deep thought. This had to be related to the surname Lu. When the surname Lu had appeared in the old man's memories, Lu Yin had clearly felt the old man's soul tremble and submit. Something huge must have happened in this region of space. The red petals that had filled the sky were flowers that Lu Yin had never seen before. They were beautiful and bewitching. After a long moment of contemplation, Lu Yin looked up. Even though he had seen the scene of red petals filling the sky, he had not obtained any other memories related to the surname Lu. But that did not matter, as he would find out sooner or later. He was now certain that the surname Lu had existed in this region of space, and someone had submitted to it. Lu Yin exhaled and forcefully suppressed his complicated thoughts. He continued to roll his die, as increasing his strength was the most important thing right now. The last roll of 6 pips had consumed nearly 10 million star essence, but it did not matter since it was all from this planet. He could try again. As the die slowly came to a stop, Lu Yin was left speechless. 6 pips again? Was his luck that good? Just as he was thinking about it, the scene in front of him changed again. Lu Yin already knew from experience that the later he fused, the more star essence he would consume. Even though the energy consumed would not be his, if the person he was fusing with was too far away, then it would not be of any help to him. Lu Yin looked at the balls of light around him and immediately rushed towards the brightest one, instantly fusing with it. His body shook, and before he could even open his eyes to look around, he felt that something was wrong. This body was very strange. When he opened his eyes, he looked around and saw a giant tribulation crystal pillar that was at least 100 meters tall. Lu Yin's jaw dropped, and his mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. It really was a tribulation crystal pillar. How could it be so big? The tribulation crystal pillar in front of him was 10 times the size of the one Long Ding had used to break through. Lu Yin had just experienced the old man's skull shattering, and now, he was actually seeing such a huge pillar. His heart could not take it anymore. He lowered his head and looked at his hands. Lu Yin's pupils shrank. No, something was wrong with this body. There was no sign of life, and there was no star energy circulating within it. There was no energy aura, and the organs were all empty. This was a corpse, but how could a corpse be fused with? Hold on. Suddenly, Lu Yin thought of the most important question. Where were his memories? This body had no memories. He looked around, but everything was dark. With the structure of this body, he could not see anything clearly, and he did not even have any memories. The only thing he could see was the tribulation crystal pillar. Was that a leaf on the pillar? It was a giant tribulation crystal pillar that was at least 100 meters tall. In this dark, deathly space, there was a single leaf, which was very strange. Lu Yin wanted to control this body, but it was not under his control. This was the first time something like this had happened. What was going on? The scene in front of him changed again, and Lu Yin was dragged back to that strange place. He saw many balls of light that fused into his body, and when he looked down, he saw that the star essence he had brought to the underground lava had all been used up. He had rolled 6 pips twice in a row, and both encounters had been very strange. The second time, in particular, he had seen such a huge tribulation crystal pillar. If he was exposed, it would shake the scales of the universe. If only he could find that place. Lu Yin sighed inwardly, but it was a pity that he could not control this body. If he could not control it, then that meant that this body did not have any self-awareness. However, if he could fuse with it, then the only possibility was that it was being controlled by someone else, just like when he had fused with the mechanical ants in the technocracy. There were too many secrets in this region of space, and Luin scratched his head regretfully. He looked up again and continued rolling the die. He would go out and get more star essence after he broke through the 17th cycle. This time, he did not roll the die smoothly. He rolled one, and before he could even see what it was burned to ashes by the extreme heat. Luin pursed his lips. Again. He tapped out, and the die spun until it finally stopped at 4 pips. Luin heaved a sigh of relief. It was finally the time-stop space. There was nothing to be anxious about at this point, and Luin directly increased the time limit by half a year. He then took out the Heaven Fire Stone and started the 17th cycle. Even if he could continuously break through in the time-stop space, he could not do so as it would easily alert Long Tian. When he reached the 17th cycle, Luin clenched his fists. He had broken through the lower threshold and absorbed the dragon's saliva. Now that he had broken through the 17th cycle, he was much stronger than he had been during the Sovereign Tournament. With his current strength, he could completely suppress people like Wang Yi and Wu Taibai even without using the Grim Reaper transformation. However, it was unlikely that he could defeat the Prime Clear's 3 Yang ancestral Qi, and this was only the Prime Clear from the Sovereign Tournament. The current Prime Clear had definitely improved by quite a bit. There was still some time left in the time-stop space, and Luin had already decided on what to cultivate: Battle Force, Golden Battle Force. He had never faced such a power before. There was a thump as Luin leapt out of the dark lava. His star energy surged, indicating that he had completed the 17th cycle. He looked around, but there was no one around. He then used the Cloud Connect stone to contact Long Tian. "I've broken through the 17th cycle," Luin said. Long Tian did not mind. "Continue." He then ended the call. Luin did not care about Long Tian's attitude, but since Long Tian was so indifferent, it was obvious that there was already an expert that he was satisfied with. Luin thought about it, but he didn't know what to do. Those who had been invited to Junior Progenitor Planet by Long Tian were all experts. He wanted to beat them up so badly that they couldn't go to the ruler's realm. That way, he would be the only candidate, but this was Junior Progenitor Planet. Even if those old fellows who had joined Long Tian wouldn't spy on them, how could they not know that a battle had broken out? Luin felt a headache coming on. As he thought about it, he continued to crazily absorb star essence, and then he lifted it up like a mountain towards the lava. In the distance, a middle-aged man looked up and saw the scene. He was speechless, but he also felt envious. Back when they had been cultivating, they had had to think of ways to obtain any resources they needed. Even if they had the backing of a powerful family, it was still too insignificant, so how could they use the resources as they pleased? "If I had this much star essence back then, I would have been able to break through to the Enlighter realm faster by at least 20 years, the middle-aged man muttered to himself. He then took a picture of the scene and sent it to Long Tian. Long Tian didn't care what Luin did, and he could even allow Luin to take some of the star essence with him. These resources weren't worth his attention, but it wasn't his style to do good deeds without leaving a name behind. Thus, he had someone send a picture of the scene to Long Shi. Long Shi was currently enduring extreme pain. She was trying to break through, just like Long Ding had been. At this moment, she finally understood what it meant to be worse than death, and she immediately thought of Luin. She hadn't expected that he would be able to endure such pain, and she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride. This husband of hers was still passable. At this moment, the Cloud Pass stone vibrated, and an image was sent over. Long Shi took a look at it, and her expression turned ugly. She immediately closed the Cloud Pass stone, so angry that she forgot about the pain. This was too embarrassing. She had already told him that the resources on Junior Progenitor Planet were marked and couldn't be taken away, but he had still taken so much. Someone had even taken a picture of it and sent it to her. There was a rumble, and Luin tossed the mountain-like star essence into the dark red lava. The star essence visibly liquefied and then evaporated, turning into gas that filled the ground. Luin leaped down and did it again. More and more people gathered in Ancestral Gazing Tower, and most of them were just there to watch the show. Of course, there were also some who wanted to attract the junior progenitor's attention and deliberately provoked a fight, but it was useless. On this day, the people from the Sword-Steel Lu clan arrived. It was Lu Hao and Lu Tianmu. When she saw Lu Hao appear, Yuchen immediately walked over with a smile. "Brother Lu, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lu Hao was stunned. Xia Taili's voice rang out, "Hey, how shameless. Big brother Lu has already decided to help my big brother. What does this have to do with your cold immortal sect?" Yuchen smiled and said, "The journey to the world of rulers is related to the opportunity of origin, and the opportunity of origin is related to whether or not one can become an ancestor. If you travel with the cold immortal sect, your chances of obtaining an origin item are much higher than if you travel with other people. Brother Lu, even if you don't think for yourself, you should think for the Lu clan. The Lu clan needs strong cultivators." Xia Taili was infuriated. "The frigid immortal sect can obtain the origin item? We are all part of the four sides of the scale, but do you have more legs than us?" Yuchen smiled and did not reply. Instead, she looked at Lu Hao. She had already said what she needed to say. The rest was up to Lu Hao. Lu Hao said in a low voice, "A person must be trustworthy. Since you've made a promise to the divine martial heaven, you can't go back on your word." Yuchen shook her head. "The opportunity of reaching the ancestor realm is far more important than a temporary reward. If I lie to myself, how can I become an ancestor?" Lu Hao said indifferently. He looked at Xia Taili and said, "Let's go." Xia Taili was very pleased with himself. He raised his head and walked towards the divine martial junior planet. Yuchen did not get angry. Instead, she continued to smile. No one could tell what she was thinking. When Lu Hao appeared, he became the center of attention. The Sword-Steel's Lu clan was not as powerful as the four sides of the scale, but it was second only to them. Over the years, they had obtained many ancient battle techniques from the Sword-Steel, and their foundation was unfathomable. Lu Hao had also fought fiercely with the four young ancestors during the origin wheel sacrificial ceremony. If he had not lacked the resources to break through the 3 stages, he would not have been much weaker than the 4 young ancestors. This was why Yuchen wanted to try again, even though she had been rejected. If Lu Hao was willing to help Bai Xiaohong, they would rather exclude anyone else. The more dazzling Lu Hao was, the more he could overshadow Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu had followed Lu Hao here, and from beginning to end, everyone's attention had been focused on Lu Hao. Few people had seen Lu Tianmu walk towards the White Dragon clan's young ancestor planet, and even Yuchen had inadvertently overlooked him. Lu Tianmu's expression was calm, and he was neither happy nor sad as he walked towards the depths of the bridge. Longxi was not guarding the bridge. Instead, an enlighter from the young ancestor planet had taken her place, and he was standing guard at the end of the bridge. The White Dragon tribe no longer needed to rope in anyone else. Aside from Longxi, Wen Shishir, Nong Lai, and another expert from the same generation who had just broken through to the Enlighter realm, Dragon Quarry, and Luin. All Long Tian needed to do was choose one of them, as Wen Shishir would definitely go. Nong Lai was the most likely candidate. Dragon Quarry was from the same clan, and Long Tian wanted him to follow. At the very least, he was trustworthy. Long Tian had not thought about any other experts from the outside world until Lu Tianmu appeared. When he saw the might of Lu Tianmu's sword, Long Tian was stunned. He immediately stepped forward to meet Lu Tianmu. "You're from the Sword-Steel's Lu family?" Long Tian asked. Lu Tianmu's personality was cold. "Yes." "Why haven't I heard of you before?" Long Tian asked. Lu Tianmu calmly replied, "I'm from a branch family. I obtained the Sword-Steel's inheritance, which is why I have such strength." No wonder. Long Tian finally understood. Before the Sword-Steel's inheritance, this woman must have been an ordinary cultivator. However, the Sword-Steel's inheritance of an ancient battle technique had allowed her to become a top-tier expert. In his opinion, even if she was not Lu Hao's opponent, she could still rank within the top 3 of the Lu family's peers. "You should cultivate first. There are countless resources here, so just let me know if you need anything," Long Tian said politely. There was a hint of surprise in his tone, as the Lu family's people represented not only their strength, but also their family's attitude. Lu Hao had gone to Shenwu Plain because he had a good relationship with Xia Shenfei, but Lu Tianmu had chosen the White Dragon clan without any personal feelings. Did this mean that the Lu family was more inclined towards the White Dragon clan? As the young ancestor of the White Dragon clan, Long Tian had to consider this. If that was the case, then the selection for this trip to the ruler's realm would be difficult, as Nong Lai also represented the Lu family. But at the same time, Long Tian also discovered a depressing problem. Whether it was Nong Lai or Lu Tianmu, they couldn't represent the Nong family and the Lu family as the strongest of their generation. Neither of them helped him, which was quite depressing. There were tens of thousands of secret rooms built on the White Dragon clan's young ancestor planet for people to cultivate in. Lu Tianmu, Nong Lai, and the others were all in one of those rooms. Lu Ying cultivated for more than 10 days before using the Heaven Fire Stone to absorb lava. He then rolled his die to enter the time-stop space and raised his cultivation to the 18th cycle of the Hunter realm. He was only one cycle away from the peak of the Hunter realm. He contacted Long Tian again. "I've broken through to the 18th cycle." Long Tian was not surprised, as this progress was normal, but it also meant that this person did not have much star energy left. When he thought of this, Long Tian's expectations of Lu Ying gradually disappeared. So what if Lu Ying had broken through to the next level? Long Tian was looking at ultimate strength, not luck. "Come and see me." Lu Ying was displeased. What kind of attitude was that? Even though he was displeased, he had no choice but to lower his head. Lu Ying cursed inwardly, but his face remained expressionless as he walked over to Long Tian's location. At the center of the planet, there was a statue of himself. When he saw the giant statue, Lu Ying was stunned. How narcissistic was this guy? He had actually built a statue of himself on the planet. How disgusting. Long Tian stood beneath his own statue, and when he saw Lu Ying arrive, his expression remained calm. Lu Ying pursed his lips and walked over. "A few more people are coming. Aside from Long Shi and Wen Shishir, the other two will be chosen from among you," Long Tian said. Lu Ying nodded. Based on this guy's attitude, his chances of being chosen were not high. The newcomers were definitely not simple, or else they would not have excluded someone who had just broken through to the next level. He had to think of something. After a while, a man arrived. Lu Ying looked over and saw that this person was unfamiliar, but he was dressed in the White Dragon clan's unique clothing. It was obvious that they were from the same clan. The man walked over to Long Tian and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, junior ancestor." Long Tian grunted and looked at the man with a gentle gaze. To be able to break through to the Enlighter realm at this time, Dragon Quarry. Dragon Quarry's expression was fervent. To be able to work for junior ancestor, even if I have to die 10,000 times, it would be my honor. Long Tian smiled in satisfaction. "I know your intentions. Wait on the side for now." Dragon Quarry bowed again and looked up. When he saw Lu Ying, he did not react at all. He took a few steps forward until he was about 10 meters away from Lu Ying and did not move again. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. Although he did not know who this person was, the fact that he had bowed to Long Tian meant that his position in the clan was not high. Perhaps he was not from the main bloodline, but for someone who was not from the main bloodline to not react at all when he saw Lu Ying, the son-in-law of the main bloodline. An Enlighter? To be able to become an Enlighter at such a young age was not bad. The 5th and 6th mainlands only had a few Enlighters combined, but the White Dragon clan had 3. Not long after Dragon Quarry arrived, Nong Lai arrived. He was still dressed in the same attire, but he looked unconventional and plain. When Nong Lai arrived, Long Tian's attitude was completely different. He smiled happily. "Brother Lai, thank you for coming to help me." Nong Lai was very enthusiastic. "Brother Long Tian, you're treating me like an outsider. My Nong family has always had a good relationship with the White Dragon clan, so it's only right that we help you. If it weren't for my sister's good relationship with that woman, Wang Su, she would be the one here instead of me." Long Tian laughed. "It doesn't matter if it's you or Sanyang. It's all the same." Nong Lai exchanged a few more polite words with Long Tian before he looked at Lu Ying and became even more enthusiastic. "Brother Long Qi, long time no see." Lu Ying smiled. Brother Lai, I didn't expect you to come. Nong Lai was very happy to see Luin, and she smiled. I've always wanted to meet you, Brother Long Qi, but it's a pity that I missed the opportunity. You should be able to meet me in the ruler's realm, and I'm very curious about you. Luin was puzzled. Curious about me? Nong Lai laughed. Of course. You're the one who surpassed by Xian'er in the sword steel inheritance. Everyone in the starry sky of trees is curious about you. I heard that you broke through the lower realm. That's worthy of celebration. To the side, Dragon Quarry listened to Nong Lai's words, and his gaze turned cold as he looked at Luin. Nong Lai had actually allowed this piece of trash to break through to the next realm. What a waste. If Luin had been allowed to break through, then there would have been no need to choose, as he would have definitely been able to follow the junior ancestor to the sovereign realm. It's just luck, Luin replied. Breaking through the lower realm relied on snatching, and it wasn't something to be proud of. Long Tian said, when number 1 is here. Everyone looked into the distance. Luin was taken aback. What's that? First place? This name was full of character. There was no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. This guy was actually called the first in literature. He really deserved a scolding. It wasn't that he hadn't seen Winnie D before. Winnie D was rather conspicuous on the ancestral gazing tower, and his attire was also very unique. However, the two of them didn't know each other at that time. When first arrived, Long Tian's attitude was also very enthusiastic. As he watched Long Tian and Wen Shizhong exchange pleasantries, Luin whispered to Nong Lai, Brother Lai, what's this Wen Shizhong's background? Now that his fame had spread throughout the starry sky tree, he was not worried about being exposed even if he asked some general questions. No one would think of anything else. Nong Lai replied, he's from Xian Academy. This academy isn't simple, and they have more than one secret technique. The 4 cardinal scales are constantly thinking of ways to send their disciples in. This guy is one of the best from Xian Academy. I can tell, Luin replied. Wen Shui exchanged a few more pleasantries with Long Tian before walking towards Nong Lai and Luin. Long Tian welcomed the woman who had come from afar, it was Lu Tianmu. Luin was surprised, as he hadn't expected Lu Tianmu to be here as well. It seemed that she had already made a name for herself in the Lu family and had surpassed Lulu's generation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to come to Junior Progenitor Planet. Brother. Long Qi, Brother Wen is talking to you. Nong Lai shouted, breaking Lu Yin's train of thought. Luin was taken aback, but when he saw Wen Shizhong beaming at him, he hurriedly apologized, Brother Wen, I'm sorry. I was distracted just now. I'm really sorry. Wen Di smiled. Don't worry about it. I've been friends with Brother Seven Dragon for a long time. The Sword Steel's inheritance has surpassed by Xian'er's. Only Brother Seven Dragon has managed to do so. Luin humbly replied, luck, I was really lucky. When he turned around and saw Lu Tianmu talking to Long Tian, he was astonished, that girl is from the Lu clan. I heard that she's from a branch family, and she's second only to Lu Hao in the Sword Steel. Nong Lai was surprised. Second only to Lu Hao? It seems that his swordsmanship is unparalleled. This kind of person is the hardest to deal with. Fortunately, we're together. Don't forget about Lu Hao, Wen Shui reminded. Nong Lai's mouth twitched. Let Longxi deal with that guy. But then, he felt that something was wrong. After all, Luin was right next to him, and it would be rude to push his wife out in front of him. Nong Lai wanted to say something else, but Long Tian had already ended his conversation with Lu Tianmu. He shouted, the trip to the world of sovereigns will begin in half a month. Of the 5 people present, only 2 can accompany me there. The rest of you are not weak, but there are many other factors. I've invited all of you here today to get to know each other. Even if you are not destined for this trip to the world of sovereigns, at least you will be acquainted. Luin had not expected Long Tian to have such intentions. Whether it was Nong Lai, the Lu clan, Xian Academy, or even Dragon Quarry, it would not be good to choose any of them. Since that was the case, Long Tian had come forward to meet them. He had given them enough face, and it was equivalent to an early apology. When De and the others hurriedly spoke up and exchanged some pleasantries. Everyone got along well, and the atmosphere was harmonious. 2 hours later, they all dispersed. On the way back to her private room to cultivate, Lu Tianmu had a strange expression on her face. She had always been cold, but now, she was in a difficult position. Just now, Lu Yin had taken the opportunity to transmit a message to her, asking her to do something that she had never done before. Should she do it or not? That was the question. After thinking about it for a while, Lu Tianmu finally decided to do it. If she did it, her chances of going to the world of sovereigns would greatly increase. If she did not do it, she might not be able to go. She had not come here to reunite with her family. She had come to this part of the universe to fight for the opportunity to enter the world of sovereigns. For this reason, she had to temporarily put aside her dignity and reservations. Furthermore, what Lu Yin had asked her to do was not something that went against her principles. All she had to do was observe the movements of those people. Lu Yin returned to the dark red magma to cultivate. He had broken through the 18th cycle, but Long Tian had not reacted at all. It was obvious that he would not be able to go to the world of sovereigns, and Long Shi had probably played a part in this. There was still half a month before he would be able to go to the world of sovereigns. During this time, he could actually break through the 19th cycle. His body had been strengthened by the dragon's saliva, and he had already reached the peak of the hunter realm. He would not be able to break through too quickly, but even if there was a shortcut, would there be any problems breaking through so quickly? Lu Yin was very conflicted, and he decided not to break through for now. If he could go to the world of sovereigns, then he would break through, but if he could not, then he would set it aside for now. 10 days later, Lu Yin walked out of the dark red magma and headed in the direction of Lu Tianmu and the others' private cultivation rooms. He did not know if anyone was watching him from the shadows, but he did not care. If he wanted to go to the world of sovereigns, then he had to try. Not long after, Lu Yin looked at the ground. These were the traces that Lu Tianmu had left behind according to his plan. These traces represented the movements of Nong Lai and the others during this time, and the most important thing was the location where they had obtained the star essence. Based on their movements, Lu Yin could infer the specific location where they would obtain the next star essence. This was what Lu Yin had asked Lu Tianmu to do. Without Lu Tianmu, Lu Yin would not have been able to determine these locations. He could not just stay here and observe, as Long Tian would definitely sense that something was off. However, Lu Tianmu was different, as she was not that far away. Lu Yin's luck was pretty good, as Nong Lai, Wen Xingyi, and Dragon Quarry were unable to resist so many star essence, and they used them to cultivate without restraint. Lu Yin wiped away the traces and headed in one direction. He passed by a patch of star essence and casually sprinkled some of Elder Wu's diluted poison. He then went to the next location and continued to sprinkle poison. Elder Wu's poison had been refined 12 times, and it was enough to poison an emissary. Now that he had diluted it, the poison was not as strong, and it was just right for him to sprinkle it on these star essence. He still had about 5 days, and whether or not he would succeed would depend on whether or not those people would follow his plan and come here to retrieve the star essence. He sprinkled the poison on the star essence that Nong Lai, Wen Xingyi, and Dragon Quarry had taken. Lu Yin's expression remained the same as he dug through the pile of star essence and dragged it away like a mountain. The middle-aged man from before pursed his lips. Lu Yin had come again, and this time, he had actually come here. Was he complaining that there weren't enough star essence in other places? He shook his head and did not report it to Long Tian. It was enough that he had reported that scene to Long Tian, and there was no need for him to do it a second time. Lu Yin himself did not know that he had successfully angered Long Shi by dragging away the mountain of star essence, which had made Long Tian laugh at him. However, his actions this time did not arouse any suspicion. Nong Lai walked out of the secret room and stretched. He was tired. Cultivating was indeed tiring, but it was not as satisfying as farming. It was better to take a break since there were only a few days left. He looked up and saw a figure streaking across the sky, dragging away a huge pile of star essence. It was Dragon Quarry. Nong Lai's mouth twitched, as he did not like this fellow. He was a fool and looked at Long Tian with a fanatical gaze. It was obvious that he was an idiot who was willing to die for Long Tian. No Lai had no interest in talking to someone like that, let alone Long 7. Although that fellow was submissive to Long Tian, his gaze could not be faked, and it was obvious that he was dishonest. No Lai thought back to Lu Yin's actions in the humble school. This person was more interesting. As he looked at the scenery of junior progenitor, No Lai wondered if he should take a stroll around, as this place was not a place that could be visited at any time. Suddenly, he felt a sense of danger. A ray of sword chi flashed by in the distance, and its sharp edge stung his eyes. No Lai looked over in shock and saw that it was Lu Tianmu. Lu Tianmu stood there with a sword in hand, and the edge of the blade flickered with light. She seemed to have noticed No Lai's gaze, and she gave him a provocative look before turning to leave. No Lai blinked. That sword had seemed a little sharp, and when he thought back to it, the sharpness of that sword had actually caused his heart to tremble. That sword had definitely not been that woman's strongest sword technique. No, this is going to be troublesome. This woman is very troublesome. The more he thought about it, the more difficult it felt to deal with her. He knew that during this trip to the ruler realm, there would definitely be a spot for Wen Shixi, and the next person would either be him or Lu Tianmu. This woman was so powerful, and if he did not work hard, he would definitely be eliminated, which would be embarrassing. Although there were still a few days left, he still had to work hard. Who knew, he might even gain some enlightenment. When he thought about this, No Lai picked up the star essence and left. Not long after, Wen Shixi also took quite a few star essence and left. Lu Tianmu saw all of this, and she relaxed. Lu Yin had been right, if anyone did not want to cultivate, they just needed to be stimulated a little. But then again, why was that guy so scheming? It was no wonder why he had become the master of the Outerverse, he was too cunning. This was Lu Tianmu's first time dealing with something like this. Back when she had been one of the 10 arbiters, she had handled many things, but most of them had been delegated to her subordinates. She had rarely personally interfered with such matters, but now, she actually had to do it herself. She was not used to it, but it was very effective. She wondered how the others were doing. Half a day later, Dragon Quarry was the first to encounter a problem. Long Tian looked at Dragon Quarry lying on the ground with a gloomy expression. Behind him was the old servant who had been ordered to capture Lu Yin. "How long will it take to cure the poison?" Long Tian asked in a low voice. The old servant replied, "Although the poison is fierce, it's not complicated. It'll take at most half a day to cure, but..." The old servant paused. Long Tian had a bad premonition. "Go on. Although the poison can be cured, it's still very fierce, and it will temporarily affect one's cultivation. It'll take at least half a month to completely eradicate it. Even with the best recovery medicine in the clan, it'll still take close to 10 days. Long Tian relaxed. He had thought that the poison would have lasting effects, but it was only half a month, so it did not matter. In any case, he had not planned on bringing Dragon Quarry to the ruler realm. "Have you investigated it thoroughly? How was he poisoned?" Long Tian asked. An old woman walked over and respectfully said, "There are no signs of poisoning, and no outsiders have entered. Either the poison was here long ago, or it was completely absorbed." Absorbed? Long Tian was stunned, and then he suddenly thought of something. Not good. Star essence. Immediately find Wen Yiqian and No Lai. As soon as he spoke, the cloud pass stone trembled. Junior ancestor, Wen Yiqian, and No Lai have all been poisoned. Long Tian roared and immediately rushed over. Within the dark red lava, Lu Yin was still absorbing star essence. Half a day later, Long Tian walked out of the secret room with a gloomy expression. He had just gone to check on Wen Yiqian, and the poison was exactly the same as the one in Dragon Quarry. Long Tian's first suspicion was Lu Tianmu, as only she had the motive and ability to poison the surroundings. However, Lu Tianmu had never been to the place where Wen Yiqian and the others had collected star essence, so she could not have poisoned them. Furthermore, the star essence around Lu Tianmu's secret room also contained a small amount of poison. Although this might not completely clear Lu Tianmu of suspicion, it could not prove that she had poisoned them either. If it wasn't Lu Tianmu, then who could it be? Lu Yin's image flashed through Long Tian's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. Luyin was rather far from the secret room where Wen Qian and the others had been cultivating, so there was no way for him to pinpoint the exact location of the poison. Also, why would he poison them? To the ruler's realm? Long Tian himself might not even be willing to go. Aside from Lu Tianmu and Long Seven, who else could it be? Long Tian thought about the people around him. There were 10 enlighters on Junior Progenitor who had sided with him, 2 envoys, and a senior who had undergone 6 origin tribulations who had protected him. All of these people were suspicious, and who could guarantee that they had not been bribed by the frigid immortal sect, the Wang family, or the Shenwu clan to cause trouble for him? Long Tian's thoughts were complicated, and he kept thinking. Long Shi heard the news and came over. His expression was ugly as well. "Brother, what's going on?" Long Tian replied, "Someone is opposing me and poisoned Nong Lai and the others so that they can't accompany me to the ruler's realm." Poison? There's still a few days until the ruler's realm. Can't the poison be cured? Long Shi frowned. Long Tian shook his head. Even with the clan's healing medicine, it'll still take 10 days to completely remove the poison. The ruler's realm is fraught with danger. I'm willing to go to the ruler's realm with a poisoned body, but the clans behind them won't agree. Long Shi frowned. Who isn't poisoned? Long Tian looked at Long Shi. Long Qi, Lu Tianmu. Are you suspecting Long Seven? Long Shi asked. Long Tian snorted. Of course not. What about Lu Tianmu? There's also evidence that she wasn't poisoned, and there are traces of poisoned star essence around her. However, ever since she arrived on Junior Progenitor Planet, she hasn't absorbed any star essence, which is why she hasn't been poisoned. Long Shi said in a low voice, Lu Tianmu is the most suspicious. Long Tian replied, I know, but the only ones who can accompany me to the sovereign world are her and Long Qi. Long Qi can't go, Long Shi immediately denied. Long Tian stared at her. Nong Lai, the top scholar, can't even go to Dragon Quarry. Other than Long Qi, tell me, who else could it be? In terms of real strength, Long Qi might not be weaker than Dragon Quarry. I didn't want to take him because of you, but now, he has to go. Little sister, you promised him. Long Shi opened her mouth, but she couldn't refute him. She had agreed to bring Luyin to Junior Progenitor Planet, but now that she was faced with such a situation, she wanted to go back on her word. Little sister, you know the rules of the family. If you insist on not letting Long Qi accompany me to the sovereign world, how will he establish himself in the family in the future? Long Tian shouted. Do you really want your husband to be unable to raise his head for the rest of his life? Long Shi's body trembled, and she helplessly lowered her head. I'll talk to him. There's no need. He has no choice, Long Tian said firmly. Even if Long Qi goes, what if we're still missing one person? Long Shi asked. Long Tian replied, the top scholar. Isn't he poisoned? Will Xian Academy agree to let him go? He'll fight with the academy himself. The next day, Luyin was still cultivating in the dark red lava when a shadow loomed over his head. He looked up and saw a mountain of star essence crashing down on him. Break through the 19th cycle as soon as possible. You have to accompany the junior progenitor to the sovereign world, the middle-aged man's voice rang out. He felt helpless as well, as he had been watching this kid collect star essence by himself. Now, he had to do it himself. Luyin was delighted. Got it. He had succeeded. How lucky. It was time to break through the 19th cycle. Just as he was about to roll his die, he suddenly paused. Something wasn't right. He abruptly raised his head and looked outside. Now that the list of people to go to the sovereign world had been confirmed, it was likely that he was being monitored. Given Long Tian's personality, even if he didn't suspect that Luyin had poisoned him, he would still send someone to keep an eye on Luyin so that he could control everything. He couldn't roll his die since there were only 2 days left. If he didn't, he definitely wouldn't be able to break through the 19th cycle. However, there was no other way, as it was better than having his innate gift discovered. 2 days later, Luyin was still absorbing star essence and had yet to break through the 19th cycle when Long Tian's voice echoed throughout Junior Progenitor Planet. Gather. Luyin opened his eyes and leapt out of the ground, flying towards the statue that he had visited before. By the time he arrived, Long Tian, Long Shi, Lu Tian, Mu, and Wen Xingyi had already arrived. Lu Yin was astonished when he saw Wen Xingyi. This guy had clearly been poisoned, but he still dared to go to the sovereign world. On the surface, Wen Xingyi didn't seem to have been poisoned. His face was rosy and lustrous, and he looked like a Xiao Bai. Everyone's here. Get ready, we're about to head to the sovereign world, Long Tian said. Lu Yin stood beside Long Shi and asked curiously, how do we get there? Long Shi was in a bad mood, as she recalled the scene of Lu Yin moving the mountain of star essence. Her tone was unpleasant as she said, fly directly from junior progenitor planet to the sovereign world. That exaggerated? Lu Yin was stunned. Long Shi frowned and tossed a circle to Lu Yin. Take it. If there's anything wrong, immediately hide inside. Lu Yin's circle had been destroyed by Long Xian, and he looked at it and was speechless. Your family sells circles, right? Long Shi glared at him fiercely. Her amber eyes were beautiful but also fierce. Lu Yin smiled sheepishly. Long Tian glanced at Lu Yin and Long Shi, feeling very unhappy. The two of them were of the same mind, while he was an outsider. It was very dangerous in the sovereign world, and he would rather believe that Long Shi would save Lu Yin than save him. This was also one of the reasons why he hadn't wanted to bring Lu Yin to the sovereign world. Nong Sanyang and Nong Lai could not help just one person, and it was the same for Lu Hao and Lu Tianmu. The junior progenitor would also be apprehensive. However, Long Tian had no other choice. Wen Xingyi could apply to Xian Academy to go to the sovereign world, but Nong Lai had been rejected by the Nong family. As for Dragon Quarry, there was not much point in bringing him there. He had been poisoned and was weaker than Lu Yin. Where's Nong Lai? Lu Yin was curious. Long Tian coldly replied, he's busy and can't come. And Dragon Quarry? Lu Yin asked again. Long Tian frowned. That's none of your business. Long Shi looked up. We're from the same clan. How can it be none of our business? Long Tian did not speak. Lu Yin was in a good mood, as this was one of the good things about Long Shi. She could ridicule him without restraint, but she would not allow others to do the same. As he thought about it, junior progenitor planet trembled beneath his feet. Lu Yin and the others could not see it from the planet, but from a high altitude, they would see that the 4 bridges that connected junior progenitor planet had changed directions and connected with each other, forming a square that suddenly shot into space. In the blink of an eye, countless people on the ancestral gazing tower stared blankly at the sky. Junior progenitor planet had disappeared. The starry sky tree relied on the mother tree to grow, and the tree crown was the dominator realm. Generally speaking, the area of a tree's crown was larger than the tree's roots, and the mother tree was the same. The area of the tree crown was larger than the lower realm of the tree's roots, the middle realm, and the upper realm of the tree trunk. The dominator realm was the largest area in the starry sky tree. Lu Yin's understanding of the sovereign world was that only progenitors could survive there. Since ancient times, all of the progenitors that had been born in the astral tree, regardless of whether they were dead or alive, had been born in the sovereign world. Thus, the sovereign world had left behind many inheritances, the most important of which was the origin item. To become a progenitor, one needed the origin item, and the origin item could only be found in the sovereign world. The junior progenitor planets were connected to each other, and they moved towards the crown of the tree at an extremely fast speed. Lu Yin and the others could not see their surroundings at all, and all they could see was that they were traveling through space. Follow me closely on this trip to the sovereign world. Take out the circle, but don't put it in your cosmic ring. You just have to think about protecting yourself, got it? Long Shi warned Lu Yin in a low voice, her gaze stern. Lu Yin nodded. Don't worry. I'll do whatever you say. For some reason, Long Shi felt even more uneasy when she heard Lu Yin's honest reply, and she even felt a shadow in her heart. She glared at Lu Yin. Just follow me. Lu Yin pursed his lips. What a fierce temper. He had not said anything wrong, and her attitude was definitely good. Her temper was just too bad. The square formed by the junior progenitor planets traveled through the void from bottom to top before finally stopping on a giant branch of the mother tree. A single branch was enough to support 4 junior progenitor planets. Lu Yin and the others swayed, and the void around them slowly became clear. Luin could also see his surroundings clearly. Behind him was a starry sky, and in front of him was a huge and dense tree branch. Each branch seemed to connect the heavens and the earth, and they extended from afar. Perhaps because the junior progenitor planet was shaking violently, a leaf fell, and a huge shadow covered half of the planet. Luin had never seen such a huge tree before, and a single leaf could cover a planet. What kind of concept was that? This leaf did not even seem to be fully formed, and it was rather small. "Everyone, we've arrived at the sovereign world," Long Tian said in a low voice as he scanned the group with a resolute gaze. "Let's go." He then leapt forward and headed straight ahead. Long Shi, Luin, Lu Tianmu, and when first one hurriedly followed, walking along the branches like ants entering a kingdom of giants. A single branch could support 4 junior progenitor planets, which was a testament to its size and toughness. Even Luin could not see the edge of the branch at a glance. It was not the extension of the branch, but rather the horizontal edge. He could not even see the surface of the branch, as it was simply too large. "Thank you for your support, brothers." The 4 minor ancestor planets were firmly resting on this branch, and from what they could see, this branch was a gigantic landmass. Its horizontal surface area was at least larger than the combined surface area of the 4 minor ancestor planets, and they estimated that it was even larger than Xinyu star. The moment they left the minor progenitor planet, Luin looked at the other 3 minor progenitor planets and sensed people rushing out as well. However, the branches had split apart, so the people on the other 3 planets might not be heading in the same direction as them. Luin landed on the ground and stepped on the branch of the mother tree's canopy. He exerted some strength, but he couldn't damage it at all. "This is the Sovereign Realm's Withering Glory domain, and our destination is the Withering Glory domain. This domain has never been explored in detail, and only progenitors have roughly sensed it. There are dangers beyond the emissary realm in this domain. Everyone, be careful, and don't drag everyone down," Long Tian said as he glanced at Luin. Luin took out his ring, which was equivalent to telling Long Tian that he didn't need his protection. Long Tian only glanced at him and then continued towards the sovereign realm. "This place hasn't been explored? Isn't there supposed to be a progenitor's inheritance here? Haven't the 4 Libras searched for it?" Luin whispered to Longxi. Longxi replied indifferently, "It's precisely because there are progenitors' inheritances that we can't casually explore. Only progenitors and above can enter the sovereign realm." "Why didn't they explore the inheritances?" Luin felt strange. Longxi frowned. "There have been rules since ancient times, and no one can break them. Just take care of yourself and don't worry about anything else." An hour later, their surroundings had greatly changed. Luin looked back and saw that the starry sky was blocked by the mother tree's branches. They had truly entered the mother tree's canopy, which was the sovereign realm. Several branches appeared in front of them, and Long Tian lifted the Cloud Connect stone to reveal something that looked like a map. He looked at it for a moment before continuing forward. Luin was surprised that there was a map, but it made sense. The 4 Libras wouldn't be so obedient as to not explore anything. They must have done so in the past and created a map for their descendants. The White Dragon clan had a map, and the other 3 powers definitely had one as well. Luin didn't know what the map was pointing to, but it should be an item of origin. There was a crunch as the group seemed to step on something. Normally, no one would have cared about this sound, but everyone stopped in their tracks. This was the world of sovereigns, and the branches were incredibly tough. It wouldn't be easy to destroy them, let alone crush them. The cracking noises were getting louder and louder. In front of them, the surface of the branches was completely cracked. Suddenly, a cold wind swept by. The silver-white light approached Long Tian at an extremely fast speed. Long Tian's body slightly moved aside. The silver-white light brushed past his shoulder and stopped in the air, exposing itself to the others. It was a creature that looked like a praying mantis. It was the size of a palm, and the color of its body was exactly the same as the color of the branches. It seemed to be withered, and it was waving a silver-white blade that was even larger than its body as it stared at Long Tian. Long Tian dodged the attack, and the creature changed directions in midair, waving its blade and slashing towards When First Rank, who was the closest to it. When he raised his hand and strange symbols appeared on his fingertips, He pointed at the mantis creature and sent it flying. This creature's strength was only comparable to a cruiser's, and when Xianxia's strength was enough to crush it. However, not only was the creature not crushed, but it even seemed to have been reborn as its body swelled and grew larger. Everyone was astonished, as this scene was quite strange. The mantis creature's withered body quickly recovered, and its body grew larger and larger until it was as long as a human arm. It was 4 or 5 times larger than before, and its blade was nearly a meter long. It slashed towards When First Rank again at an even faster speed. "Don't kill it!" Long Tian barked. When First Rank opened his palm. Literary prison. As soon as he spoke, the mantis creature was bound by chains formed from words, and it could not move. Behind them, Luin was stunned. Literary prison? There was a literary prison here as well? And from the looks of it, it was the same as the Wen family's. What was going on? He suddenly thought of the Zijin family's phoenix, which was similar to the phoenix family's, but it was definitely more powerful. It seemed that many of the Fifth Mainland's cultivation systems originated from this region of space. Then, did that mean that When First Rank's Xian Academy had more ancient characters than the Wen family? The mantis creature was bound by the literary prison and could not move. Only its eyes moved, and they were filled with ferocity and cruelty. Long Tian raised a hand, and star energy from his fingertips slammed into the mantis body, causing it to grow even larger. Everyone became even more curious. It can absorb star energy? Long Shi guessed. Long Tian's eyes flashed, and he waved his hand. Pure energy stirred the void and smashed into the mantis body, causing it to grow even larger and more ferocious. It's not just star energy. It seems like it can absorb any energy to strengthen itself. Long Shi was shocked. Long Tian retracted his gaze and frowned. Only the frigid immortal sect might know about the withered glory realm. When First Rank waved his fan and said, "I once heard from my elders that the ancient ancestor Ku possessed the secret of eternal life. This is the withered glory realm, and it's where the ancestor Ku resides. These creatures might possess his mysterious power." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. The ancestor Ku, the Ku family, and the Ku secret word were all connected again. He suddenly turned to look into the distance. Something's coming. Long Tian glanced at Lu Tianmu. It's done. Lu Tianmu's sword flashed, and the mantis head fell to the ground. Even if these creatures could absorb energy, there was a limit to how much energy they could withstand. When First Rank and Long Shi's eyes lit up when Lu Tianmu killed the mantis. What a beautiful attack. In the distance, a large group of mantises charged over. They were only the size of a palm, and all of them were withered. They attacked the group at an extremely fast speed. Lu Tianmu stepped forward and slashed out with his sword, using the 10th sword of the 13 swords, Star Slasher. All of the mantises were sliced apart in one strike. Star Slasher's attack had exceeded their limits. When First Rank praised, "Good. Not many in the same generation can fight against such a sword technique." Long Tian was satisfied. As expected of someone from the Lu family. Lu Tianmu remained calm. Long Shi glanced at Lu Tianmu cautiously and whispered to Luin, "Stay away from her." Luin pursed his lips. Had Star Slasher really surprised them? That was impossible. Wu Taibai and Wang Yi had been able to withstand the 13th sword, so Long Shi and When First Rank definitely had the strength to do so as well. There was more than one type of creature in the Withered Glory domain, and as the group ventured deeper, they encountered more and more strange creatures. Most of them were as strong as the mantis, and Lu Tianmu could easily deal with them. There were also creatures that could withstand Star Slasher, but they still couldn't escape their fate of being destroyed. This continued until the group encountered a group of withered creatures that looked like bats. These creatures had 2 heads and a second head at the end of their tails. They were abnormally sinister and terrifying, and just looking at them would cause one's heart to tremble. "Let's go!" Long Tian barked. In the distance, a group of withered bats flew over. There was an endless number of them, and each one was as strong as a mantis. The sheer number of bats made one's scalp go numb, and even Long Tian didn't want to fight them head-on. As they ventured deeper into the sovereign realm, more and more piles of debris appeared on the branches. These piles were probably the dead bark of the mother branches that had accumulated over countless years. Because they were in the crown of the tree, there was no wind or rain. And they had gradually accumulated to form the surface of the ground. They weren't as hard as the branches. Some had even piled up into small mountains. In order to avoid the group of bats, Lu Yin's group charged into the ground where the piles of debris were, and they ran into a giant vertical eye. Everyone was stunned, and the vertical eye shrank as a terrifying aura was released. Everyone's hair stood on end, as they hadn't even noticed such a terrifying creature underground. It was a withered python, and its aura definitely surpassed that of an enlighter. It was an envoy-level creature. At that moment, Long Tian's expression changed, and he hurriedly tried to retreat while taking out a power vessel. Strangely, the withered python retreated even faster. Long Tian and the others were frightened by it, but it was also frightened by Long Tian and the others. It quickly fled and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Everyone was stunned. It should be the ancestral Meng's aura. Princess Long, she must have paid her respects to the ancestral Meng recently, Wen Shixi said. Only then did everyone remember that Long Shi and Lu Yin had paid their respects to the ancestral Meng recently, and their bodies carried the ancestral Meng's aura. How could that withered python dare to approach the ancestral Meng's aura? It was no wonder that it had fled in fear. Lu Yin silently put away the circle and calmly looked outside. The group of bats was still circling outside and hadn't ventured in. Long Tian said, "The bats are afraid of the python and don't dare to enter." The python also fled because of the ancestral Meng's aura. This place is enough for us to rest. Everyone relaxed, as the ruler's realm was very dangerous. They had encountered an envoy-level python as soon as they had arrived, and if they hadn't been lucky, they might not have been able to escape unscathed. For 2 days, the bats outside didn't leave and continued circling. Lu Yin guessed, could this be their nest? They've been moving around this area all year round and haven't left. Don't jinx it. Long Shi barked. Wen Xingyi was helpless. Brother Long Qi is right. It seems like we'll have to defeat these bats if we want to leave. Long Tian suddenly said, Long Qi, use your domain to explore the underground. Wen Xingyi's eyes lit up. That's right. That python didn't dare to linger after sensing the ancestral Meng's aura, so it disappeared a long time ago. If it can travel underground, then so can we. As long as we don't encounter any powerful creatures, we'll be fine. Long Shi looked at Lu Yin. Lu Yin nodded. All right. He then released his domain and spread it out in layers. Under Guoshan's guidance, Lu Yin had become much more proficient in using his domain, and it spread out into the distance like mercury flowing through the ground. When he sensed Lu Yin's domain, Wen Xingyi sighed in admiration. Brother Long Qi really has hidden his abilities well. Your use of your domain has almost reached the spiritual transformation realm. Once you reach the Void God realm, your name will spread throughout the astral tree realm. Lu Yin looked at Wen Xingyi strangely, as this guy praised everyone. Not at all. I'm still far from the spiritual transformation realm. I don't dare to think about the Void God realm. Wen Xingyi smiled. My Xian Academy has a senior who has cultivated his domain to the Void God realm. If Brother Long Qi is willing, you can come to my academy to learn. Long Tian and Long Shi looked at Wen Xingyi in surprise, as they hadn't expected him to take the initiative to invite Lu Yin. Xian Academy had a special status in the astral tree realm, and all 4 scales wanted to send their disciples there to study. However, it wasn't that easy. Just like the Lu family sword viewing steel, many people dreamed of studying in Xian Academy. Xian Academy was close to the White Dragon clan, but that was only relative to the Frigid Immortal sect. They didn't hate the White Dragon clan, but that didn't mean that they were on good terms with them. Alright. After this trip to the ruler's realm, Long 7 will study in Xian Academy. I'll need Brother Wen's help then, Long Shi said gently with a rare smile. Wen Shixing replied, of course, of course. Even though Wen Shixing's offer was just an empty promise, Long Shi's attitude towards him was much better. Long Tian was also more enthusiastic, as he didn't think that Wen Shixing valued Lu Yin. In his eyes, Lu Yin was just an adopted son-in-law who wasn't that important. Wen Shixing had invited Lu Yin to Xian Academy to express goodwill towards the White Dragon clan. As expected, Wen Shixing had made the right move by accompanying Lu Yin to the ruler's realm. Lu Yin used his domain to scan the area in front of him. Long Tian was still following the map's directions, heading in a certain direction. Elsewhere, Bai Xiaohong's group was also being attacked by withered creatures. The Withering Glory realm was very large, as it had once been Ancestor Ku's territory. The sect has wanted to explore the Withering Glory realm for a long time, but it's been delayed, a man said. He was handsome and had obsidian eyes. He was both sharp and intelligent, and his face was like a sculpture. He had a heroic air about him, but it was covered by a gentle aura that made him not too eye-catching. As he spoke, his eyebrows rippled slightly. He was Bai Xiaohong, the junior ancestor of the Frigid Immortal sect. There were 4 people behind Bai Xiaohong, 3 men and 1 woman. Shangqing was one of them, and the other 2 men looked exactly the same. They were clearly twins. There was also a woman with delicate features and a gentle demeanor. She looked like a pretty girl from a humble family, and there wasn't anything special about her. However, if she could accompany Bai Xiaohong to the ruler's realm, she was clearly not an ordinary person. I heard that the Frigid Immortal sect has a secret technique that was passed down by Ancestor Ku. It seems that young Ancestor Bai is quite familiar with the Withering Glory realm, the graceful woman said with a smile. Bai Xiaohong smiled and said, I just happened to obtain the Withered Ancestor's secret technique, so I don't know much about the Withered Glory realm. However, I'm still a step ahead of the other 3 forces. As he spoke, an endless number of withered creatures appeared in front of them, charging towards them like an army. Behind Bai Xiaohong, one of the twins walked out. It was unknown what he did, but the withered creatures were confused at first. Then, they scattered and stopped attacking them. Shangqing was astonished. If I'm not mistaken, Brother Dongshan used Ancestor Ku's inheritance. Bai Xiaohong smiled, let's go to the Spirit Void Temple first. Not going to the guiding place? They're all heading there. The woman was puzzled. The corner of Bai Xiaohong's mouth curled up. There's no rush. No one can take away my things. In the distance, there was also a group of people heading in the same direction. The leader was a woman with an elegant and luxurious temperament. Although she was only wearing ordinary clothes, it was difficult to hide her noble and pure temperament. The woman's appearance could not be described as beautiful and could only be described as ordinary. However, no matter who looked at her a few more times, they would be captivated. Some people said that the most important thing about a woman was not her appearance, but her temperament. This woman's temperament was unparalleled. In the Sovereign Realm's Withered Glory realm, even if it was dusky, it could not hide her snow-white skin. She was Wang Su, the young ancestor of the Wang family. Behind Wang Su were Yu Hua Mavis, Ming Guang, Nong Sanyong, and Prince Gue Qian. At this moment, they were also being attacked by withered creatures. Ming Guang's domain was far more powerful than Lu Yin's, and his force field was enough to isolate the attacks of countless withered creatures. However, when a strange creature that was as large as a mountain appeared, Ming Guang's force field could no longer be contained. Nong Sanyong took action, turning the dead bark that had accumulated over countless years into a field that trapped all of the withered creatures within 1,000 kilometers. Wang Su looked around and frowned. Reverse growth. Ancestor Ku's power is rather troublesome. Nong Sanyong sighed. It's rumored that Ancestor Ku controls the secrets of withered creatures and eternal life. He can cause a person to wither until they die, but he can also transform them into eternal life. These creatures should have died long ago, but they're restrained by Ancestor Ku's power. If that's the case, then Ancestor Ku is more like those monsters, Prince Gue Qian said in a gloomy tone. Wang Su looked at Prince Gue Qian. Don't speak nonsense. A progenitor's power is unfathomable. Perhaps because of what? You just said, we will die here. Prince Gue Qian looked up and met Wang Su's gaze. It's not that mystical. Your Wang family has an ancestor, but so does my ghost abyss. An ancestor is still a human, and it's impossible for him to know everything, let alone a dead ancestor. Wang Su indifferently replied, that's because you don't know enough. Prince Gue Qian did not say anything else. Nong Sanyang removed the white towel from her head and wiped her face. She even wiped her arms without caring about her image. Let's go. We need to reach the land of guidance before the others and obtain the origin item. The White Dragon clan, the Frigid Immortal sect, and the Wang family had all been attacked by the withered creature, and Shenwu Plain was no exception. However, compared to the other three forces, Shenwu Plain was clearly much more insignificant, as their junior ancestor, Xianxia, was still sleeping. Xia Tyli's face was red with anger as he glared hatefully at the man whose head was being propped up by star energy. "Stupid bro, stinky bro, when are you not drunk? Why are you drunk now? Just you wait. When we get back, I'll definitely tell Grandpa that you're confined." Behind Xia Tyli, Yao Xian had a strange expression on his face, not because of Xianxia, but because of Wu Taibai. He had never dreamed that Wu Taibai would be a supreme from Shenwu Plain. When he had first seen Wu Taibai on Shenwu's junior ancestor planet, he had been secretly delighted, as he had thought that they could work together to deal with the others. However, after learning that Wu Taibai was from Shenwu Plain, he had been stunned. Yao Xian had always been calm, and as the crown prince of the Celestial Beast Empire, he had learned to remain calm in the face of danger. This was the core of the so-called imperial path, but he had been stunned at that moment. What made him even more confused was that Wu Taibai had not exposed him, which made things even more interesting. Wu Taibai's expression was calm, and he did not seem surprised at all when he saw Yao Xian. It was as if he did not recognize this person. Aside from the three of them, there was also Lu Hao. The four of them dragged Xianxia along in a miserable manner as they headed in a certain direction. Behind them was an endless sea of withered creatures. Long Tian's group smoothly advanced for 2 days under Lu Yin's domain's probing. Finally, they were ambushed by some creatures, which were flies that had grown out of dead skin. These flies were not as strong as the strange bats, but there were so many of them that they blotted out the sky. They were like the terror ants that they had encountered in the mortal realm, and they took on all sorts of forms. The group was so frightened that they hurriedly returned to the surface. Long Shi was astonished when he saw the empty land around him, as well as the weapons that had been stabbed into the ground and countless withered bones. Is this a battlefield? They had come out from underground and had immediately arrived at this place, where they saw a long stretch of corpses strewn across the ground. With a single movement, dust was stirred up. The withered bones turned into ashes. Even the clothes and weapons turned into dust, vanishing into thin air. It was clear that too much time had passed. In ancient times, when we fought against those monsters, the progenitors were always at the forefront. The withered glory domain was at the edge of the sovereign realm, and it had always been under attack from those monsters. Half of the people on the ground were humans, while the other half were monsters, Wen Yi said with a sigh, as if he was reminiscing about the ancient times. Long Shi spoke up. If not for the protection of our ancestors, we humans would not be where we are today. What's that? Lu Yin saw a towering stone tablet in the distance and walked over. Long Tian had already walked over and read the words on the tablet. The Spirit Void Army, the Spirit Void Army commanded by the withered ancestor. All of them have been buried here, and someone has erected a memorial tablet. Lu Yin was shocked. A progenitor had led an entire army, but the entire army had been buried. That progenitor had most likely perished as well. When 180 saw the tablet, he suddenly thought of something and touched it, causing it to turn to dust. His face went pale, and he turned to run. Run! Long Tian and the rest reacted quickly as well. Although they did not know why 180 was running, they still ran after him. Elsewhere, at the edge of the battlefield, Wang Su and the rest saw the weapons that had been stabbed into the ground, as well as the bones that had been reduced to dust upon contact. There must be something left behind in the ancient battlefield, Gue Qian said. Wang Su indifferently replied, in ancient times, humans were at an absolute disadvantage. After many battles, we lost more than we won, and even if we won, less than 1 in 10,000 would survive. Even so, we still managed to repel those monsters. Do you know why? Nong Sanyang sighed. Because we perished together. Obscurity and Winged Mavis did not understand this. Wang Su explained, once humans realized that they had lost a battle, they would use a method of mutual destruction. Although they could not win, they could at least fight to a draw. Because of this, we were able to successfully defend this region of space and have descendants like us. Thus, mutual destruction methods are often used in ancient battlefields. When encountering an ancient battlefield, avoiding it is the best choice. Let's stay further away. Once someone accidentally enters the center of the battlefield, the mutual destruction method will be activated, and no one will be able to escape, Xianxia said. Gui Qian did not object. Who would give up on such an opportunity? Since it was said, it had to be true. However, just as he finished speaking, a formless energy swept up into the sky 100 meters away from them. The branches that came into contact with it quickly withered, and at the same time, it moved towards them as if it was shrinking the battlefield. Wang Su was shaken. Attack! They attacked together, but they were unable to break through this formless energy. Winged Mavis punched out, but her fist was corroded by this energy, revealing her white bones. She was shocked and quickly retreated. Don't fight it head-on. This is the power of the desolate ancestor. Let's go. Wang Su shouted and rushed towards the battlefield. Xianxia was furious. Someone must have reached the center of the battlefield. Are they idiots? They've implicated us. Obscurity was speechless. They were too unlucky. They were only 100 meters away from the battlefield. They should have stayed far away, but they had been implicated. Could a progenitor's power survive? Although the humans who fought the monsters in ancient times were very brave and would rather perish together than be defeated, they were not monsters and did not want to die. On the other side, someone else had been dragged in as well. It was Xia Tyli. She looked at Lu Hao and Yao Xian who were outside the invisible force, as well as the drunk Xia Shenfei who was floating in the air. What the hell? She immediately took action, but she couldn't break through this force. Yao Xian, Lu Hao, and Wu Taibai also took action to save her, but it was useless. They could only watch as she was forced towards the center of the battlefield. Bai Xiaohong's group was also close to the battlefield, but he was cautious by nature. The moment he realized that there was a battlefield in front of him, he immediately retreated and avoided being dragged in. I wonder which unlucky bastard entered the center of the battlefield and triggered the mutual destruction mechanism, the graceful woman said with a laugh. Bai Xiaohong looked towards the center of the battlefield. It would be best if the other three were dragged in as well. At the center of the battlefield, Long Tian's group saw the invisible force sweeping towards them from afar, and their expressions changed. It should be that power that caused this battlefield to be devoid of life. Everyone in the battlefield has died, said Wen Xingyi. Attack! Long Tian barked, and a spear appeared in his hand. He brandished it in a strange arc and stabbed towards the force. At the same time, Long Shi also pulled out her own spear and stabbed out. At this moment, Lu Ying felt that even though Long Shi and Long Tian both used spears, there was a slight difference. This difference could be felt from the moment they held their spears. He had seen sword techniques and spear techniques in the sword steel, but Long Tian's spear technique gave him a feeling that surpassed Long Shi's. From the side, Lu Tian and Mu Xian attacked with the 11th sword. When Shizhi attacked at the same time, overlapping runes appearing in his palms as he attacked the force. Lu Ying didn't stay idle either, and he attacked with an empty palm. 5 attacks landed at the same time, but they were all dissipated by the force. Long Shi pulled Lu Ying back. Long Tian's expression turned ugly as the force rushed towards them. Retreat first, Long Tian ordered as he turned towards the center of the battlefield. Everyone, there's no need to hide our strength anymore. Let's attack together. If we don't break through this force, none of us will survive, Long Tian continued. Lu Ying suddenly spoke up. There's someone here. His domain was constantly open, and he had sensed a powerful force at the edge of it. Since there was someone here, Long Tian immediately led the group in the direction Lu Ying had pointed out. At the edge of Lu Yin's domain, Wang Su and the rest were also running towards them. Invisible Light replied that domain just now was Long Seven's. The ones who triggered the mechanism were the White Dragon Clan's people. Xianxia gritted her teeth. A bunch of idiots. Wang Su's expression was calm. Not long later, he met up with Long Tian's group. Lu Ying and Invisible Light looked in another direction. There's someone else. Everyone's expressions were marvelous. It couldn't have implicated everyone who entered the sovereign realm, right? This was truly unlucky. Xianxia gloated. I hope it's those guys from the frigid immortal sect. Although he was unwilling to admit it, He had to admit that the frigid celestial sect was the leader of the Four Direction Scales, and Bai Xiaohong's group was the strongest among the Four Direction Scales. It would be perfect if Bai Xiaohong and the others were involved. Their chances of survival would be greatly increased. Unfortunately, only Xia Taili came. Which idiot dragged me into this? Xia Taili's face was full of indignation. She was very angry. Luyin rolled his eyes. Was it his fault? He hadn't known about this situation. They had been in the middle of the battlefield the moment they emerged from the underground, and they hadn't taken the normal route. Hey, it's you, right? There's something wrong with your eyes. Xia Taili stared at Invisible Light. Are you too ashamed to open your eyes? Invisible Light replied, I've always been like this, and it's caused some misunderstandings. Alright, let's cut the crap. There are 11 people here, and if we all use our power vessels to attack, I don't believe that we can't break through this force, Wang Su said. Long Tian said, don't hold back anymore. Use your strongest power vessels. This force once destroyed an entire battlefield. At that time, no matter what we did, we couldn't break through it. However, the passage of time has eroded too much, and this force has weakened to the extreme. If we all attack together, we'll definitely be able to break through it, Wen Shixi said firmly. Xia Taili rolled her eyes. Thank you, but I don't need you to explain. You're really smart. Wen Shixi was speechless. Luyin glanced at Xia Taili. This girl's mouth was really venomous, and it reminded him of Hai Chi. It's here. Attack! Long Tian shouted as he retrieved a large seal from his cosmic ring. The moment it appeared, it stirred up the void, and everyone felt as if they had been struck by a heavy hammer. This was a power vessel that definitely surpassed the power of an envoy, but no one knew exactly how much power it had. Wang Su also took out a power vessel that caused the world to ripple. Long Shi, Wen Shixi, Xia Taili, and the rest all took out their power vessels as well. Luyin took out the circle that Long Shi had given him and was about to throw it out. That's for defense, Long Shi shouted. There was no time to think, and all of them threw out their power vessels at a single point. The next moment, the entire void was torn apart as an indescribable shock erupted from the withered glory realm, transforming into an unparalleled storm that swept out in all directions. Luyin didn't even see what had happened before he was blown away. He subconsciously put on his universal armor, which could withstand an attack with a power level of nearly 700,000. Its defensive capabilities were even above that of the circle. With the protection of the universal armor, Luyin forced himself to open his eyes, only to see cracks in the void. It was as if a giant monster had been born and was spreading out in all directions. His body flew at high speed, and he didn't even know where he had been blown to. It took him a while before he landed and smashed into the ground. If not for the universal armor, he would have definitely been injured. Above his head, a black dot descended, and Luyin's expression changed. It was a woman. The first person he thought of was Long Shi, and he immediately put away his universal armor. Ah! There was a scream as Xia Taili crashed down towards Luyin. Luyin hurriedly dodged, but Xia Taili's body was wrapped in a power vessel that looked like a seaweed. He crashed into the ground, and the huge force caused the accumulated debris on the mother tree's branches to fly away. The seaweed power vessel was very tough, and it had saved Xia Taili from being smashed. Xia Taili rubbed his head. Ouch, ouch, ouch. He then looked up and saw Luyin. The two looked at each other. Pull me up. Luyin stretched out his hand, and Xia Taili grabbed him. He stood up and put away the power vessel. He rolled his eyes at Luyin. Are you a man or not? You don't even know how to catch it. Where's the arrogance you had when you pointed your gun at me? Luyin was helpless. The force of the fall was too great. I couldn't catch it. Xia Taili snorted and patted his clothes. He looked around. Where are we? Luyin looked around as well. We shouldn't be too far from the battlefield. We got separated from the others. Thanks, but I don't need you to remind me. Xia Taili sneered. Luyin finally understood Wen Shigui's feelings, and he didn't say anything. Alright, since we got separated, we'll go our separate ways. Take care of yourselves, Xia Taili said and looked around. See you later. He turned to leave. Luyin said, the ruler's realm is very dangerous. After the previous origin will ceremonies, many people who explore the ruler's realm die. It's not safe for you to go alone. I'll go with you. No need. I'll go find my brother. Luyin persisted. We're both part of the four balances, and you're still a girl. It's not safe for you to go alone. I'll protect you. Xia Taili's face twitched, and he stared at Luyin. I said, no need. You can call me brother-in-law, Luyin said seriously, his gaze sincere. Xia Taili gritted his teeth. No need means no need. Don't you understand human language? At that moment, there was a tremor in the distance. The two looked over, and their expressions changed. They saw a group of withered creatures charging towards them with a figure at the very front. Wenshurgue? When Wenshurgue saw the two of them, he shouted, run. It's dangerous. Luyin and Xia Taili didn't even need to say anything as they subconsciously ran in the opposite direction. However, it wasn't just Wenshurgue's direction, there were also many withered creatures in the direction they were fleeing in. They were surrounded. We fell into the nest, Xia Taili said with an ugly expression. Luyin fully released his domain and scanned his surroundings. He then pointed to his right and said, there's less of them here. Charge. He then raised his hand and unleashed an empty palm strike towards the withered creatures that were surrounding them. The empty palm smashed a withered creature into pieces, but by the time it reached the second one, the withered body of the creature had recovered quite a bit, and its body had grown a lot bigger. This was the most troublesome thing about these creatures. Any attack had to be above the threshold of what they could withstand, or it would only increase their strength. Xia Taili's seaweed power vessel appeared once more, and he viciously lashed out at the withered creatures in front of him, killing them. The last one that survived was much larger, and its aura rose to that of an enlightened as it roared. In the distance, even more withered creatures charged over, and there were even withered bats on top of their heads. Luyin frowned, as they were in big trouble. Wenshurgue rushed over with a large group of withered creatures. Run. You'll die of exhaustion if you fight with these things. There were even more terrifying creatures behind them. Xia Taili was furious. Nothing good ever happens when I see you. Can you stop talking? Wenshurgue was helpless. I didn't want this to happen either. Countless withered creatures surrounded them from all directions, and one of them, a strange giant creature, raised its claw and swiped down. Above its head, all sorts of bats circled around, and its tail even had a head. It was a sinister and terrifying sight. Xia Taili's seaweed swept out in all directions, but it also frequently increased the strength of some of the creatures. Wenshurgue's power vessel was his fan, and every time he waved it, it would cause a bone-corroding gale that far surpassed the curse wind that Luyin had faced before. A single wave of the fan could scrape away a withered creature's flesh, but it would also increase the strength of some of the withered creatures. Luyin also took out a power vessel, the giant's right arm. It had been upgraded 6 times in the past, and it had consumed more than 1,000,000 star essence to raise its strength to the level of an emissary. The giant's right arm was actually not very useful to Luyin, as his own strength was enough to threaten an emissary, which exceeded the limit that the giant's right arm could provide. However, his current power level was around 400,000, which was comparable to Dragon Quarry's. Using the giant's right arm had increased his strength by quite a bit. Furthermore, the giant's right arm was quite large, and a single wave of it could wipe out a large area. Even though the giant's right arm had a wide range, its power still couldn't compare to Xia Taili's seaweed or Wenxingyi's fan. After a round of attacks, the other two could at most increase the strength of 1 or 2 withered creatures, while Luyin could increase the strength of 4 or 5 withered creatures. There was a thump, and Wenxingyi dodged. A giant withered creature roared where he had been standing, and it was an enlighter. He raised a hand and fanned out with his fan, causing a bone-eroding gale to sweep past and dissipate the creature's flesh. Brother Long 7, don't use that power vessel. Let's just fight them one by one. At least they won't cause trouble, Wenxingyi reminded him loudly as he fanned himself into the sky, preventing the bats from approaching. Luyin sheepishly put away the giant's right arm. Although it was slow, he wouldn't allow too many withered creatures to increase their strength. Half a day later, the three were tired, and there were many giant withered creatures around them. Above their heads, the bats suddenly clumped together as if they had fused together to form a giant bat that pressed down on the three. Xianxia was startled, and he raised his hand, causing golden ancient characters to form a literary prison that trapped the bat. Next, a second literary prison appeared, followed by a third, a fourth, and a seventh. Sevenfold literary prison. Xiao was shocked. You've actually cultivated to the seventh layer. Luyin was astonished. The literary prison had such a trick up its sleeve? Xianxia looked very tired, and he panted heavily. I surpassed my realm. Now it's your turn. Xiao was confused. Xianxia said, use a power vessel to protect us first. Otherwise, there's no end to these creatures, and we won't be able to kill them all. Xiao thought about it and realized that he was right. She then wrapped her seaweed power vessel around her body to protect herself. She smiled at Xianxia. Thank you for reminding me. I told you that the people from Xian Academy are the smartest. Luyin had a bad premonition when he saw Xiao smile. Xianxia was stunned. What about us? Xiao shrugged. Good luck. This is the ruler's realm, and we're competitors. She then smiled even more brilliantly. You guys don't think that I'll help you, do you? She then turned to Luyin and smiled. Brother-in-law, bring out the same aura you used to stab me. These monsters will be enough for you to play with. Luyin rolled his eyes. This word didn't sound nice. He looked at Wendy, and Wendy looked at him helplessly. Brothers, goodbye. Xiao smiled and waved her hand. With the protection of the water plant treasure, it was enough to protect her as long as she didn't encounter any creatures that were too powerful. When he said, Princess Tyli, my Xian Academy is willing to accept people from the Xia clan to study there. I wonder if this condition can be exchanged for the protection of a heavenly treasure. Xiao eyes lit up as he looked at Wenyi. The seaweed opened up a little. Come in quickly. You were just joking. Is there a need to exchange benefits? By the way, how many spots are there? Wen Shui sighed. With my status, 3 spots. 5. Xiao opened his hand. Wen thought about it for the first time and agreed. Just as she was about to enter the seaweed, Luyin rushed in first. Xiao didn't even have time to react. Lu Yin's speed was extremely fast, but Xiao didn't care about that. She stared blankly at Luyin and grew angry. Who said you could come in? Get out. Luyin seriously replied, you call me brother-in-law, so I should protect you. The ruler's realm is too dangerous. The two of them had said the same thing when they had first landed here. Back then, Xiao had wanted to ditch Luyin because she had a map, but Luyin had seen through her and shamelessly followed her. Now, the same thing was happening again. Xiao was furious, and her face turned red. You scoundrel! Get out! Get out! Lu Yin's expression grew serious. I won't abandon you. If you don't get out, I'll attack you. Xiao shrieked. Luyin silently took out the bracelet and the giant's right arm. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Xiao was speechless. How could someone be so thick-skinned? She was confident that she could deal with this man, as she was one of the only 2 supremes in Shenwu Plain. However, this Long Seven had the qualifications to come to the ruler's realm, and it was said that he had broken through to the lower realm not long ago. He wasn't weak, and if they fought now, they might destroy the power vessel's protection. This guy also seemed to have quite a few power vessels, so she had some misgivings. At this point, when Xingyi silently walked in and glanced at Luyin speechlessly. How could he not have seen that this guy was so thick-skinned? He sighed, as it seemed that the 5 quotas he had given out had been wasted. Can you not be so shameless? Xiao glared at Luyin. Around them, countless withered creatures attacked them, howling madly, but they were all blocked by the seaweed power vessel. Lu Yin's expression was still as serious as ever. Don't worry, little sister Tyli. Since you call me brother-in-law, I won't abandon you. Xiao was now extremely regretful. She had foolishly called this guy brother-in-law when she had gone to Baishan to give him a gift. She had clearly been mocking him, but this bastard had heard her words. And this guy hadn't been polite to her back then either. Shameless. She deeply understood what it meant to be a slut. For some reason, she was reminded of her older brother, Xianxia. The two of them would definitely have a lot to talk about when they met, and they would always spout nonsense with a straight face. Someone like you isn't worthy of big sister Longxi. Others die for the sake of righteousness, using their lives to pave the way for their hot-blooded path. What about you? Shameless. Xiao Taili didn't give up and mocked him, hoping to awaken the legendary dignity of a man. However, Luyin didn't have such a thing, and he seriously looked into the distance. Don't worry, I'll protect you. Wen Xingyi wanted to give him a slap. Xiao Taili gave up and controlled the seaweed power vessel to slowly bring them away while trying to fight for something. I can bring you along, but what can you give me? Luyin didn't even look at her. Don't worry, I'll protect you. You bastard. Xiao Taili finally couldn't take it anymore and cursed before looking away. Wen Xingyi looked at Xiao Taili sympathetically, but his attention was suddenly attracted by a black dot in the distance. Was that Crown Prince Guiqian? It wasn't just Wen Xingyi, Luyin had also noticed this long ago, which was why he had been staring in that direction. The more he looked, the more serious his expression became. Was that the Shi family's Lai Gu body strengthening technique? In the distance, Crown Prince Guiqian was shrouded in a black fog. His bones extended from the surface of his body, transforming into weapons that resembled spider legs. He crazily slaughtered the withered creatures around him, and the black fog would occasionally wrap around his bones, constantly consuming and replenishing them. He was like a ghost. Guiqian also saw Lu Yin's group, and his bones propped up from the ground. He suddenly jumped up and crossed the void, landing right in front of Lu Yin's group. When Guiqian appeared, black and white fog churned in Lu Yin's heart. He immediately lowered his head to hide the shock in his eyes. The black fog around Guiqian's body was death energy. This person was from the Spectre clan. There were specters in this region as well? And the battle technique just now was clearly Xiaxiaxian's Lai Gu body strengthening technique. Wasn't this the same technique that Xiaxiaxian had used in the past? This Guiqian was using the exact same technique. On the Fifth Mainland, the Spectre clan and the Shi clan had fought until both sides had suffered great losses. They had no choice but to rely on the Neo-Human alliance. If Guiqian was able to use the Shi clan's battle technique in this region, then he was either a member of the Shi clan or a member of the Shi clan. However, it was impossible for the Shi clan to use death energy. Back then, Xiaxiaxian had cultivated with the bones of a Spectre clan member, which was why she had not been affected by death energy. If Guiqian was able to use death energy directly, then there was only one possibility: he was a Spectre clan member. Take me with you, Guiqian said, his tone terrifyingly low. Xiao Taili was unhappy. Why? Do you think you're so shameless? Guiqian stared at Xiao Taili, not saying a word as he stabbed the bones from behind him. The seaweed in front of Xiao Taili hurriedly blocked the attack and shouted, "Are you crazy? Why are you attacking us?" Guiqian's eyes were bloodshot. If you don't take me with you, then we'll die together. He then took out a black bone from his cosmic ring and stabbed it into his body. Blood flowed down his body, and death energy surged from the bone, causing the entire region to darken. Choose for yourself. Or, you can kill me before you leave. Madman. Xiao Taili was furious, and he glared at Wen Xingyi. Attack. Wen Xingyi was helpless. Anyone who can come to the ruler's realm isn't simple. It's not worth it to fight to the death with him. Xiao Taili was furious. Are you going to be threatened by him? Luyin spoke up. It's better than dying here. Shut up. You have no right to speak, you rascal. Xiao Taili scolded Luyin before glaring at Guiqian. Come in. Guiqian did not hesitate to enter the area protected by the seaweed. Thank you, he said indifferently. Xiao Taili was extremely unhappy. This was his own power vessel, so he should have taken the initiative. How had things turned out this way? Wen Xingyi felt like he had suffered a loss once again. Why didn't Xianxia pay a price for entering? He had been too naive. Just like that, under the protection of the seaweed power vessel, the four struggled to make their way into the distance. There were simply too many withered creatures outside, and the seaweed had to push them forward step by step. From time to time, powerful withered creatures would attack, and Wen Xingyi and Xianxia would take turns to clean them up. A day later, the number of withered creatures in the area decreased. We're finally out, Lu Yin sighed. Xiaotai rolled her eyes at him. Useless man, 3 grown men expecting a single woman to protect you. Useless, useless. Lu Yin pretended not to hear. Wen Xingyi was helpless. I had to pay the price. So it works? Xiaotai was not polite at all. He was not happy with anyone. Wen Xingyi stopped talking. Not long after, the silhouette of a building appeared in the distance. Xiaotai's eyes lit up. What's that? Wen Xingyi looked over and said solemnly, it should be the Spirit Void Temple. Xiaotai was shocked. The Spirit Void Temple where the desolate ancestor once lived? Wen Xingyi nodded. Rumor has it that the desolate ancestor left behind his inheritance there, but according to ancient records, he didn't have the time to leave behind his legacy when he died. No one knows what's inside the Spirit Void Temple. Come, let's go there. Xiaotai was very excited when he heard that it was the Spirit Void Temple. He looked at the 3 of them vigilantly and said, listen up, I gave you your lives. Don't try to take them away from me, got it? Wen Yi pursed his lips. Lu Yin looked into the distance. Crown Prince Xianxia snorted coldly, angering Xiaotai so much that he wanted to kick him out. Right in front of the 4, outside the Spirit Void Temple, Yuhua Mavis had already arrived. She had been thrown nearby, but her luck had been good and she hadn't encountered any withered creatures. It was also possible that the withered creatures had been lured away by Lu Yin's group. She didn't know what the Spirit Void Temple was, but it was definitely abnormal for such a building to appear in the ruler's realm. She looked up at the Spirit Void Temple in front of her and sighed, not at the building itself, but at the cultivators who had been reduced to skeletons. It was almost the same as what she had seen on the battlefield. The building in front of her was also dilapidated, and she couldn't see any trace of its former grandeur. Ascension Mavis lifted her foot and walked towards the Spirit Void Temple. Coincidentally, 2 people were also coming towards her. It was Long Tian and Long Shi. They were also thrown into the vicinity like Ascension Mavis. Long Shi's face was pale. She wanted to find Lu Yin, but the ruler's realm was vast, so where could she find him? Her only hope was the Spirit Void Temple. Anyone who saw this building would definitely come. Yuhua hadn't expected to run into Long Tian and Long Shi here, and the 2 were also surprised to see her. Long Tian's eyes flashed with killing intent, the Wang family's helpers have been dealt with. He then disappeared in a flash, moving so fast that Yuhua couldn't even see him clearly. Long Shi had once told Lu Yin that the White Dragon clan's White Dragon roaming steps could allow them to temporarily touch the astral source universe that only envoys could touch. At this moment, Long Tian was showing Yuhua what speed was, and it far surpassed Wang Yi's. The moment Ascension Mavis saw Wang Su, she had already determined how terrifying her junior ancestor's strength was. Now that she was faced with Long Tian's unprecedented killing intent, a stifling pressure suddenly descended upon her. It was as if she was facing Lu Yin after his Grim Reaper transformation. She raised her hand without hesitation and threw out dozens of punches. It didn't matter if she couldn't see her opponent, as long as she couldn't get close to her. Long Tian knew that since Ascension Mavis was able to enter the Dominator realm, her strength would definitely be recognized by Wang Su. However, he didn't expect that a woman would be so strong. It was so strong that he thought that this woman had used the Wang clan's 4 uniques. Long Tian's figure appeared, and one of Yuhua Mavis' punches was aimed directly at him. Long Tian did not take the attack head-on, and instead, his body twisted at an unimaginable angle as his star energy transformed into a spear. The spear's handle was bent, and it was released as it smashed towards Yuhua Mavis. Ascension Mavis raised her leg and kicked out. With a loud bang, a huge force swept out in all directions, turning the ancient ruins around the Spirit Void Temple into dust. In terms of strength, other than Lu Yin and Wang Yi, there was almost no one in the same generation who could match up to Ascension Mavis in terms of strength. However, Long Tian's strength was different from Wang Yi's. He had broken through the middle finger, and was considered to be 2 levels above Ascension Mavis. The difference in levels made up for the lack of strength, and he was able to force Ascension Mavis back with a single strike. Ascension Mavis was stunned, as she did not underestimate Long Tian at all. That kick from before had been filled with her greatest strength, but he had still been forced back. Long Tian stabbed out with his spear as he stared at Ascension Mavis. He had also been shocked by that attack, as this woman's strength had exceeded his expectations. If someone from the Fifth Mainland's Neoverse was present, then they would definitely warn Long Tian not to meet the Mavis family's gaze. When Long Tian met Ascension Mavis' gaze, it was destined that he would not be able to kill this woman. A jade-green light flickered, and Long Tian instantly fell into a daze. Ascension Mavis did not take the opportunity to attack. Regardless of whether it was the competition between the 5 signs of the stars or the sovereign tournament, there would always be people who would quickly awaken from the rhythm of life, and Long Tian would be even faster. She did not even think about it as she rushed towards the Spirit Void Temple. Just as she left, Long Tian regained his senses and looked at Ascension Mavis in shock. "You can still control yourself. You can't escape." He then waved his hand. White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror. 5 medallion-like items trapped Ascension Mavis, and Long Tian's spear spun as he stabbed out. The tip of the spear distorted the void and almost tore it apart. This attack had already reached the limit of an Enlighter's strength, and he needed to quickly deal with this woman before Wang Su arrived. Someone who could instantly control him could not be allowed to live, even if it was only for an instant. In the distance, Long Shi stood quietly without moving. Now that she had been targeted by her elder brother, unless she was also a junior ancestor, no one else could save her. It was over. That spear represented Ascension Mavis' fate, and she could neither block nor evade it. Ascension Mavis stared at Long Tian's attack, opened her mouth, and swallowed a fruit. The next moment, a terrifying aura spread out, and a green leaf symbol appeared on her forehead. With a wave of her hand, she broke through the White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror and even tore through the void. Long Tian's attack was blocked by Ascension Mavis. Astral power? Ascension Mavis grabbed the spear tip and exerted her strength, causing the tip to shatter. The force spread out and caused the entire spear to shatter. She then punched out, and an incomparably powerful force caused a towering tree to appear behind her. Long Tian looked at the phantom tree behind Ascension Mavis and then at the green leaf symbol on her forehead. His pupils shrank, and he blurted out, "Mavis, you're from the First Mainland's Mavis family." Bang! Ascension Mavis sent Long Tian flying with a single punch, and the enormous force shattered the void and sent Long Tian crashing into the ground. In the distance, Long Shi was astonished, but she still did not move. Ascension Mavis stared at the ground, and then leaped up and punched out again while staring at Long Tian. Long Tian opened his eyes, which had turned scarlet from shock. His body flashed, and this time Ascension Mavis saw him. She saw the astral source universe and Long Tian rushing towards her. She retracted her right arm and punched out. Long Tian's feet suddenly stopped, and fine draconic tattoos appeared on his body. A majestic aura soared into the sky, illuminating the land. White Dragon Transformation. There was a loud boom, and Long Tian was forced back once more. Ascension Mavis had consumed the Mavis fruit and temporarily raised her strength to the level of an emissary, just like when Yuehua Mavis had fought Yanqing during the border war. Facing the power of an emissary, even if Long Tian used his White Dragon Transformation, he still could not take her down. A trace of blood leaked out from the corner of his mouth, and he wiped it away before suddenly laughing. "Mavis family, you ancient remnant clans really have a lot of good stuff. Unfortunately, is it useful? How long can you last with this kind of power?" Ascension Mavis coughed, and blood flowed out from the corner of her mouth. Her face was pale, and even after using her power as an emissary, she still could not kill Long Tian. As expected of the junior ancestor, he could actually resist an emissary. Furthermore, he was not being too serious, or at least not using a power vessel. "How long can you last?" Long Tian took out a real spear that glowed. It was clearly a power vessel. He was serious now, and as he stabbed out, the spear came with a power vessel. The power of the spear shocked Ascension Mavis, and she did not hesitate to turn and charge towards the Spirit Void Temple. She could not win this fight. Long Tian shouted, "You can't escape." Ascension Mavis borrowed the power of an emissary, and even Long Tian could not catch up. Long Shi arrived behind Long Tian. The Mavis family? Long Tian snorted. When the first continent collapsed, only the Mavis family survived. They are very good at protecting themselves. I've never heard of the Mavis family in this part of the universe. Long Shi was puzzled. Long Tian sneered. Stowaways. The abandoned lands? Long Shi was shocked. Long Tian's voice was low. The Mavis family did not choose to come to the starry sky of trees, and they chose to stay in the abandoned lands. Only the abandoned lands have people from the Mavis family. Those stowaways are here again. This woman is not called Ascension, but Ascension Mavis. If Ascension Mavis is here, then there must be others. Let's see which rats have stowaways. At this point, Long Tian suddenly recalled something. He turned to look at Long Shi and asked, "Is this woman the one who helped Long Shi find out where the three Guan brothers hid the evidence of Redback?" Long Shi had also thought of this and nodded. "What's her relationship with Long Seven?" Long Tian's tone was a little cold. Long Shi looked at him. "You can't be thinking that the members of the White Dragon tribe are stowaways, right?" Long Tian looked back at the Spirit Void Temple. "Even if they aren't, they're still connected. Find that woman immediately and silence her. Otherwise, if Long Seven is implicated, no one will be able to explain themselves." "Don't worry, Long Seven doesn't know this woman. Back then, she exposed the three Guan brothers because she didn't like them and told Long Seven where they were. She didn't contact Long Seven." Long Tian heaved a sigh of relief. "That's good. The White Dragon tribe won't give the frigid immortal sect any excuses." Long Shi's eyes flashed. Long Tian didn't suspect Long Seven because he truly believed that Long Seven was a member of the White Dragon tribe. However, only she knew that this was a lie. That person wasn't the real Long Seven. She had forgotten to ask for his name all this time. What was his relationship with Ascension Mavis? The more she thought about it, the more she felt that something was amiss. How could a member of the White Dragon tribe's branch have the guts to disobey the orders of the main branch? What secrets did this Long Seven have? Long Shi's feelings were complicated. She didn't want to think about it anymore, but this only proved that her suspicions were correct. "Let's go and catch up to that Mavis girl," Long Tian urged from the front. Long Shi hurriedly caught up and took a deep breath. Regardless of whether Long Seven had a problem or not, this matter couldn't be told to anyone else. If there really was a problem with Long Seven, she would personally take care of it. The door to the Spirit Void Temple was ajar, and the 100-meter-tall door was constructed from an unknown material. Even after so many years, it hadn't been completely damaged, just like this building. A progenitor could destroy the sun, moon, and stars with a single glance, and even destroy a myriad of realms. A building that could support a progenitor was naturally extraordinary. Ascension Mavis rushed into the Spirit Void Temple, but all she saw was a thick layer of dust. As soon as she entered, a gale swept up the dust and scattered it all over the Spirit Void Temple, as if a boulder had been thrown into a calm lake. With just a glance, he headed in a certain direction. At the same time, he attacked in all directions to hide his whereabouts. When Long Tian and Long Shi entered the Spirit Void Temple, all they saw was dust, and they couldn't find any trace of Yuhua Mavis. Just as they were about to search in a certain direction, a tremor came from the depths of the Spirit Void Temple, and cracks spread across the ground. Long Tian's eyes lit up, and he rushed towards the source of the tremors. Suddenly, a pair of scarlet eyes appeared and stared at him. Long Tian was startled and quickly shifted his body, only to see a withered corpse king charging towards him. It raised its hands and grabbed at him. Long Tian snorted, "I didn't think that there would still be a monster here after so many years." He stabbed his spear through the corpse king's body, shattering it completely. At the same time, the tremors in the depths of the Spirit Void Temple stopped. Long Tian guessed that Yuhua Mavis had also encountered the corpse king. "Let's go." Suddenly, the Spirit Void Temple trembled, but it wasn't the result of a battle. Instead, it was as if the entire temple had come to life. Rays of light rose from the ground and floated outside the spirit void temple, eventually forming an umbrella that slowly rotated. Outside the spirit void temple, Xiaotai and the others were attracted by the huge umbrella from afar. When Yicheng's eyes burned with passion, that should be the spirit void umbrella that the withered ancestor once made. It's rumored that any spirit void umbrella has the power of the withered ancestor and can bring the dead back to life. Its defense is enough to resist a half-ancestor powerhouse, and it was once the weapon of the spirit void army's upper echelons. Bring the dead back to life? That powerful? Luyin was shocked. When Yicheng replied, the withered ancestor grasped the secrets of aging and eternal life. This might be an exaggeration, but he definitely grasped the highest mysteries of life. These mysteries transcend medicine and are almost at the level of a secret technique. Let's go. Xiaotai excitedly put away the aquatic plant and rushed towards the spirit void temple, ignoring the withered creatures around them. Luyin and the rest rushed out at the same time. The sudden appearance of the spirit void umbrella meant that someone had entered. A group of people also appeared in another direction, and it was Bai Xiaohong's group. They hadn't been caught up in the battlefield's trap and were steadily moving towards the spirit void temple, but they were still a step too late. The trap had sent Long Tian's group out of the spirit void temple, and now the spirit void umbrella had been activated. Bai Xiaohong's group, and the group's group. In the end, the two sides met 100 miles away from the spirit void temple. Xiaotai and the others had not expected to bump into Bai Xiaohong and the others. When Bai Xiaohong saw Xiaotai and the others, he immediately sent out a palm strike. That palm strike traversed the void and landed directly in front of when first one. No one had expected Bai Xiaohong to suddenly attack. Not to mention talking, they didn't even have time to react. When first rank one was struck by a palm, and he was sent flying while vomiting blood. The moment he landed, he pressed his palm into the ground, and a golden light flashed. Lu Yin's gaze turned cold as he glared at Bai Xiaohong. Attack! Capture Xiaotai alive! Kill the other three, said Bai Xiaohong. He didn't care about the Yixian Academy behind Wen No. 1, or the ghost abyss behind Prince Guiqian. To the frigid immortal sect, there was virtually nothing in this starry sky that they feared. Wen Yi felt a sharp pain in his chest. The palm imprint was deeply imprinted in his body. This palm was not a pure palm power, but a power that could take away his vitality. It drained his qi and made his body tremble uncontrollably. However, Wen Xingyi was not a weakling. Even though he was heavily injured, he still used his magic the moment he landed. Just as Bai Xiaohong was about to attack, Wen Xingyi trapped him with 7 layers of literary prison. Bai Xiaohong hadn't expected when first rank to react so quickly, and he was momentarily trapped. You're courting death. Behind Bai Xiaohong, the twins attacked. Luyin immediately took out a circle and stepped inside. Xiaotai waved her water plant power vessel in an attempt to bind Bai Xiaohong and the others. However, even though she had a power vessel, Bai Xiaohong and the others had one as well. The only woman in their group spat out white smoke that bound the water plant power vessel. Yuntingting? Xiaotai was shocked. The woman called Yuntingting looked at Xiaotai. We won't hurt you. Stop. The twins, Dong Shan and Dong He, attacked Prince Guiqian together, but the prince's bones transformed as he resisted the two. Shangqing attacked Luyin. The two knew each other and had a tacit understanding. Shangqing's attacks were very vicious, but they were all blocked by the circle. From the moment they encountered Bai Xiaohong's group, Xiaotai and the others were forced into a passive position. When first rank saw the killing intent in Bai Xiaohong's eyes, but he endured his injuries and used literary prison once more. Bai Xiaohong had already broken through 3 layers. Yuntingting's control over the white smoke was very mysterious, and when Luyin saw it, he immediately thought of the smokescreen mountains. Surrender, and you might still be able to live, Shangqing threatened Luyin mercilessly. Bai Xiaohong looked in the direction of Shangqing and Luyin, or more accurately, at Luyin. His gaze turned cold. This person must be killed. Luyin frowned. Bai Xiaohong had only glanced at him, and 5 of his literary prison had been broken through. This meant that this person's desire to kill Luyin far exceeded that of the others. Perhaps Shangqing had attacked just to kill Luyin, but why hadn't he attacked Luyin at the start? While he was thinking, Xiaotai used a strange attack to lock the woman called Yuntingting up. He really locked her up. Yuntingting's arms were locked in place. The Xiao family's secret technique, lock. Yuntingting was shocked. There was such a secret technique? Luyin found it strange. There was a thump as Gui Qian was forced back by the combined attack of the twins. However, he was not injured, and he used a power vessel to protect himself. Without hesitation, he charged towards the Spirit Void Temple. When first rank coughed up blood as his literary prison continued to stack on Bai Xiaohong's body. However, the moment Gui Qian escaped, the prison collapsed. Bai Xiaohong ignored when first rank and looked at Gui Qian instead. People from the Gui abyss deserve to die. He then raised a hand and tapped out with a finger. In that instant, the void froze. This scene would have been normal in the Fifth Mainland, as any enlighter or hunter could freeze the void. However, in the astral tree domain, only envoys could do it. Now, Bai Xiaohong had done it with a single finger. Lu Yin's heart trembled when he saw Bai Xiaohong's finger. It was this finger, the dream finger. Although the finger he had felt in his dream did not have the frigid air of freezing the void, the feeling was exactly the same. It was also the same as the finger of Elder Qingxing from the frigid immortal sect that Bai Shan had seen. This finger really did come from the frigid immortal sect. Bai Xiaohong's finger descended and pierced through the void to crush Gui Qian. Gui Qian turned around, and his eyes suddenly turned golden. You underestimate me too much, Bai Xiaohong. Do you really think that I'm not your match? His death aura then condensed into a finger that met Bai Xiaohong's. The two fingers, one black and one white, collided, and the other froze. The other melted, separating heaven and earth. Everyone felt a bone-chilling cold, as well as a horrifying chill. Bai Xiaohong's gaze turned cold. How arrogant. His finger expanded and froze the death aura before pressing down on Gui Qian. Gui Qian gritted his teeth. He had just broken through to the lower finger, while Bai Xiaohong had broken through to the middle finger. There was a gap of one level between them, or else the death aura would not have been defeated by the frigid immortal sect's immortal guides the way. Evil secret art, omnidirectional borrowing. As soon as he finished speaking, the lock that had trapped Yuntingting appeared in Gui Qian's hand and locked onto Bai Xiaohong. Bai Xiaohong's eyes went wide the moment he was bound. Cloud fall. In the sky, the finger turned into a cloud that suddenly descended and covered the ground. It was as if the sky was being reversed, sweeping past everyone's bodies. Lu Yin felt his entire body turn cold, and then a chill rose from the soles of his feet. He looked down, and his expression changed as he realized that he was gradually being frozen. Even though he was in the circle, he was still frozen. This was a secret technique. Gui Qian was also frozen. He had locked onto Bai Xiaohong, but he was also trapped by Bai Xiaohong's secret technique. Xiaotai and Wen Shishir were the same. Only Yuntingting and a few others were unaffected. Shangqing looked at Bai Xiaohong in fear. What a terrifying secret technique. This kind of group attack was the most troublesome. Combined with the power of that finger, there was no way to deal with it. The only way was to break free, but it was not that easy to do so. As expected of the young ancestor of this region, Shangqing was definitely not a match for him in terms of strength. He could only fight if he used the ancestral chi of the three sons. Kill them! Bai Xiaohong shouted. The twins immediately attacked Gui Qian. Gui Qian was about to use a power vessel, but the ground suddenly changed and split into orderly plates. This was farmland, followed by a strong binding force. When they saw the land turn into farmland, everyone knew that Nong Sanyang had arrived. Only a farmer would have such a strange battle technique. How can I miss out on such a lively scene? Nong Sanyang quickly arrived and scanned the area before finally stopping on Bai Xiaohong. Young ancestor Bai, the Gui Qian that you want to kill is helping Wang Su. She's about to arrive, so how about you give me some face? Bai Xiaohong's gaze turned cold. Attack. As soon as he spoke, one of the twins struck out with his left palm while the other struck out with his right. Their combined star energy transformed into a flag that descended from the sky and pressed down on Gui Qian. This was their combined battle technique, the mountains and rivers flag, and it was enough to suppress an absolute expert. Gui Qian's expression changed, and his bones extended from his body to forcefully shatter the ice. A bone that flickered with gray light shot into the sky and crashed into the flag. At the same time, Bai Xiaohong unlocked his sealing technique and raised a hand to strike at Gui Qian. Nong Sanyang frowned, and her star energy transformed into a hoe. She raised it high in an ungraceful manner and smashed it down at Bai Xiaohong. Farmer's battle technique, farming. With a loud shout, thousands of figures seemed to cross through space and time and converge on the hoe. The hoe seemed to represent the blood and sweat of countless people as it clashed with Bai Xiaohong's palm. There was a loud boom, and a terrifying force transformed into a visible storm that swept out in all directions. Bai Xiaohong and Nong Sanyang both retreated at the same time. At that moment, the distant spirit void temple trembled once more, and a powerful suction force pulled Bai Xiaohong and the others into the temple. No one was able to escape, not even Luin. However, everything returned to normal in an instant, as if there had been no battle at all. A gust of wind blew past, covering even the traces on the ground. In a corner of the spirit void temple, a figure flew in from the outside and smashed into a pillar, leaving a human-shaped crack in it. The figure was clad in battle armor, and the moment he smashed into the pillar, he got up and left to observe his surroundings. The figure was naturally Luin. He had been watching Bai Xiaohong and Nong Sanyang fight, but he had not expected to be caught up in it. He immediately donned his universal armor as his survival instincts were abnormally strong. This was the Spirit Void Temple. The fight must have caused too much of a commotion and provoked the Spirit Void Temple, which was why they had been sucked in. A low roar came from around the corner, and Lu Yin's gaze shook. He turned around and met a pair of scarlet vertical eyes. The Spirit Void Temple was enveloped by a giant Spirit Void umbrella, and there were many small red dots on the umbrella that slowly rotated. When everyone was sucked into the Spirit Void Temple, one of the red dots disappeared. Bai Xiaohong stood in a corner of the Spirit Void Temple, leaving deep footprints on the ground. In front of him, a corpse king with scarlet vertical eyes appeared. He raised his hand and mercilessly struck out, shattering the corpse king's head. The moment the corpse king died, one of the red dots on the Spirit Void umbrella disappeared. Bai Xiaohong could feel the aura of the Spirit Void umbrella, as if he could control it. He suddenly thought of something, and his body was suddenly pulled away. He disappeared and landed in another place. He did not know where he was, but he knew that another corpse king had appeared in front of him. Its strength was about the same as the previous one, but it was only an explorer. He had easily killed it, and his perception of the Spirit Void umbrella increased. He understood that the Spirit Void umbrella had sensed the aura of his battle with Nong Sanyang and dragged them all into the Spirit Void palace to clean up the remaining king corpses. The reward was the Spirit Void umbrella itself. Whoever killed the most king corpses would be the one to control the Spirit Void umbrella. When he thought of this, Bai Xiaohong's eyes lit up with a faint sense of confidence and pride. This umbrella would definitely be his. The Spirit Void Temple was huge. After all, the desolate ancestor and the Spirit Void army had resided here. There were many corpse kings that had survived since ancient times, and it was difficult for them to meet each other. Long Tian retracted his hand and raised his head. Although he could not see the Spirit Void umbrella, his feeling towards the Spirit Void umbrella was getting more and more obvious. At the same time, he could feel other chi appearing, wanting to fight with him for the Spirit Void umbrella, and there was more than one. Unfortunately, the number of corpse kings he had killed had already surpassed these people. As the corpse king fell to the ground, Long Tian's body disappeared. When he reappeared, he felt a terrifying aura. He subconsciously used his white dragon transformation and took out a rare treasure. He stabbed out with his spear, but the corpse king caught the spear. Long Tian's expression changed. The corpse king in front of him was infinitely close to the power of an emissary. Corpse kings had always had the upper hand when fighting against humans. They didn't know pain and didn't care about life and death. Their bodies were extremely powerful, and they could freely choose their own talents. Once they started to cultivate, their progress would increase by leaps and bounds. Because of this, in ancient times, humans had lost more than they won, and had no choice but to use the tactic of mutual destruction. Even though Long Tian was the young ancestor and could deal with any warrior below the level of an emissary, it was still difficult to deal with a corpse king that was infinitely close to the level of an emissary. On the other side, Luin had also guessed what was going on. When he had killed the first Corpse King, he had sensed the Spirit Void Umbrella's aura. It wanted to borrow their strength to clear out the Spirit Void Temple. The ancient powerhouses were worthy of respect. Even after their deaths, their remaining strength still wanted to deal with these monsters. Luin clenched his fist. It was time for him to use his hollow palm and pierce through a Corpse King's body. It was time to use his full strength. He wanted to obtain the Spirit Void Umbrella that could bring people back from the dead. The hollow palm's advantage lay in its speed and power. Luin killed another Corpse King and then reappeared at another location. When he saw another Corpse King, he used his hollow palm. When he used his full strength, his power far surpassed what he had used during the Sovereign Tournament. He was now an 18-cycle hunter, and with the boost from his breakthrough, even Wani wouldn't have been able to withstand such power during the Sovereign Tournament. He fully activated his domain and unleashed his hollow palm. Lu Yan's speed in killing Corpse Kings actually surpassed that of Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian. This was also related to the fact that the Corpse Kings he encountered weren't that strong. Finally, after killing nearly 100 Corpse Kings, he encountered a Corpse King that was close to the level of an emissary. There was a thump, and his full-strength hollow palm only managed to push the Corpse King back 100 meters. It wasn't enough to cause any fatal damage to its body. The Corpse King raised its scarlet eye and charged madly at Luin. Countless years had passed. Even if the Corpse King had once possessed intelligence, it had now gone mad. This made it easier to deal with. A body without intelligence could only take a beating. However, this body was far too sturdy, and even after a series of hollow palm strikes, he was only able to leave a mark on the corpse's body. He still wasn't able to penetrate it, and it would take him some time to completely deal with this Corpse King. What he lacked the most right now was time. Luin frowned as he felt the auras on the Spirit Void Umbrella grow stronger. He thought about it for a moment, and since his die had appeared, it was time to upgrade his external items. He tapped out, and the die spun. 4 pips, time stop space. The scene in front of him changed, and he appeared in a grayish-white space. As long as he appeared in the ashen-white space, he would definitely be able to roll 3 pips. This was the best result. Luin rolled it 5 times, and on his 6th try, he finally rolled 3 pips. He looked at the 2 layers of light in front of him and tossed in the sphere that he had stolen from Madame Lan. When they had attacked the Blaze Realm, Madame Lan had wanted to use the sphere to deal with them, but Luin had used the Yu's secret art to steal it. This sphere contained powerful flames, and its rune lines had a power level of 500,000. Now, Luin wanted to upgrade it and use the flames to increase the speed at which he killed the Corpse King. After tossing in the sphere, Luin began to crazily use star essence. Although the flames within the sphere could injure his enemies, if he didn't use them well, he could also injure himself. Luin wouldn't upgrade it too much, and he only upgraded it 3 times. The 3rd upgrade cost him nearly 8 million star essence. As he held the sphere, Luin could feel the surging heat of the flames, which far surpassed the dark lava that Long Tian had given him back on Junior Progenitor Planet. Luin couldn't endure such heat right now, and he would need to become an enlighter at the very least to be able to endure it. He glanced at the time and saw that there wasn't much time left. Luin calmed down and silently recited the Stonewall scriptures. The scene in front of him changed, and Luin returned to the real world. No matter how much time had passed in the grayish-white space, only 1 second had passed in the real world. However, that 1 second was more than enough for a powerhouse, and the Corpse King was already in front of him. Before Luin could react, it viciously swiped at him with its claws and sent him flying. Fortunately, Luin was wearing his universal armor, so he was fine. Otherwise, this attack would have severely injured him. The Corpse King charged at him again, and Luin raised the sphere and released it at the Corpse King. He only released a small amount of flames, but the moment they touched the Corpse King, it was burned to ashes. Luin felt that the sphere was burning his hand, as it could probably threaten a powerhouse with a power level of 600,000. That Corpse King was only close to an emissary's strength, and no matter how strong its physical body was, it wouldn't be able to withstand the attack without using any cultivation techniques. If this Corpse King had undergone a Corpse King transformation, then the outcome would have been different, as these flames might not have been able to burn it to death. Lu Yin's body vanished, and when he reappeared, he was in front of another Corpse King. The further he went, the stronger the Corpse King became. This Corpse King was similar to the previous one in that it was close to an emissary's strength. Without hesitation, he used the sphere's flames to burn it. 1, 2, 3. Lu Yin didn't even know how many Corpse Kings there were in the Spirit Void Temple. He only knew that the flames in his sphere were running out, and his control of the Spirit Void umbrella was becoming stronger and stronger, surpassing everyone else's. Bai Xiaohong could feel that someone was killing the Corpse Kings faster than him. He had already used a power vessel, but the Corpse Kings became stronger as time passed. Even if he used a power vessel, it would take him at least half an hour to kill one Corpse King. But now, someone was even faster than him. Could it be that they hadn't encountered a Corpse King with such strength? That shouldn't be the case. The Spirit Void umbrella wasn't human, and it didn't have any intelligence or bias. The strength of a Corpse King was definitely related to the number of kills and the speed at which it was killed. The faster it was killed, the greater the number of kills, and the stronger the Corpse King would be. If that was the case, then this person had to have an even stronger power vessel to be faster than Lu Yin. Bai Xiaohong's eyes flashed. Not everyone could use a power vessel, and the stronger the treasure, the greater the burden on the user. Otherwise, with the frigid immortal sex foundation, he would have been able to use a half-ancestor level power vessel without any hesitation. Who was it? Long Tian? Wang Su? Or Xia Shenfei? Long Tian was also guessing. He had entered earlier than the others, but someone had actually killed more Corpse Kings than him. How could this person be so fast? Could it be that all of the Corpse Kings were explorers? That shouldn't be the case. If that was the case, then he could only try his best. He took a deep breath and took out another power vessel. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian both started using their most powerful power vessels. For a moment, the Spirit Void Temple trembled incessantly, and the red dot on the Spirit Void umbrella disappeared faster and faster. The umbrella's control was switched between the three of them, and the umbrella spun continuously. 2 days later, after the last Corpse King had been killed, the sphere in Lu Yin's hand finally shattered. The flames within had been exhausted. In that instant, Lu Yin's vision changed, and he suddenly saw the entire Spirit Void Temple. He saw a place where the Tribulation Crystal Pillar was stored, as well as 2 boxes. His eyes burned with passion. Was that the desolate progenitor's inheritance? Lu Yin's vision returned in an instant, and he immediately rushed out. He knew where the inheritance was. Lu Yin wasn't the only one who had seen this scene, Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian had also seen it. All 3 of them had made the same decision to snatch the inheritance. This was a competition of speed, but no matter how fast Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian were, they couldn't compare to Lu Yin. The inheritance was placed closest to him. In less than 15 minutes, Lu Yin found the unassuming secret room and saw Wen Yi along the way. He rushed over as fast as he could, giving Wen Yi a fright as he thought that another Corpse King had appeared. Lu Yin entered the secret room and immediately put away the Tribulation Crystal Pillar. There were 2 boxes on each side, and Lu Yin's figure flashed as he appeared in front of one of the boxes. He picked it up and placed it in his cosmic ring. At this moment, Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian arrived outside the secret room. They were only separated by a single wall, and under normal circumstances, Lu Yin wouldn't have been able to leave. Lu Yin glanced at the other box and realized that he had a second to take it away, but he decided against it. He stepped forward with his right foot, and a chessboard appeared beneath his feet and extended outwards. Secret plan, scattered stars. Everything on the chessboard was a chess piece: Lu Yin, Bai Xiaohong, Long Tian, the walls, the stones on the ground, and even the air. This was a secret technique. Plan, move. Lu Yin moved himself far away to avoid Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian's line of sight. The next moment, the 2 charged into the secret room and immediately spotted the last box. Bai Xiaohong's eyes narrowed, and he pressed down with one hand. Cloud fall, another secret technique that covered a radius of 50 kilometers. Clouds descended, and Lu Yin looked up, surprised by Bai Xiaohong's reaction speed. He rushed out at top speed, but he still couldn't break out of Cloud fall's range. The clouds descended and swept past Lu Yin's body, sealing him in ice. Bai Xiaohong waved his hand, and a surge of star energy swept out of the secret room, shattering the walls and pillars. The energy swept towards Luyin. Once the walls in the middle were completely destroyed, both Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian would be able to see Lu Yin's true appearance. Luyin would not allow that to happen. The freezing power was too strong, and he couldn't break free for a moment. Helpless, he pulled out an item from his cosmic ring and threw it behind him. It was the long-awaited super flash urge. Tear bombs. These urges. He had used the materials that Brother Hui from the technocracy had given him to create these tear bombs. He had upgraded them 31 times, and they were enough to blind an enlighter with a power level of 300,000. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian's strength far exceeded that of an enlighter with a power level of 300,000, but it was still enough to blind them for an instant. All Luyin needed was that instant. Super flash urge. The tear bomb exploded, and a glaring light illuminated a corner of the Spirit Void Temple. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian had never imagined that someone would use such a move, especially Bai Xiaohong. He had guessed that someone had taken the box before them, but that person definitely hadn't gone far. Cloudfall had also allowed him to sense that someone was trapped, so he had stared in Lu Yin's direction, not for the person, but for the urge. At that moment, Bai Xiaohong was nearly blinded by the tear bomb. Lu Yin shattered Cloudfall's ice seal with a single palm and used the planned secret art once more to reappear far away. By the time Bai Xiaohong could clearly see his surroundings, Lu Yin was already far away. He couldn't believe his eyes, and he was enraged. Who would use such underhanded methods? Who? After saying that, he turned around and saw that the remaining box was in Long Tian's hands. If it weren't for the box, the two of them would have definitely chased after him. However, there was still the box, which caused sparks to fly between the two of them. It was rumored that Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian had a close relationship, but only they knew that it was just an exchange of benefits. Bai Xiaohong was born in the Frigid Immortal sect, the leader of the four sides of balance. Because of this position, it was easy for him to be suppressed by the other three sides. Long Tian's personality was cold and his methods were ruthless. Xiao Shenfei and Wang Su didn't like him either, so they could only create a false impression that they were close to each other to make the other two feel apprehensive. At this moment, they were the only ones here. Brother Long, can you guess who that person was? Bai Xiaohong asked. He had already calmed down from his rage. Long Tian did not put the box into his cosmic ring. Once he did, Bai Xiaohong would not give up, and they would fight to the death. There was a crucial point in the competition, whether or not the item inside the box was worth it. At the end of the day, Long Tian was still worried about Bai Xiaohong, or rather, the White Dragon tribe was worried about the Cold Immortal sect. If Bai Xiaohong had obtained the box, he would not have hesitated. Brother Bai, you didn't see clearly? Long Tian asked. Bai Xiaohong's tone turned cold. That person's methods were too despicable, but his strength was not bad. Not only was he able to quickly break through Cloudfall's secret technique, but he was also able to disappear from right under our noses. It's a pity that we didn't see clearly, or we might have been able to recognize him. Those who are qualified to enter the ruler realm are all experts, so it's not strange for them to have such methods. However, I have to remind you of something, Brother Bai. Long Tian's tone was low as his expression turned serious. There are stowaways among us. Bai Xiaohong's eyes went wide. Are you sure? Of course. I met someone from the Mavis family, Long Tian said. Bai Xiaohong sneered. I guessed that there would be stowaways. Mavis family? They've been stowaways before, and now they're here again. I remember that there's someone in your group whose background is unknown. Are you sure you've investigated him? Long Tian asked. Bai Xiaohong replied, that person came from the nest, so you don't have to worry about him. I'm just curious about what's inside the box. Can Brother Long take it out and take a look? Long Tian gripped his spear tightly. According to the rules of the ruler realm, it belongs to whoever obtains it. That depends on who gets it. Bai Xiaohong raised his head and disappeared in a flash. Long Tian used the White Dragon roaming steps at the same time, and the two of them began a battle that no one else could see clearly in the small room. A moment later, the void cracked open and extended outwards. In the distance, Luin turned back and sighed in relief. They hadn't chased after him. As expected, not taking the box had been the right choice. Otherwise, he might not have been able to escape unscathed if the two junior ancestors had chased after him. This time, he had gained quite a bit. The tribulation crystal pillar was about the same size as the one Long Ding had used to break through, so it should be able to help others break through as well. As he thought about this, Luin took out the box and opened it to find a jade-like object inside. He reached out and picked it up, and in an instant, information flooded his mind. Lu Yin's body froze, and he almost fell over. Thankfully, he managed to react in time and put his right foot forward to stabilize himself. The jade-like object in his hand cracked open and shattered into pieces. Luin stood in place, his eyes flashing. He closed his eyes and tried to recall what had happened before opening them again. He hadn't expected the desolate ancestors' inherited battle technique to be hidden here. It was called Things Move in the Opposite Direction, but it was more accurate to call it a battle technique or a way to circulate one's body. As the saying went, things move in the opposite direction when they reached the extreme. After reaching the peak, one would only weaken, and when one weakened to the extreme, one would only become stronger. Once this technique was cultivated, one's body would completely wither away, just like those withered creatures. It would only recover when attacked, and one could also wither away again. The goal of this cycle was to accumulate power. This was the desolate ancestors' inherited battle technique. Once cultivated to great success, not only could one wither away, but they could also wither away other people's bodies, forming the great army of spirit voids that Winnie had mentioned in ancient times. Luin didn't know how powerful this technique was in the hands of the desolate ancestor, but he knew that he couldn't cultivate it. If he withered away, it would be over, and he wouldn't be able to do anything. This technique was suitable for freaks who were obsessed with cultivation, fanatics who were always in seclusion. The first person he thought of was Saruzin. That old man's right hand had been raised high for 20 years, and it had long since withered away. His entire body was bronze in color, and he was all skin and bones. This kind of person was most suitable for cultivation. Things move in the opposite direction, but unfortunately, he didn't even know where it was. Luin felt a little helpless. If only he had taken the other box back then. Luin thought that he had done the whole thing secretly, but he didn't know that everything had been seen by one person, Prince Guiqian. Although Guiqian didn't kill as many corpse kings as Lu Yin's group, he was still able to see the Spirit Void Temple with the help of the Spirit Void umbrella. When he saw it, it was when Luin took the Tribulation Crystal Pillar and the box. He didn't see anything after that, but it was enough for him to know that Luin had taken the items. Hence, Guiqian was looking for Luin at this moment. The corpse kings in the Spirit Void Temple were all eliminated, and the Spirit Void umbrella seemed to have completed its mission. It slowly shrank and finally fell down, breaking the roof of the Spirit Void Temple and falling to the ground. Not far away, Bai Xiaohong's twin brothers were surprised to see the umbrella fall. They looked at each other and immediately wanted to take the umbrella. They had come here partly for this treasure. Just as Dong Shan was about to take the umbrella, a current wrapped around it and dragged it away. The twins looked into the distance and saw Xianxia holding the Spirit Void umbrella with a calm expression. "Xianxia, give it back to us!" Dong Shan shouted. Behind him, Dong He quickly rushed out. They didn't like Xianxia, and if not for his appearance, the one who followed the junior ancestor to the sovereign realm would have been another disciple of the frozen immortal sect. Dong He didn't even think about being polite to Xianxia. Wind God Slash, a berserk current swept out and slashed at Xianxia. This was a battle technique that originated from the frozen immortal sect, and it had once been used by Mo Gaoha against Wang Dashui. It was one of the frozen immortal sect's top battle techniques. Having faced the four ultimates before, Xianxia wasn't surprised at all by the Wind God's battle technique. In his eyes, these two brothers' strength couldn't even compare to Wang Yi's from the sovereign realm. Wind God's slash was swift and fierce, and it slashed towards Xianxia with earth-shattering force. Xianxia easily dodged it, and Dong He appeared behind Xianxia with Wind God's speed and struck out with a palm. He and Dong Shan had both broken through to the lower realm, and their strength couldn't be compared to ordinary enlighters. They were at least a realm higher, and they believed that they could defeat Xianxia. However, this palm was completely useless against Xianxia. Xianxia allowed Dong He's palm to land on his chest. He raised his gaze and a stream of air surged out, colliding heavily with Dong He's right shoulder, shattering half of his shoulder. Dong Shan leapt out with a shocked expression. Xianxia raised a hand, and the current swept out. Dong Shan waved his hand and used the secret art, void transfer, to forcefully change the direction of the current. Xianxia was astonished. The secret art? If he hadn't remembered incorrectly, then this was Lu Yin's secret technique. The frigid immortal sect even had the secret art. Another wind god slash came from Dong Shan, and at the same time, Dong He used immortal guides the way. The two of them worked together to deal with Xianxia. Xianxia's gaze was as calm as still water. During the sovereign realm, Lu Yin, Wang Yi, and the others had all teamed up to deal with him, and he was the least afraid of enemies teaming up. However, he couldn't use the full power of the three Yang ancestral qi right now, which was a little troublesome. Suddenly, Xianxia thought of something, and he took out his spirit void umbrella. He whipped it out like a staff and scattered the wind god slash and immortal guides the way. The aftershock swept out and forced Dong Shan and Dong He back 1,000 meters, causing them to cough up blood. The two were furious, and they used their spirit void umbrellas. Xianxia was pleasantly surprised, as he didn't know how to use the spirit void umbrella's power. However, the umbrella itself had some residual power that could help him easily defeat the twins. Thank you. Lu Qi's first wife, by Xian'er. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you for your support. Xianxia, the spirit void umbrella is something that the young ancestor wants. How dare you take it for yourself? Dong Shan roared furiously. Xianxia looked up. Before coming to the sovereign realm, young ancestor Bai said that it belongs to whoever obtains it. Why is he trying to steal something that belongs to me? Impudent. The young ancestor isn't someone you can slander. I think you don't want to stay in this universe anymore. Dong He shouted. Xianxia didn't say anything, as he had never thought of staying in this universe. Xianxia, hand over the spirit void umbrella now, and we'll pretend that nothing happened. Dong Shan's tone softened. Xianxia put away the spirit void umbrella. Sorry, I can't do that. Dong Shan gritted his teeth. Do you really think you can defeat us with the help of the spirit void umbrella? The spirit void umbrella does indeed have the power to resist the power of a half-ancestor, but it's not something an ordinary person can use. Even the young ancestor can't immediately use that power, let alone you. At most, you can only use the remaining power of the spirit void umbrella to fight against us. How long can you use that power for? And it's not like we don't have any power vessels, Dong He threatened. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. Dong Shan was right, he could only use the spirit void umbrella as a staff. It was impossible for him to use its full power. The power of a half-ancestor was not something he could control. Even if he used a bit of it, it would take him a long time to figure it out. However, if he wanted to defeat these two brothers, would he really need the spirit void umbrella? Xianxia's eyes flashed with killing intent as he thought about it. A stream of energy wrapped around his feet, and he subconsciously wanted to float up and display his godlike side. At that moment, a figure rushed out from the other side and continuously punched the twins. The twins hadn't expected a sneak attack and hurriedly tried to block, but the opponent was too strong and sent them flying in different directions. Xianxia was shocked. Emergence Mavis? The attacker was Emergence Mavis. The moment the spirit void umbrella's power disappeared, she didn't dare stay and immediately tried to leave the spirit void temple. On the way, she happened to run into Xianxia and the twins fighting. Emergence Mavis glanced at Xianxia, especially the spirit void umbrella in his hand, and then sped away. By the time the twins wanted to counterattack, she was already gone. Who attacked us? Dong Shan was furious. At this time, the spirit void temple shook even more violently. The walls and stone pillars all began to collapse. The ceiling completely shattered, revealing the mother tree trunk that covered the starry sky outside. It was like countless horizontal continents. The three of them rushed out at the same time to avoid being buried by the ruins of the spirit void temple. It was the same for the others. Lu Yin used his fastest speed to distance himself from the battle between Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian. He also jumped up and rushed out of the spirit void temple. With a rumbling sound, the spirit void palace completely collapsed. In the corner, the battle between Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian tore through the void, opening a crack in the void above everyone's head. Many people were left speechless. "Stop!" Long Shi shouted. She raised her hand, and the white dragon heaven inspecting mirror trapped Bai Xiaohong. On the other side, Yun Tingting acted, and a mist appeared, trapping Long Tian. The twins immediately rushed to Bai Xiaohong's side, while Luyin also subconsciously rushed in Long Tian's direction. With the collapse of the Spirit Void Temple, everyone was exposed. Xia Taili, Prince Guiqian, Nong Sanyang, Wen Xingyi, and the two sides of the confrontation, a total of 11 people were standing on the ruins. Bai Xiaohong had shattered the white dragon heaven inspecting mirror, while Long Tian tore through the mist and stared at each other. "Brother Bai, the outcome of our battle won't be decided anytime soon," Long Tian said with a faint smile. "They seem to be quite harmonious." Bai Xiaohong's lips curled up, and his gaze landed on the box. "There is no first place in literature, and there is no second place in martial arts. Sooner or later, we brothers will decide the victor. As long as we don't hurt each other's feelings, it's fine." "Then, how about we call it a day?" Long Tian asked. The White Dragon clan's standpoint was different from the frigid immortal sects. Even if Long Tian wasn't liked because of his personality, he wouldn't be treated as an enemy. Maintaining a seemingly friendly relationship with Bai Xiaohong was just for the sake of the bigger picture. Bai Xiaohong clasped his hands behind his back. "This battle will happen sooner or later. It can happen today, and it can happen tomorrow. Let's see if the price is worth it." Long Tian's eyes narrowed, and he lifted the box before opening it. Everyone looked at the box. It was Ancestor Ku's inheritance, and no one could ignore it. The Ku secret word? A secret technique? Long Shi cried out. Long Tian was shocked. It was actually a secret technique. On the other side, Bai Xiaohong was disappointed. The frigid immortal sect had the Ku secret word, and Dong Shan had studied it. This item was worthless to the frigid immortal sect, but it was still very valuable to others. No one could ignore a secret technique like this. "Brother Bai, what do you say?" Long Tian asked. Dong Shan walked up from behind Bai Xiaohong and whispered, "Junior ancestor, if the White Dragon clan obtains the Ku secret word, they'll be even more difficult to deal with in the future. After all, it's a secret technique." Bai Xiaohong looked around. Everyone was quietly watching. Even Xia Taili, who had always been lively, was silent at this moment. If Xia Shenfei was here, she would have the right to speak. But at this moment, Xia Shenfei was sleeping somewhere. She was not qualified to discuss conditions with Bai Xiaohong and Xia Taili, even if she really wanted to obtain the withering secret symbol. Guiqian seemed to be staring at the Ku secret word in Long Tian's hand, but he was actually looking at Luyin out of the corner of his eye. Aside from him, no one else knew that this person had been the first to take the inheritance. He had seen Luyin take the Tribulation Crystal Pillar and a box, but he hadn't seen anything else. They had thought that this person had been captured by Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian. They did not expect him to have the ability to escape from them and safely take away Ancestor Ku's inheritance. Hidden among all the people present, this legendary son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline, a man who had unintentionally married Long Shi because he was forced by the Cold Immortal sect, was the most well-hidden of all. Even Guiqian wasn't confident that he could completely conceal himself under such circumstances. This person was definitely not simple. Bai Xiaohong's gaze finally landed on Luyin, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. He smiled at Long Shi, "Long time no see." Long Shi frowned, "My brother is asking you a question." Bai Xiaohong smiled, "What do you want me to do?" "I'll listen to you." As soon as he said this, the atmosphere became a little strange. Xia Taili's eyes lit up, and he subconsciously looked at Luyin with a gloating expression. "You're so thick-skinned, bastard. Now you're out of luck. Someone openly flirted with your wife." The others had more or less heard of the story between Bai Xiaohong and Long Shi, and now that he said this, everyone fell silent. Long Tian subconsciously glanced at Luyin. Long Shi's eyes widened, "Ancestor Bai, please conduct yourself with dignity." Bai Xiaohong smiled, "Why should I conduct myself with dignity when it comes to you? You'll be mine sooner or later." Everyone held their breaths, this sentence was even more explicit. Xia Tyli's eyes lit up, this was too exciting. He hadn't expected to see such a scene. Behind Bai Xiaohong, the girl called Yun Tingting looked at Lu Ying curiously. Any man wouldn't be able to tolerate this. Shang Qing glanced at Lu Ying strangely, this guy was really unlucky. Enough, Bai Xiaohong. Stop spouting nonsense. Longxi was furious and couldn't help but look at Bai Xiaohong. Even though they were husband and wife and hadn't done anything, she still thought of him immediately after hearing Bai Xiaohong's words. This person wasn't a block of wood, he was a person, and he was her husband. How could he tolerate such humiliation? Long Tian remained calm and didn't react. Everyone looked at Lu Ying one after another as if he was wearing a hat full of vegetation. Xia Tyli's eyes, in particular, were shining. Lu Ying was in a bad mood. Did he like Longxi? It hadn't been that long, but Longxi was still his wife. How could someone openly confess to her, or even flirt with her? No one would be able to tolerate this. What Bai Xiaohong did was no longer a matter of not caring about his reputation. Instead, Bai Xiaohong had trampled on his reputation repeatedly and completely ignored him. Thus, he moved and walked out. Longxi raised her eyebrows and glared at him, what are you doing? Go back. Lu Yin's eyes turned cold, what did you say? Longxi looked at Lu Yin's cold eyes and for some reason, her heart softened. She knew what this person was going through. No man would tolerate this, but he had to. Longxi urged him in a pleading tone, go back, he's trying to provoke you. Go back and treat it as helping me. Lu Ying clenched his fists. This was the first time she had spoken to him in such a tone. Bai Xiaohong had given her too much pressure and he didn't want to cause any conflict. Lu Ying held back his anger and almost raised his hand to give Bai Xiaohong a hollow palm. But seeing Longxi's pleading eyes, he held himself back. If he made a move here, he would expose his strength and the fact that he was a stowaway. He could just walk away, confident that even Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian wouldn't be able to stop him. But what about Longxi? This woman was cold on the outside but kind on the inside and had always treated him well. If he made a move, she would have to bear the consequences. If he didn't have the confidence to solve everything, he couldn't let her bear it. Bai Xiaohong sneered when he saw Lu Ying stop. Long Tian spoke up, all right, brother Bai, there's no need to say anything unnecessary. My sister is already married, and there's no fate between the two of you. Now, what do you plan to do with this item? Bai Xiaohong looked at Lu Ying with disdain before meeting Long Tian's eyes. Longxi has already spoken. Even if she didn't say it explicitly, I know what she meant. All right, this item will be my gift to the White Dragon tribe. Junior ancestor. Dongshan couldn't help but want to say something, but Bai Xiaohong stopped him. Long Tian was surprised, but he nodded. He was someone who valued benefits and didn't care about the process. Thank you, brother Bai. Bai Xiaohong smiled and looked at Longxi, are you satisfied? Longxi ignored Bai Xiaohong and walked to Lu Yin's side, have you forgotten why we got married? Lu Yin fell silent. Longxi whispered, I've already said that I don't want you to dazzle the heavens. I only want you to live a peaceful life. I will do my best to protect you during this trip to the ruler's realm. I only hope that you can endure it. Bai Xiaohong will think of ways to provoke you, so endure it and return to Dragon Mountain. Lu Ying looked at Longxi's tired face and sighed helplessly, I understand. Longxi relaxed, but she couldn't hide her disappointment. No woman would want her man to lower his head in front of others, but what else could she ask for? This was already the limit, and Longxi's performance was much better than she had expected. This was enough. She didn't ask for him to be comparable to the junior ancestor, but it was enough. Seeing that Lu Ying had held himself back, Xia Tyli lamented, it's a pity that they didn't fight. How could a man hold himself back? Her voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. Lu Ying looked up at her. She glared at him provocatively, pretending to be disdainful. Lu Ying rarely suffered such humiliation, and he looked at Bai Xiaohong. Coincidentally, Bai Xiaohong was also looking at him. The two looked at each other, unable to hide their killing intent. 11 people. Where's that woman? Long Tian's voice rang out as he looked around. Bai Xiaohong looked away from Lu Ying and shouted, there's a woman with great strength. Has anyone seen her before? Dong Shan and Dong He looked at each other. Junior ancestor, we were ambushed by a woman when we were confronting the Shangqing. She escaped before the Spirit Void Temple collapsed. She escaped really quickly. Everyone, remember that the stowaways have infiltrated, Long Tian said coldly. Everyone was shocked, and Lu Yin and Shangqing looked at each other. Yuhua Mavis had been exposed. Across from them, Bai Xiaohong frowned and looked at the twins. What confrontation? Dong Shan pointed at Shangqing and said sternly, this person stole the Spirit Void umbrella. Everyone looked at Shangqing. He had obtained the Spirit Void umbrella. The Spirit Void umbrella was a power vessel that the desolate ancestor had left behind in the Spirit Void Temple, and it was at least at the level of a half-ancestor. It was extremely precious, and they had come here partly to obtain it. It was said that the desolate ancestor had grasped the secrets of life and immortality, while the Spirit Void umbrella had the power to bring the dead back to life. Shangqing remained calm in the face of everyone's gazes, and he didn't seem nervous at all. Bai Xiaohong looked at him and his eyes flashed. According to the rules of the sovereign realm, it belongs to whoever obtains it. He then looked at Long Tian and the rest. The Spirit Void umbrella has been obtained by Shangqing, so no one can take it. Long Tian said indifferently, I want to find that rat right now. Bai Xiaohong looked at Xia Taili, where's Brother Shenfei? Not here yet? Or are you saying that you're here but are hiding? Xia Taili raised his brows, what do you mean, Bai Xiaohong? Bai Xiaohong said coldly, a rat slipped away from the Spirit Void Temple and took some things. Based on strength, only Brother Shenfei or Wang Su can do it. Are you looking down on us? Xia Taili ground his teeth, looking like he was ready to fight at any time. Lu Yin was speechless. What kind of brain circuit was this? That wasn't the main point. Other than that box, there are other inheritances inside? Nong Sanyang was surprised. Bai Xiaohong looked at her. Where's Wang Su? Nong Sanyang pointed in a direction. I saw her being flung in that direction. Looking in that direction, Bai Xiaohong, Long Tian, and Xia Taili's expressions changed at the same time, a trace of anxiety flashing in their eyes. That direction was the direction indicated by the map. The item of origin should be there. He mustn't allow Wang Su to obtain it first. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian looked at each other. Looks like we need to speed up. Long Tian nodded, then suddenly made a move. With a wave of his hand, 5 medallion-shaped objects surrounded Nong Sanyang and the White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror. No one expected Long Tian to suddenly make a move. On the other side, Bai Xiaohong wasn't slow either. He tapped out with a finger and used the frigid immortal sex battle technique, Immortal Guides the Way. The finger descended in front of Prince Gui Qian, who was covered in black gas. I knew you were up to no good. The bones on his back sprouted out and danced around like blades, shattering Bai Xiaohong's Immortal Guides the Way. Attack! Get rid of Prince Gui Qian and Nong Sanyang. Long Tian barked, spinning his spear and thrusting it towards Nong Sanyang. They wanted to eliminate these two. Nong Sanyang frowned. Let's go first. An enormous hoe appeared in her hand, and she swung it down viciously. This hoe was clearly a power vessel, and it was much stronger than the previous one. Not only did it shatter the White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror, but it also sent a shockwave towards Long Tian. Long Tian's spear was unable to advance, and he was forced back. Nong Sanyang wanted to escape, but it wasn't that easy. As soon as she retreated, Long Tian chased after her. Sanyang, our families are on good terms. Surrender and I won't hurt you. If Bai Xiaohong attacks, things will be different. Nong Sanyang snorted. All sides are the same. There's no friendship between us. She swung the hoe again, and with a shout, she smashed it down viciously. Even the void was torn apart. This hoe clearly had more power than an emissary. However, the power of the hoe was great, and so was the recoil. Not only did it not hit Long Tian, but Nong Sanyang herself was injured. Long Tian waved his hand again, and the White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror trapped Nong Sanyang. On the other side, Bai Xiaohong's attacks against Prince Gui Qian were even fiercer. He used Immortal Guides the Way repeatedly, shattering the prince's bones. Dong Shan and Dong He joined forces to use the mountains and rivers flag, smashing it towards Prince Xianxia. Xia Taili suddenly attacked, using his water plant to bind Dong Shan and Dong He and toss them to the side. At the same time, he used a secret technique to bind Bai Xiaohong again. Bai Xiaohong was indifferent as he looked at Xia Taili. You're courting death. Xia Taili sneered. Do you think I'm an idiot? After dealing with them, your next target will definitely be me. Just as she finished speaking, smoke rose from beneath her feet and wrapped around her like chains. She frowned. Yun Tingting, you're really troublesome. Yun Tingting smiled. You attacked Ancestor Bai, so I had no choice but to attack you. Sorry. Xia Taili sneered. Do you really think that I'm joking with you? She then covered her face with her right hand and gathered a stream of energy in her palm. Luyin was shocked, he had seen this pose before. During the Sovereign Tournament, Wu Taibai had used it during his battle with the Prime Clear. Divine Martial Qi. Xia Taili's entire aura changed, turning her into a war goddess. She waved her hand and tore through the smoke, aiming at Yun Tingting and blasting out a stream of energy. Yun Tingting's expression changed, and she tried to retreat, but she found that her surroundings had been solidified by the divine martial qi. She felt like she had fallen into a swamp, and there was no way for her to retreat. With a thump, her abdomen was pierced through, and she couldn't resist the destructive power of the divine martial qi. Xia Taili wasn't happy at all after defeating Yun Tingting. Instead, she grew even angrier. Another clone. Yun Tingting, you're too treacherous. At that moment, another stream of energy descended and smashed towards Xia Taili. Xia Taili was shocked, but she quickly waved her hand and sent out her divine martial qi to collide with the incoming stream. The stream was easily destroyed, but it quickly recovered. The Prime Clear had made a move. Xia Taili glared at the Prime Clear. Bai Xiaohong ignored the battle and used his secret technique, Shattering Lock. Crown Prince Xianxia had appeared out of nowhere and was staring at Bai Xiaohong with strange eyes. Bai Xiaohong's pupils shrank as the legend of the Ghost Abyss appeared in his mind. He watched the battle between Bai Xiaohong and Crown Prince Xianxia, and when Xianxia stared at Bai Xiaohong, Luyin knew that the Spectre Clan's eye technique had appeared. He had thought that even if Bai Xiaohong could suppress Xianxia, he wouldn't be able to escape from the eye technique so easily. He hadn't expected Xianxia to be the first to succumb and let out a howl. Bai Xiaohong's eyes, which had been filled with fear, suddenly regained their brightness and sharpness. Who gave you the courage to use an eye technique on me? He placed a hand on Xianxia's chest and sent him flying with a thump. Bai Xiaohong didn't stop there, either on purpose or because he had other ideas. He used the Frigid Immortal Sex ultimate battle technique, Sky Split. He raised his right index finger and pointed at the void. The void seemed to be fixed at a point. Then, his finger moved horizontally and pointed at a point half a meter away. After fixing it again, his right finger suddenly moved in the opposite direction and overlapped with the first point. Everyone felt their hair stand on end as the space around them became unstable. Lu Yin's expression changed, and a chill spread from his back. He watched as Bai Xiaohong's finger moved back and overlapped with the first point. A black line appeared between the 2 points and spread out in the blink of an eye, tearing apart space and Xianxia's body. This attack tore through the void. It was not just an ordinary spatial crack, but a horizontal cut in space. The cut was very neat and extended very far. Anyone who was hit by this attack would be annihilated, unless they were at the level of an emissary and could resist it for a while. Long Tian, Xia Taili, and the others all stopped, looking at this scene with shock and fear. This was the Frigid Immortal Sex ultimate battle technique, Sky Split. It really could split open the sky. Xianxia was cut in half, and his body fell to the ground, dyeing the ground red. Everyone was silent, and Luyin looked at Bai Xiaohong with fear. This attack was too powerful. Bai Xiaohong pulled back his hand and turned to Long Tian with a smile. Long Tian narrowed his eyes. This was a show of force, and he couldn't be underestimated. Nong Sanyang's shocked expression hadn't faded when Long Tian said, "Sanyang, I won't kill you for the sake of the friendship between our families. I'll just make sure you can't participate in the next fight." He opened his hand and bent it, as if he was grabbing something. Nong Sanyang's face paled, and she turned to leave. Long Tian's hand moved like a dragon's claw, twisting the void like a curtain as he grabbed at it. Lu Yin's mouth fell open in disbelief. Long Tian grabbed at space? Long Tian swung his hand and smashed the void in his palm towards Nong Sanyang. Nong Sanyang turned around and swung her hoe, but it failed to touch the void. The void was formless, it brushed past the hoe and slammed into Nong Sanyang's abdomen. Nong Sanyang spurted out a mouthful of blood and was sent flying. At this time, Long Tian waved his hand again, and Nong Sanyang's back was hit by the void, sending her flying back. She was like a punching bag being beaten mercilessly. Lu Yin was stunned. Long Tian could control the power of space? How could this be? The others were also shocked speechless, including Bai Xiaohong. He knew that Long Tian was hiding a powerful innate gift, but he hadn't expected it to be space. Could space be controlled like an innate gift? It shouldn't be. His sister had said that space and time were the most mysterious powers. How could Long Tian control the power of space? If it wasn't space, then what was it? He refused to believe that Long Tian had an innate gift of space. Nong Sanyang crashed to the ground and coughed up blood. She looked at Long Tian in shock. You, space? Long Tian looked down at Nong Sanyang. Don't resist. I know that the Nong family's secret technique is difficult to deal with, and you have an innate gift as well. However, that attack just now heavily injured you. Even if you manage to escape, you won't be able to participate in the next fight. Nong Sanyang wiped the blood from her mouth and stared at Long Tian. I just want to know if it was a spatial innate gift that defeated me. Not just her, but everyone else wanted to know as well. Long Tian's lips curled up. Yes. The crowd was shocked, it really was a spatial innate gift. Lu Yin frowned. A spatial innate gift? She was truly blessed by the heavens. Long Shi remained calm, but there was a trace of mockery in his eyes that no one noticed. Bai Xiaohong looked at Long Tian in a different light. No wonder you never revealed your innate gift during the origin will sacrifice. Long Tian looked at Bai Xiaohong. I'm sorry, Brother Bai, but this innate gift is very difficult to grasp. If you're not careful, you might die. Bai Xiaohong's eyes narrowed. Brother Bai, your innate gift doesn't seem to have been exposed either. Bai Xiaohong smiled. It's not worth mentioning. Is that so? Long Tian smiled as well. Not worth mentioning? Only an idiot would believe that. Nong Sanyang had no intention of resisting. Prince Gui Qian was dead, and the only person who didn't belong to either team was Xia Taili. Everyone looked at Xia Taili. Xia Taili was terrified, and even his divine martial qi was withdrawn. He looked like he had accepted his fate. This is too much. So many people are attacking me alone. Long Tian smiled. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. He then raised his hand, and the white dragon heaven inspecting mirror trapped Xia Taili. He then looked at Wen Xingyi. Wen Xingyi acted, using his 7-layered literary prison to surround the white dragon heaven inspecting mirror. Following that, smoke condensed in one direction and turned into Yuntingting. She raised her hand, and a cloud of smoke wrapped around the literary prison. The 3 sealing powers completely trapped Xia Taili. Xia Taili's aquatic plant could only defend, but it couldn't break through the sealing powers. Long Shi walked in front of Xia Taili and opened his hand. Give it to me. Xia Taili blinked and feigned ignorance. What? Long Shi replied, Cosmic ring. Xia Taili cried out, You want to steal my cosmic ring? Stop dreaming. You've gone too far. Since when did the White Dragon tribe become robbers? Long Shi, you've fallen. Where did you learn this from? Long Shi looked at her calmly. Cosmic ring. Xia Taili angrily rebuked, Long Shi, don't forget that you are a princess. How can you rob us? What does the White Dragon clan not have? I'm just a weak little girl. There's nothing good about me. Go away, go away. Long Shi looked at her calmly. I'll hand it over to Xia Shenfei. Give me your cosmic ring. Everyone looked at Xia Taili calmly. Only the heavens knew if she had some sort of offensive power vessel in her cosmic ring that could break through these defenses. Xia Taili really did have one. She had thought that these people had forgotten about it, but Longxi still remembered it. She gritted her teeth and glared at Longxi. Just you wait, I won't let this go. I'll remember this. She then glared at Luin. And you shameless bastard. How dare you take advantage of me? I'll tell my brother. Everyone stared blankly at Luin. Take advantage? Even Longxi was stunned. He subconsciously looked at Luin, the coldness in his eyes growing stronger. Luin was speechless. Please explain clearly. I just borrowed your power vessel to avoid being hunted down by those creatures. Brother Wen can testify. When he replied, that's right, don't misunderstand. Everyone looked away, feeling that it was a pity. It would have been more interesting if there had been some sort of scandal. Longxi looked at Xia Taili with even more displeasure. Hurry up and give me your cosmic ring. Xia Taili snorted. Just you wait. My brother won't let you off if you gang up on me. She then took off her cosmic ring and threw it on the ground, stomping on it twice. Longxi waved his hand and grabbed the ring. He didn't even look at Xia Taili as he turned to leave. Long Tian glanced at Xia Taili and Nong Sanyang before leading the way. Bai Xiaohong and the rest also headed in the same direction. It didn't take long for the two groups to walk away. Xia Taili kept cursing and muttering to herself. Not too far away, Nong Sanyang was also trapped by the White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror and Literary Prison. However, she was heavily injured and could only use healing pills. Don't be angry. From their perspective, what they did was right. We can only blame ourselves for being unlucky, Nong Sanyang said helplessly. It's better than dying. When she said this, Xia Taili subconsciously looked at Gui Qian's corpse. That guy was the unlucky one. Eh? Something wasn't right. Xia Taili noticed something and stared at the corpse. Sanyang, look. Isn't the blood flowing from that guy's corpse too red? Nong Sanyang turned around and her expression changed. Indeed, it was too red. Blood was red, but once it flowed out, it would gradually darken and not be as red. Come out, Gui Qian. You're not dead. Nong Sanyang shouted. Xia Taili's hair stood on end. Gui Qian really lived up to his name, not dying even after being cut in two. In the distance, the two halves of Gui Qian's body moved and gradually approached each other. Finally, under the horrified gazes of the two women, the halves fused together. Gui Qian's closed eyes opened, but there was no change in them. Ah! Xia Taili screamed as if he had seen a ghost. Nong Sanyang's face paled. You're really not dead. Gui Qian moved his arm. Playing dead isn't easy. Nonsense, Nong Sanyang snapped. She wanted to play dead too, but she didn't have the skills to do so. You. How did you play dead? Bai Xiaohong isn't stupid. Xia Taili felt as if he had seen a ghost. Gui Qian said indifferently, it's just a body that was cut in two. I can just reconnect it. Xia Taili and Nong Sanyang fell silent. Reconnect? That was easy to say. If it was that easy, then no one would die. Bai Xiaohong's attack hadn't just cut his body in two, it had also severed space. Even if they wanted to reconnect the two halves, it would be impossible. Gui Qian's resurrection wasn't any easier than that. It could only be said that they had underestimated Gui Qian's strength. Everyone had been afraid of Gui Qian all this time. The four cardinal scales had been suppressing Gui Qian, but they didn't understand why. Now, they understood that Gui Qian had unfathomable strength, and even Bai Xiaohong had been fooled. Alright, it's time to make a deal. Gui Qian looked at Xia Taili. I know you have a map of where they're going. Give it to me, and I'll promise you one thing. Xia Taili rolled her eyes. Only an idiot would give it to you. Don't you know how to follow them? Gui Qian said indifferently, you're dreaming if you think you can follow Junior Ancestor without being discovered. It's good that you know, Xia Taili said. Gui Qian looked at her seriously. I promise you that I'll help Xiaxinfei when we get there. That's my condition. Xia Taili was tempted. Bai Xiaohong's team was now complete, and although Long Tian's team was missing one person, there was no guarantee that that person would join them. Wang Su's team was missing two people, and Big Brother's team was Missing one person. If Gui Qian helped Big Brother, then Wang Su's team would be missing 3 people, and Big Brother's team would have an advantage. Nong Sanyang frowned. Gui Qian, Wang Su was the one who brought you here. If you betray them so easily, who will trust Gui Qian in the future? Gui Qian said indifferently, I forced Wang Su to bring me here. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to bring anyone else. What happens in the future has nothing to do with me. Nong Sanyang said, you can betray Wang Su now, but who can guarantee that you'll help Xia Shenfei after you get the map? Xia Taili was on guard. That's right. Gui Qian looked up. Even if I don't help Xia Shenfei, I'll still be Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian's enemy. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Xia Taili fell silent. Gui Qian waited patiently. After a while, Xia Taili gritted her teeth and handed over the map. The map was not in her cosmic ring, but she had kept it as a backup. Remember what you promised me. Help my brother. Even if you can't, you have to cause trouble for Bai Xiaohong and the others. Gui Qian replied, don't worry, Bai Xiaohong killed me once. He then followed the map and headed in the direction of Long Tian and the others. As she watched Gui Qian leave, Nong Sanyang asked, do you really believe him? Xia Taili rolled her eyes. Only an idiot would believe him. However, he'll definitely cause trouble for Bai Xiaohong. That's for sure. Nong Sanyang nodded. Bai Xiaohong had not expected Gui Qian to be able to revive, and Gui Qian's main opponent was Lu Yin instead of Bai Xiaohong. Even when he had been surrounded, Gui Qian had not revealed that secret, as he had wanted to keep the map for himself. At this moment, Lu Yin was also in trouble because Yuhua Mavis had been exposed. When Long Tian asked him about his relationship with Yuhua Mavis, Lu Yin could only say that he did not know her. As for the fact that Yuhua Mavis had helped the 3 Guan brothers hide the evidence of Redback, Lu Yin had suffered the consequences of his own actions. It was all Guan Hai's fault for dragging Lu Yin down with him. Brother, what are you trying to say? Long Shi asked coldly. Long Tian's group headed in a certain direction, and as they walked, he said, I just don't want the White Dragon clan to be implicated because of that woman. You should know how hateful those stowaways are. If not for them, our region might have had a few more progenitors. Long Shi frowned. Now is not the time to talk about this. Long Tian stared at Lu Yin for a moment before turning to look ahead. Lu Yin felt guilty and subconsciously glanced at Long Shi. Coincidentally, she was also looking at him. Long Tian did not know, but Long Shi knew that he was not from a branch of the White Dragon clan. Furthermore, she had never asked him about his origins. Long Shi was the princess of the White Dragon clan and one of the 4 sides of the scale. Her status was respected, and she did not care about an ordinary cultivator like him. This was normal, but Lu Yin believed that she would investigate him thoroughly after the trip to the ruler's realm. The moment he joined the humble school, he had been very high profile, capturing spies and exposing redbacks. These were not things that ordinary people could do, and many of them were too coincidental. It would be better if he did not think about it carefully, but once he did, it would be easy to expose his flaws. After the trip to the ruler's realm, he might not be able to escape unscathed from Long Shi's interrogation. Even now, Long Shi looked at him with a complicated gaze and a trace of vigilance. Not far away, Bai Xiaohong's group was not calm either. The Dongshan and Donghe brothers were clearly on guard against Shangqing. Bai Xiaohong was the same, and he secretly ordered Yan Tingting to keep an eye on Shangqing. Shangqing was still as calm as ever. So what if he was on guard? He was their enemy anyway, so he would be discovered sooner or later. At least for now, Bai Xiaohong would not attack him. He had to thank Long Tian for revealing his spatial innate gift, which made Bai Xiaohong quite wary. Lu Tianmu met up with invisible light right in front of Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian. They had been left behind in this direction, so they could meet up now. 10 people came, but only a few of us made it to the sovereign realm. No wonder Elder Chan told us not to force ourselves, invisible light said. Lu Tianmu looked around and saw a huge withered creature rush out like an earthworm. She cut it to pieces with a single slash. So what if they're here? It's still hard to fight for the opportunity. The main thing is that we got separated, so we don't even have a chance to fight for it, invisible light said. Lu Tianmu was a cold person and did not speak much. I don't know where to go, so I'll just wait. There were many withered creatures in this area, and every now and then, a new batch would rush out. Half a day later, Invisible Light frowned. It's been 2 hours, and there haven't been any attacks. Something's not right. She expanded her domain and gradually spread out. Suddenly, her expression froze. A large group of withered creatures is moving to the right. What's going on there? Lu Tianmu stood up. Let's go. Not long after, the two of them saw the withered creatures moving to the right as expected, as if they had been summoned by something. After a while, the two of them saw a large number of withered creatures' corpses in front of them, which spread all the way to the south. There were many traces of attacks on the ground, and the ones that caught Lu Tianmu's attention the most were the sword marks. Lu Tianmu's eyes flashed. Lu Hao's sword marks should be from the Shenwu Plain. They're heading south. In front of them, a large group of withered creatures roared. Xianxia was still drunk and was floating in the air. Wu Taibai and Demon Hall followed behind them as the group headed south. They killed many withered creatures along the way, and finally, they were close to where the map was. Because Xianxia was still unconscious, both Xia Taili and Wu Taibai had a map to prevent accidents from happening. Now that Xia Taili was missing, it was all thanks to Wu Taibai's map that they were able to gradually approach that place. The divine martial aura Qi whizzed past, shattering a huge withered creature. Wu Taibai retracted his hand, and the ground was littered with corpses. All the withered creatures that had chased after them had been exterminated. Yao Xian panted heavily as he looked at Wu Taibai. Wu Taibai glanced at him. Brother Yao's spirit is so strong that it's rarely seen among your peers. Yao Xian frowned. This fellow was purposely pretending not to know him. What a strange person. He was clearly someone from Shenwu Sky, but he didn't care about a stowaway like him. Brother Wu's divine martial energy is also admirable, said Yao Xian. After exchanging a few pleasantries, he remained silent and continued to head south. There was a bumpy branch in front of them, which was the joint of one of the branches in the withered glory domain. The path in this place was rugged, and it was as if the mountains were stacked on top of each other. The sky was covered by dense leaves, and it was dark and gloomy. A woman with a slender figure stood at a high vantage point, staring into the distance. She was none other than Wang Su. The chaotic space of the battlefield had left her in the lead. Looking at the map, Wang Su's eyes flashed. This is the place. She then leaped down. The map pointed to the area below the protruding joint, and Wang Su could already see the entrance. She didn't know who had pierced through the branch, but the place the map pointed to was inside the underground abyss. Wang Su jumped down into the abyss where the branch had pierced through. Her body suddenly shifted in midair, and a stream of green liquid shot out into the distance. She turned around and saw a bug the size of a small mountain. These bugs were usually only the size of a finger and lived on trees. However, this bug was the size of a small mountain, and it stared at Wang Su with its large black eyes. It opened its mouth and spat out another stream of green liquid. The green liquid was enough to distort the void and corrode the air. Wang Su frowned, and a look of disgust appeared in her eyes. She waved her right hand and used the Four Absolutes technique, Skyblade. The void distorted, and a sharp gale flashed past. The bug's body was severed, and it writhed violently. Wang Su felt even more disgusted by the scene. She blasted out star energy from her palm and swept it across the area in front of her, destroying the bug. Only then did she relax. No matter who it was, they wouldn't feel comfortable coming into contact with bugs, let alone such a large one. She looked down and saw that there wasn't just one of these bugs. The bugs in the distance noticed her and immediately wriggled over, as if they wanted to surround and attack her. Wang Su's gaze turned cold, and her pupils suddenly dilated. Suddenly, a formless wave was released from her body, sweeping out in all directions and sweeping past the bugs. The bugs stared at her, and their eyes were filled with fear. They then turned around and left as if they had seen something terrifying. Wang Su only relaxed after all the bugs left. It was too disgusting. She lowered her head and looked at the abyss. Without hesitation, she jumped down and entered the area indicated by the map. A day later, Xianxia and the rest arrived at the same place. With a thud, Xianxia fell to the ground, and his head smashed into the ground. He screamed and woke up. Who beat me up? Xianxia jumped up and glared. His face was red, and although his eyes were wide open, they were still drifting around. It was obvious that he was still drunk. His body was unstable, and compared to Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian, he looked more like an ordinary person. However, no one dared to look down on Xianxia. He was the most powerful descendant of the divine martial plane, and he had cultivated the divine martial transformation, a technique that no one had successfully cultivated in the past 10,000 years. He also possessed a secret technique and a strange innate gift. No one knew Xianxia's bottom line. Even during the origin wheel sacrifice, the battle between the four young ancestors had ended in a draw. Seeing Xianxia like this, even Wu Taibai felt a bit helpless. We're here. Xianxia blinked blankly and looked at Wu Taibai. What's here? Wu Taibai? When did you come back? Didn't you betray us? Wu Taibai said, we're at the place indicated by the map. He raised his hand, and a drop of water formed and splashed onto Xianxia's face. Xianxia finally woke up after being splashed with cold water. He shook his head and looked at Wu Taibai, then at Lu Hao and Yao Xian. He then asked, where's my sister? I don't know where she was tossed to, Wu Taibai replied. Xianxia was furious, and he grabbed Wu Taibai by the collar. You dared to toss my sister aside? To think that she was so devoted to you. Beside him, Lu Hao raised his sword and blocked Xianxia. Star energy fluctuated, and Xianxia was forced to take several steps back and almost fell. We encountered a battlefield, and Ty Li was tossed out by the spatial collapse. We were separated. Xianxia rubbed his head. I really can't drink too much of 100 Flowers Planet's wine. It looks strange, like poison, but it's even worse after I drink it. Even I have a hangover now. Yao Xian glanced at Xianxia strangely. This wasn't a hangover problem. Ever since he had arrived at Shenwu Minor Ancestor Planet, this guy had been drunk and only occasionally sober. My sister was separated? Where are the others? Where's that treacherous Bai Xiaohong? And where did that brute Long Tian and that ice block Wang Su go? Xianxia asked. Lu Hao replied, I don't know, and there's no need to know. Xianxia rubbed his head again. Then, you should know who the two following us are. Wu Taibai and the other two's expressions changed, and they suddenly turned around. Were they being followed? In the distance, Lu Tianmu and Invisible Light felt their hearts skip a beat. The next moment, Xianxia looked up, and his gaze seemed to pierce through the void as he saw them. We've been discovered, Invisible Light said. Just as he finished speaking, a beam of sword chi swept out from the void. Lu Hao had attacked. Lu Tianmu stood up, gripped his sword hilt, and slashed out with the first sword of the 13 swords. Sword chi collided with sword chi and cancelled each other out, transforming into 4 waves of energy that slashed out in all directions. At that moment, a puddle of green liquid smashed towards the group, enveloping Xianxia, Lu Tianmu, and Invisible Light. Xianxia looked up and saw the mountain-like bug. He bared his teeth. Disgusting. He then clenched his right hand into a fist and punched out. His divine marshal's astral energy surged up and pierced through the green liquid. At the same time, the bug's mountain-like body shattered, causing even more green liquid to splatter everywhere. Invisible Light hurriedly used his domain to shield himself, and Yao Xian used his spiritual force to sweep the area. Only then did they not get covered by the green liquid. Lu Hao leaped towards Lu Tianmu. Back off. Lu Tianmu raised his head. I've been wanting to experience it for a long time, number 1 descendant of the family. As they spoke, the two were less than 100 meters apart. Lu Hao's sword was strange, but it also contained ferocity and dexterity. Whenever he stabbed out, it would cause others to feel uneasy. Lu Tianmu immediately used the 10th sword of the 13 swords, Star Slasher. With a clang, the two swords collided, and sword chi swept out for thousands of kilometers, tearing apart the dead skin on the branches. Every sword strike had a scalp-numbing sharpness. Even Yao Xian and Wu Taibai had no choice but to retreat when faced with the aftershocks of the sword chi. It was not because they were afraid, but because it was not worth it to face the aftershocks head-on. Xianxia sighed. What a powerful girl. Right, they seem to know each other from their conversation. No one answered him. Wu Taibai and Yao Xian did not know what Lu Tianmu was called in this region, so they would not casually speak. Lu Hao had been wanting to fight Lu Tianmu for a long time, but now was not the time. The Lu family sent both you and me. Do you want to fight with me? Lu Tianmu's sword swept away Lu Hao's sword chi. Man and sword became one, sword and domain became one, and then man and domain became one. The fourth sword was an unconventional move. Lu Hao's eyes lit up. He did not use any powerful sword techniques, but he was still able to break through the fourth sword and directly destroy the 10th sword. In terms of sword techniques, he was superior to Lu Tianmu. You shouldn't have attacked, Lu Tianmu said in a low voice. Lu Hao shouted, this opportunity belongs to the fourth young ancestor. Anyone who tries to stop you is an enemy. You can't win, and you'll just be throwing your life away if you go down. Back off. Invisible light stood behind Lu Tianmu and did not attack. Their opponents had 4 people, but they had only sent Lu Hao. If he attacked, he would attract the attention of the other 3, which was not worth it. Unfortunately, things didn't develop as Xianxia expected. I'm hungover anyway, so I'll lend you guys some exercise. His expression changed, and his playful expression became cold and murderous. If you guys die, don't blame me. With a bang, Xianxia made his move. Invisible light did not hesitate to use his domain to suppress Xianxia. His terrifying domain surpassed all of his peers, causing the earth to tremble. The piles of branches and dead bark seemed to come alive as they buried Xianxia. This was the domain of the spirit transformation realm. Xianxia easily dispersed the surroundings and bent his middle finger. His divine martial aura condensed into a single finger, which tore through the void and blasted towards invisible light. Invisible light suddenly opened his eyes, and his domain replaced everyone's view of the sky, covering everything around him and forcing Xianxia into the ground. At the same time, he avoided the finger's attack. Invisible light's domain erupted, and even Xianxia had to be careful. Lu Hao's opinion of him increased, not understanding why he was with Lu Tianmu. When Xianxia reappeared, his surroundings were black as if space had been cut off. Innate skill, black coffin. Sharp spikes emerged from the coffin, and Lu Hao forced Lu Tianmu back with a single sword strike. He looked over in shock. What an unfamiliar secret technique. Behind him, Wu Taibai frowned, he had been exposed. There were traces of blood on the spikes, and everyone stared at them. Invisible light was certain that the black coffin had heavily injured Xianxia. Was the junior ancestor so easily injured? An unfamiliar secret technique. Then you must be a stowaway. Xianxia's voice came from behind invisible light. His scalp was about to explode, and the extreme danger made invisible light use an innate skill that he had never revealed before. A black sphere appeared in front of him. Xianxia slapped his palm towards invisible light's forehead. However, the moment his palm got close to invisible light's forehead, the divine martial gang chi in his palm changed direction and was attracted by the black ball. At the same time, his entire body was uncontrollably attracted by the black ball. Although invisible light reacted quickly and revealed his innate skill of gravity, Xianxia's palm still landed on his shoulder. Even though it was deflected and the divine martial aura was attracted by gravity, the palm still landed squarely on him and sent him flying. Invisible light's legs left a 100-meter mark on the ground as he struggled to stop. His left shoulder was in intense pain. He looked at Xianxia. How? Not only him, but Lu Tianmu and Yao Xian were also shocked. Wu Taibai exhaled. Divine Martial Heaven's ultimate inheritance, the 9 clones technique. When Yao Xian heard that, his pupils shrank. What did you say? 9 clones technique? The gravity sphere in front of Xianxia disappeared. He looked at Yao Xian and raised his eyebrows in surprise. You don't know? Looks like you're also a stowaway. Meng Guang stared at Xianxia. Wasn't the 9 clones created by progenitor Chen? Xianxia's lips curved up. Ancestor Chen? Oh, that's right. Indeed, my Xia clan does have an ancestor Chen. His name is Xia Shang, and he's extremely talented. It's a pity that he's willing to stay in this wasteland. Do you think that the 9 clones technique was created by him? Of course not, this is a secret technique of the Shenwu plane. He then looked at Wu Taibai. You deal with that Xiao Bai, and I'll deal with this blind man. He then looked at Lu Tianmu with a strange expression. You're with this blind man? Are you a stowaway? Lu Hao wanted to know the answer to this question as well, even though he had already guessed the answer. Lu Tianmu did not answer. Instead, he raised his sword and pointed it at Lu Hao. Come. Lu Hao shook his head and said regretfully, I thought that a genius had appeared in this branch, but I didn't expect him to come from the wasteland. What a pity. If someone from the wasteland defeats you elites, where do you think the real wasteland is? Yao Xian provoked. Wu Taibai raised his hand. You'll have to defeat us first. Xia Shenfei was helpless. How troublesome. Every time I go to the ruler's realm, I have to deal with rats like you. Meng Guang's strength was not at the peak of his generation, but he could still fight anyone he met. This was especially true when he revealed his innate gift. Against someone like Xia Shenfei, who had broken through the middle finger, he could even fight him. Meng Guang's gravity was not like a planet's gravity, which only attracted items. Instead, it could also attract battle techniques. Xia Shenfei looked at the numerous black gravity spheres around him and was astonished. This innate gift is amazing. Beneath his feet, the dead skin that had fallen off from the tree branches spread along his legs, trying to bury him again. Xia Shenfei's divine martial force formed large hands that grabbed the gravity spheres and then smashed them back at Meng Guang. Meng Guang waved his hand and used the secret technique, Black Coffin. This time, Xia Shenfei was not trapped, and he twisted his body to avoid the coffin. Meng Guang was about to attack again when another Xia Shenfei appeared behind him. The power of the 9 clones technique was displayed, and Xia Shenfei's technique was clearly much more powerful than Xia Jiuyou's. Each clone had terrifying strength, and they could split up and fuse at will. With a bang, Meng Guang was hit in the back by Xia Shenfei's clone, and he fell heavily to the ground. In front of him, Xia Shenfei landed with a smile. His right hand pressed down from above, and his divine martial force was enough to crush Meng Guang. Suddenly, the air in front of Xia Shenfei twisted, and he heard a divine explosion. A terrifying explosion of essence, qi, and spirit caused Xia Shenfei's brain to shake. Shouguang took the opportunity to hit Xia Shenfei's abdomen with a black gravity ball. In the next moment, Lu Hao and Lu Tianmu's sword qi, Wu Taibai's divine martial qi, and Yao Xian's essence, qi, and spirit attacks were all absorbed by the gravity ball. All of the attacks were directed at Xia Shenfei. Xia Shenfei kept retreating. Looking at the gravity sphere in his abdomen and the surrounding attacks, he shook his head. What's the point? As he spoke, his eyes suddenly widened, and for the first time, his gaze became terrifying. The surrounding space twisted and gradually cracked open. Finally, visible divine martial force covered his entire body, turning into an armor that directly shattered the gravity sphere. Xia Shenfei raised his hand, and without seeing him do anything, Meng Guang and Yao Xian were sent flying, coughing up blood at the same time. Lu Tianmu looked over in surprise. Lu Hao was shocked. The divine martial change, the most powerful inheritance in the divine martial sky. No one has been able to learn it for 10,000 years. It's a battle technique that's even more powerful than divine martial force. I've finally seen it again. After using the divine martial change, Xia Shenfei had become a completely different person. He raised his hand and flicked his fingers, shooting 2 beams of energy at Meng Guang and Yao Xian. Both of them were pierced through at the same time, and blood spilled everywhere. This was the difference between them. Xia Shenfei was the junior ancestor, and he had broken through the middle finger and received the most powerful inheritance in the starry sky tree. Just like Bai Xiaohong's sky-splitting and Long Tian's spatial innate gift, he could instantly decide the outcome of a battle. Only the junior ancestor could fight against them. Lu Tianmu sighed. While Lu Hao was still in a daze, he raised his sword, looked at Xia Shenfei, and closed his eyes. Xia Shenfei didn't notice Lu Tianmu's strange behavior. In the distance, Meng Guang and Yao Xian struggled to get up. Who does this overwhelming power remind you of? Yao Xian exhaled as he stared at Xia Shenfei in the distance. Meng Guang's photon computer showed a Grim Reaper's figure. In the final battle of the sovereign tournament, Xianxia had fought against all the other experts by himself. That power was truly overwhelming. Perhaps he was the only person in the entire Fifth Mainland who had the power to defeat the junior ancestor. Xianxia's divine martial force had transformed into an armor of air that was boiling and tearing through the void. At this moment, he would even dare to fight against an emissary. There's no way to break through the 3 stages in the abandoned land. This is a cultivation gap. You're already quite strong, and you're comparable to the others who are only second to us. Unfortunately, it's unrealistic to think that you can take something away from us, or rather, steal something from us. Xianxia was also helpless. The divine explosion just now was already his most powerful attack, yet it had not affected Xianxia much. This was truly terrifying. His assimilation secret technique was also useless here, and there were no astral beasts around. As for his spiritual body, it was impervious to physical damage. Against such an expert, it was even more nonsensical. Back then, even Wang Yi had been able to severely injure him with a single move. Since you're here, you should be prepared to die. I'll send you on your way. Xianxia's expression was solemn as he bent his knees. Just as he was about to attack, his heart trembled. He looked at Lu Tianmu as if he had sensed something, and his expression changed. At that moment, Lu Tianmu attacked. The 13th sword could be transformed into a sword as long as one had emotions. Lu Hao didn't even notice, and he was focused on the divine martial transformation, which gave Lu Tianmu the opportunity to attack. The 13th sword was formless and invisible, and it was impossible to dodge. The Shangqing had been injured the first time in the mountain and sea realm, and Wu Taibai had been injured as well. The only one who hadn't been affected was Lu Yin. Back then, Lu Tianmu's control over the 13th sword hadn't been good enough. But now, after using the 13th sword several times, he was no longer injuring himself as well as his opponent. This sword surpassed all of his previous attacks. Lu Hao's sword technique surpassed Lu Tianmu's, but he couldn't stop this sword. Sword qi transformed into wind, and by the time Xianxia felt a gentle breeze, the 13th sword had already ended. Where did the 13 swords come from? Even the sword sect didn't know. They only knew that the 13th sword had become the ruler of the 5th mainland's sword, and the Lu family had become the ruler of the sword. After Wu Taibai had received the 13th sword during the sovereign tournament, he had said, "So this is the 13th sword. No wonder there are rumors about it." He had been referring to the starry sky tree. Before this, Lu Tianmu had only been able to use the 10th sword. Because it wasn't enough to defeat Lu Hao, it hadn't attracted much attention. But with the 13th sword, her sword techniques had been revealed to everyone. Xianxia raised a hand and wiped the corner of his mouth. There was some blood there. He had been injured. He looked up and gave Lu Tianmu a strange look. Lu Tianmu had actually been injured by someone from the same generation who hadn't even broken through to the lower realm. How exciting! Lu Hao stared at the scene in shock and blurted out, 13 swords. He turned to look at Lu Tianmu. I was wondering why your sword technique felt so familiar. This is the 13th sword, a sword technique that has been lost to the Lu family for generations. So it was in the wasteland. Although Lu Tianmu had a slight grasp of the 13th sword, it wasn't enough for him to use it freely. His body was still weak. A sword technique that has been lost to the Lu family? Thank you. Star Stomper Jiao Brothers tip, I'll update at 3 p.m, thank you. Thank you for your support. The 13 swords originated from the sword steel. A long time ago, a senior of the Lu clan went missing, and he was the only one who learned the 13 swords. He carried the 13 swords inheritance with him, but after he went missing, the 13 swords became extinct. Who would have thought that senior would go to the wasteland, and you're his descendant? Hearing Lu Hao's words, Lu Tianmu narrowed his eyes. Hand over the 13 swords, and I can let you live. After all, you're also a descendant of the Lu clan, said Lu Hao fiercely. He wasn't greedy, he pursued the sword Dao, and the 13 swords were extremely attractive to him. Lu Hao, back off, said Xianxia. His tone was a bit strange. Lu Hao frowned and turned to look at Xianxia. He saw the excitement in Xianxia's eyes, as well as an indescribable expression. His expression changed. Not good, Xianxia had gone too far. Brother Xia, this woman is a descendant of the Lu clan. Please stay your hand, said Lu Hao. Xianxia laughed excitedly. I'll let her live. Back off. I'll play this game. Lu Hao was helpless. He understood Xianxia. Normally, he was very casual, but once he went too far, he couldn't provoke him. Otherwise, no matter how close they were, they wouldn't have a good ending. Thinking of that, he leapt to the side. Whether they wanted to admit it or not, they were still a level below the junior ancestor. That level was like the difference between heaven and earth. The difference in the yuan will sacrifice was so great that it was impossible to make up for it. Eh? Suddenly, Lu Hao noticed something strange. The tree branch that had been pierced through was where the map had indicated, and there were some insects there. Thinking of that, he leapt down. On the other side, Xianxia made his move. He took a step forward and appeared right in front of Lu Tianmu. He raised his hand and attacked. Lu Tianmu performed his 12th sword attack, but it was shattered by Xianxia. The godly explosion and the gravity ball appeared at the same time. Xianxia used the godly martial transformation to destroy them. With one palm attack, he pushed Lu Tianmu back. At the same time, Yao Xian and invisible light were pushed back. At this moment, danger appeared behind him. Xianxia turned around and kicked out. The mountain river seal was smashed into pieces by Xianxia's kick. Looking into the distance, Wu Taibai covered his face with one hand, and the divine martial qi appeared. Xianxia grinned. You're finally willing to fight? You traitor of the divine martial heaven, did you really think you could escape punishment? I was the one who suggested we kill you in the sovereign world. Divine martial astral energy, he looked at Xianxia. I know. Are you sure you can kill me? 4 against 1? Even you would have a hard time. Xianxia frowned. It is indeed a bit difficult. Don't forget that Bai Xiaohong, Long Tian, and Wang Su are all on the same level as you. Is the origin item more important than us? Wu Taibai asked. Xianxia laughed heartily. Wu Taibai, oh Wu Taibai, when have you ever seen me, Xianxia, cower in fear? Since I've decided to deal with you, don't even think about leaving the sovereign realm. Alive. Brother Xia, someone went in. Lu Hao shouted from underground. It should be Wang Su. Xianxia's expression changed. Without hesitation, he charged into the ground and left them there. Yao Xian was stunned. What was the meaning of this? Xia fives. Wu Taibai wasn't surprised. Xianxia was just like that. His words were no different from farts, but he spoke with a strong sense of righteousness, as if he was a righteous man. In fact, it was all an act. Let's go too. We won't get anything if we're late. Xianxia rushed underground. He followed the map and came to the bottom. He then saw traces of man-made excavation. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. It's impossible to make such a mark on a tree branch without the strength of a half-ancestor, Lu Hao said in a deep voice as he looked at the winding tunnel in front of him. Xianxia frowned. Stay here and block those 4 rats. I can't, Lu Hao said directly. He was confident that he could suppress any one of them, but he couldn't block all 4 of them. Xianxia rolled his eyes. Block them for a while. Let me go in and take a look. If you can't block them, I'll retreat, Lu Hao said seriously. Xianxia was speechless. These people from the Lu family who specialized in the way of the sword seemed simple-minded, but they were all cunning. He followed the winding path into the tunnel, and not long after, the sounds of an intense battle could be heard from outside. Xianxia didn't care about that, as he cared a lot about the origin item. As for what he had just said, did he say anything at all? Not long after, the tunnel opened up, and Xianxia arrived at a spacious area. This should be the interior of the tree branch. He saw the giant tribulation crystal pillar in the distance, the leaf on top of it, and Wang Su, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. 3 days later, Long Tian's group and Bai Xiaohong's group arrived at the joint of the tree branch at the same time. Looking around, Long Tian was astonished. Someone came early. Bai Xiaohong looked at the marks on the ground. The Lu family sword Qi, An. Shenwu Celestial's divine martial Qi, Long Tian said. The group arrived at the edge of the tunnel and looked down. A cold wind blew from below, making it very sinister. Long Shi glanced at Luin. Luin stepped forward and released his domain downwards. He discovered that even though there were cultivation methods for domains in this region of space, there weren't many people who cultivated them. Even top experts like Long Tian and Bai Xiaohong didn't cultivate domains, which was very strange. His domain extended all the way down to the very bottom. Someone fought there, and it was very intense. Bai Xiaohong jumped down, and the others followed suit without hesitation. Along the way, they saw insects that had been smashed to pieces. Bai Xiaohong's gaze turned cold. Wang Su. Xianxia should be here as well, Long Tian said. Bai Xiaohong smiled. It seems like we're late. The two sides are fighting quite intensely. Wang Su only has one helper at most. How can that person with his eyes closed fight against Xianxia? Long Tian was puzzled. No one could answer him. Soon, the two teams arrived at the very bottom of the tunnel. They looked at the traces of an intense battle and the spreading sword scars, but neither spoke. Brother Long, we're too late. There might be corpses inside, but there might not be anything we want, Bai Xiaohong said. He wasn't too disappointed, as this place had not been part of their plan. If they hadn't accidentally obtained the map, they wouldn't have come here. The four scales all had their own places that they wanted to explore, and those places had a high chance of containing origin items. Long Tian and Bai Xiaohong exchanged glances. What do you want? Bai Xiaohong smiled. Let's work together and snatch it. Long Tian nodded in agreement. Naturally. Bai Xiaohong looked at Long Shi. It's my honor to work with the White Dragon clan. In the future, our relationship will be even closer. Luin frowned. This guy had not stopped talking trash the entire time, and he had been constantly provoking them. How disgusting. He looked at Bai Xiaohong, but Bai Xiaohong didn't even look at him. He was only focused on Long Shi, completely ignoring Luin. Bai Xiaohong hadn't responded along the way, and he wouldn't react now either. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. What a coward. Long Shi's expression did not change. Long Tian said, let's go. We'll talk about the future in the future. Bai Xiaohong smiled and nodded. The two of them led the way, and the group entered the winding tunnel. Long Shi had purposely brought Bai Xiaohong to stay at the back. On Bai Xiaohong's side, Shang Qin was supposed to stay at the end, but Yun Tingting stayed at the end, so he was in the middle. Gradually, the winding tunnel widened, and they reached the center of the branch. It was hard to imagine that so many people were inside a single branch, exploring a single branch. Not long after, a faint light came from the distance. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian exchanged glances and sped up. They turned a corner and saw a spacious area. The first thing they saw was a huge tribulation crystal pillar, a green leaf, and Wang Su, Xianxia, and the others sitting cross-legged on the ground. Luin turned the corner and saw the strange scene as well. His mouth fell open as he stared blankly. Wasn't this the place where he had rolled enhanced and fused with the corpse? What a coincidence. No matter how strange this place was, no one was as shocked as Luin. He had never thought that he would actually end up here. He looked up and saw that, indeed, there was a dried corpse far behind the tribulation crystal pillar. It was the same corpse that he had merged with, one that was unable to control its own movements. It was too much of a coincidence. Luin retracted his gaze and suppressed his shock so that no one would notice. He looked forward again and saw that the pillar was huge, much bigger than the one Long Ding had used to break through the lower finger. It should be enough for someone to break through the middle finger. There were a few people sitting cross-legged on either side of the pillar. He saw Ming Guang, Lu Tianmu, and the others. Wang Su, Xianxia, and the others did not move. They just sat cross-legged on the ground as if they were meditating. There were no signs of fighting, which was too strange. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian did not dare to act rashly. There were a total of 7 people sitting cross-legged on the ground: Wang Su, Xianxia, Wu Taibai, Yao Xian, Lu Tianmu, Ming Guang, and Lu Hao. They were from 3 different teams, and the traces of fighting outside belonged to them. Luin looked at the 7 people sitting on the ground, and his eyes flashed. Not good, Ming Guang's team had been exposed. Wang Su, Xianxia, and Lu Hao sat cross-legged on the left while Ming Guang, Wu Taibai, Yao Xian, and Lu Tianmu sat cross-legged on the right. Yao Xian and Wu Taibai were from the divine martial sky. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur. Ming Guang and Wu Taibai had been exposed as stowaways. Luin sighed inwardly. It seemed that he could not hide this any longer. Once they were awakened and the battle started, Ming Guang and the others would definitely not help him hide. Even if he did not awaken them, the Prime Clear group would still fight for the origin artifact. Their goal was to obtain the origin artifact, and they would definitely expose themselves. When he thought of this, Luin looked at Longxi apologetically. He had endured all this while because he did not want to burden Longxi too much. Even if he had secretly attacked, as long as he did not expose himself openly, Longxi would not have to bear too much. But now, it seemed that he could not hide anymore. Bai Xiaohong gave Dongshan a look, and Dongshan shouted, "Junior Ancestor Xia." No one responded. Xiao Shenfei acted as if he had not heard anything. Dongshan frowned and shouted again, "Junior Ancestor Wang." Wang Su did not move, and he also acted as if he had not heard anything. Bai Xiaohong narrowed his eyes and looked around. He then looked at Luin. "Release your domain and scout the surroundings." Luin didn't even bother with him. End of chapter. Bai Xiaohong stared at Luin. "I told you to release your domain." Long Tian also looked at Luin. "Check it out." Longxi spoke up. "Check it out yourselves." Bai Xiaohong said, "No one can stay out of this now that we're here." "Are you crazy? Do you think you're so shameless?" Luin mocked. Since he was destined to be exposed, there was no need for him to endure any longer. Everyone looked at Luin in shock, as no one had expected him to scold Bai Xiaohong. Even Bai Xiaohong had not expected this. Along the way, he had provoked Luin several times, but Luin had remained silent. Luin rolled his eyes. Erupt? No, to be more precise, he was trying to seduce Bai Xiaohong into attacking him. This place was very strange. Xiao Shenfei, Wang Su, and Lu Tianmu were all here, and they were all meditating for no reason. It was impossible to say that they had not fought, but they were still like this. This could only mean one thing: once they started fighting, something unexpected would happen. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? He would just let Bai Xiaohong attack. Bai Xiaohong was not stupid, and he had clearly thought it through. Everyone else had as well. Yun Tingting looked at Bai Xiaohong with interest. What would he do if he was being scolded like this? Attack? Would he dare? Bai Xiaohong's eyes flashed with killing intent. Watch your words. Get lost. Luin was not polite at all, venting all of his frustrations and grievances along the way. Longxi glanced at him and recalled what this guy had said to Yu Chen at the ancestral gazing tower. He had not been gracious at all and had been very vulgar. However, such vulgarity was most effective against someone like Bai Xiaohong, who had lived like a prince. Bai Xiaohong's expression had completely darkened, but he was apprehensive about something and did not attack. Long Tian frowned and looked at Luin. Don't shoot your mouth off. Even if you're from a side branch, you can't be so vulgar. Recite the clan's rules when you return to Dragon Mountain. If you say such vulgar things again, you'll be severely punished. Luin looked at Long Tian and smiled, but then his expression suddenly changed. You get lost as well. You talk too much. What did you say? Long Tian was furious, as he had not expected Luin to refute him. Longxi hurriedly pulled Luin to the back. Stop talking. Bai Xiaohong's gaze, brother, are the White Dragon clan's rules? If such a person had been in the Cold Immortal sect, he would have suffered a great deal. Longxi retorted, your frigid immortal sect doesn't have the right to interfere with the White Dragon tribe's business. Long Tian said impatiently, little sister, that's enough. Longxi was silent. Long Tian coldly glanced at Luin. I thought that he was a piece of unpolished jade that could be polished, but it seems like a side branch is just a side branch. He's completely worthless. He then turned to Bai Xiaohong and gently said, "Brother Bai, there's no need to pay attention to such people. Think of a way to wake up Brother Xia and the others." Bai Xiaohong glanced at Luyin and then ignored him. Instead, he looked at Xia Shenfei and the others and frowned. Shangqing looked at Luyin in amusement and shook his head with a smile. Luyin rolled his eyes. What was the meaning of this? Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian studied each other for a while, but neither of them dared to act recklessly. In the end, Bai Xiaohong raised his hand and retrieved source boxes from his cosmic ring before setting up a sourcebox array. Luyin and Shangqing looked at each other. They didn't expect Bai Xiaohong to be an origin array master. A sourcebox array was activated by the sourceboxes, and as long as it was set up, it wouldn't affect the person setting it up even if they touched something. Luyin watched as Bai Xiaohong set up the array. Even though he had mastered several sourcebox arrays, he still couldn't figure out the purpose of Bai Xiaohong's sourcebox array. Very quickly, a sourcebox array was completed. Dragon Sky moved and pushed the sourcebox array towards an empty area. Everyone remained vigilant, but nothing seemed out of the ordinary. The sourcebox array slowly descended and landed on the ground. A formless ripple spread out before finally enveloping the entire area. A beam of light shot out from the ground and towards the sky. This was the sourcebox array's power. It wasn't very strong, but it covered a wide area. Beams of light shot out more frequently, and one of them hit Wang Su and pushed him back. Wang Su suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Bai Xiaohong and the others. He shouted, "Destroy the corpse. This is the meditative ruins." Luyin and Shangqing didn't know what the meditative ruins were, but when Bai Xiaohong, Long Tian, and the others heard this, their faces turned pale. They immediately attacked the corpse behind the tribulation crystal pillar. The corpse's defenses weren't very strong, and Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian's combined attacks were able to shatter it. It was also at this moment that Xia Shenfei and the others opened their eyes. Confusion flashed through their eyes, but they quickly regained their composure and stood up. Xia Shenfei immediately charged towards the tribulation crystal pillar, wanting to snatch the green leaf. Wang Su's reaction wasn't slow at all, and the two charged out at the same time to exchange blows in front of the pillar. When Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian saw this, they immediately charged out as well. Attack! Snatch the origin item! As soon as they finished speaking, the rest of the group also charged towards the tribulation crystal pillar. Suddenly, a battle that shook the entire cosmic tree realm erupted in the empty area. The people here were all the top geniuses of the younger generation of the cosmic tree realm, and they were all fighting in this small, empty area. Longxi pushed Luyin back and sternly said, "Stay where you are." "Where's the circle?" Luyin obediently took out the circle. "Enter it yourself," Longxi instructed Luyin before charging out and heading towards the tribulation crystal pillar. Around the tribulation crystal pillar, the four young ancestors were entangled together. Each of their attacks caused the void to crack, and the others were forced to retreat. It wasn't easy to determine a victor in a battle between the young ancestors. The light domain landed on the tribulation crystal pillar, but it was torn apart by Xia Shenfei's divine martial force. Xia Shenfei shouted, "Deal with the stowaways first." "Those four." Wu Taibai pointed at Dongshan and Donghe. "That's them. The stowaways. Attack." Bai Xiaohong was furious. "Don't you dare slander us." He pointed at Xia Shenfei. "How dare you slander my people?" Xia Shenfei was speechless. He waved his hand and used his divine martial force to shatter mortals' guides. He then pointed at Lu Tianmu and the others. "I'm talking about the four of them." Long Tian glanced over and saw Xia Shenfei pointing at Lu Tianmu. His eyes flashed, but he ignored Xia Shenfei and charged straight towards the tribulation crystal pillar. His white dragon roaming body technique had allowed him to temporarily enter the astral source universe. On the other side, Wang Su used the four ultimate techniques and entered the astral source universe as well. He clashed with Long Tian at the top of the pillar. Intense shockwaves swept out in all directions, distorting the void before finally tearing open a huge hole. In front of Lu Yin's eyes, a crack in the void extended towards him. He picked up the circle and dodged it before escaping into it again. He was very well behaved. Longxi saw this and heaved a sigh of relief. Lu Hao slashed at Lu Tianmu while Dong Shan and Dong He faced off against Ming Guang and Yao Xian. Long Shi faced off against Wu Taibai. Yun Tingting transformed into multiple figures that approached the tribulation crystal pillar from all directions, but she was stopped by Wen first. Everyone was busy, and no one cared about Lu Yin or Shangqing. The four young ancestors restrained each other, and Bai Xiaohong shouted at Shangqing, "Take the origin artifact." Shangqing leapt out, no longer concealing himself. 3 streams of energy wrapped around his body, making him look like a deity. Many were stunned. Long Tian couldn't take it anymore and looked at Lu Yin. "You go and take it as well. If you can get the origin artifact, I'll let bygones be bygones, and I can even make your position in the clan second only to mine." Long Shi pushed aside Wu Taibai's divine martial force and shouted at Lu Yin, "Don't move, this has nothing to do with you." Long Tian was furious. "Long Shi, don't delay the important matters. Long 7, go and take it. I'll guarantee that you'll have no worries for the rest of your life." Long Shi gritted her teeth but didn't stop him. She knew that the origin artifact was extremely important. If Long Tian could use it to break through to the progenitor realm, then the White Dragon clan would be able to break free from the frozen immortal sect. This was more important than anything else. Now that everyone was being restrained, they could only rely on Long 7 if they wanted to take the origin artifact. The prerequisite was that he could defeat Shangqing. Bai Xiaohong was confident in Shangqing. "Shangqing, as long as you can get the origin artifact, I, Bai Xiaohong, will make the decision to make you an elder of the frozen immortal sect. You'll be able to look down on the astral tree realm." Shangqing seemed to be encouraged. "Rest assured, young ancestor. I'll definitely get it." Lu Yin stepped out of the circle. "Then I'll get it." The two charged towards the tribulation crystal pillar one after the other. Wang Su and Xianxia wanted to stop them, but they were stopped by Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian. The others also had their own opponents, so they could only watch. Suddenly, Dong He's eyes flashed as he fought against Yao Xian. He moved his hand and used the Yu's secret art, void transfer. The leaf on the tribulation crystal pillar disappeared and then reappeared in his hand. Bai Xiaohong's lips curled up. Had he succeeded? Using Shangqing? No, he had never trusted this person. The only person he had trusted was Dong He. Everyone's attention had been focused on Shangqing and Long 7, which had given Dong He the opportunity to act. The Yu secret art was the best method to snatch something. No one had expected Dong He to have such a move. Long Tian was vexed. He knew that Dong He had the Yu secret art, but he hadn't expected it to be used in such a manner. This was troublesome. Once the leaf entered Dong He's cosmic ring, it would be difficult to snatch it. Not only would he have to take the ring, but he would also have to take Dong He's blood. Yao Xian had been careless, and Dong He had used the Yu secret art to snatch the leaf right under his nose. Yao Xian instinctively tried to snatch it back, but it was too late. Dong He was just about to put the leaf away when it suddenly disappeared. He blinked. Where was it? In the distance, the leaf reappeared in Lu Yin's hand. Everyone stared at him blankly. You secret art? Dong He blurted out. Bai Xiaohong's eyes narrowed. What? The Yu secret art? Long Tian, Long Shi, Wang Su, Xianxia, and the rest had not expected that someone else would know the Yu secret art. Lu Yin coughed. Being stared at by everyone made him feel a little guilty. Long 7, put it away. Long Tian was excited, thinking that the leaf was his. How dare you? Bai Xiaohong roared. He immediately attacked Long 7, but Long Tian stopped him. Lu Yin hurriedly tried to put the leaf away, but he didn't notice that a black stream had appeared on the ground at some point. Just as the leaf was about to be put away, the stream surged upwards and transformed into Crown Prince Guiqian. His golden eyes stared at Lu Yin as the bones on his back slapped the leaf away. The leaf fell to the ground and was engulfed by the black stream. Lu Yin hadn't expected Guiqian to be able to conceal himself. It was only because he couldn't see any rune lines in this region that he could blame. Otherwise, he would have definitely been able to discover him. Thank you. Starstumper Jojo brother, I'll give you a tip. Thank you. Prince Guiqian, you're courting death. Long Tian barked, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Guiqian sneered at him, you're really stupid, Ancestor Bai. The person who escaped right under your noses in the Void Spirit Temple was Long 7. Long Tian was stunned, what did you say? Guiqian sneered, but his body suddenly split apart and transformed into a black stream of energy that fled outside, dragging the leaf with him. He wanted to disrupt the situation so that these people wouldn't be able to catch up to him. Luin instinctively used an empty space palm, which pierced through the black stream of energy and struck the ground. Guiqian's methods were strange, and his body was gone. He tried to escape, but 4 rays of light appeared in the void and bound him. In the distance, Wang Su's gaze turned cold as he used forbidden secret technique. Guiqian's black aura surged, causing the void to distort. His strength completely erupted at this moment, breaking through the lower threshold. He used the death aura's characteristics to break free from Wang Su's secret technique and escape. You're courting death. Long Tian growled, his right hand grabbing at the void. A palm print appeared in front of Guiqian, piercing through the void and smashing into the death aura. The death aura was strange, but Long Tian's innate gift wasn't simple either, and Guiqian was forced back. Luin knew how terrifying death aura was, and it was enough to strike fear into the depths of one's heart. At the same time, it was unpredictable, and it wasn't something that could be stopped by ordinary methods. Otherwise, Guiqian wouldn't have been so confident that he could escape. The 4th young ancestor represented the 4 sides of the scale, and he controlled the entire astral tree domain. His methods were so sharp that Guiqian couldn't escape. Guiqian regretted coming out so early. Xianxia's figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Guiqian, grabbing at the leaf. Guiqian sneered, he didn't try to protect the leaf against the 4th young ancestor's attack. Instead, he tossed it to Mingguang and the others, here you go, stowaways. Donghe immediately used the Yu secret art, but Yao Xian wasn't slow this time. Just as Donghe was about to attack, his spiritual force bombarded Donghe, almost knocking him out. On the other side, Lu Ying used the Yu secret art and obtained the leaf. Long Tian's eyes brightened, Long 7, take the leaf, and I'll pretend that the Void Spirit Temple incident never happened. Wasn't this the item that Mr. Mu had used to restore his physical body back in the space of the Golden Ocean? Wasn't this the item that Mr. Mu had used to restore his physical body? The only difference was that one was a leaf. One's origins item? Long's eyes, Long's SSSSS? His words caused many people to be stunned. Even Wang Su and Xia Shenfei were astonished. Long S's, what? Long S's. Even if you want to get the origin item, you can't do it without a bottom line. It's not like the young ancestor of the frozen immortal sect. Bai Xiaohong looked at Lu Ying seriously. Yu Chen once dealt with Draconic 7 in the humble school. At that time, he was the one who helped Draconic 7 reverse the situation. Long Tian's gaze changed. There was anger and killing intent, but he wasn't surprised. He wasn't stupid. When Yuhua Mavis was discovered to be a stowaway, he had already begun to suspect Long Qi. However, when the 3 Guan brothers were revealed to be redbacks, Long Qi and Yuhua Mavis didn't reveal their relationship. It was only because Yuhua Mavis couldn't stand the actions of the 3 Guan brothers that she told Long Qi her location. That excuse was barely passable. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. But when Guiqian had said that Long 7 had stolen the 3rd inheritance from the Spirit Void Temple, Long Tian was almost certain that Long 7 was a stowaway. Although he didn't know how Long 7 had managed to hide it from his family and successfully marry Long Shi, a branch family member shouldn't have been able to improve so quickly even if he had received Kuei Luo's and a Sword Steel's inheritance. The 4 young ancestors had all received progenitor's inheritance before. They hadn't said anything to Num Long 7 since the leaf was in his hands. They hadn't expected Bai Xiaohong to say it out loud. The battle for the origins had changed. Everyone looked at the leaf in Lu Yin's hand, recalling Bai Xiaohong's words. Was this person a stowaway? Long Shi's face paled as she stared at Lu Yin, her amber eyes filled with shock and disappointment. Lu Yin wanted to quibble, Bai Xiaohong, just because you know a stowaway, you're a stowaway? Young ancestor Wang even brought in Yuhua Mavis and Obscurus, and young ancestor Xia also brought in Yao Xian. What, they're all stowaways? I'm from the White Dragon clan, and the princess can testify that she personally tested my bloodline. Everyone looked at Longxi. Luyin also looked at Longxi as he stored the leaf in his cosmic ring. Bai Xiaohong barked, "Take it out." Star energy whizzed out and transformed into a palm that slammed towards Luyin. Luyin took out the circle, which blocked Bai Xiaohong's palm. "You want to steal it, Bai Xiaohong? Long Tian, I've made you stupid with just a few words. Idiot, block him." Long Tian seemed to have woken up from a dream, and his spear stabbed towards Bai Xiaohong subconsciously. Bai Xiaohong barked, "Xianxia, keep an eye on Long 7. The ground trembled as a beam of light blasted Luyin and the circle away. This was the source box array that had been used to awaken Wang Su and the others. This was Bai Xiaohong's backup plan. The source box array activated and enveloped Obscurus and the others, causing them to be at a disadvantage. Lu Tianmu, in particular, had been weakened by the 13th sword and had been unable to withstand Lu Hao's sword techniques. Lu Hao had even used his sword energy, which had pierced through her shoulder and pinned her to the wall. Dongshan and Dong had joined forces and used the mountains and rivers flags to force Obscurus and Yao Xian back. Since Luyin had taken the leaf, Wang Su and Xianxia no longer tangled with each other. The two charged towards Luyin from different directions. Yao Xian glanced at Lu Tianmu and saw that she was in imminent danger. He then saw Wang Su and Xianxia charging towards Luyin and shouted, "If you don't act now, all of you will die." He did not care about Lu Tianmu, but only by joining forces would they have a chance to leave this region of space. Yao Xian's words caused many to subconsciously look at Luyin. Was he talking to him? Luyin obediently stayed within the circle with an innocent look on his face. In front of him, Wang Su and Xianxia were rapidly approaching him. Even further away, Long Tian was blocking Bai Xiaohong, his eyes filled with anxiety. A single circle was not enough to stop a junior ancestor. Even if it was not their own strength, which of these junior ancestors did not have a power vessel? Luyin watched as the two junior ancestors approached him. In the distance, Longxi's face paled. "Run!" Wang Su stretched out a hand, revealing a small knife that flickered with a strange light. The knife pierced through the circle's defenses, causing both the knife and the circle to shatter at the same time. Wang Su's hand was about to grab Luyin. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and his fingers twitched. At that moment, a long knife that flickered with a dark light suddenly appeared behind him, and Luyin slashed at Wang Su. Xia family's 3 styles blade intent, celestial. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. The ancestor had appeared. Wang Su had not expected someone else to appear, and the flickering blade made her feel a sense of danger. She subconsciously used Heavenly Blade from the 4 Ultimates techniques, and with a whoosh, the dark blade collided with Heavenly Blade. An incomparably sharp shockwave shot out in all directions. Luyin immediately dodged to the side. This time, he used the plan's secret art. Prince Guiqian had already exposed him, and even if he did not know how Guiqian had discovered him, there was no need for him to hide. Progenitor Chen wielded the dark blade and slashed at Wang Su again. At the same time, another Progenitor Chen walked out, transitioning between illusion and reality as he sent a palm strike at Xianxia. Xianxia saw Progenitor Chen's appearance clearly, and his pupils shrank. "Ancestor Xiaoshang?" Wang Su was shocked when she heard this. "What did you say?" Xianxia was struck by the illusory Progenitor Chen's palm strike, and he took several steps back before blurting out, "This is my Xia family's ancestor, Xiaoshang." Progenitor Chen from back then? Wang Su was shocked, and her scalp tingled. There were progenitors in this region of space, and there was more than one. They possessed inheritances that far surpassed those of the 5th mainland, but even so, the all-powerful Progenitor Chen had still been able to shake this region of space. Progenitor Chen's terror was not limited to the 5th mainland. The 6th mainland did not dare to record Progenitor Chen in their history, and the Astral Tree realm also held Progenitor Chen in high esteem. Progenitor Chen was a genius that had not appeared for countless years, and he was also the strongest progenitor in the history of the Xia family. No one had expected to face off against Progenitor Chen here. Xianxia looked up into the distance and saw the calm Shangqing. He also saw the last strand of energy that coiled around Shangqing's body. "It's you?" Shangqing floated in the air like a god. At this moment, the true might of the ancestral qi of the three sons was revealed. He was Shangqing, the strongest descendant of the Fifth Mainland's Hall of Honor. If not for Lu Yin's sudden appearance, he would have been the paragon of the Fifth Mainland's peers. His status was comparable to the four young ancestors of this region of space, and perhaps even higher. This was because no one in the Fifth Mainland could fight against him. During the sovereign tournament, Shangqing had been able to fight against Lu Yin, Wu Taibai, and Wang Yi. Wang Yi and Wu Taibai had no choice but to admit that Shangqing's strength had reached the terrifying level of a young ancestor, and this was under the premise that he had not broken through the three stages. Once Shangqing broke through the three stages, the strength of progenitor Chen and progenitor Hui would be even more terrifying. This was because progenitor Chen and progenitor Hui would definitely break through the three stages. What kind of strength would progenitor Chen and progenitor Hui have if they broke through the three stages? Just thinking about it sent chills down one's spine. Although the four young ancestors were called young ancestors, it did not mean that they would definitely become progenitors, let alone an unrivaled progenitor like progenitor Chen. No one doubted that progenitor Chen was unrivaled among his peers. Unfortunately, the progenitor Chen that Shangqing had manifested did not have any intelligence, which was his greatest flaw. With a bang, Wang Su retreated and stared at progenitor Chen, who was wielding a dark blade. His heart was filled with dread, as this was the unrivaled progenitor Chen of the past. According to historical records, this progenitor Chen had a terrifying legend of fighting against 9 progenitors by himself. He had killed more than one progenitor, and he was considered one of the strongest throughout history. The illusory progenitor Chen continuously attacked Xianxia, causing Xianxia's expression to completely change. His body trembled in anger as he looked at Shangqing. "What did you do? How dare you insult the ancestors?" His body flashed, and he split into 9. 9 Xianxias charged at Shangqing, each of them possessing divine martial qi. Lu Yin felt a chill run down his spine. 9 clones? As expected, progenitor Chen's 9 clones were not created by himself, but rather originated from this region of space. "Thank you, brothers, for your support." "Thank you." End of chapter. Shangqing hadn't expected Xianxia to have 9 clones, but how could he split them apart after fusing them? This completely overturned his worldview. Helplessly, the last stream of energy took form as progenitor Hui appeared. Xianxia had thought that the last stream of energy would be progenitor Chen, he hadn't expected it to be a stranger. The moment progenitor Hui appeared, he began to run around while Shangqing dodged Xianxia's clones' attacks. Xianxia's clones had been separated from each other due to his excessive anger, which naturally weakened his own strength. He had been on guard against progenitor Hui and Shangqing, but he hadn't expected Bai Xiaohong to be the one attacking him. Bai Xiaohong tapped the void, and a black line appeared. "Split the heavens." The black line tore through the void and slashed at Xianxia's back. Xianxia was instantly heavily injured, and one of his 9 clones disappeared. The other clones immediately merged and looked back at Bai Xiaohong. Long Tian was astonished as well, as he had thought that split the heavens had been targeted at him. Wang Su frowned. Bai Xiaohong was too despicable and unscrupulous. In Bai Xiaohong's eyes, no matter how strong Shangqing was, he was still a stowaway from the abandoned lands and would never be able to compete with him. Bai Xiaohong only saw the junior ancestor, who was on the same level as him. Xianxia was still too emotional. Shangqing hadn't expected Bai Xiaohong to attack Xianxia either. He glanced at Bai Xiaohong. This person was like a venomous snake that could bite at any moment. Lu Yin also stared at Bai Xiaohong warily. This guy was too sinister. "Long Qi, behind you." Long Qi's voice rang out, and Lu Yin immediately dodged. The mist turned into a white rope that coiled around him. It was Yuntingting. Lu Yin struck out with his palm and dispersed the mist, but it quickly reappeared. It wasn't just in one direction, it appeared all around him and even under his feet. Long Tian barked, "Wen Xingyi, stop that woman." At this moment, Wen Yi was fighting with another Yuntingting. He wanted to stop them, but he was severely injured and had not recovered yet. Yuntingting had a strange doppelganger power. This doppelganger was different from the Xia clan's 9 doppelganger technique. This doppelganger was formed from smoke and was called the smoke cloud doppelganger. It could create 10 doppelganger. Yun Tingting kept him busy while attacking Luyin. However, Luyin was not that easy to deal with. He had gradually revealed his true strength, and Yun Tingting was helpless against him. Wang Su used the heavenly blade of the 4 ultimate techniques to repel Ancestor Chen from the Xia clan. He then coldly said, "The origin item is of great importance. If it passes through our hands and is taken away by the stowaways, it would be too embarrassing. Thus, we should deal with the stowaways first." "I agree." Bai Xiaohong was the first to agree. Wang Su once again dodged the Xia clan's Ancestor Chen's blade, and his gaze swept over to Bai Xiaohong. "Bai Xiaohong, let's temporarily work together. If you attack us again, Wang Su, swear that I'll make you pay the price." Xia Shenfei also dodged Ancestor Chen's attack. Although he was unwilling, he had to consider the bigger picture. "I agree." Long Tian stepped back, no longer bothering with Bai Xiaohong. "I also agree." Shangqing frowned. Not good, the thing that he was most worried about had happened. Once the 4 young ancestors joined forces, they would not be a match for them. He then looked at Lu Yin and gave him a look, indicating that he should think of a way to escape. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he suddenly said, "Brother Long Tian, the origin item is with me. Don't worry, I'll definitely bring it back to Dragon Mountain safely and help you break through the Wisdom Gate." Lu Yin's words provoked Bai Xiaohong, and he pointed at Lu Yin. "This person has to hand over the origin item. He might be a stowaway as well. Let's deal with these stowaways first, then we'll fight." "No, I don't agree," Long Tian said. Bai Xiaohong shouted, "This Long 7 might be a stowaway. He's just pretending. Can't you tell?" Wang Su was just about to speak when Shangqing immediately attacked her. The Xia clan's Ancestor Chen's blade was even more ferocious, forcing Wang Su to swallow her words. Long Tian did not care whether or not Lu Yin was a stowaway. He was a selfish person, and as long as he obtained the origin item, it did not matter if Lu Yin was a stowaway. Furthermore, there was no evidence to prove that Lu Yin was a stowaway, and it was just speculation. The 4 young ancestors kept each other in check, and Long Tian had to protect Lu Yin and obtain the origin item. Even if Lu Yin was later confirmed to be a stowaway, his life or death would have nothing to do with Long Tian. "Bai Xiaohong, you want to steal the origin item, so you're accusing me of being a stowaway?" Lu Yin shouted. Bai Xiaohong was furious, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "You're courting death." In the corner, Gue Qian, who had been quiet all this time, suddenly attacked, not at anyone but the Tribulation Crystal Pillar. He stored it in his cosmic ring and fled without hesitation. Everyone's attention had been on Lu Yin, and no one had expected Gue Qian to attack the pillar. By the time they reacted, the prince had already turned the corner and was about to flee. Lu Yin didn't neglect Gue Qian. If it hadn't been for this guy, he wouldn't have been exposed. Thus, he didn't stop Gue Qian from taking the crystal pillar away, and when Gue Qian fled to a corner, he made his move. Plan, Astral Chess. Gue Qian was just about to turn the corner when the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He was in the innermost area while Lu Yin appeared at the corner and fled. Gue Qian had failed to escape for the second time. Lu Yin sped up and rushed out. As long as he escaped with the origin item, the 4 young ancestors would definitely chase after him, and Obscurus and the others would be safe. Unfortunately, he had been too optimistic. Gue Qian could not escape, and neither could he. No one could easily escape from the 4 young ancestors, even if they used a secret technique. Lu Yin rushed out as fast as he could, only to find that he was going in the opposite direction. What was going on? "Brother Long, you're going too fast. You'll run into a wall," a voice rang out beside his ear. Lu Yin turned around and saw Xia Shenfei. What had he done? This was one of Xia Shenfei's clones. He had dealt with the Shangqing before, but because of Bai Xiaohong's sneak attack, he had not merged all of his clones as a precaution. He seemed emotional, but he was actually more shrewd than anyone else. Gue Qian had said that Lu Yin had escaped right under the noses of Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian, and he had been waiting for this moment. If Lu Yin could escape once, then he could do it a second time. This was his chance. Things had developed well, and this person had almost escaped using a secret technique. Fortunately, Long Tian had been guarding this place the entire time. Give it to me. Xianxia's body was covered in divine martial qi as he grabbed at Luyin. In the distance, Long Tian, Bai Xiaohong, and Wang Su wanted to help, but they were stopped by others, especially by Xiaohong. Xianxia's main body had directly blocked him. Even if it was just a clone, the power of the young ancestor's attack was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. At that moment, Huizu appeared beside Lu Yin and disappeared with him. He then passed by Xianxia and continued to rush out. This was Huizu's strength. He could run all over the place and set up countless spatial coordinates that allowed him to constantly teleport. During the sovereign tournament, the Xianxia had used this technique to disgust many people. Huizu rushed out with Lu Yin, but the void distorted in front of him as if it was being grabbed by someone. Lu Yin knew that things were bad. Long Tian had attacked. His innate gift was spatial, and distance was meaningless to him. Without someone at the same level to block him, he would still be attacked even if he escaped to the outside world. Let him go. Long Tian barked as he retracted his right hand. The void in front of Huizu blasted him apart, and half of his body turned into a stream of air. Long Tian intentionally avoided Lu Yin, as he wanted Lu Yin to escape. The origin item was in Lu Yin's hands, and the White Dragon clan had every reason to take it back. Would they be afraid that Lu Yin would use this opportunity to break through the Wisdom Gate? That would be impossible. Long Tian had thought that Huizu was holding Lu Yin hostage, which was why he had attacked. However, he had also been delayed for a moment, which allowed Xianxia to catch up. Long Tian continued to attack, trying to use space to obstruct Xianxia, but he was stopped by Bai Xiaohong, who interfered with Long Tian's attacks. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Brother Xia, bring Long 7 here." "All right." Xianxia shouted. Outside the corner, his clone grabbed at Lu Yin, the divine martial qi in his palm, ensuring that Lu Yin could not resist. Long Xi's expression changed. "Long 7, run." Obscurity, who was fighting with Dong Shan, opened her eyes helplessly. "It's time to act, boss." On the other side, Dong Shan was confused, as he did not understand what was going on. Yao Xian, Lu Tianmu, Shangqing, and Wu Taibai all looked around the corner, waiting for the shocking scene. Lu Yin, who had challenged everyone in the sovereign tournament, was about to appear. Xianxia's hand descended, and he was just about to grab Lu Yin when Lu Yin sighed and looked up. "Is it fun?" Golden light suddenly appeared around his body, and he raised his hand to meet Xianxia's. Both sides exerted their strength at the same time, and Xianxia's expression changed. "This is..." There was a thump as Xianxia's clone was slammed into the wall. "It's over." Lu Yin's empty palm ferociously exploded with 250 stacks wrapped in golden battle force. The attack pierced through Xianxia's clone. Everyone stared blankly at this scene. How was this possible? That was Xianxia, one of the junior ancestors. Even if it was just a clone, its strength was comparable to Wang Yi and the others. In the distance, Xianxia spat out another mouthful of blood. Another clone had fallen. He looked at Lu Yin in shock. 10-lined battle force. You've actually cultivated 10-lined battle force. Bai Xiaohong and the rest were stunned. Battle force was not difficult for them to cultivate, but the difficulty lay in the 10-lined battle force. That required an unparalleled spirit, and only by reaching 10-lined battle force could one be considered to have touched upon that level. They had not overly cultivated their domains or battle force because they had too many inheritances and had enough to cultivate. They had never expected Lu Yin to have cultivated 10-lined battle force. 10-lined battle force was comparable to the divine martial qi. Lu Yin suddenly did not want to leave. He had the ability to do so, but why? Since he had been exposed, he might as well fight. Besides, he had a guess that he needed to confirm, and that guess had to be confirmed here. Long Xi stared blankly at Lu Yin, who was enveloped in golden light. She had already confirmed that this person was a stowaway. Only a stowaway could hide such strength. Long Tian's face was terrifyingly gloomy. The son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline was actually a stowaway. If news of this spread, it would be a huge joke. Thank you. Your beauty no longer belongs to me. PP Pegging Wark's boss is awesome. Backviewer reward from a brother. Last day of the month, afternoon update. Thank you for your support, thank you. Bai Xiaohong raised his head. He was very happy, very happy. If this person was a stowaway, then his marriage with Longxi did not count. Shangqing looked at Luyin. You're not leaving? Anytime. There's no rush. Wang Su's brows rose as he looked at Luyin. If you don't leave now, then don't even think about leaving. He then raised his hand and spread out his palm to point at Luyin. This action had left a deep impression on Luyin. This was the pearl vine of the four ultimates, and it could seal any of his abilities. Lu Yin's figure disappeared in a flash as he casually struck out with an empty palm at Wang Su. Wang Su hurriedly dodged, but at this moment, Lu Yin's strength had increased by a lot since the sovereign tournament. His realm had increased, and he had used the dragon saliva to strengthen his body. He had also broken through the lower threshold, and the power and speed of his emptiness palm had increased once again. It had completely surpassed the limits that Wang Yi had been able to endure back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to pierce through Xianxia's clone with a single palm strike. Wang Su wanted to dodge this palm, but it was still a little too late. The palm struck her shoulder, sending her back several meters. A palm print could be seen on her shoulder. Wang Su was astonished and found it hard to raise his arm. What a powerful palm strike. Yun Tingting wanted to launch a sneak attack on Luyin, but she was met with an empty palm strike. She wasn't as lucky as Wang Su, and she spat out a mouthful of blood as her body crashed into the wall. Bai Xiaohong's finger landed. Immortal guides the way. Luyin stared at Bai Xiaohong. You've been an eyesore for a long time now. You're asking for a beating. He then raised his hand and slapped out with a series of empty palms. Lu Yin's battle force had broken through to 10 lines, and the might of his emptiness palm had left the Shangqing and the rest speechless. If Luyin had possessed this level of strength during the sovereign tournament, then he might not have needed to use the Reaper transformation to fight against the Shangqing. Under normal circumstances, Lu Yin's current strength was comparable to that of a prime clear expert, which was the battle prowess of a junior ancestor. This was because the Prime Clear's 3 sons' ancestral chi was fully unleashed, allowing him to challenge a junior ancestor alone. The emptiness palm enhanced by golden battle force combined with Lu Yin's current strength not only shattered Bai Xiaohong's immortal guides the way, but it also enveloped Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian, who was not far from him. Bai Xiaohong's gaze turned cold. How arrogant. He then raised his hand and struck out with his palm. Bang! Bai Xiaohong was an enlighter and had even broken through the middle finger. Regardless of whether it was in terms of realm or power, he was superior to Lu Yin. However, Lu Yin's physical strength, combined with his golden battle force, was simply too powerful, and he was able to suppress Bai Xiaohong for a moment. Bai Xiaohong could not believe it. He had been suppressed? How could this be? Long Tian's figure disappeared as the white dragon roaming steps rapidly approached Lu Yin. He thrust out his spear, sealing off the void. He stared at the tip of the spear, the image of the sword steel's inheritance appearing in his mind. His brain spun rapidly, and he raised his hand to deflect the tip of the spear by a hair's breadth. At the same time, he struck out with his palm at the spear's weakest point, causing Long Tian to almost lose his grip. Long Tian felt the same way as Bai Xiaohong at this moment. He immediately transformed into his white dragon, causing the spear's power to increase explosively as he viciously lashed out at Lu Yin. Lu Yin's body suddenly vanished. He had already set up the greater teleportation array when Long Tian's spear had pierced towards him. Long Tian's spear pierced through the air, and he twisted his body. It was still the white dragon swimming steps. With Long Tian's attainment in the white dragon swimming body step, he could enter the stellar source universe in a short time and disappear. On the other side, Bai Xiaohong also relied on his unparalleled strength to enter the stellar source universe. This was the power of a young ancestor. Even though Lu Yin had the strength to compete with the Shangqing and the Shangqing, he was still inferior in terms of absolute strength. The tip of the spear pierced out from an unseen direction, and Lu Yin narrowly avoided it. His arm was still bleeding, and a star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet. He activated the secret plan and moved. Lu Yin originally wanted to move to a place where no one was around, but he realized that he was moving in the wrong direction. He immediately thought of Xianxia. What kind of ability did this person have to make him make mistakes again and again? Wang Su seemed to be cooperating with Xianxia. The moment Lu Yin appeared, he faced Zhu Luo of the Four Ultimate Techniques. Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian appeared and charged towards Lu Yin at the same time. Fortunately, Ancestor Chen's glowing blade and Ancestor Hui's seemingly sealed shot appeared at this time. One forced Bai Xiaohong back while the other trapped Long Tian, giving Lu Yin a chance to catch his breath. Lu Yin stared at the Shangqing. You want me to fight the four young ancestors alone? Make your move quickly. Alright, the Shangqing responded, and the illusory Ancestor Chen directly merged into the Xia ancestor's body. Ancestor Chen's strength suddenly increased, and he actually forced Bai Xiaohong to retreat. No matter how strong Bai Xiaohong was, he did not have the advantage against Ancestor Chen of the same generation. If not for Ancestor Chen's lack of intelligence, Bai Xiaohong might not have been a match for him in a one-on-one duel. This was the terrifying aspect of the three yang ancestral qi. Even if the Shangqing's ancestral qi only increased by a little, Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Hui would erupt with terrifying strength. Wang Yi and Wu Taibai had both experienced this before. Although Ancestor Chen and Ancestor Hui blocked Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian, no one stopped Wang Su. She faced Lu Yin and moved her finger, causing a crack to appear in the void. Four black ropes appeared out of nowhere and bound Lu Yin's hands and feet. Wang family's secret technique, seal. I've already said that you won't be able to escape. Wang Su did not immediately attack. Instead, her entire aura changed, and formless waves swept out in all directions. Bai Xiaohong, who was closest to her, paled. Stop. His words were useless against Wang Su, and formless waves swept out in all directions, sweeping through everyone present. Only the Shangqing sensed danger, and Ancestor Hui appeared and moved him away. Seeing everyone being swept by the waves, the Shangqing frowned. What happened? Wang Su raised her head. At this moment, she was like a goddess from the 9 heavens. She left a mark of invincibility and fear in everyone's hearts. At this moment, even Bai Xiaohong, Long Tian, and Xianxia subconsciously wanted to worship her. They were unable to attack her. Lu Yin was the same. He was bound by the 4 black ropes and could not move. Being unable to break free was one thing, but more importantly, he did not want to break free. As he watched Wang Su walk over, he had the urge to kneel down and worship her. This was the Wang family's secret technique, Grand Supreme. It was a technique that was enough to make people worship her. In a battle, the slightest bit of hesitation was enough to turn the tide. Grand Supreme was so terrifying that it could make enemies bow down to it. Even Bai Xiaohong and the rest were wary of it. Wang Su approached Lu Yin step by step and executed Grand Supreme. She was not afraid that Lu Yin would escape. She did not have any desire to escape. At this moment, Lu Yin was more likely to kneel down and submit to her. This was Wang Su's confidence. This was the strength of the Wang family's junior ancestor. Lu Yin watched as Wang Su approached him and raised her hand to grab him. The same scene repeated itself. Previously, it was Xianxia, and this time, it was Wang Su. Lu Yin's gaze changed as he teased, "Do all of you junior ancestors feel that you're high and mighty?" Wang Su's expression changed drastically. Impossible. Lu Yin growled and suddenly shattered the ropes. He grabbed at Wang Su, and his actions were exactly the same as Xianxia's. Wang Su stared at Lu Yin, and her pupils suddenly changed, becoming very strange. Lu Yin's mind trembled. He widened his eyes and resisted the spiritual force attack head-on. With a boom, the void exploded. The attack came from between Wang Su and Lu Yin. The two of them exchanged spiritual force and retreated at the same time. At this moment, the power of Grand Supreme also disappeared. At that moment, a round ball appeared between Wang Su and Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw it and cursed under his breath before immediately retreating. Xianxia also saw it. Retreat. With another boom, Wang Su was once again bombarded by spiritual force. This was Yao Xian's attack, Divine Burst. He had taken advantage of the moment when Wang Su and Lu Yin had finished exchanging spiritual force to attack. The effect was very good, and he had even injured Wang Su, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. After Xianxia, another junior ancestor had been injured. Luyin had also been badly shaken, and he felt dizzy. That lunatic Yao Xian had definitely done this on purpose. Xianxia saw that Wang Su had been injured, and he licked his lips. Has anyone ever told you not to offend a woman? Many people subconsciously looked at Wang Su. Wang Su quietly stood in place with a calm expression. Her head was lowered, and a strange atmosphere pervaded the area. Seeing Wang Su like this, Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian did not attack again. Xiao Shenfei looked at Luyin sympathetically before looking at Yao Xian and the rest. Actually, the junior ancestor is the junior ancestor because she is fundamentally different from all of you. This difference is something that only we are aware of, and it's time for all of you to experience it. As soon as he finished speaking, the void trembled. Wang Su looked up, and his body was filled with visible star energy that soared into the sky. A formless pressure suddenly descended and covered the entire area. Following that, a phantom image appeared behind Wang Su and gradually became clearer. Luyin and the rest had solemn expressions. From the moment that Wang Su had looked up, they had felt that something was amiss. This region of space was giving the junior ancestor too much preferential treatment. Junior ancestor was literally the ancestor of the younger generation, and anyone who could be called a junior ancestor had a very high chance of reaching the progenitor realm in the future. The progenitor realm was an illusory existence to the fifth mainland, and even Luyin, who had become the champion of the sovereign tournament, had not been so revered. At most, his chances of reaching the progenitor realm were higher than others. However, in this region of space, not only had the junior ancestor joined the humble class and become the chief of combat, but he had also obtained the junior ancestor planet and the resources of the entire universe. This was not an ordinary expectation. Previously, although Bai Xiaohong and the rest had displayed strength that surpassed everyone else, they were still not worthy of the title of junior ancestor. But now, as Wang Su looked up and the phantom image behind her became clearer, the two words junior ancestor appeared in the minds of Luyin and the rest. Xiao Shenfei's words echoed in their minds. The junior ancestor was different from them, and they needed to experience it for themselves. Luyin silently struck out with his palm, and the hollow palm traversed the void and descended in front of Wang Su. He did not care about anything else. So what if Wang Su was strong? He was confident that he had already reached the peak of his peers. Even if the junior ancestor had some hidden techniques, he would not be that strong. Moreover, did it really matter if they did not fight? They still had to fight. The hollow palm distorted the void and ruthlessly struck in front of Wang Su. Wang Su raised her hand and struck out with her own palm. Although she had acted later, she was the first to arrive and collide with the hollow palm. There was a loud bang that exploded in everyone's ears. The berserk aftershock spread out and flattened the ground. Wang Su had received Lu Yin's hollow palm head-on. Lu Yin was astonished. After coming to this region of space, his cultivation realm and the toughness of his physical body had clearly increased. In addition to his golden battle force, the might of his palm was enough to seriously injure someone at Wang Yi's level. Even if he was facing the junior ancestor, he would still be a threat. Previously, he had forced Wang Su back with a single palm strike, but now, his palm strike was completely useless. Thank you for your support, brothers. Behind Wang Su, the phantom became clearer. It was a palm, and the patterns on it were clearly visible. It set off Wang Su, giving her a sacred aura. When he saw this, the word imprint suddenly popped up in Lu Yin's mind. Was there an imprint in this universe? No, an imprint was meant to imprint a person, but this was a palm? Lu Tianmu and the rest were shocked. The moment the phantom palm appeared, Wang Su's entire person had changed. She had easily blocked the hollow palm. Her strength had undergone a qualitative change. Opposite them, Lu Hao exclaimed, the visualization technique that originally belonged to the Lu family was divided up by the 4 cardinal scales to create the 4 junior ancestors. Is this the power of visualization? Lu Tianmu heard him. The Lu family? She looked at Lu Yin. Long Tian and the rest retreated. Wang Su had already used the power that only the junior ancestor had grasped, so it was time for this farce to end. What they needed to do now was wait for Long 7 to be defeated so that they could snatch the origin item. Long Xi's face turned pale. She had seen and experienced the visualization technique before, which was why she was certain that the junior ancestor was invincible. Even if she broke through the lower threshold, even if she was given a tribulation crystal pillar to break through the middle threshold and reach the same realm as the junior ancestor, it would be useless. Only the junior ancestor of the four cardinal scales could cultivate visualization. In the entire cosmic tree realm, there were only a handful of people who could do so. This was a power that belonged solely to the Lu family, a power that belonged to the master of a continent, but it had been divided up by the four cardinal scales. Lu Yin sized up the current Wang Su. The phantom behind this woman was not an imprint, but rather the same as the tree phantom behind Yu Hua Mavis. Could it be the same power? Wang Su's body suddenly disappeared, and Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat. Not good. She had broken into the astral source universe at extreme speed. Without thinking, Lu Yin took out a drop of spring water and dripped it into his eyes. At the same time, he retreated. When he opened his eyes, he saw Wang Su's cold eyes on his right, but he pretended not to see her. Wang Su circled around Lu Yin and appeared behind him. She waved her hand and used the four uniques technique, Skyblade. Lu Yin executed his greater teleportation array and circled behind Wang Su. He then raised both hands and struck out with his emptiness palm continuously. Wang Su had not expected Lu Yin to be able to see her movements. She turned around and struck out consecutively as well. Bang 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 bang. Dozens of explosions sounded as their palms collided, tearing the void apart. The power of the collision was more than 500,000 combat power, leaving invisible light, Wen Yi, and the others speechless. Long Qi was shocked. Long Qi was as strong as the young ancestor? With a boom, the two palms collided once again. Both Lu Yin and Wang Su retreated at the same time, panting heavily. Wang Su was astonished. Even after using the visualization technique, he still wasn't able to suppress Sun Mo. This person's strength had definitely reached the level of a junior ancestor. Lu Yin's palm hurt. This woman's palm was fierce and domineering, and he didn't know what she'd added to it. She didn't seem to be at a disadvantage when it collided with his emptiness palm. Fortunately, she wasn't able to suppress him. This battle reminded him of his battle with Wang Yi. Their strength was almost equal, and it would be difficult to determine the victor in a short period of time. At this moment, everyone had an unspoken rule, and that was to not use any external objects. Among those of the same generation, who didn't want to suppress everyone? Lu Yin had displayed a strength that was enough to fight against Wang Su, and this caused Long Tian's expression to turn extremely ugly. He had been played. Long Qi possessed such strength, yet he had been treating Long Tian as a joke from the start. How detestable. Bai Xiaohong's originally relaxed attitude turned serious. There was actually someone with such strength in the wastelands? He thought about it and looked at Xianxia. This person wasn't weak either. He hadn't expected that after an epoch, the wastelands would produce more and more elites. This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. This wasn't good. He had to deal with this when he returned. Xianxing's eyes narrowed. Even if he and Lu Yin delayed the two junior ancestors, the other two could easily deal with Yao Xian and the rest. It was impossible for them to break out of the encirclement in their current state. Wang Su, end this quickly. Bai Xiaohong suddenly charged over and pressed down with one hand. Secret technique, cloud descent. Wang Su didn't stop him, as this wasn't the time for a fair battle. Lu Yin frowned when the two junior ancestors joined forces. How troublesome. Xianxia hurriedly waved his hand, and Progenitor Chen leaped forward, but he was blocked by Long Tian. Not only did Long Tian block Progenitor Chen, but he also wanted to attack Xianxia. A spear shot out from the void. Xianxia didn't have any spring water, so he couldn't see Long Tian's attack coming from the astral source universe. However, Progenitor Hui could help him evade the attack, and he also gave Long Tian a sealed sourcebox array. The sealed sourcebox array wasn't that easy to break free from, so Xia Shenfei made his move. Do you think you can stop the two of us by yourself? As he spoke, his divine martial force swept out, and Xianxia once again dodged under Progenitor Hui's guidance. However, this space was only so big, and there was no way for him to dodge. In the end, he was still injured by Xianxia's area of effect attack, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Progenitor Chen slashed at Xianxia from behind, but Xianxia turned around and raised his hand. Secret technique, reverse. As soon as he spoke, Progenitor Chen's entire body actually retreated. At this moment, Long Tian's white dragon transformation broke free of the sealed sourcebox array, and his spear pierced through Progenitor Chen's body, turning him into a stream of air. Xianxia coughed up another mouthful of blood. He could fight one junior ancestor by himself, but he couldn't fight two of them at once. In the distance, Luyin was also in trouble. Bai Xiaohong's cloud descent hadn't been able to trap him, but Bai Xiaohong had never thought of trapping him. After Luyin had used the secret art of plan to evade, Bai Xiaohong had immediately found him and pointed at the void. Split the heavens. A black line streaked across, slicing through the void. Lu Yin's face paled, as the secret art was useless. This was a progenitor battle technique, and he hurriedly tried to use his teleportation array. However, he had already exposed many of his techniques during his battle with Wang Su. His teleportation array had been forcefully disrupted by Wang Su's star energy, and he had also just used the secret art of plan. He had no choice but to face Split the Heavens head-on. Bai Xiaohong had absolute confidence that Split the Heavens would be enough to cut this person in half at the waist unless he used a power vessel. However, even if he did, Bai Xiaohong was prepared. Luyin raised a hand, and a flow diversion diagram appeared. Split the Heavens slashed horizontally at the diagram, which was capable of diverting power, domains, battle techniques, and even more bizarre attacks. However, it collapsed upon contact with Split the Heavens. Behind the diagram was the Fate Zan, but it was also cut apart and returned to Lu Yin's body. These two defenses had helped Lu Yin hold on for another second, but that was enough. When he had used the secret art of plan to evade the attack, he had chosen to attack Gui Qian. Gui Qian wasn't too far away from Lu Yin, and he stared blankly at everything that had happened. Even someone as sinister as him wanted to curse at this moment, as he was also within range of Split the Heavens. He had been cut in half by Split the Heavens outside the Spirit Void Temple, and he could still remember that feeling. Now, it was happening again? Just as Gui Qian was about to take out a power vessel to defend himself, Lu Yin took a step forward and arrived beside him. He pressed down on Gui Qian's shoulder. With one hand. Let me borrow your death aura. Gui Qian was stunned. What did you say? As soon as he spoke, the death aura around his body rapidly flowed towards Lu Yin. At the same time, the death aura within his body flowed towards Lu Yin at an even faster rate and was absorbed by him. Gui Qian was dumbfounded. Who else could use death aura aside from Gui Yuan? This was death aura, and it wasn't any ordinary power. This guy could actually absorb it, and he didn't even know how. This chapter isn't finished. Please turn the page. What? The moment he touched Lu Yin, he felt like he was being suppressed. This was what it felt like to be suppressed by the top. Gui Qian was certain that he hadn't heard wrong. Long Seven had just said that he wanted to borrow death aura, and then his own death aura had been uncontrollably sucked away. This was something that completely subverted his worldview. Other than the practitioners of the Ghost Abyss, no one else should be able to cultivate the death aura. Moreover, even if it was a practitioner of the Ghost Abyss, no one in his generation could absorb his death aura. Not to mention his peers, even an envoy-level practitioner of the death aura would not be able to absorb his death aura. But Long Seven had done it. What the hell? Gui Qian was dumbfounded. Lu Yin could have left earlier, but he'd stayed because he'd clearly sensed that he'd absorbed a bit of death chi when Gui Qian had first attacked. This was something he wanted to confirm. He wanted to see if he could absorb death chi. Reality proved that he could. As Gui Qian's death aura entered his body, Split the Heavens drew closer and closer. At Lu Yin's chest, the black and white mist that had been reduced by a lot surged, merging with the death aura and rapidly spreading throughout his body. Under the astonished gazes of the Shangqing and the others, a black and white cocoon formed around Lu Yin's body. Split the Heavens slashed directly at the cocoon, but it didn't break. However, Split the Heavens didn't disappear either. It seemed to be in a stalemate. 2 seconds later, the black and white cocoon split open, and Lu Yin's appearance changed completely. His eyes were pure black, his hair fell to his waist, and his upper body was half naked. Black gas swirled around his body like a spinning nebula, turning into chains that spiraled around him. His body was branded with an incomprehensible dark red pattern, and his left arm was wrapped in white gas, forming a shield. His right hand held a giant goggle, and the black gas behind him rose like a cloud, occasionally forming a pair of eyes that were still and emotionless. This was the Grim Reaper transformation. The Xianxia and the others felt their scalps go numb when they saw Lu Yin's appearance. He had appeared in the final battle of the Sovereign Tournament. A feeling of despair once again enveloped them. In that battle, everyone had worked together, but they hadn't been able to defeat this Lu Yin. No, they hadn't even been able to make him move a single step. This was the true strength of the Fifth Mainland Sovereign. The Xianxia and the others had been shocked after seeing it once, so there was no need to mention Bai Xiaohong and the others. At this moment, they were all dumbfounded as they stared at Lu Yin. What the hell? Wang Su stared closely at Lu Yin's appearance. It was so familiar, as if he had seen or heard of it somewhere before. Lu Yin looked up, his pure black eyes sweeping over Bai Xiaohong. Bai Xiaohong's heart trembled as an indescribable feeling of fear welled up within him. It was as if he was being suppressed by an indescribable existence. The one who felt this feeling the most was Gui Qian. The moment Lu Yin appeared in the Grim Reaper transformation, Gui Qian's brain felt like it was about to explode. No one understood this form better than Gui Yuan. This was the Grim Reaper. The Grim Reaper wasn't a legend. Even though everyone thought it was just a legend, Gui Yuan knew that an ancient ancestor had truly existed. He had been a true unparalleled powerhouse that had surpassed humanity's understanding of progenitors. He wasn't someone that the four cardinal scales inheritances could compare to. Only the Lu family, which had once ruled over this part of the universe, could. The Grim Reaper's inheritance had actually appeared in the Fifth Mainland, in the hands of a stowaway in an abandoned land. This was the level that Gui Yuan had always wanted to reach, but it had seemed so far away. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Thank you. End of chapter. When the black and white cocoon shattered, split the heavens slashed towards Lu Yin's face. Lu Yin raised his left arm, and white gas formed a shield that blocked split the heavens. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. What a terrifying attack. Even he felt a little pressure, but it was only a little. After all, it was a progenitor battle technique, and even a secret technique could not divert it. With a whoosh, Lu Yin exerted force with his left arm and flung split the heavens away. Bai Xiaohong's pupils shrank. How was this possible? Split the heavens was actually blocked by someone of the same generation? Long Tian and the rest looked at Lu Yin and felt a chill in their hearts. It was as if they were facing the Grim Reaper. Lu Yin gripped the giant Go Lian tightly and slashed at Bai Xiaohong. I'll return it to you. Bai Xiaohong faced the Go Lian slash head-on. His subconscious sense of danger made him use his full strength. Just like Wang Su, a phantom image appeared behind him. It was a small pond. As the phantom image appeared, Bai Xiaohong raised his hand and tapped out with Immortal Guides the Way. At the same time, the pond's water was rapidly depleted. Extreme coldness descended. This was the true Immortal Guides the Way of the Cold Immortal sect. The power of a single finger was enough to pierce through the void. Lu Yin's Go Lian slashed head-on with Immortal Guides the Way. Terrifying shockwaves swept out in all directions, shattering the void. Lu Yin had thought that this slash would be able to injure Bai Xiaohong, but he had underestimated the young ancestor, a top disciple of the Cold Immortal sect. This slash was blocked by Immortal Guides the Way. However, much of the water in the pond behind Bai Xiaohong had been depleted. How many more slashes can you block? Lu Yin growled. He raised the Go Lian again and slashed horizontally. This time, he was not only targeting Bai Xiaohong, but also Wang Su. He was truly going to fight one against two. Bai Xiaohong could not believe that a stowaway from an abandoned land was actually stronger than him. I'll block it. You attack. Wang Su did not hesitate, and his figure flashed into the astral source universe. Lu Yin had used up the exquisite lake spring water, so he could not see the astral source universe. However, did he need to see it? Black beams of light appeared from all directions and wrapped around Lu Yin. This was the Wang family's secret technique, restriction. Lu Yin raised his left hand and grabbed the black chains that coiled around him like a nebula. He then swept them all around him. The forbidden technique was shattered, and Wang Su walked out from the astral source universe. The phantom palms behind his back congealed, and he sent a palm strike at Lu Yin. It was as if two palms were descending. The palm froze the moment it entered the black gas surrounding Lu Yin's body. Wang Su was astonished. How was this possible? Lu Yin turned around, and Go Lian slashed diagonally. Wang Su waved his left hand, using the Four Ultimates technique, Skyblade. With a bang, Skyblade shattered, but Go Lian's speed didn't change as Lu Yin continued to slash down diagonally. Ripples appeared on Wang Su's body as she used her secret technique, Zenith. The power of the supreme secret technique was terrifying. Even Bai Xiaohong and the others were wary of it. Previously, Lu Yin had relied on reciting the Stonewall scriptures to break free from the suppression of the Zenith's secret technique, but this time, he was caught off guard and was instantly suppressed by the technique. However, it was only for an instant, and Wang Su quickly retreated. Lu Yin looked up again, and the Golian slashed out again. Blood splattered everywhere as Wang Su was injured. Bai Xiaohong appeared behind him. Split the heavens. Another split the heavens was unleashed, but this time, its power was even greater than the previous one. Bai Xiaohong's strength had increased once again by relying on his visualization technique, so Lu Yin had to be cautious. Go Lian turned around and slashed out in a huge arc, enveloping everyone within. The entire void was sliced apart. Xianxia, Yao Xian, and the others had been cautious when Lu Yin had used the Grim Reaper's transformation. The last match of the Sovereign Tournament had left a deep impression on them, and they knew that Lu Yin was different from his usual self. His actions leaned towards the dark side, and they were afraid of being implicated. The moment Lu Yin slashed out with Go Lian, Xianxia and the others immediately fell to the ground without hesitation. They rejoiced at their actions, as this fellow would definitely implicate them all. Go Lian slashed through the void, causing Long Tian's expression to change. A phantom python appeared behind him, also using visualization power. As for Xianxia, the phantom of a long blade appeared behind him. The four junior ancestors were using their full strength. Under Go Lian's slash, the four junior ancestors simultaneously moved to block it. The others either fell to the ground or allowed the junior ancestors to stand in front of them. Only Dong He was in a situation where no one could defend him, but he had not been able to crouch down in time. The Go Lian slashed past him, and his head fell to the ground. Bai Xiaohong's eyes widened in anger. Dong He had been a top disciple of the Frigid Immortal sect, second only to himself, but he had actually died. Long 7, I'll have you pay with your life. Bai Xiaohong didn't seem to have done anything, but Lu Yin suddenly saw Night King Zhenwu laughing maniacally. You can't beat me, Lu Yin. You'll never be able to beat me. Look at yourself and your people. I'll kill them all one by one. This is what happens when you oppose the Day-Night royal family. The next moment, Ming Yan suddenly appeared with tears in her eyes. Brother Lu, father is dead, and I don't want to implicate you. Let me go. She then swallowed the poison of life in her hand. Blood drained from Lu Yin's face. No. He walked forward, wanting to stop Ming Yan from swallowing the poison of life. But even though he was only a few steps away, he felt like he was at the end of the world. He would never be able to touch Ming Yan at this moment, and he could only watch as the poison of life entered her mouth and she died. Lu Yin felt an intense pain in his chest, and he heard someone's roar. Suddenly, his mind trembled, and Ming Yan disappeared from his sight. He could clearly see his surroundings, but there was no light calling out to him. In front of him, Progenitor Chen and Progenitor Hui were blocking Xia Shenfei and Long Tian. He lowered his head and saw that his chest was bleeding. Was he injured? Yao Xian heaved a sigh of relief. The god burst had pulled Lu Yin back to reality, and he looked at Bai Xiaohong in horror. He did not know what this person had done to cause Lu Yin to fall into an illusion. No, it couldn't be called an illusion, as it had not been a spiritual force attack. However, Lu Yin had indeed lost his mind, and he had been struck by split the heavens without any resistance. Bai Xiaohong pointed at the void again and stared at Lu Yin. You can't escape. The blood in Lu Yin's chest stopped flowing. He did not know what Bai Xiaohong had done, but if it had not been a spiritual force attack, then it had to be a secret technique or an innate gift. The frigid immortal sect had countless inheritances, and Lu Yin's fear by Xiaohong had risen to a whole new level. Split the heavens. A phantom line extended towards Lu Yin in front of Bai Xiaohong. At the same time, he looked at Lu Yin again. If he had succeeded once, then he could succeed a second time. This was his innate gift, heart. It was not a spiritual force attack, but rather an unavoidable one. Bai Xiaohong would either see the person he hated the most or the person he loved the most. Lu Yin sighed and recited the Stonewall scriptures in his mind. When faced with such a strange attack, the Stonewall scriptures would be able to defend against half of it. Another scene appeared in front of him, this time with a finger descending. Boundless rage surged into Lu Yin's mind, and he almost shouted, "How dare you!" At the last moment, the Stonewall scriptures pulled him out of the illusion. He heard the shouts of Invisible Light and the others, and not too far away, Yao Xian had been injured by someone. Otherwise, he would have used another divine explosion. Split the heavens was right in front of him, and Lu Yin suddenly attacked. He slashed out with Golian, split the heavens in two. Bai Xiaohong watched in shock as Lu Yin slashed out with Golian again. This time, Bai Xiaohong was unable to escape. A huge slash started from his neck and spread to his legs. His entire upper body was cut open, and blood gushed out. Junior Patriarch! Dong Shan roared and leapt to Bai Xiaohong's side. Lu Yin did not stop there, and he slashed out with Golian again. However, this attack was blocked by a spear. It was Long Tian, and a phantom of the ancestral python appeared behind him. The white dragon's body was covered in dense draconic patterns, and it stared at Lu Yin with a scorching gaze. This is the Grim Reaper. I remember now. Long 7, come back to the clan with me. Idiot, Lu Yin said. Golian pressed down with force, causing the spear to crack. At the same time, his left hand gripped the black nebula chain and smashed it towards Long Tian. Long Tian raised a hand and grabbed at the nebula chain. Lu Yin had not expected that he would actually be able to grab it, and he had actually lost control of the chain for a moment. This was the first time something like this had happened, and he looked at Long Tian in shock. Long Tian's gaze was cold. You underestimate us too much. At that moment, Long Shi's voice rang out in Lu Yin's ears. Big Bro's innate gift isn't spatial, it's grabbing. He can grab anything, including space. Lu Yin was astonished, there was such an innate gift? The chain was grabbed by Long Tian, and Lu Yin slashed out with Golian. Behind him, Xianxia appeared. Reverse, and Lu Yin's slash returned to its original position. Lu Yin was disgusted, it was this move again. Xianxia waved his hand, and star energy enveloped Lu Yin. Although it wasn't an attack, this action scared Long Tian so much that he immediately retreated. Lu Yin instinctively felt that something was wrong, and Long Shi's voice rang out in his ears again. Xianxia's innate gift allows him to relive the past. He can recreate any pain you've experienced, whether it's your soul or your body. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, each of these fellows' innate gifts was stranger than the last. This was the junior ancestor's strength, and it was no wonder that no one else could catch up to him. Xianxia's star energy enveloped him, and his innate gift was about to be revealed. Lu Yin couldn't avoid it, so he pulled someone else in, Shangqing. Blood spurted out in front of Lu Yin as a large wound appeared on his chest. This wound was the same one that progenitor Chen had used to attack him during the sovereign tournament when he had been trapped by the sourcebox array. This attack had made Shangqing think that the battle was over, but he had activated the Reaper's transformation. Now, this attack had appeared, and it had originated from Xianxia. Shangqing's past also appeared, and it was Lu Tianmu's 13th sword. Shangqing had rarely been injured, and the 13th sword had left the deepest impression on him. Xianxia's innate gift allowed him to experience it once more, and blood trickled down his lips. Punishment, Lu Yin growled. Shangqing was at a loss as to how he had been injured. He thought that Lu Tianmu had attacked, but when he heard Lu Yin's voice, he subconsciously used a secret technique, punishment. Punishment was the Hall of Honor's most disgusting secret technique, and it could perfectly reflect an attack. Xianxia was still at a loss as to why Lu Yin had dragged Shangqing over and injured both of them. All of a sudden, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, and he couldn't help but cough up blood. Was he injured? Where did this come from? This injury was familiar. Was it that woman's 13th sword? Xianxia looked at Lu Tianmu and found that he was being suppressed by Lu Hao. How could this be? Don't make me fight all four of you. Hold down one for me, Lu Yin said to Shan Qing, and then the star chessboard appeared beneath his feet as he activated the secret plan. He was about to take the initiative to attack. I'll update at 3 in the afternoon, and I'll stay up all night to write my story. Thank you for your support. Lu Yin appeared behind Long Tian. I've always wanted to tell you, but you're full of crap. Go Lian slashed down, and Long Tian tried to grab it, but he didn't realize that his entire body had been bound by the nebula chain. These weren't real chains, but rather black death chi. The moment Long Tian appeared around Lu Yin, he had been bound. With a hiss, Go Lian tore apart half of Long Tian's body, causing blood to splatter onto the ground. Long Tian's eyes widened and narrowed as his body fell to the ground. He stared at Lu Yin in disbelief. This person was actually so terrifying. He recalled all the things he had said to Lu Yin before. This guy had been toying with him all this time. Long Shi's face paled, and she was also in disbelief. The junior ancestor was unrivaled among his peers in this part of the universe, and he had been nurtured, looked up to, and even worshipped by the entire universe. Who would have thought that he would be so easily injured by Long Qi? Who was this person? He was truly unrivaled among his peers. Lu Yin glanced at her. If not for Long Shi's sake, that slash would have taken Long Tian's life. He looked at Bai Xiaohong and raised Go Lian up high. Bai Xiaohong felt a chill run down his spine. He hadn't expected Lu Yin to be able to fight them alone. This strength was unacceptable, and it had completely overturned his worldview. He wasn't the only one who was shocked. Shangqing and the others were as well. Based on Lu Yin's performance in the Sovereign Tournament, he could indeed fight the junior ancestor alone, but it wouldn't be so exaggerated as to crush him. No one had expected Lu Yin's strength to improve so quickly. His battle force had reached 10 golden lines, and he had broken through several realms after consuming the dragon's saliva. His strength had soared once more, and he had even suppressed the junior ancestor. Go Lian landed on the ground. Bai Xiaohong lifted his hand and tapped out with a finger. Immortal shows the way. At the same time, the water in the pond behind him was completely depleted, forming the most powerful immortal shows the way so far. In front of him, fresh blood dripped down. Lu Yin's battle technique was broken through by Immortal guides the way. However, Bai Xiaohong had forgotten that before Lu Yin's Reaper transformation, he had also possessed the strength to fight against the junior ancestor. His left hand moved. Emptiness Palm. Immortal guides the way pressed down on Bai Xiaohong, while Emptiness Palm attacked Bai Xiaohong at an even faster speed. It wasn't just Bai Xiaohong, Xia Shenfei, Wang Su, and Long Tian were all struck by the Emptiness Palm at the same time. The three of them had taken the full brunt of the Emptiness Palm while in the Reaper's transformation state, and they all spat out mouthfuls of blood as they retreated. Bai Xiaohong had just been heavily injured by a single slash, and if the Emptiness Palm struck him again, he wasn't confident that he could survive. He had no choice but to use his power vessel to block the Emptiness Palm with great difficulty. At the same time, he shouted, "Don't hold back. Use your power vessel to deal with them." Lu Yin's strength put too much pressure on them. Even someone as proud as Bai Xiaohong had no choice but to use a power vessel in advance. This was tantamount to admitting defeat. As long as Lu Yin didn't die, Bai Xiaohong would be traumatized the next time he faced Lu Yin. Wang Su, Xia Shenfei, and Long Tian felt the same way. Lu Yin's strength while in the Reaper's transformation state was terrifying beyond imagination. Lu Yin raised a hand and blocked Immortal guides the way with the flow diversion diagram. As the diagram shattered, the remaining power of Immortal guides the way no longer posed a threat to Lu Yin. He was now more concerned about Bai Xiaohong's power vessels, as well as the others. The hearts of Shangqing and the rest sank. It was time to compete for power vessels, and this time, it would depend on their foundations. How could their foundations compare to the junior ancestor of the four cardinal scales? Lu Yin relaxed when it came to competing for power vessels. The death chi that he had absorbed from Prince Gui Qian was almost exhausted, so it would be even better for him to compete for power vessels. This chapter is not finished. Please turn the page. However, Lu Yin wasn't afraid. He didn't believe that Bai Xiaohong and the rest could take out more power vessels than he could. Ignoring everything else, just Mount Supreme was enough to suppress them. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot as they fought for the Genesis item, but they had forgotten that this was a trap. Since the humans' mortal enemies had set up such a trap, and they had even used the true Genesis item and the Tribulation Crystal Pillar as bait, how could it be broken so easily? When the four young ancestors simultaneously used their visualization powers, none of them noticed that the desiccated corpses that had been shattered at the beginning had miraculously recovered. When Bai Xiaohong took out his power vessel and prepared to end the battle, the sourcebox array that he had buried underground suddenly fell into chaos. Lu Yin was the first to realize that something was wrong. He was an origin array master, after all, and he had mastered many sourcebox arrays. His control over star energy had reached the level of a world realm cultivator, so he immediately sensed that something was wrong. But it was already too late. The corpse opened its eyes, and everyone suddenly froze. Then, their gazes became dazed, and they sat down cross-legged as if they had been controlled. Sitting Oblivion, the ruins of Oblivion hasn't been broken. Quick, escape! Wang Su said with great difficulty. Only she, Bai Xiaohong, and a few others barely maintained a bit of consciousness. They wanted to escape, but they seemed to be struggling. Shangqing was the same. As for the others, they sat down cross-legged and didn't move at all. Lu Yin recited the Stonewall scriptures and barely maintained a bit more consciousness than Wang Su and the others. He looked up at the corpse, and the star-scattered chessboard appeared beneath his feet as he moved. His body vanished and then reappeared, moving to within 5 meters of the corpse. He locked gazes with the corpse, and their consciousnesses fused together. The Grim Reaper transformation ended, and his body returned to normal. The die had 6 pips. As long as he fused with someone once, he could fuse with them again as long as they were within 5 meters of him. This was Lu Yin's lifeline. He could use the secret art of plan to move around the corner and avoid the ruins of Oblivion that Wang Su had mentioned. But if he left, what would happen to the others? This was especially true for Long Shi, who was his wife in name. He subconsciously didn't want to give her up. If he could fuse with the corpse, then he was confident that he could leave at any time. The problem now was how to bring the others away. Lu Yin fused with the corpse's consciousness and moved his hands. He could control them now. He was delighted, this was perfect. First, it was himself. He controlled the corpse to stand up and carry his body on its back. He then approached Wang Su, who was the closest to him. He looked around with a guilty conscience. This place was a trap, so there shouldn't be anyone lying in ambush, right? There shouldn't be. If there was, then there wouldn't have been a need to use the ruins of Oblivion. Lu Yin subconsciously coughed, but he found that he couldn't do so while controlling the corpse's body. I'm sorry, but we're all enemies, so I can't do anything overboard. Besides, you can't leave this place, so there's no point in keeping these things. Lu Yin comforted himself as he took Wang Su's cosmic ring, cut her finger, and dripped a drop of blood into it. He then began to frantically sweep through the contents. It was time to collect his spoils of war, and he was a little excited. This was the only thing he could do, which was to save these people. They definitely wouldn't be grateful to him, and at least he was sure that Bai Xiaohong and Long Tian wouldn't. There was also that Crown Prince Gui Qian, who was filled with a sinister aura. Lu Yin couldn't treat his own life as a joke, and he couldn't do anything to them. Humanity's enemies had schemed and trapped everyone in this strange place. If he killed Bai Xiaohong, Long Tian, and the others, then it would be the same as helping those monsters. He couldn't save them, but he couldn't harm them either. He could only maintain the status quo, and those things could be considered compensation for not harming them. This chapter is not finished. Please continue reading. Lu Yin had thought that Wang Su's cosmic ring had a lot of star essence, but he was disappointed when he took a look. There were at most a few dozen million star essence, which might be enough for the others, but it was too little for him. Aside from the star essence, there were many other personal items in her cosmic ring, but Lu Yin wasn't interested and just glanced through them. Wait, a hairpin attracted his attention. He frowned and took it out to take a closer look. Lu Yin was secretly delighted, as it was actually a lock-breaking tool. This was interesting. A lock-breaking tool was actually a hairpin? It seemed to be similar to someone else's. Luin had almost slipped away when he wasn't paying attention, so he placed it on the ground and continued looking through it. He found some white papers. What was this? Why was there paper in the cosmic ring? It shouldn't be ordinary. He took it out, placed it on the ground, and continued searching. Finally, he found a small knife that was similar to the one he had used to destroy the circle during the battle, but there were some differences. This knife was the only power vessel in the entire cosmic ring, and Luin didn't need to guess to know that it wasn't simple. He took it out, and the sharp aura almost blinded him. It was definitely a powerful power vessel. Luin put it away without any hesitation. Next, he went to East River. That guy was already dead, so Luin carried his own body and walked over. He took off the cosmic ring and dripped a drop of blood into it before sweeping through the contents. There weren't many star essence in East River's cosmic ring, and Luin only found some pills and power vessels, but they weren't anything special. There were also some white papers. What was this? Luin saw a bottle filled with red powder with the words pepper written on the outside. Luin was speechless. Pepper? Was this for real? Who would carry pepper around with them? He thought of Silver, who claimed to be a gourmet and always carried seasonings with him. This East River guy actually had seasonings as well. Luin subconsciously put it away. No matter how small a fly was, it was still meat, so he continued. Luin began to sweep through the rings one by one, but of course, he only targeted his enemies. He couldn't kill people he was familiar with like Obscurus and the others. They were lucky, but Luin felt that it was a pity. From Yintingting, Luin had obtained some star essence, healing pills, a few power vessels that weren't very useful, and some cigarettes. These cigarettes were very mysterious and should have been Yintingting's final trump card. Luin took them without hesitation. As for Xianxia, he didn't find anything except a pile of books and ink. Luin pursed his lips. Xianxia's attitude towards him had always been good, so Luin decided to let him off since he didn't have anything good to show for it. He looked around and saw that it was Crown Prince Guiqian's turn. This guy had contributed too much to Luin, and if it weren't for him, the black and white fog in Lu Yin's chest wouldn't have been enough for him to use the Reaper transformation for long. However, this guy had also exposed Luin, and if it weren't for him, Luin would have been able to continue pretending to be Long Qi. Although he wouldn't have been able to keep up the act for long, it wouldn't have stopped Guiqian from exposing Lu Yin's crimes. Luin felt a little grateful, but of course, he was also a little angry. He didn't stand on ceremony and took the giant tribulation crystal pillar from Guiqian's cosmic ring. He swept through the star essence and other items, but there was one item that caught his attention the most, a skeleton that seemed to belong to a beast. The moment he took it out, Luin felt waves of pressure. This skeleton wasn't simple, so he took it away. Luin walked over to Xianxia, feeling a little resentful towards him. This guy's secret technique was too disgusting, and it forced people to go against their will. He was simply shameless. Xianxia's cosmic ring was filled with wine, and Lu Yin's first thought was of wine how. These two were a perfect match. End of chapter. Aside from the wine, there was also something that looked like a doll that caught Lu Yin's attention. He looked at it seriously and his expression turned serious. This was probably Xianxia's most well-hidden trump card. He took it away. Next up was Long Tian. Luin walked up and slapped him viciously on the head. This guy was just too talkative. Luin took off his cosmic ring and stored everything inside. There were many things, but most of them were useless. The only thing that caught Lu Yin's interest was a spear with a green gelatinous substance attached to it. Who knew what it was? He took it away and slapped Long Tian again before leaving. Right, I almost forgot. Luin looked at Long Qi, remembering that Xia Tyli's cosmic ring was still in her hands. He hadn't had a chance to return it to Xianxia, so he searched for it and found it. That water plant power vessel wasn't bad either. Finally, Luin arrived in front of Bai Xiaohong. This was the real deal. Bai Xiaohong wasn't just a simple matter of plundering. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and in the blink of an eye, that bewildering power that made him lose his sense of self spread to his mind once more. He recited the Stonewall scriptures and resisted the corrosion as he quickly attacked. He unleashed 5 palm strikes in a row, and 4 of them crippled Bai Xiaohong's limbs. The 5th palm struck Bai Xiaohong's chest, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Lu Yin exhaled and quickly returned to his mummy. He carried his own body and dragged Bai Xiaohong to a corner. When Bai Xiaohong was thrown around the corner, he suddenly came to his senses. His many years of battle experience made him want to dodge, but both his arms and legs had been crippled by Lu Yin. He had also taken a palm strike and was heavily injured before, so he almost fell down. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his own body, and when he saw Bai Xiaohong's body sway, he reached out to grab him. The other young ancestors liked this, so Lu Yin wanted to do the same. Bai Xiaohong regained consciousness and saw Lu Yin attack him. He wanted to resist, but his injuries were too severe. Just as he was about to take something out of his cosmic ring, he realized that it wasn't in his hand. Lu Yin grabbed Bai Xiaohong's neck and fiddled with the ring with his left hand. "You're looking for this?" Bai Xiaohong stared at Lu Yin, blood dripping from the corner of his mouth in disbelief. "How are you fine? How did you escape the meditative ruins?" "What's the meditative ruins?" Lu Yin asked. Bai Xiaohong sneered. "A wasteland is a wasteland. You don't even know about the meditative ruins." Lu Yin frowned as his left knee slammed into Bai Xiaohong's stomach. Star energy erupted from Bai Xiaohong's body and transformed into a finger, but the finger dissipated as soon as it appeared. Although Bai Xiaohong had reached the world level in terms of star energy control and was capable of setting up source boxes and arrays, there was no way that he could compare to Lu Yin when he was injured. Lu Yin's knee still landed on Bai Xiaohong's stomach, causing him to bend over and cough violently. All he coughed up was blood. Lu Yin looked down from above. Bai Xiaohong's body swayed, and he finally couldn't hold on any longer. He collapsed to the ground, his limbs bleeding from the intense movements. He gritted his teeth and glared at Lu Yin with bloodshot eyes. "Do you know what you're doing? You're just an ant from a wasteland, and you dare attack me? Don't you know that the frigid immortal sect can destroy your wasteland at any time? We've allowed you to exist for so many years out of pity, that's all. I can ask the ancestor to attack your abandoned land at any time and destroy everything." Lu Yin looked at him calmly. "Are you threatening me? If I'm afraid, I can take your life at any time." Bai Xiaohong's eyes went wide. "You wouldn't dare." Lu Yin was amused. Long Tian and Bai Xiaohong were all the same. Long Tian had always looked down on Lu Yin and had always ordered him around. Bai Xiaohong was the same when it came to others. This was the junior ancestor, someone who had been groomed by the resources of the Cosmic Tree sect and had also been praised by the sect. Even though Lu Yin had never interacted with Wang Su or Xia Shenfei before, he was certain that even if the two of them weren't as obvious, they were still the same deep down. This was especially true for people from the abandoned wastelands, as they had a natural sense of superiority. "The frigid immortal sect will definitely know of my death, and they'll definitely guess that I died at the hands of stowaways like you. No one in this region of space would dare to risk starting a war with the frigid immortal sect to kill me. Only you ants. If you dare to kill me, the wasteland will become a true purgatory." Bai Xiaohong threatened loudly. Lu Yin squatted down and met Bai Xiaohong's eyes. "Then tell me, how did the Cosmic Tree sect, which is the frigid immortal sect, attack the wasteland? Do you have a way to get there?" Bai Xiaohong stared at Lu Yin. "I know you're trying to get information out of me, so I won't hesitate to tell you. Of course we do. With your status, you should be at the top of your generation in the wasteland, so you should know about the existence of the 3 doors. Behind them is our region of space, and on the other side is your wasteland." Lu Yin raised his brows in surprise. Was Bai Xiaohong really that stupid or just pretending to be? Or was he just bluffing? The 3 doors were not connected to the 5th mainland, but rather to those monsters. Once the 3 doors were opened, the 3 doors had already been opened. Otherwise, the battle on the other side of the mother tree would not have been so intense. This was what Guoshan had said. This guy was definitely bluffing, but that couldn't be right. Bai Xiaohong clearly knew about Lu Yin's status, so how could he not know that the 3 doors had been opened by those monsters? Could it be that the true location of the 3 doors was a secret? Bai Xiaohong only knew of their existence, but he did not know where they were. This was clearly a bluff. Lu Ying thought about it. Guoshan had said that the battle on the other side of the mother tree was intense, but he had not mentioned the existence of the 3 doors. Lu Ying had just guessed where the 3 doors were. If anyone in the Starry Sky fruit tree knew the location of the 3 gates, then the 5th mainland would not have been so peaceful for so many years. Someone had already entered the 5th mainland. It was an abandoned land, and it was also a forbidden land for this part of the Starry Sky. So the question was, how had Wang Yi gotten to the 5th mainland? He had participated in the sovereign tournament through the technocracy, which meant that the Wang family had a secret passage to the 5th mainland. Otherwise, Bai Xiaohong would not have used the 3 doors as a bluff. The frigid immortal sect definitely did not have a way to get to the 5th mainland. Many thoughts flashed through Lu Yin's mind. Across from him, Bai Xiaohong thought that he had managed to bluff Lu Yin and relaxed. He then said coldly, "Although you injured me, you saved me from the meditative ruins. I'll accept this favor and pretend that nothing happened. I can also change your identity as a stowaway. Compared to the wasteland, I believe that you'd rather stay in this region of space and join my frigid immortal sect." Lu Ying found this funny. This guy was not stupid. If he tried to bluff Lu Ying while trying to rope him in, then he might actually be roped in by Bai Xiaohong. If even someone like Bai Xiaohong did not know the location of the 3 doors, then it proved that this region of space was very wary of the 5th and 6th mainlands. How could they allow Lu Ying to change his identity so easily? Bai Xiaohong's words made Lu Ying even more aware of the severity of his identity as a stowaway. "You still haven't told me what the meditative ruins are," Lu Ying asked. Bai Xiaohong frowned. "I said that I could help you change your identity and take me away from here. Not only can I help you join my frigid immortal sect, but I can also help you become a top disciple. You might even have a chance to reach the progenitor realm in the future. I won't steal your origin item either. Actually, my frigid immortal sect has one, but it's better if you can obtain it yourself. Let me ask you again, what is the meditative ruins?" Lu Ying ignored Bai Xiaohong's nonsense and focused on his questions. Bai Xiaohong barked, "Long 7, do you really want to make an enemy out of me? Do you really know how terrifying my frigid immortal sect is?" Lu Ying suddenly reached out and grabbed Bai Xiaohong's hair. The originally handsome elite now looked like a stray dog. "My name is not Long 7. My surname is Lu." Bai Xiaohong's eyes narrowed, as if he had just heard something inconceivable. He stared at Lu Ying in shock. "What did you say? Your surname is Lu?" Lu Ying sneered. "Does this surname make you that uneasy?" The blood drained from Bai Xiaohong's face, and he was more terrified than ever. He stared at Lu Ying in disbelief. "Impossible. You're a remnant of the Lu family? How is that possible? You can't be from that Lu family." He suddenly thought of something and continued, "You're from the abandoned lands, and your surname is Lu. You have nothing to do with that Lu family. I'm from that Lu family, or else I wouldn't have been able to cultivate to this level." "I'm back," Lu Ying said in disappointment as he looked into the distance, seemingly reminiscing about the past. Bai Xiaohong roared, "Impossible. The Lu family has already been exiled. The entire bloodline of the Lu family was exiled back then. Even if there are remnants, they're still disciples of the Lu family. There can't be anyone with the surname Lu. You're lying to me." When he saw Bai Xiaohong's expression, Lu Ying knew that the man had been provoked. Had the Lu family really given Bai Xiaohong such a huge blow? Lu Ying then shouted, "If he's not from the Lu family, how could he have defeated you? Impossible. Even your ancestors were exiled. Not a single one of them could have been left behind." Bai Xiaohong roared, glaring at Lu Ying. "I'm right here. How is it impossible? Did you think that your plan was flawless? Your exile was completely ineffective." Lu Ying retorted, his eyes turning red. Bai Xiaohong roared, "The white dragon pushed the entire Lu family out to those monsters. Everyone with the surname Lu was there. That day was a day of celebration for the Lu family, but it was also the anniversary of their death. The 4 scales worked together, so how could the Lu family have returned? Not a single Lu was spared, and everyone was exiled. You can't be from the Lu family." Lu Yin's heart trembled. Even though he had guessed it before, it still left him breathless. So there really was a Lu family in this part of the universe, and the four scales had worked together to push the white dragon to those monsters? Had they been exiled? I'm from the Lu family. I'm back. The Lu family is back. Luin said coldly. Bai Xiaohong's veins bulged, and his hands clenched into fists. Even though he was crippled, he had temporarily recovered from his excessive excitement. He grabbed Lu Yin's clothes. You're lying. If you're from the Lu family, then prove it. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. Thank you. Book friend 5421041 Stargazer disciple Stargazer chant wine rats monkey brother, I'll update more tomorrow. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he raised a hand to summon a platform that slowly rotated. The giant emperor's brand was engraved on it, and it looked ancient. When Bai Xiaohong saw the platform, he was stunned, as if he had been struck by lightning. How is it? Can you prove my identity? Luin asked coldly. This was the most important piece of evidence to prove his identity. No matter how he had guessed before, there had been no direct proof that he was from the exiled Lu family in this region of space. He wanted to confirm his identity through Bai Xiaohong and understand the situation back then. Since he had been exiled, there was a chance that he could be brought back. Although the chances were slim, as long as there was a chance, Luin would not give up. When Bai Xiaohong saw the general roll call platform, he was dumbfounded. He had received a huge blow, and he slowly looked up at Luin. It was as if this was the first time he was seeing him. His gaze was strange, filled with disbelief and nostalgia, but most of all, hatred, jealousy, and fear. I know who you are. Ha 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 ha. You're back. You're really back. Ha 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 ha. Bai Xiaohong laughed crazily as he stared at Luin. Luin grabbed him by the collar. Then tell me who I am. Bai Xiaohong laughed. I'm not stupid. You don't have any memories, and you don't know anything about the Lu family. You don't know where you came from, who is waiting for you, or who is your enemy. Ha 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 ha. You don't know anything. Do you know why you're still alive? It's because you're the saddest person alive. Ha 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 ha. Luin clenched his fists and stared into Bai Xiaohong's eyes. I don't think I'm sad. You're in my hands. As expected of you, you actually managed to fight your way back. But it's useless, as everything is set in stone. No matter what you do, you can't resist. You're a stowaway now, and it looks like those ants in the abandoned land support you. So what? Even if they gather the entire abandoned land and fight their way to this region of space, so what? You can't resist the frigid immortal sect. You can't resist my sister, just like your brothers. Bai Xiaohong suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood and his body split apart. He had committed suicide. Luin had not expected Bai Xiaohong to commit suicide. He released his grip and watched as the corpse fell to the ground. As the junior patriarch of the frigid immortal sect, he was extremely proud and arrogant. Just now, he had tried his best to save his life, and even put down his dignity to ask for peace. But now, he had directly committed suicide, which showed how much he had suffered. Only when facing someone of the same level, or even someone of a higher level, would they commit suicide. This was a common problem for such peerless figures. In Bai Xiaohong's eyes, Luin had been nothing more than an ant in the abandoned lands. Even if he had the death god's inheritance, Luin was still nothing in his eyes. In his eyes, Luin was only worth one thing: take. Bai Xiaohong wanted to take everything from Luin, including his origin item, secret techniques, and the death god's inheritance. However, everything had changed the moment the battle platform had appeared. Bai Xiaohong had let go of his arrogance and insufferably arrogance. He had given up on threatening Luin and given up on seeking peace. His status had completely reversed, and he had looked at Luin with more fear than hatred. Thus, he had chosen to commit suicide. He knew that the moment the battle platform had appeared and Luin had told him that his surname was Lu, he had no way out. Suicide was his only choice, as he didn't want to die at Lu Yin's hands. That's right, the general appointment platform. Lu Yin's face turned cold, and he looked at Bai Xiaohong. In my name, I appoint a general. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Xiaohong's image was imprinted onto the general appointment platform. Lu Ying looked at Bai Xiaohong's corpse, his words echoing in his mind. He had revealed his surname to confirm his identity, and now, he had indeed obtained a lot of information. He had also confirmed his identity, but there were still many questions that he had yet to ask. The Lu family, the 4 cardinal scales, and the white dragon turning over, these were just a small part of the truth, but there were even more mysteries. Bai Xiaohong had said that it was the Lu family's day of celebration. It was precisely because of this celebration that all the Lu family members had gathered and the Lu family had been exiled. So why the celebration? Who had directed all of this? Who had facilitated the 4 cardinal scales to join forces? Someone had to be in cahoots, otherwise, how could the 4 cardinal scales have joined forces so easily? Even if the white dragon had turned over, how could it have pushed the Lu family away? If the Lu family had been able to force the 4 cardinal scales to join forces, then their strength was definitely above the 4 cardinal scales. Did they not have the ability to retaliate? What about the others? For example, what role did the Lu family and the seed garden play? Why was Bai Xiaohong so certain that he had lost his memories? Was the seal that he had encountered during his breakthrough related to this? Who had sealed him? There were too many things that Lu Ying wanted to know, and what he wanted to know the most was the identity of the enemy. Who was the one who had orchestrated the Lu family's exile? This region of space contained too many of his secrets. After thinking about it for half a day, Lu Ying finally exhaled and imprinted all of the information he had learned into his mind. He then looked at his cosmic ring, but there was no point in thinking about it now. The truth would have to be investigated in the outside world, and the most important thing right now was the spoils of war. Bai Xiaohong's cosmic ring contained tens of millions of star essence, and these people's star essence provided Lu Ying with about 300 million star essence. Although it wasn't much, it wasn't a small amount either. Lu Ying looked at the fruit that had been stored in a box made of some sort of crystalline material. He felt an indescribable sense of familiarity, but he couldn't recall where he had seen this fruit before. If he had, then his memories would have been sealed as well. He put the fruit away and swept his gaze across the box. He saw a red flower that was alluring and beautiful. Lu Yin's body trembled. It was this flower. His Dai's 6 pips had entered someone's body when he had tried to search through the Lu family's memories. That person's head had exploded, and the last thing he had seen was a sky filled with red flowers. This was the flower he had been referring to. Lu Ying looked at the alluring red flower, but he didn't know why Bai Xiaohong was wearing it. He could only put it away for now. Finally, he took out a square metal plate from Bai Xiaohong's. Many other items. There were 4 lines on it. This was a sourcebox array. Lu Ying was very sure that this metal plate was a sourcebox array, and the 4 lines were very familiar. This feeling, could it be split the heavens? Had someone split the heavens into a sourcebox array? If that was the case, then that person's attainments in array formations were too high. Lu Ying felt a wave of fear. Fortunately, Bai Xiaohong had not used this power vessel, or else Lu Ying might not have been able to withstand the attack. Even using the walnut power vessel would take time, and split the heavens would not have given him that time. Lu Ying put the cosmic ring back on Bai Xiaohong's finger and then organized the spoils of war that he had obtained from everyone. There were about 300 million star essence, and the most valuable items were the tribulation crystal pillars, the origin artifact, the knife and hairpin that Wang Su had given him, the spear that Long Tian had given him with the green gelatinous substance attached to it, Xianxia's doll, and Bai Xiaohong's metal plate sourcebox array. There were also the 4 junior ancestors tokens and various other strange items. There were more than 200 pieces of white paper, but Lu Ying did not know what they were used for. Bai Xiaohong and the others. There were also some of them. After organizing the items, Lu Ying sighed with emotion. He had obtained many things from this trip to the ruler's realm, such as the tribulation crystal pillars and the battle technique when things reach extremes. He wondered what Xianxia's doll was like. If it was not bad, then he could replace his universal armor. Lu Ying continued to merge his consciousness into the corpse and carried himself. He then dragged Bai Xiaohong back to the meditative ruins and placed Bai Xiaohong in the same position as the others so that no one would be able to tell that he was dead. Lu Ying then began to drag Obscurer and the others to the edge of the meditative ruins. Obscurer, Wu Taibai, Shangqing, and Lu Tianmu all looked at Yao Xian. should they drag this guy out? Luin hesitated for a moment, but eventually decided to drag him out. After all, this guy had used a divine explosion to awaken him during the previous battle. Otherwise, his injuries would have been even more severe. There were a total of 5 people, and all of them were at the edge of the meditative ruins. Luin placed the corpse to one side and returned his consciousness to his body. He then dragged all 5 of them out of the meditative ruins. The moment they left the ruins, all 5 of them woke up and subconsciously left their original positions. Luin pursed his lips. We're safe. The 5 of them stood some distance away from each other and looked at each other. They then looked at Long Tian and the others in the meditative ruins before finally looking at Luin. You're not affected by the meditative ruins? Wu Taibai was shocked. Luin looked at him. You're from the Shenwu Plain. Why did you help us? Yao Xian added, I find it strange as well. Xia Shenfei said that you betrayed the Shenwu Plain. What did he mean by that? Wu Taibai shrugged. It's not considered betrayal. It's just that we have different aspirations. You've all seen the attitude of this universe towards the 5th mainland, but I don't think so. The 5th mainland has an inheritance that this universe is missing, and it's only there that we can obtain certain inheritances. If I stayed in the Shenwu Plain, I could only be Xia Shenfei's junior brother. That's why I left. Just because of that? Luin did not believe him. Wu Taibai asked, what do you think? Lu Yin's eyes flashed. How did you get to the 6th mainland? And how did you become the martial ancestor's disciple? Wu Taibai leaned against the wall. Brother Lu, are you interrogating me? Don't forget that I just helped you. I never harmed you from start to finish. Lu Yin's eyes flashed. Even Bai Xiaohong did not know the locations of the 3 gates, so it was even more impossible for Wu Taibai to know. Then, how had he gotten to the 5th mainland? Wait, how had he gotten to the 6th mainland? The 5th and 6th mainlands, the technocracy, and the Wang family. Luin seemed to understand something, but this was Wu Taibai's problem. What's the meditative ruins? The others were curious as well, as they had been unable to resist at all. Wu Taibai glanced around and said apprehensively, the Wang family has a battle technique called the meditative realm. As the name suggests, it can cause an enemy to forget everything, as if they're just a shell. Complete mastery of the meditative realm is the meditative ruins, and this power can be applied to a certain area. He then looked at the nearby corpse. Of course, someone needs to activate it. If I'm not wrong, that corpse is the key to activating the meditative ruins. Invisible Light and the others had long since discovered the corpse. It was obvious that Luin could control it, which made them feel strange. Thank you for the rewards, brothers. You're too awesome. Windborn stayed up late to write, and I'll update at 3 p.m. Thank you for your support. Luin didn't try to hide it. I once cultivated a technique to control puppets, so I can control this corpse. He then turned to Wu Taibai and asked, so you're saying that if we destroy the corpse, the meditative ruins will disappear? Wu Taibai sighed. In theory, yes, but don't forget that this place is a trap. Everyone followed the map here, and the map came from Long Xian. That Long Xian should be a redback, so this must be a trap set by those monsters. If it's so easy to destroy, how can it still be a trap? The corpse was destroyed in the beginning because it was part of the trap. The activation condition of this trap should be the visualization power of the 4 young ancestors or a certain level of strength. Everyone listened in silence. I suspect that if we destroy the corpse now, not only will we not be able to save them, but we might even kill them, Wu Taibai said seriously. That's what those monsters like to do. They want us to kill our own young ancestors. Of course, this is just a guess. Everyone had to admit that Wu Taibai's guess was probably true. It would not be easy for the monsters, the mortal enemies of humanity, to set up a trap in the ruler realm. If the trap could be destroyed so easily, then it would have been pointless. If they could set up a trap, then they had full confidence in trapping the 4 young ancestors. Even a progenitor might not be able to save them. The young ancestors were the hopes of this region, which was why they were called young ancestors. These monsters would not feel that it was a waste to deal with future progenitors. Furthermore, these traps might not have been set up on purpose, and they might not have been set up to deal with the young ancestors from the very beginning. Humanity had been at a disadvantage against these monsters for countless years, and even the ruler realm had been invaded many times. No one knew exactly how many traps had been left behind. Or perhaps these monsters were hoping that someone would come and save them? Perhaps the trap had not been fully activated? No one could say for sure. Should we leave? Ming Guang asked. Everyone looked at Luyin. He was the one who had saved everyone, and he was the strongest, so his words carried the most weight. Luyin looked at Xianxia in the meditative ruins. He could not let go of this woman. Even if he exposed his identity as a stowaway, Xianxia still reminded him at the critical moment. This was beyond ordinary. From the moment Xianxia reminded him, this woman had taken root in his heart. Luyin was unwilling to leave her here, but if he took her away, who could guarantee that she would not reveal that they were stowaways? It was one thing to have feelings, but could feelings be bigger than the situation? As the ruler of this starry sky, did Xianxia really not care about the stowaways in the abandoned land? Even if they didn't care that Luyin was a stowaway, what about the others? It was impossible for her to allow these people to exist. Luyin wasn't confident that Xianxia wouldn't expose him, and that would be playing with everyone's lives. Yao Xian was on guard. Luyin, you can't be thinking of saving that woman, right? We can't die with you. Invisible Light replied, our standpoints are different. Perhaps in the future, you will have the chance to save her. Luyin frowned and looked at Xianxia silently. Shangqing glanced at him, if you want to save him, then do it. Don't you have a great world? Just put her in the big world. Luyin was stunned and at a loss. A great world? Since when did I do that? Mount Supreme, he said indifferently. That's a great world? Luyin was shocked. The others were shocked as well. They were very familiar with Mount Supreme. Was that a great world? Shang Qing explained, Mount Supreme is the Hall of Honor's most valuable treasure, and it's a world of its own. It can be big or small, and it can be used for both offense and defense. Back then, the Hall of Honor wanted to give it to me directly, but they didn't have a proper reason to do so. Thus, they made it the highest reward for the sovereign tournament, but it was taken by you. Luyin was confused. So you're saying that I stole something from you? Shangqing looked at him. Not really. You obtained it with your own abilities. However, there was a disagreement within the Hall of Honor, and Elder Chan made the decision to give you Mount Supreme. It's a great world that can store living things in your cosmic ring. With that, he stopped talking. 3 streams of energy coiled around his body, and he still looked like a deity. Anyone who saw him would want to beat him up. Luyin impatiently took out Mount Supreme and placed it on the ground, making it look like a fake mountain. Everyone looked at it, and they could all find the location where they had fought. Lu Yin's statue was the biggest eyesore to them. Luyin sat down cross-legged, I'm going to control the corpse. Everyone, please make way. Everyone looked at him strangely and made way. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared within the corpse's body, and it stood up. Everyone was astonished, it actually worked. It wasn't that they hadn't come into contact with puppeteering techniques before, but they had never thought that it would come in handy at this moment. But even if it was a puppet technique, how was Luyin immune to the meditative ruins? They weren't stupid, and they knew that Luyin had been holding back. But who hadn't? Ming Guang hadn't revealed his innate gift during the sovereign tournament, so they hadn't questioned him. The corpse came in front of Luyin and carried him back to the meditative ruins. Luyin couldn't be more than 5 meters away from the corpse. The corpse carried Xianxia out and placed him at the border before silently returning to the corner and merging its consciousness with Lu Yin's body once more. Luyin opened his eyes and pulled Xianxia out. Xianxia opened his eyes and looked around vigilantly. He saw the people in the meditative ruins and then fixed his gaze on Luyin with a complicated expression, You saved me? Luyin nodded. The others silently distanced themselves from him. Xianxia stared at Luyin and a spear appeared in his hand. He raised it high, We're enemies. Then why did you remind me? Luyin asked. Xianxia tightened her grip on the spear, Reminding you is the last of our friendship. From now on, we have nothing to do with each other. Luyin sighed helplessly, Do you think they'll let you go? He then looked at Ming Guang and the others. Longxi's gaze turned cold. Try blocking me. He then used White Dragon roaming steps and disappeared. Lu Yin's body also disappeared, blocking Longxi's path. She instinctively used the White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror. She was slightly stronger than Wang Yi, who had participated in the Sovereign Tournament. After all, she had broken through the lower threshold, but it was useless against Lu Yin. This was the first time the two had fought seriously, and Longxi finally understood how terrifying Lu Yin was. The White Dragon Heaven Inspecting Mirror had trapped Lu Yin many times before, but it couldn't do so this time. Lu Yin used the Great Shift Array to appear behind Longxi and grabbed her, golden battle force blossoming in his palm. Longxi turned around, draconic patterns covering her body as she transformed into a white dragon. She smashed out with her spear without mercy. Lu Yin raised his hand and grabbed the spear's handle, causing a strong wind to spread from their feet to the surroundings. Longxi couldn't even move. You. Lu Yin shook his head. Your strength is far weaker than mine. He then used overlaying stacks, causing 250 stacks to spread along the spear's handle. Longxi couldn't even hold on to the spear properly, so she let go and punched out. Lu Yin tilted his head, and the spear's handle flew out from his palm, smashing into Longxi's shoulder. Longxi's body swayed, and she couldn't punch out. Lu Yin's domain covered a radius of a few meters, making Longxi feel like she was in a swamp. Lu Yin took this opportunity to press his hand on her shoulder and brought her into Mount Supreme. The scene in front of Longxi changed, and she saw the majestic Mount Supreme and Lu Yin's statue above her head. She retreated a few dozen meters to face Lu Yin. Is this your true strength? Have you been laughing at me all this time? Lu Yin blinked. No, I'm quite afraid of you. Longxi gritted her teeth. Where are we? A large world. Don't even think about running away now that you're here, unless you can break out of it, Lu Yin said, throwing out star essence like crazy. Mount Supreme relied on star energy to create a protective barrier, and the more star energy there was, the stronger the barrier. In theory, it could reach 1,000,000 stars. Lu Yin didn't know how much star energy it would take to reach 1,000,000 stars, but just to be safe, he threw in 100 million star essence. Mount Supreme began to change, filling the interior with star energy while a transparent barrier appeared outside. Longxi leaped up and punched the transparent light screen. Lu Yin watched. Longxi punched the barrier, causing it to shatter. Longxi rushed out of Mount Supreme and returned to the surface. Lu Yin's jaw dropped, and he hurriedly rushed out while cursing inwardly. Mount Supreme had seemed powerful, but it was just for show. He had thought that it would have an envoy-level defense, but he hadn't expected it to be so weak. It needed money. Lu Yin left Mount Supreme, and Longxi glanced at him coldly. She raised a hand, and her star energy transformed into a rope that she tossed towards Long Tian. She wanted to rescue Long Tian from the meditative ruins, but the moment the rope entered the ruins, Longxi became confused and sat down cross-legged again. Lu Yin was speechless. If it was so easy to save them, he wouldn't have had to drag them out one by one. He grabbed Longxi and returned to Mount Supreme. Once inside, Longxi returned to normal and looked around. It was still the same place. Lu Yin didn't believe that he would be able to escape this time, so he threw in 200 million star essence. Upgrading the universal armor had cost a total of 116 million star essence, and it could withstand an attack with a power level of nearly 700,000. Mount Supreme was so massive that 100 million star essence was completely useless, so Lu Yin had tossed out 200 million star essence, which meant that he had spent a total of 300 million star essence. Longxi leapt up once more and attacked the barrier. This time, the barrier was much thicker, and Longxi's punch shattered it, but she didn't rush out. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, but it still wasn't enough. He threw in another 200 million star essence, which made his heart bleed. This was all for Longxi, and if it weren't for her, he wouldn't have replenished Mount Supreme with so many star essence. Longxi punched out once more, but she couldn't shatter the barrier this time. She was shocked, and she began to frantically attack it. She used all sorts of battle techniques, and even the white dragon transformation, but it was useless. The barrier shook violently, but it firmly blocked her attacks. Longxi was unwilling to give up, and she used a power vessel. When he saw her crazed expression, Lu Yin silently tossed in another 100 million star essence. He was already numb to this, as he had spent a total of 600 million star essence in order to thicken the barrier to the point where Longxi would not be able to attack it. It was just too expensive. Thank you, brothers, for your support. Longxi glared at Lu Yin. What are you doing? Lu Yin pursed his lips. I'm going to save you, but I'm afraid that you'll talk nonsense. You can only stay in this world for now. Don't worry, I'll let you out once it's safe. Longxi was furious. Let me go. I'd rather go back to the meditative ruins. Are you stupid? That's a trap set up by those monsters. Going back doesn't bode well for you. Lu Yin was in a bad mood, as he had suddenly lost 600 million star essence. His heart was bleeding, and he looked up. Spending so much money to trap Longxi didn't seem worth it at all. No, he had to produce some value. Right, you must be bored here by yourself, right? I'll find some companions for you, Lu Yin said to Longxi before leaving. Longxi stared at the empty Mount Supreme and was so angry that her face turned red. She thought back to the time she spent with Lu Yin. This guy must have been mocking her all this time. The most hateful thing was that this guy always said the most honest things. Too hateful. If she could, she would definitely tear his mouth apart. Soon, a man was thrown in. It was Xianxia, and he crashed to the ground before standing up with a blank expression. Princess Longxi? Where are we? Xianxia was confused. Longxi panted heavily and replied, the outside world, Longqi's place. Xianxia was stunned. We were captured by Longqi? Longxi was in a bad mood and ignored him. Yuntingting was then thrown in, followed by Lu Hao, and finally Crown Prince Xianxia. Aside from the 4 young ancestors and Dongshan, everyone else had been brought in by Lu Yin. He couldn't bring Long Tian and the others in, or else they wouldn't be able to withstand the 4 cardinal scales investigation. Only the 4 young ancestors were trapped in the meditative ruins, so the cardinal scales didn't care about them. At most, they would investigate them, but that was a trap set up by the monsters and had nothing to do with them. As for Xianxia and the others, they were even more irrelevant. The sovereign realm was huge, and only the heavens knew where they were. Everyone, relax and wait here. I'll get you out, Lu Yin said. Longxi was furious and gritted her teeth. Xianxia and the others hurriedly said something, but Lu Yin ignored them. In the outside world, Lu Yin stored Mount Supreme into his cosmic ring with satisfaction. Now, it was worth something. Yuntingting's smoke was similar to that of the Gulping Smoke Mountain range, but it was of an even higher grade. Lu Hao was from the Lu family, and Xianxia had also grasped a higher-level literary prison. There was also Crown Prince Xianxia, who was from the Spectre clan. All of these people would be useful to Lu Yin if he brought them back to the 5th mainland, which would make the 600 million star essence that Lu Yin had spent worth it. Yao Xian and the rest could no longer sit still as they watched Lu Yin toss Wen Yi and the rest into Mount Supreme. Brother Lu, why did you bring them? Invisible Light asked. I'm an old friend. I can't bear to see them suffer here. Take them away if you can. Old friends my ass. Yao Xian cursed under his breath, his handsome face filled with dissatisfaction, but he did not dare to show it. Lu Yin was much stronger than him, and it was not impossible for Lu Yin to kill him. At the very least, Lu Yin could toss him into the meditative ruins, and he would be finished. Now that these people have disappeared, the people in this region will definitely investigate. The Lu family and the White Dragon race won't let them off so easily, said Lu Tianmu. Lu Yin replied, the sovereign realm is so big. Who knows where these people are? Junior ancestor, are the 4 of them the only ones competing? How could there be such a coincidence? Yao Xian could not help but ask. Lu Yin looked at him like he was an idiot. Don't you still have us? Everyone was stunned. What did he mean? Everyone, do you know how to act? Lu Yin asked with a smile. A few days later, Nong Sanyang and Xia Taili arrived outside the joint of the tree branch. The 2 had been trapped for a few days, but Nong Sanyang's injuries had finally healed and they had joined forces to break free. Long Tian and the others could not keep them trapped for too long. This is the place? Nong Sanyang asked. Xiao Taili nodded and looked around. There are traces of battle everywhere. I wonder how they're doing. Worried about Xianxia, Xiao Taili leapt down and headed towards the abyss. Nong Sanyang followed closely behind. The two quickly reached the bottom and saw that Lu Tianmu had been stabbed in the abdomen. The sword had been stabbed into the wall, and the blood had already dried and turned black. She was in a pitiful state. The person who had stabbed her was Wu Taibai, but he did not seem to be in a good state either. Half of his body was twisted strangely, and it was obvious that he had been heavily injured and had fainted on the ground. Xiao Taili's face paled when he saw this, and he hurried over to check. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Lu Tianmu was still alive. Nong Sanyang said, "This woman isn't dead either." Xiao Taili hurriedly shook Wu Taibai awake, who coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. He slowly opened his eyes and was delighted to see Xiao Taili. "I'm not dead?" Xiao Taili anxiously asked, "What happened? Where's my brother?" Wu Taibai shook his head. "I'm not sure. I was about to heavily injure this woman. But my consciousness suddenly blurred and I seemed to have forgotten everything. When I opened my eyes again, I saw you." Xiao Taili did not understand and looked at Nong Sanyang. Nong Sanyang woke Lu Tianmu up as well. Lu Tianmu looked extremely miserable with multiple sword wounds on her body. She was lucky that she had not died. The moment she opened her eyes, she subconsciously resisted, but Nong Sanyang easily held her down. "What happened? I remember that you were with the White Dragon clan. Where's Long Tian?" Lu Tianmu solemnly replied, "I don't know. I was stabbed by a sword and fainted. When I opened my eyes, I saw you too." Xiao Taili and Nong Sanyang exchanged glances and then hurriedly walked inside. Wu Taibai glanced at Lu Tianmu and then struggled to get up. Both of them pretended to be vigilant as they followed Xiao Taili and Nong Sanyang inside. Not long after, they saw Lu Tianmu lying on the ground, his body covered in blood. Nong Sanyang hurriedly examined him and found that he was still alive. He had regained consciousness without any light, and he only remembered that there had been a chaotic battle. Xiao Taili grew even more anxious, and she walked further in. She saw Shangqing, Yao Xian, and Luyin. All of them were in extremely miserable states, but they all had one thing in common: they were still alive. This was not right. How could no one have died after such a miserable battle? Then, the meditative ruins appeared before her eyes. Xiao Taili saw Xianxia, Long Tian, Wang Su, Bai Xiaohong, Dong Shanwaran, and Dongha's corpse. She was about to enter when Nong Sanyang pulled her back. Nong Sanyang's expression was grave. "Don't be rash. What happened?" Xiao Taili did not understand and looked at the others. Everyone was at a loss. Invisible Light said, "In the chaotic battle, I think I heard the words meditative ruins." "Meditative ruins? Meditative ruins?" Xiao Taili and Nong Sanyang spoke at the same time, their faces pale. Invisible Light replied, "I'm not sure." Nong Sanyang's expression was solemn. "That should be it. I remember now. The meditative ruins can indeed cause people to become like this. No wonder all of you collapsed in an instant. No matter how desperate the battle was, as long as you were enveloped by the meditative ruins, you would forget everything and become like the living dead." Luyin inwardly praised Nong Sanyang. If he hadn't known that she was from the Nong family, he would have thought that she was a stowaway. "Where are Longxi and the others?" Xiao Taili asked Luyin. Luyin shook his head. "They were separated a long time ago. We were attacked by a large number of withered creatures on our way here, so Longxi and the others were separated." Xiao Taili frowned. Longxi and the others did not have a map, so they could not have found this place. But why wasn't Prince Guiqian here? How do we save them? Luyin asked, afraid that Xiao Taili would overthink things and think of something wrong. After Lu Yin's interruption, Xiao Taili forgot what he had been thinking and was only anxious to save Xianxia and the others. However, they had only heard of the meditative ruins and did not know how to break through them. Xiao Taili wanted to use his star energy to drag Xianxia out, but he suffered the same fate as Longxi. Nong Sanyang solemnly said, "The meditative ruins are not that easy to break through. We can't do it on our own, so we can only ask for help." Xiao Taili was helpless. Let's return to the junior progenitor planet and ask for help from the clan's elders. Lu Yin's heart sank. For the first time, he hoped that the monsters would be more powerful and not break through so easily. Otherwise, they would all be in trouble. I'm curious. If the meditative ruins are a symbol of the Wang family's cultivation of the meditative realm, why would it be here? Did the Wang family set up this trap? Lu Yin asked curiously. He had thought of this question a long time ago, but he had been distracted. Nong Sanyang replied, this involves the Wang family's past. If you want to know, you should ask the elders of the White Dragon clan. Lu Yin choked and fell silent. The exploration of the sovereign realm usually did not end so quickly, but the situation was serious now. The fourth junior ancestor had been schemed against, so they had no choice but to return to the junior ancestor planet and ask for help. Before leaving, they had discussed leaving someone behind to guard this place. There are stowaways among us, and no one knows what they'll do. If this trap was set up by those monsters, they might have a backup plan. We have to leave someone behind to guard it, Xia Taili said. Everyone looked at each other, wary and on guard. Xia Taili did not know what to do. She did not know if there were any stowaways among them, but if Mavis had managed to sneak in, then there had to be others as well. If any stowaways were left behind, then the consequences would be dire. Leaving Nong Sanyang behind was the best choice, but she was heavily injured, and she had to face the elders herself. She had no choice but to look at Lu Yin. Lu Yin saw Xia Taili's gaze and his eyelids twitched. He coughed a few times and coughed up blood. Everyone else was in a similar state. Xia Taili was helpless. Leave the power vessel behind. My power vessel was broken by someone else, Lu Yin said, pointing at Xianxia. He did it. She rolled her eyes and helplessly replied, I wasn't talking about you. The more critical the situation was, the more one could not rely on such people. In the end, no one knew what Xia Taili had left behind, but from her relieved expression, Lu Yin guessed that it was a protection that surpassed the emissary level. However, her cosmic ring was still with him, so where had that power vessel come from? Lu Yin had overlooked an important fact: these elites were all adept at concealment. The more important something was, the less likely it was to be placed in a cosmic ring. After all, a cosmic ring was a conspicuous target, and it was safer to keep it close to one's body. When he thought of this, his heart skipped a beat, and he looked at the people in the meditative ruins. They must have left something good behind. Unfortunately, it was too late. Thank you for your support, brothers. Thank you. They had encountered too many withered creatures on their way here, so they decided to work together to return to Junior Progenitor Planet as quickly as possible. The 4 junior progenitors being trapped was a disaster for this region of space, and it was unacceptable. Lu Yin pushed back a withered creature with great difficulty, but not only did it not die, it even grew stronger. Behind him, Xia Taili was annoyed. How can you be so useless? Lu Yin retorted, I'm injured, seriously injured. Scram to the center, don't get in the way. Xia Taili was especially irritable and shouted at Lu Yin. Lu Yin leisurely returned to the center and was protected by everyone with a clear conscience. Xia Taili gritted her teeth. If not for the fact that she needed this bastard to prove her words, she wouldn't have brought him along. Suddenly, Lu Yin cried out, Yu Hua. Xia Taili was shocked and looked in the direction of the voice. In the distance, the withered creatures were also attacking another person, and that person was Yu Hua Mavis. Stow away. Xia Taili shouted and raised her hand, using her divine martial force to push away the withered creatures and arrive in front of Yu Hua Mavis. Yu Hua frowned and punched out, a huge force colliding with the divine martial force and disintegrating it. She then fled in another direction. Xia Taili quickly chased after her, followed by Wang Mingguang, Yao Xian, Lu Yin, and Xianxia. Yu Hua Mavis hadn't expected 5 people to come just to deal with her. Xia Taili didn't even think of bringing her along, and she looked at Lu Yin in surprise. What are you doing here? Lu Yin's expression turned serious, and he whispered something to Xia Taili. She was shocked and didn't seem to believe him. Seeing that Yu Hua Mavis was getting further and further away, Xia Taili raised her hand and trapped her with a seal. Divine Martial Force's secret technique, lock. Yu Hua Mavis couldn't break free for a moment. Xia Taili and Wang Yi were almost on the same level, so it would be difficult for her to break free from this secret technique. Xia Taili didn't hesitate to attack, using her divine martial force to smash Yu Hua's head. Suddenly, a sphere appeared in front of her. Divine burst. Xia Taili immediately retreated, the void trembling as a majestic spiritual force swept out in all directions, causing her to faint. She raised her head to look, but there was no light. It was just the right time to rescue Emergence Mavis. You really are stowaways. Xia Taili shouted. Prime Clear made his move, and 3 streams of chi coiled around Yao Xian and Wang Xian. Concealed Light and the other 2 attacked at the same time, repelling the air currents. Lu Yin attacked as well, injuring Concealed Light with his emptiness palm. Yao Xian coldly said, "There's no need to send me off. We'll never meet again." He then retrieved something from his cosmic ring and tossed it out. Lu Yin, Xia Taili, and Xianxia hurriedly retreated as the void was torn apart. A power vessel that surpassed an emissary's power erupted, creating a huge gale that swept them all away. At the same time, cracks appeared on the ground and branches. By the time peace was restored, Yu Hua Mavis and the other 2 had already disappeared. Xia Taili frowned and looked into the distance. He had actually escaped. Was that power a treasure? Lu Yin coughed when he saw Xia Taili. I didn't think that it would actually be a stowaway. Xia Taili glared at him. If you know, why didn't you say so earlier? Lu Yin was helpless. I'm not sure. I just happened to see invisible light in the spirit void temple, but he didn't make a move against Yu Hua. That's why I had this guess. You're old friends with Concealed Light. That's one of the reasons, right? Lu Yin sighed. These stowaways are too powerful. Now that I think about it, they must have deliberately befriended me in order to hide their identities. Xianxia arrived. Let's go. Xia Taili scanned the area once more before helplessly returning. Lu Yin and Xianxia exchanged glances as they watched Xia Taili's retreating figure. This was a countermeasure that they had come up with long ago. Yu Hua Mavis had been exposed, and since there had already been one stowaway, it was unlikely that there would only be one. Once they returned to Junior Progenitor Planet, even if the 4 young ancestors were trapped and the 4 cardinal scales didn't pay much attention to them, their investigations would still not be peaceful. Of the group, Concealed Light and Yao Xian's origins could not be explained, so they simply hid with Yu Hua in Lu Yin's Supreme Mountain. Lu Yin was the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan, and his bloodline had been tested. Xianxia came from the nest, and according to him, no one knew who lived there. Some people were even born there, so there was no way to investigate. Wu Taibai was one of the twins of Shenwu Plain. As for Lu Tianmu, she really was someone from the Lu family. The 5th mainland's Lu family had originated from the Lu family in this part of the universe, and even the 13 swords had been passed down from there. She had long since passed the bloodline test. Lu Yin still remembered Lu Tianmu mocking him. Do you think the Lu family is stupid? How can anyone with the surname Lu join? Concealed Light and Yao Xian's exposure made it easier for the group to shake off their identities as stowaways, and they could also be safely taken away, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. After all, the stowaways knew each other, and if they had to leave, they would leave together. Who would have thought that the others were all stowaways? In previous expeditions to the Sovereign Realm, Lu Yin had heard from Longxi that 8 or 9 out of 10 stowaways had died. Even if 1 or 2 managed to escape, they would still be extremely lucky. No one had expected that Lu Yin would be able to bring all of them away safely. Not even a progenitor would have expected this. Their greatest reliance was the remaining people, and the 4 cardinal scales had them. It was impossible for them to join forces, or else they wouldn't have been able to hide from those old fellows so easily. The return trip was much faster than when they had arrived, and several days had passed by the time they saw Junior Progenitor Planet. Xia Taili heaved a sigh of relief and shouted, "Senior Jun, we are not allowed to set foot in the Sovereign Realm. Please return to Junior Progenitor Planet," a voice said. Xia Taili panted heavily as he led everyone onto Shenwu's Junior Progenitor Planet. As the group stepped onto Shenwu's Junior Progenitor Planet, the void in front of them distorted, and an elder with a solemn expression walked out. What happened, Taili? Where's the Junior Progenitor? Xia Taili hurriedly told the elder everything that he had seen. The elder was shocked and immediately contacted Shenwu Plain. At the same time, 3 more people appeared in front of the group. There were 3 men and 1 woman, and all of them looked rather old. They were the 4 powerhouses who had survived 6 origin tribulations on Junior Progenitor Planet. According to the 5th mainland standards, their power levels were over 1 million, and they were on the same level as Master Yuan. Because they were old, they had no hope of advancing any further. They could only rely on the Junior Progenitor and hope that when he became a progenitor, he would be able to take them one step further. Although they were old, their ambitions had not diminished. When they heard that the Junior Progenitor had been trapped in the meditative ruins, they all panicked. Luin looked towards the sovereign realm. At this moment, their fates were uncertain. He thought back to the location that Nguyen had mentioned. Only by going there would someone bring them back to the 5th mainland, but whether or not they could actually get there was another question. In the history of the 5th mainland, many people had snuck into this part of the universe to fight for the origin artifact and the chance to become a progenitor, but very few had succeeded. Those who could reach this part of the universe were the 5th mainland's top geniuses, and they were not any weaker than Feather Mavis and the others. To survive, luck was more important than strength. The rest would be up to fate. Half a day later, a terrifying fluctuation appeared. Luin and the others looked up at the same time, sensing an unfathomable power enter the sovereign realm. This should be the power of a half-progenitor. Not long after, more terrifying auras entered the sovereign realm. Lu Yin's scalp went numb. No one knew what these old fellows were up to. He prayed again, hoping that these monsters would give him some strength. Although it was wrong to think that way, he did not want to die just yet. 1 day passed, 2 days passed, and then 5 days passed. On Shenwu Junior Progenitor Planet, everyone was still waiting. No one spoke, not even the 4 elders. Finally, after 10 days, the 4-way scales reacted. The first thing it did was to disperse everyone and ask them about everything that had happened in the sovereign realm. During the 2 days that Xia Taili and Nong Sanyang had been at the location indicated on the map, everyone had already discussed this. Without the 2 flaws of obscurity and Yao Xian, the other people's identities and backgrounds were very clear. Other than Xianxia, there might be some setbacks, but it wouldn't be too severe. The 4-way scales only investigated whether there were any more stowaways among them. As for the 4 young ancestors being trapped, that had nothing to do with Lu Yin and the others. They did not have the ability to set up the meditative ruins, so it was obvious that it had been done by those monsters. As for Longxi and the others' whereabouts, they did not know anything. If they could find out, then there was no point in trying to cover it up. If they couldn't, then there was no need to say anything. Did you all see it clearly? It's indeed the meditative ruins, and it's not an ordinary one either. There's definitely something hidden there. If we try to take them away by force, we might trigger something. Old Whitehead, if you want to talk nonsense, then talk to your disciples. Old Dragon, do you have any ideas? Humph, nothing. If you don't, then stop talking nonsense. Your descendants are also trapped there. Think of something useful. Enough nonsense. A stern shout came from an old woman. The other 2 stopped talking. This meditative ruins is very old. It should have been left behind during an ancient battle. The desolate ancestor was probably still alive when this trap was set up. Yeah, if they can set up such a trap, then they're not afraid of us saving them. Let's wait until the ancestor comes out. It shouldn't take long. So cowardly. That's not like you, Xianxia. Old Whitehead laughed strangely. Old Dragon laughed as well. You're a hero. Shut up, you two. Let's put this aside for now. How are those kids? Old Dragon, I heard you lost another one of your descendants. Humph, how can there be no deaths in the exploration of the sovereign realm? You're not human, Old Whitehead said. Old Dragon was furious. Old Whitehead, do you want to fight? Enough, the old woman shouted again. Suddenly, there was silence. Apart from the 4 Way Scales, Xian Academy, Ghost Abyss, the Yun family, and the Lu family all have people missing. If those monsters can set up a trap, then there might be a second one. Everyone, think about how to explain this to them. There's no need to explain anything. We expected this to happen in the exploration of the sovereign realm. The 4 junior ancestors are trapped, so what can they say? Old Whitehead said. 3 ants from the abandoned land managed to sneak in. We still need to investigate the rest, the old woman said. That's not very likely. It's already pretty good that 3 ants managed to sneak in, Xianxia said. Cough, the meditative ruins belong to your Wang family. Don't you have any ideas? Old Whitehead asked. The old woman said, you know what happened to my Wang family in the past. They all stopped talking. I've been staying up all night for 4 days, so I'm still too tired. I need to rest a bit. I'm going on a business trip anyway, so I'll continue to update after a while. Finally, Xianxia spoke up. Us old things only know how to fight. It's better to leave this kind of brainstorming to the young. Is Xian'er still in seclusion? The old woman asked. The white-haired old devil replied, no. Her younger brother is trapped. She won't be indifferent if she comes out. Everything will be solved if she shows up. We don't need to waste our brains. The old woman said, breaking through progenitors is the most important thing, but progenitors have their own difficulties as well. They can't act as they please, so let's wait for the ancestors' instructions. We never thought that the 4 cardinal scales would be tricked by those monsters. Long Xian is wanted and killed without mercy. Don't you think so, old devil? The old man said, of course I have no objections. Then it's decided. On the White Dragon Minor Progenitor planet, Lu Yin and Lu Tianmu stood beneath Long Tian's statue. With a rumble, the planet's bridges connected and headed towards the central realm. This trip to the ruler's realm was finally over. Lu Yin felt that it was a pity, as he was the only one who had obtained an origin artifact. Long Shi had said that while it was difficult to find an origin artifact in the ruler's realm, they would always find a few, not just one. It could only be said that this trip had ended so quickly thanks to those monsters. Those monsters had used the map that Long Xian had left behind to lure everyone into a trap. Even if the 4 progenitors had been rescued, their chances of exploring the ruler's realm had been cut off unless they were willing to break the rules. Breaking the rules was equivalent to going against the ancestors' wishes, and it would have far-reaching consequences. Whether or not it was worth it depended on the 4 cardinal scales. If it had been Lu Yin, even if the 4 cardinal scales forbade him from breaking the rules, he would still have secretly gone. Lu Yin and the others had expected that the group would be guarded on the minor progenitor planet. Even if there was nothing suspicious about them, the 4 cardinal scales would not believe them so easily. It would probably take some time to guard them. This was the end of everyone's plan. The rest of the journey was up to each of them to find a way to leave. Lu Yin had to race against time. He did not know how much the 4 cardinal scales could find out about them, but if Wang Yi came out, everything would be exposed. He had to leave before anyone else and reach the place that Invisible had mentioned. The White Dragon Minor Progenitor planet wasn't big, but he didn't know where to go. In the end, he could only return to the black lava. Lu Yin let out a long sigh as he recalled his gains from his trip to the ruler's realm. If he wanted to, he could break through his middle finger right now. After all, he had 2 tribulation crystal pillars, one large and one small, so breaking through wouldn't be a problem. But now that his breakthrough had been discovered, it would be troublesome, and it would be impossible to explain himself. In the end, he suppressed the throbbing in his heart and calmed himself down. Lu Yin did not know if anyone was monitoring him, but he released his domain and extended it outwards. Finally, he discovered a middle-aged man. The middle-aged man also sensed Lu Yin's domain, and he calmly said, Elder Long Kuei told me to tell you that he'll be taking you to Dragon Mountain topmost. He then closed his eyes and stood there quietly. Lu Yin retracted his domain and frowned. Long Shi was gone, and the White Dragon tribe's attitude towards him could not possibly be the same as it had been in the past. This was still a positive outlook, as there might have been someone within the White Dragon tribe who wanted to get rid of him long ago. With his current status, it was rather awkward. No, he couldn't go back to Dragon Mountain with Long Kuei. Once he went, he would never be able to come out again. Lu Yin looked up. Now that his die had appeared, there was no one in this region of space who could help him except for the humble ones. However, if he reached Dragon Mountain first, then the humble ones would not be able to help him. Before that, he had to think of a way to get the humble ones to assign him a mission. The junior progenitor planet could not contact the outside world, so his only hope was to roll 6 pips on his die. Luin had tried it before and had used a small amount of star essence to roll 6 pips, which had coincidentally fused into Guan Yun's body. Guan Yun had been closer to him, so he could give it a try and fuse it into someone close to him. With his strength, the person he fused with would definitely not be weak. The middle-aged man still had some integrity and did not monitor Luin. This was his only chance. Luin used his domain to drag back some star essence, but it was not much. He placed his cosmic ring to the side and raised his hand, causing the die to appear. He tapped it, and it slowly spun before finally coming to a stop. Roll pips, borrow an 8 gift. Luin had no choice but to try again. The second time, he rolled 1 pip, and a cube of star energy fell out. Luin was speechless, but he used that cube to restore the die and tried again. The third time, he rolled 2 pips, but it was no use. He tried again, and the fourth time, it was still 5 pips. Luin frowned, took a deep breath, and prayed in his heart. The die slowly spun until it finally stopped at 3 pips. Luin looked at the 2 screens and blinked. He then helplessly waved his hand to disperse them. Even though the middle-aged man was not monitoring him, Luin did not dare to upgrade his external items too openly. What if he was discovered? Roll pips was still fine, and he could just treat it as a form of cultivation. After rolling 5 times, he had to rest for 10 days. This had been the case since the beginning, and even after his spiritual force had improved so much, it was still the same. Luin was at his wits' end. During these 10 days, Luin used the dark magma to melt the star essence as usual and began to absorb it. During this time, the middle-aged man had actually used his star energy to scan Luin, but he had discovered that Luin was still cultivating. Luin felt a lingering fear, as it seemed that the outside world was still not at ease with him and the others. After thinking about it, it made sense, as they would not be so easily trusted. However, the suspicions were not strong, as it was very common for people from the sovereign realm to die while exploring. At most, Lu Yin's group had just been lucky. 10 days later, Luin raised his hand and tried again. This time, his luck was better, and he rolled 6 pips on his first try. The scene in front of him changed, and Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in a dark space. He saw orbs of light, and he directly merged into the closest one. As his vision brightened, he opened his eyes and saw a pair of jade arms wrapped around him. Luin was stunned. What the hell? Rest a bit more. Dead man won't be coming back for a while. He went to Wang Yu to curry favor with the junior ancestor. The owner of the jade arms was a beautiful woman who was curled up in Lu Yin's embrace like a kitten. The person Luin had merged with was called Xianxia, and the woman in his embrace was someone else's wife. Memories flooded into Lu Yin's mind, and he stared blankly at the beautiful woman in his embrace with a strange expression. This was the Central Plain Realm's branch of the Xia family. The head of the family, Xia Ru, was a powerhouse close to becoming an emissary, and he had long since gone to Wang Yu to curry favor with the junior ancestor, Xia Shenfei. The man Luin had merged with was Xia Ru's sworn elder brother, and this woman was Xia Ru's wife. What was even stranger was that this Zhu Xian had been planted in the Xia family by the frigid immortal sect. A spy had seduced the wife of the family head, and Xia Ru himself had been extremely respectful to this Zhu Xian. He had been hoping that Zhu Xian would break through to become an emissary so that he could observe the origin tribulation before breaking through. In any case, no one had good intentions. Luin felt a headache coming on. In his embrace, Madame Xia opened her eyes and looked at Zhu Xian with a smile on her face. You look so. What, it's been so long, are you still afraid? This branch of the Xia family has long been under our control. If not for Xia Ru's identity, you would be the master of this place. She then leaned forward. Luin watched as Madame Xia drew closer and closer, and he panicked. He hurriedly withdrew from the fusion and appeared in the darkness. He then quickly returned to his own body, opened his eyes, and exhaled. This had been too exciting, he had actually encountered such a situation. It was truly tempting. For some reason, this Madame Xia reminded Luin of Madame Nalan. Compared to Madame Nalan's natural charm, which did not need to be intentionally released, this Madame Xia paled in comparison. He shook his head vigorously and did not think too much about it. He looked up and saw that the die had appeared once more. He continued to roll it, as this Zhu Xian clearly could not help him. The die stopped rolling on the second roll, and it hit 4 pips. The scene before Lu Yin's eyes changed, and he appeared in the time-stop space. As long as he could enter this place, he would definitely be able to obtain the points he wanted. However, he did not have too many star essences to upgrade himself with, and he did not want to use his own money to upgrade himself. He decided to wait and stabilize himself for a while before secretly storing the star essences in his cosmic ring. Slowly. However, he could still study that origin item. Lu Yin took out the leaf and looked it over, but there was nothing special about it. He used a bit of force, but he could not pry it open. He used his star energy, but there was no reaction. After some thought, he dripped a drop of blood on it, but there was still no reaction. This was strange. Since it could help someone break through the wisdom gate, how could there be no reaction at all? Did he have to break through the middle finger for there to be a reaction? Lu Yin studied it for several days, but he still could not figure anything out. 3 days later, when he left the time-stop space, he still could not figure out anything. Could it be a fake? It was very likely that those monsters had set up a trap, so they might have used a fake to trick them. Lu Yin gritted his teeth, he had actually been played. He cursed under his breath and continued to roll his die. On his 5th roll, he rolled 6 pips and entered the dark space once more. He did not hesitate to merge with a very bright ball of light. He immediately opened his eyes, but before he could see anything clearly, the body he had merged with was swept up by an enormous tentacle. Lu Yin instinctively resisted and tried to escape using the secret art of strategy, but this body did not know how to use it. His body was dragged underground, and he was shocked. What the hell? Lu Yin was not the only one who was dragged away by the tentacles. Terror ants were everywhere. Lu Yin's scalp went numb, and his entire body trembled. He had actually fallen into a horde of terror ants, but they were also being swept up by the tentacles. A foul stench filled the air, and Lu Yin turned around to see an unforgettable scene. A round, black, abyss-like mouth had sucked him and the horde of terror ants into it. The mouth had come from an incomparably large anteater, and he could not see its full appearance. The next moment, Lu Yin did not know anything. The person he had merged with was already dead. Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and the black and white ball of light in his chest trembled and then grew slightly larger. Lu Yin did not pay attention to this as he was still thinking about the scene from before. That place was definitely the mortal realm, and terror ants only appeared in the mortal realm. Terror ants were the natural enemies of countless creatures in the mortal realm. Both Xianxia and Lu Yin had treasures that were more powerful than envoys, but they could only run for their lives when they encountered terror ants. According to Xianxia, even the hoe could only run when it encountered terror ants. And the terror ants had become the anteater's food. What kind of monster was the anteater? Could it be a power level of 1,000,000 or a half-step ancestor? After another near-death experience, Lu Yin was filled with apprehension about the mortal realm. There were indeed countless terrifying monsters there, and it was no wonder that the roots had not been able to completely destroy them. After 5 rolls of the die, Lu Yin had another 10 days of free time where he continued to absorb star energy. It had already been 20 days since he'd returned to Junior Progenitor Planet, and during that time, the middle-aged man had scanned Lu Yin with star energy 3 times. There had been nearly 9 days between the 3rd time and the first 2 times. As long as Lu Yin behaved himself, the middle-aged man would not monitor him. At his current rate of progress, it would take some time for him to become a hunter for the 19th time, but with a time-stop space, Lu Yin was not in a hurry. 10 days later, Lu Yin continued rolling the die. This time, he rolled 5 times, but he did not roll enhance. He didn't even roll enhance, which was rather unlucky. Lu Yin walked out of the black lava to relieve his boredom, and he also dragged quite a few star essence back. He also secretly stored a considerable amount of star essence into his cosmic ring. It was time, as the situation had already stabilized for quite some time. Lu Yin wanted to take advantage of the situation, but he couldn't always take advantage of the same place. The resources here all have imprints, so you can't take them away. Lu Ying intentionally walked past the middle-aged man to see his reaction. Lu Ying pursed his lips. I know. The middle-aged man ignored him after he finished speaking. The cultivators who were willing to follow the junior progenitor were either nearing the end of their lifespans and could not advance any further, so they could only place their hopes on the junior progenitor. Either they were not strong enough, or they had enemies outside, so they could only rely on the junior progenitor for protection. This middle-aged man was clearly the latter. Lu Ying tossed a large pile of star essence into the black lava and continued to absorb star energy while reciting the Stonewall Scriptures. The Stonewall Scriptures had always been mysterious, and he did not dare tell anyone about them. Whenever he encountered something strange, he would just recite the scriptures. Actually, Lu Ying had always wanted to investigate the Elder's identity on Driftcharge Planet, but unfortunately, he had no idea where to start. Right, there was still that set of numbers. Lu Ying was afraid that he would forget, so he recited them again before finally feeling at ease. 10 days passed, and no one came to Junior Progenitor Planet. Lu Tianmu was also cultivating in peace. Lu Ying raised his hand, and his die appeared. He took a deep breath and prayed that he had to roll enhance. Only a 6 would give him a chance at survival. He tapped the die, and it slowly spun until it finally stopped at 6. Lu Yin's jaw dropped. That's it? Had he rolled it the wrong way? Do I have to pray before shaking it? Before he could think too much, his consciousness appeared in the dark space. He quickly found a ball of light and fused with it. Before he could even open his eyes, the first thing he felt was a bone-piercing pain. He hurriedly opened his eyes to find himself in a dark cell. A short old man stood in front of him, cackling strangely. The sound of water dripping could be heard from the corner of the cell in a regular pattern. Lu Ying blinked. Was he being interrogated? Seems like it's still not enough. Let's continue then, the short old man laughed strangely. It was unknown what he did, but the bone-piercing pain came again. It was actually not much less painful than the pain of breaking through the next stage. It was as if his body was being crushed and reassembled. Lu Ying hurriedly said, I'll talk. The short old man was clearly startled, and his eyes flashed. What did you say? The pain disappeared, and Lu Ying and the short old man exchanged glances. What did he say? How would he know? At that moment, memories flooded into Lu Yin's mind, causing his brain to swell. 2 seconds later, he understood the situation. The owner of this body was called Ren Qing, and he was an emissary who had survived 2 origin tribulations. The reason why Lu Ying had been able to fuse with this body was because the astral energy vortex in this person's body had been scattered, and he had been weakened to the extreme. Any enlighter with a power level of 400,000 could deal with him, which was why Lu Ying had been able to fuse with him. However, this was not important. The most important thing was that this person was actually a redback, the only redback that Guan Hai had contacted. When Lu Ying had revealed that the 3 Guan brothers were redbacks, Guan Tong and Guan Hai had been taken away by Qing Chen. Before they could be interrogated, the 2 had committed suicide and become redbacks. If they were discovered, they would not be able to survive. The 2 had been quite decisive, and perhaps this was why they had been assigned to the humble Huayuan sect. If they were caught, they would die immediately. Their decisiveness had previously been greatly appreciated by Qing Chen, but now, it had angered him the most. Fortunately, through the people that the 3 Guan brothers had contacted, Qing Chen had investigated them one by one. He had not found anything at first, but Qing Chen had been astute, and he had pretended that he had found something and pretended to be arrested. Everyone else had been fine, and they had not resisted much. Only Ren Qing had truly believed that he had been discovered, and when he had resisted, he had been targeted. In the end, Qing Chen had personally captured him. The moment he had captured this person, Qing Chen had immediately broken the man's astral energy vortex, fearing that he would commit suicide. However, Qing Chen had overestimated this person. This person did not have the courage of Guan Tong or Guan Hai, and he had confessed everything immediately. However, because he had confessed too early, Qing Chen had not believed him, and neither had the short old man in charge of interrogating him. Thus, the interrogation had not stopped. In any case, this Ren Qing was rather miserable, and Lu Ying sympathized with him. He knew that this person had confessed the truth. I knew that you would want to hide more important information. Speak. If you don't want to suffer, then tell me. Otherwise, I won't let you die so easily. I'll spend the rest of my life slowly tormenting you. With your body's condition, it won't be a problem for you to live for more than 100 years, the short old man said in a strange voice. Coupled with the gloomy atmosphere around him, it was truly terrifying. Regardless of whether it was a cultivator's body or will, they were far superior to ordinary people. However, the interrogation methods used to deal with cultivators were also far superior to ordinary people. A cultivator who had been interrogated by a unique method would end up no different from an ordinary person. Luyin had read many of Renqing's memories, and he was certain that Renqing had nothing more to hide. He had confessed everything, and he had only heard the voice of the person who had turned him into a redback. He had not even seen the person's face, but he had confessed everything. What, you still want to hide it? The short old man's gaze turned cold, and his tone was rather terrifying. Luyin sighed. I'll tell you. The short old man's eyes narrowed as he stared at Luyin. The body that Luyin had fused with was too weak, and he was constantly gasping for breath. He even coughed up blood as he stammered, when I first discovered that the Guan brothers were redbacks, I made contact with them and met them in their secret place. I saw. Luyin paused intentionally. The short old man barked, what did you see? Luyin replied weakly, I saw that they recorded some things. They should have been related to the person who had turned them into redbacks. They had the characteristics of the person, but I didn't see it clearly. The short old man stepped forward and asked anxiously, where are the records? We searched that place, but we didn't find anything. Luyin smiled bitterly. We set up a mechanism for the things we recorded. How could they have been so easily searched? Who? The first person who touched those things could have seen them, but the place where the records were recorded might have been destroyed because they had been seen. The short old man grabbed Luyin by the chin. What else are you hiding? Spit it all out. Luyin held, I'm not hiding anything. It's not anything important at all. I just remembered it. That's the most important thing. That was all Luyin heard before his consciousness returned to the dark space and fused back into his body. He opened his eyes and was secretly delighted. His luck was pretty good, as he had actually managed to fuse into Renqing's body. The line had already been cast, and whether or not he could catch a fish would depend on luck. He didn't dare say anything else and continued to roll his die. 4 pips, time stop space. Luyin was secretly delighted, as it was time to upgrade his external items. He estimated that he had stashed away more than 1 billion star essence, which was close to 2 billion star essence. He didn't know how many more items he could upgrade. First was his formcast model. When he had broken through to the hunter realm, he had used up the formcast model. Afterward, he had upgraded another formcast model to 6 times, but when he had wanted to upgrade it a 7th time, he had realized that he didn't have enough money. Upgrading a formcast model from 6 times to 7 times would have required more than 100 million star essence. It hadn't been enough, but now, it was enough. He began to roll his die. As long as he was in the time-stop space, he would definitely be able to roll enhance. After a period of time, Luyin rolled his die for the 6th time, and he finally rolled enhance. He looked at the 2 screens and felt rather excited. Formcast models were actually a specialty of the 5th mainland, and they were used to upgrade the abilities of cultivators who were slightly richer. In the 6th mainland and the cosmic tree domain, the cultivators of the same generation did not use formcast models and instead used enlightenment. Luyin had never heard of a 7-stage formcast model before, and he didn't know what its specific effects were. Regardless, he would know once he tried it, and there was no harm in trying it out. It was time to become a tycoon. Luyin's eyes flashed with excitement as he frantically threw out the star essence he had obtained from Junior Ancestor Planet. He watched as the formcast model slowly dropped until it was completely gone. Luyin looked at the formcast model in front of him that didn't seem any different, but it had already been upgraded. He could only sigh at how expensive it was. This formcast model didn't seem much different from the previous one. As he thought about it, he looked at the 2 screens. Could it be upgraded again? Luin was very curious. He placed the formcast model on the upper screen and then threw in 1,000,000 star essence. He stared at the formcast model. Did it move? No, it didn't seem to have moved at all. Luin was a little disappointed, as there was probably no way to upgrade it. However, he also rejoiced. If there really was a way to upgrade it, would he have the money to do so? The 6th upgrade of the formcast model had cost him more than 8,000 star essence, and the 7th upgrade would cost him more than 100,000,000 star essence. According to his calculations, even if he could upgrade it, wouldn't he need 1,000,000,000,000 star essence or even more? Where would he get that much money? Even if he emptied the entire junior ancestor planet of the White Dragons, he might not have enough. However, emptying all 4 planets should be enough. As he looked forward to upgrading the formcast model again, Luin looked at the items in his cosmic ring, wondering which one he should upgrade. First was the origin artifact, and he didn't know what it would be like if he upgraded it. He didn't hesitate to toss the leaf onto the upper screen, but it didn't move. Luin was disappointed that he couldn't upgrade it. Next was the aquatic plant power vessel. He looked at the water plant power vessel in his hand, which he had obtained from Xianxia. It had left a deep impression on Luin since he had shamelessly relied on it to protect him in the past. This was it. Luin tossed the water plant power vessel onto the upper screen and then began to upgrade star essence. He had upgraded the dagger he had obtained from Wang Su, Xianxia's puppet, the tribulation fire, the extreme ice stone, and so on. He had upgraded everything that he could. Of course, he had only upgraded things like the extreme ice stone a few times. He knew when to stop and take things slowly. All sorts of external items had used up all the star essence he had obtained from Junior Progenitor Planet, and he was now armed to the teeth. Of course, the price he had paid was not small either, as he had spent nearly 2 billion star essence. If news of this spread, it would shock countless people. Even if the 4 cardinal scales did not lack money, they would not have spent so much. Luin secretly guessed that ever since Junior Progenitor Planet's resources had appeared, he had used more than the 4 junior progenitors combined. No, he had used more than everyone else on Junior Progenitor Planet combined. Although he felt a little dizzy, he still continued to roll his die. Half a day later, in a certain region of the Central Realm, there was a mountain near the main trunk of the Mother Tree. It was located slightly south of the center of the Central Realm, and it was tall and connected to the heavens. This mountain was called Clear Dust Mountain, and it was where Superintendent Xianxia of the 9 Gates resided. It was also where he cultivated. The short old man reported the results of the interrogation to Xianxia, who had a solemn expression. "Have Kaishu come see me." Soon after, a scholarly middle-aged man appeared before Xianxia and bowed. "Master." This was Kaishu, Xianxia's eldest disciple. He was also the person in charge of handling the affairs of Clear Dust Mountain and the 9 Gates. Xianxia tossed the interrogation report to him. Kaishu looked at it and was surprised. "There's still information left. I thought that he had told me everything." Xianxia replied, "This information has nothing to do with him. He probably couldn't stand the interrogation and tried his best to recall it." "What are your plans?" Kaishu said solemnly, "The records of the Guan brothers are very important. For a long time, those monsters have used various identities to hide among us humans. To be able to develop the Guan brothers into redbacks, that person must have an extremely high status, whether among us humans or monsters." Xianxia nodded, then frowned. "There's something very strange." Ren Qing clearly confessed this information, but then he went back on his word and refused to admit that the information came from him. Kaishu was puzzled. "Why is that? I've already explained everything that needs to be explained. Why won't you admit to this information?" "I don't know. This is also a mystery, so this person cannot die. We must continue to interrogate him." "So, what do you think about this record?" Xianxia asked. Kaishu said, "Long Qi was the one who exposed the 3 Guan brothers as redbacks. He was also the one who provided the evidence, so we can ask him to assist in the investigation." Xianxia shook his head. Ren Qing said that the record was in the Guan brothers' secret place. "I checked it before, but it wasn't there. Long Qi couldn't have come into contact with it." Master, since Ren Qing said that there is such a record, and the secret place of the Guan brothers in the Huayuan humble school doesn't have such a record, could it have been destroyed long ago? After all, Ren Qing saw it, Kai Shu guessed. Xianxia nodded helplessly. That's possible. It seems like this information is worthless. There's another possibility, Kai Shu suddenly said, her eyes flashing. The evidence that Long Qi used to accuse the Guan brothers of being redbacks came from Guan Yun's secret hiding place. Since Guan Yun secretly hid evidence, could he have hidden that record as well? Qing Chen's eyes went wide. Contact the White Dragon clan immediately. I, Qing Chen, as the superintendent of the 9 humble schools, order Long Qi to come to Clear Dust Mountain to assist in the investigation. Understood. On the White Dragon Junior progenitor planet, Luin put down his hand. Ever since he had upgraded an external item from his cosmic ring, he had failed to roll 6 pips the next 2 times. He had already prayed, but it had been useless. He was not disappointed, as he had already achieved his goal. It would be best if he could roll 6 pips again, as he would be able to check his memories regarding the Lu family. If he couldn't, then it was fine. When he thought about the Lu family, his heart sank. The 4-way scales had exiled the Lu clan to its current position. In that case, his enemies would be the 4 strongest clans in this starry sky. Each of the 4 clans had a progenitor. How terrifying were they? Any one of them could easily wipe out the 5th mainland. Bai Xiaohong's dying words still echoed in Lu Yin's mind, and there was one sentence that he cared about the most. So what if we gather the entire wasteland and attack this region? You won't be able to resist the frigid immortal sect. Bai Xiaohong's backing was a progenitor, and he was one of the top powerhouses in the frigid immortal sect that was second only to progenitors. However, the 5th mainland was not that simple. In their eyes, the wasteland contained the inheritances of progenitor Chen, progenitor Hui, and the symbol progenitor, as well as the hidden inheritances of the previous 4 mainlands. Lu Yin did not believe that the entire 5th mainland could not resist the frigid immortal sect. He wanted to try. He was already the master of the Outerverse, so he might as well become the master of the 5th mainland. As he thought about this, Lu Yin tapped his die, causing it to slowly spin before finally stopping at 6. Lu Yin was shocked, as this number was too unexpected. He had actually gotten a 6 twice out of the 5 times he had tried. Lu Yin's consciousness appeared in a dark space. Because he had just fused with Ren Qing's body, he did not have many star essence left. He directly fused with the ball of light closest to him. It was not too bright, but it was not too dim either. When he opened his eyes, he saw a snow-white neck and a girl whose back was facing him. He also saw what she was doing. Yu Chen? Lu Yin was stunned. Wasn't this girl Yu Chen? A large amount of memories flooded into his mind, causing his face to twitch. Yu Chen turned around, puzzled. What's wrong? Nothing, Lu Yin slowly bowed and replied respectfully. Yu Chen did not think much of it and turned back to continue with her work. However, she did not notice that the old man behind her was filled with confusion, excitement, worry, and various other emotions. When Yu Chen turned around again, the old man had returned to normal. Lu Yin's consciousness had returned to his body, and there were too few star essence left. Yu Chen was on Frigid Immortal's junior ancestor planet, which was not too far from the White Dragon's junior ancestor planet. Lu Yin opened his eyes, and they were filled with intense worry. That old man was Yu Chen's protector and had protected her since she was young. He was the person she trusted the most, and through the old man, Lu Yin knew some of Yu Chen's jade butterflies and how to contact her. This information should have been enough to make him happy, but then he saw a person in the old man's memories, Lu Xiaoge. He would never have thought that Lu Xiaoge would also come to this region of space, much less appear beside Yu Chen. This was inconceivable. Where had Lu Xiaoge gotten the ability to come here and join the Frigid Immortal sect? Had he also come through Jupiter? That was the only explanation. Since he had come through Jupiter, then the question was whether he had come here by accident or on purpose. If he had come here by accident, then it would be fine, but if he had come here on purpose, then things were different. This meant that Lu Xiaoge knew about this region of space, or at the very least, he knew about the Primeval Surname Alliance and the Hidden Earth Society. If Lu Xiaoge knew, then what about Bai Qian? What about the other members of the Hidden Earth Society? Lu Ying frowned, as Lu Xiaoga's appearance had completely disrupted his train of thought. He had almost forgotten about this person, but he had been reminded by the Day-Night clan members back on Earth. At that time, he had discovered that Lu Xiaoga was actually able to cause an enlighter from the Day-Night clan to hunt him down. It was clear that Lu Ying was improving, and so was Lu Xiaoga. Now, Lu Xiaoga had actually joined the Frigid Immortal sect. Lu Ying was certain that Lu Xiaoga had seen his information, but he had not told Yu Qin about it. What was his goal? For a moment, Lu Ying could not see through Lu Xiaoga. Lu Yin's impression of Lu Xiaoga was that he was a despicable person who would do anything to achieve his goals. Lu Xiaoga was actually very similar to Lu Ying, but this person had no bottom line. Lu Xiaoga had not exposed Lu Ying yet, but that did not mean that he would not do so in the future. Perhaps Lu Xiaoga was waiting for an opportunity, one that would allow him to soar to the heavens. Of course, the most important thing was that Lu Xiaoga would not be able to protect himself if he exposed Lu Ying. This region of space was very resistant to stowaways, and even Bai Xiaohong had vouched for Lu Ying, but Lu Ying did not believe him. Once Lu Xiaoga exposed his identity as a stowaway, then it would be useless no matter what contributions he made. Otherwise, the stowaways who had been here before would have settled down here long ago as long as they betrayed their own people. This path would not work, and the biggest reason why Lu Xiaoga had not exposed Lu Ying was because of this. Unless Lu Xiaoga was certain that he could shut Lu Ying up the moment he exposed Lu Ying. Lu Ying temporarily set aside his worries about Lu Xiaoga. This person had done everything possible to join the Frigid Immortal sect and had even walked to Yu Chen's side. It was impossible for him to want to perish together with Lu Ying. Lu Xiaoga had thought that he was watching Lu Ying from the shadows, but he had never expected that Lu Ying would know of his existence. In that case, let's see who can outplay the other. Suddenly, Lu Ying wanted to know how the Fifth Mainland was doing and how the Outerverse was doing. Even though Moonless had told him a few things, Lu Ying still did not feel at ease. His die had 6 pips. If he had enough star essence, would he be able to send himself to the Fifth Mainland and merge with the people there? Lu Ying was tempted by this thought, and he leapt out of the black lava. He deliberately avoided the middle-aged man and brought back batch after batch of star essence. Even though he still had some external items that he could not upgrade, he knew that he could not go overboard. He could not hide any more star essence in his cosmic ring, as it was obvious that he was missing quite a bit. If he continued to hide star essence, then he would attract the attention of important people. He decided to just leave it at that for now. Lu Yin's actions could not be hidden from the middle-aged man. The man frowned, but he did not say anything. It was just as he had said. All the resources on Junior Progenitor Planet were imprinted, and Lu Ying could not take them away. Even though that was what the middle-aged man thought, he still watched Lu Ying frantically toss star essence into the black lava. Even though these resources did not belong to the middle-aged man, he still felt his heart ache. He could not help but say, "You can't take these resources away, and your cosmic ring isn't that big." Lu Ying smiled at him politely before continuing. The middle-aged man frowned and snorted, but he did not say anything else. Even though he had joined Junior Progenitor Long Tian, he was still not a member of the White Dragon clan. Even if Lu Yin's status within the White Dragon clan had plummeted due to Long Shi's disappearance, he was still a member of a branch of the White Dragon clan. The middle-aged man could not do anything to Lu Ying, so he just pretended that he had not seen anything. In any case, once the Junior Progenitor came out, this person would definitely be reprimanded. Lu Tianmu walked out of her private room. She had been cultivating for more than a month, and her injuries were much better than before. Out of everyone who had come to the Sovereign's realm, her injuries were the most severe. She wondered how Lu Ying was doing and if he had any way of leaving. Before coming to this starry sky, old Zen had told him not to force himself if he really couldn't obtain the origin item. It was more important to stay alive and return. As long as he reached that place, he would be safe. But now, how could he leave Junior Progenitor Planet? As he thought about this, a large shadow loomed over his head. Lu Tianmu looked up and was stunned when she saw Lu Ying pass by while carrying a mountain of star essence. He even smiled at her when he saw her. Lu Tianmu blinked his eyes. He was at a loss. What happened? The middle-aged man also saw it. He was annoyed and did not look. Luin tossed the star essence into the black magma with a bang. Of course, he separated the magma from the rest, as he would have to continue searching for the star essence if it melted. Looking at the small mountain of star essence, Luin estimated that there were at least a few 100 million star essence here. He didn't know if it was enough. He couldn't take any more from that place. If he took any more, it would be obvious that there were a few places that were missing. The outside world would be suspicious. Let's settle down for a few days and break through first. He took out a heaven flame stone and began to absorb the black lava. A few days later, the die was restored, and Luin started rolling it again. 4 pips, pretty good luck. He appeared in the time-stop space and then took out a heaven fire stone. It was time for him to break through and become a hunter after his 19th cycle. On the White Dragon's junior progenitor planet, the middle-aged man opened his eyes and looked in Luyin's direction. What was this guy planning to do with so many star essence? As he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel curious. His star energy swept past Luyin's position, and at that moment, Luin seemed to have noticed him and looked back at him. The middle-aged man was astonished. He had actually broken through? He had become a hunter on his 19th cycle, and he was now a peak hunter. He was only one step away from breaking through to the Enlighter realm. What a pity. If Luin had broken through before the exploration of the Sovereign Realm, then the junior ancestor would have treated him better. However, even if Luin had become an Enlighter at that time, he would not have been of much help to the junior ancestor. As for the star essence, they were still there, and nothing had changed. He frowned, as he had no idea what Luin was trying to do. Luin sensed that the middle-aged man's star energy had been withdrawn, and his lips curled up. This person had indeed been unable to resist the urge to investigate, but he hadn't discovered anything yet. It seemed that he wouldn't be doing so for the next few days. He raised his hand and sensed his strength as a hunter after his 19th cycle. There was not much of an increase, and this cycle's increase was just an increase in his total amount of star energy. While it might have been a significant increase to a normal hunter, it did not make much of a difference to Luin. Only when he broke through to the Enlighter realm would there be a difference. It was impossible to break through to the Enlighter realm here. He looked at the star essence and sighed. He raised his hand, and his die appeared. He hoped that he could roll 6 pips. It was a beautiful dream, but unfortunately, he didn't roll a 6 in the remaining 4 rolls of the dice. He had to wait for another 10 days. At this moment, in the middle-level world, Long Kuei received orders from his clan to bring Long Qi back to the upper world Dragon Mountain. Long Kuei was frustrated as well. Ever since Long Qi appeared, he had become the man's bodyguard. He was an elder of the White Dragon tribe, and the more he thought about it, the more unhappy he became. Helpless, he could only go to the White Dragon Junior ancestor planet. If he had known, he would not have left. 10 days later, Long Kuei saw Wang Yu in the distance, which was very close to the White Dragon Young ancestor planet. Luin looked up as well, and his die appeared. He tapped it again. The die spun slowly and finally stopped at 6. Luin was delighted, as he had rolled it. His consciousness appeared in the dark space. This time, Luin was not in a hurry, and he quickly traveled through the dark space. The further he traveled, the more likely it was that he would reach the 5th mainland. 15 minutes later, he chose a ball of light to merge with, as he was afraid that he would run out of star essence. My name is San Liang, and I'm a very ambitious person. I've set my goal since I was young, and that is to become a person above others. Others cultivate, and I cultivate as well. Others focus on cultivation, but I'm different. I want to cultivate, but I also want to study psychology. Psychology is a very interesting field of study, especially for cultivators who are all brawn and no brains. I can easily read their body language, and because of that, even if my cultivation is the same as others, I can easily obtain a much higher status. For example, right now, with my power level that barely exceeds 400,000, I frequently come into contact with the various directors and help them deal with some mundane matters. My goal is to become one of the directors. Originally, this was an unattainable dream, as the position of director was not prepared for someone like me with no background. However, something big happened at Glory Mountain, which caused the director position to become vacant. My chance has come. However, it won't be easy to snatch the director position from so many competitors. I don't lack anything, but I lack a powerful background. What should I do? Lu Yin opened his eyes, and the memories flooded into his mind. These words were deeply imprinted in his mind, reminding him to never forget them. This really was the fifth mainland. Lu Yin was ecstatic, and he ignored the messy memories and immediately searched for information regarding the outerverse. After a while, Lu Yin relaxed. Fortunately, after he had disappeared, Elder Chan, the head inquisitor, and Everlasting Island had clearly stated that no one was allowed to touch the outerverse without permission. Furthermore, he had not been missing for long, so nothing major had happened in the outerverse. However, two major events had occurred in the Neoverse. The first was that the sixth mainland's secret ancestor had forced his way into the Neoverse and used his progenitor's power to find the Eternal Kingdom. He had destroyed the Eternal Kingdom in one fell swoop, shocking the universe. However, he had been inexplicably injured, and no one knew exactly how he had been injured. Many speculated that he had been injured by the power left behind by the fifth mainland's progenitor, just like the martial ancestor. Some also speculated that the Neo-Human Alliance had a power that could injure a progenitor. Regardless of which theory it was not something that 2 or 3 people could come into contact with. Back when Bukong had been killed by the 7 sky gods of the Neo-Human Alliance, the secret ancestor had moved to eradicate many of the sixth mainland's Neo-Human Alliance strongholds before giving up. Everyone had thought that the matter was over, but who would have thought that the secret ancestor had been suppressing himself until now? He had then moved to find the Eternal Kingdom that the fifth mainland had been unable to find for countless years and directly destroyed it. A progenitor possessed boundless power, but he had held back and endured the ridicule of many. The secret ancestor's schemes were not something that mortals could compare to. Even Lu Yin felt that the secret ancestor had been too rash. If the horizontal black hole had been destroyed without him, then the fifth and sixth mainlands would have been finished. The second incident was a disaster for the fifth mainland. One of the fifth mainland's half-progenitor, Spirit Fat Mavis, had died. She had not been killed, but rather died while trying to break through to the progenitor realm. This incident caused a huge commotion in the fifth mainland, and it even affected the sixth mainland. This was the first time since the ancient war that someone had failed to break through to the progenitor realm. The fifth mainland's half-progenitor had died. How could it be so easy to break through to the progenitor realm? Spirit Fat Mavis had dared to be the first to attempt to break through, which meant that she had a considerable amount of confidence. This San Liang was very interesting, and the more Lu Yin read through his memories, the more he felt that this person was a genius. This person also had a deep impression of himself, especially Invincible Sage. No one had ever dared to be impudent on Mount Glory, and Invincible Sage had toppled San Liang's worldview. He wanted to become a director, and in order to become a director, he had not forgotten to study psychology while cultivating. He was truly a prodigy. No matter how hard he worked, it was a pity that no one supported him. Lu Yin's eyes flashed, and he raised a hand to leave Wang Wen's contact information before withdrawing from the fusion. San Liang's body trembled, and he looked around. Strange, why did he seem to be in a daze just now? He was about to leave when his expression suddenly changed as he saw the contact information left in front of him. His face turned deathly pale. Someone had approached him without him noticing at all. San Liang suddenly looked at his gadget. 1 minute had passed, and he had not felt it at all. A feeling of dread spread from the bottom of his heart. This was Mount Glory, and someone had actually dared to attack him so easily. That person's strength was beyond his imagination, and if they wanted to attack him, wouldn't that be an easy task? San Liang looked at the contact information in front of him and hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth. Regardless of whether it was a blessing or a curse, he had to face it. He immediately raised his gadget to try to contact the person, but he found that he could not reach them. The other party was too far away. Helpless, San Liang headed to Starlink World, as that was the only place where he could contact the entire universe. On White Dragon Jr. progenitor planet, Lu Yin's consciousness returned to his body, and he moved his shoulders. He looked around, and his expression changed. He had actually used up all of his star essence. Even if he had not voluntarily withdrawn from the fusion would have ended due to the lack of star essence. This was too exaggerated. How long had it been? It had only been a minute or so, and he had only read 2 or 3 portions of the person's memories and left a way to contact him. That much star essence had been used up in such a short amount of time. If he wanted to stay for a while longer, he would have to use up hundreds of millions of star essence. All of the star essence on this planet would not be enough for him. At that moment, star energy swept over him. Long 7, Elder Long Kuei wants to see you. It was the middle-aged man's voice. Where are the star essence? Luin pursed his lips and leaped away from the dark red lava. He glanced at the astonished middle-aged man in the distance and then headed towards Long Tian's statue. Soon after, Luin and Long Kuei rode on the back of a flying chariot and headed towards the central calm sea. As for the middle-aged man, he reported to Senior Yi on Junior Progenitor Planet. Senior Yi was the only person on Junior Progenitor Planet who had survived 6 origin tribulations. By the standards of the 5th mainland, his power level was over 1 million. The star essence is all gone? Senior Yi was astonished. The middle-aged man's expression turned ugly. Yes, it's all gone. Senior Yi laughed. It seems like this kid has a way to erase the imprint. Forget it, there's no need to worry about him. To powerhouses above the emissary level, star essence was just a low-level cultivation resource, and they did not care about it at all. However, to the middle-aged man, star essence was an enormous amount of wealth. If he had had that much star essence in the past, he would have broken through to become an emissary long ago. He was rather unhappy, not because he was unwilling to part with the star essence, but because he was jealous. However, when he thought about how Luin was a member of the White Dragon clan, it was likely that he did not lack star essence. He could only sigh and continue cultivating, hoping that the junior ancestor would return soon. Where's Luin? Luin really wanted to take away all of the star essence on Junior Progenitor Planet, but he knew that it was impossible, at least for now. He couldn't allow any accidents to happen just because of a few star essence. However, that didn't matter. As long as Long Tian and the others were trapped in the Sovereign's realm, Junior Progenitor Planet would not disappear. There would always be a way, so Luin decided to set it aside for now. Qi flew past the ancestral gazing tower, past the gazing isle, and arrived above the central calm sea in the blink of an eye. How did you get separated from the princess? Long Kuei asked. Someone had already asked him this question. At the mention of Long Shi, Luin pretended to be sad and even a little nervous. There were too many withered creatures, and they didn't die even after being attacked. Instead, they became more and more powerful. We were attacked, and we were all scattered. Long Kuei frowned, as the clan had long known this answer. During the 2 months that Luin had been back, the clan had not only tried to think of a way to save junior ancestor Long Tian, but they had also tried their best to search for Long Shi's whereabouts. However, the ruler's realm was not an ordinary place. Although half-ancestors could enter, they had to be more careful than anyone else. In the end, they had failed to find anything. When Luin saw that Long Kuei was about to ask more questions, he hurriedly said, "Elder, how will the clan treat me?" His expression was very perturbed, filled with hesitation and confusion about the future. Looking at Luin, Long Kuei lost interest in asking more questions. Among all of them, Long Qi was the one who did not want anything to happen to Long Shi. If something happened to Long Shi, this person would have a hard time in the White Dragon tribe. Not only the White Dragon tribe, but also the people he had offended before would find trouble with him more easily. The White Dragon clan had never doubted Luin. No matter how they analyzed it, Luin did not want anything to happen to Long Shi. He valued Long Shi more than Long Tian. The White Dragon clan was sure of this. Don't worry. News that hasn't been confirmed to be the princess is still good news. Perhaps it won't be long before the princess returns, Long Kuei said. His attitude towards Luin was much better than before. Perhaps it was out of pity, but Long Kuei knew that the tribe's attitude towards Long 7 was definitely not good. This person would definitely not have a good time at Dragon Mountain. Luin sighed and looked into the distance. Nothing must happen. Not long after, the void in front of them cracked open, as if a fault had appeared in the sky. He stopped abruptly and stared ahead warily. Long Kuei's expression was grave. An emissary was blocking their way. A man and a woman walked out of the spatial fault and calmly looked at Long Kuei. When Long Kuei saw who it was, his expression turned even uglier. So it's Mr. Lu Yi and Big Sister Fei Hua. May I know why you two are blocking my path? Lu Yi looked curiously at the man and woman in front of him. The man was Mr. Lu Yi, whom he had met at the ancestral gazing tower. The woman, on the other hand, looked ordinary, but her figure was very hot. Although she wasn't considered beautiful, she gave people a very comfortable feeling. It was just that her cheekbones were slightly high and her lips were thin, making her look a little mean. These two were a team, flying willow leaves and flowers. They were extremely famous in the middle-level world, and even Long Kuei feared them. As for why they had come, there was no need to guess. It was definitely because of half-ancestor Kuei Luo. Up ahead, Mr. Lu Yi took a step forward and smiled. This junior has been waiting here for senior, and I sincerely hope that senior can understand. I have a question for little brother Long 7. Long Kuei frowned. Mr. Lu Yi, I respect you as a humble guest who helped capture Redback, which is a great contribution to the human race. I won't pursue the matter of you blocking my path, but I'm not afraid of you. I've already said that Long 7 only obtained a portion of half-ancestor Kuei Luo's resources, and it doesn't even count as an inheritance. You also believed me at the ancestral gazing tower, but now you're joining forces with Big Sister Fei Hua to block my path. Difficult. Your words at the ancestral gazing tower don't count? Mr. Lu Yi did not speak, and Fei Hua walked out from behind him. Senior Long Kuei, I'm the one asking this question. I didn't say that I believed that brat's nonsense. Long Kuei frowned, as this woman's words were annoying. Mr. Lu Yi growled, Fei Hua, watch your words. Fei Hua snorted and stared at Lu Yin. Brat, if you're a man, then don't cower. Although half-ancestor Kuei Luo is loathed by others, he never hid his actions and dared to take responsibility for them. Since you've obtained his inheritance, then don't embarrass him. Lu Yin was speechless. Had half-ancestor Kuei Luo dared to take responsibility for his actions? He had done it on purpose. Otherwise, how could Lu Yin satisfy his crazy hobby? Senior, this junior really only obtained a bit of resources. It's just like how you lost your wallet while walking, and this junior just happened to pick it up. Could it be that I picked up senior's inheritance? Fei Hua stared at him. I don't believe you. Lu Yin opened his mouth, but he had nothing to say. Long Kuei barked, Sister Fei Hua, Long 7 said that he doesn't know, and that means that he doesn't know. Anyone who asks, including the 9 Gates superintendent or the master of the 4-side scales, still doesn't know. Move aside immediately, or my white dragon tribe will view this as a provocation. Fei Hua gritted her teeth and stared at Lu Yin. That matter has always been a sore point for Master. Even after his death, I still have to ask him about it. Brat, where did you obtain his inheritance? Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, as he was afraid that others would investigate. The more they investigated, the more loopholes they would find. Senior, this junior really doesn't know. There's no point in you forcing me to answer, and there's no point in interrogating me either. Long Kuei was enraged when he heard this. You still want to interrogate me? Tian Ho roared at the sky, and Long Kuei's spear appeared and he pointed it at Lu Yefei. Are you trying to provoke my white dragon tribe? Mr. Lu Yi hurriedly stepped forward and blocked Fei Hua's path. He apologized to Long Kuei, saying, Senior, this junior was rude. It's just that my heart is too heavy, and Master died because of this as well. That's why I lost my composure. Please forgive me. He then looked at Lu Yin with a deep gaze. Little brother, it seems like you really don't know. We've offended you. He then raised a hand, causing a willow leaf to bloom, and threw it at Lu Yin. Long Kuei was surprised, but he did not stop him. Lu Yin caught it curiously. This is a power vessel, the flying willow leaf flower. It's something that belonged to the two of us, and it's a gift to you as an apology. We've offended you today. He then stepped aside and pulled Fei Hua away. Fei Hua was still unwilling, but she did not block Lu Yin's path again. Thank you, Long Kuei said in a low voice before Tian Ho sprinted away. As she watched Tian Ho's figure disappear, Fei Hua gritted her teeth and asked, Why did you let them go? Once that brat returns to Dragon Mountain, it'll be very difficult for him to come out. We won't be able to ask him even if we wanted to. Mr. Lu Yi replied, that's why I gave him the flying willow leaf flower. If he doesn't come out, then we'll pretend that he doesn't exist. Once he does, I'll immediately know where he is. You saw the situation just now, and even if he knows, he won't say anything. If he does, then countless people in this region will cause trouble for him. Long Kuei won't let him say anything either, even if it means starting a war with us. Let's fight then. Are we afraid of Long Kuei? At worst, we'll just join the humble school, Fei Hua said. Mr. Lu Yi shook his head. There's no need to fall out with the White Dragon clan. Let's wait. As long as that brat leaves Dragon Mountain, we'll have a chance. In the distance, on Tian Ho's back, Lu Yin curiously looked at the flying willow leaf flower. It was a rare treasure, and it was not an ordinary one either. He could sense the hidden power within it. That's a flying willow leaf flower power vessel that was jointly created by Lu Yi and Fei Hua. In this region of space, it's a rather good defensive power vessel, and they rarely give it away. You've gotten lucky, Long Kuei said. Lu Yin was curious. What do they want to ask? Long Kuei's eyes flashed, and he looked at Lu Yin. Do you want to know? Lu Yin blinked. No. Then don't ask. Don't ask anyone else. Long Kuei's tone was unpleasant. Lu Yin answered, are we going to the top realm now? Long Kuei did not answer. This guy's attitude had changed again. Old man, I'll deal with you sooner or later. Lu Yin looked at the central plain realm. Why hadn't the fish taken the bait yet? If they really went to Dragon Mountain, then it would be very difficult for them to leave. Was the bait not enough? Seeing that they were about to leave the central plain, Lu Yin grew increasingly anxious. On this day, Long Kuei's cloud vision stone trembled, and Lu Yin did not know who he was talking to. Lu Yin could vaguely hear Long Kuei mention Clear Dust Mountain, and he was secretly delighted. Long Kuei put down the cloud vision stone and pondered for a moment. He then patted Ho's back and suddenly changed directions, heading in a different direction in the central plain realm. Lu Yin was curious. Why did you change directions? This time, Long Kuei spoke. Go to Clear Dust Mountain. Lu Yin was puzzled. Long Kuei said, Clear Dust Mountain is where the superintendent of the 9 humble schools, Senior Clear Dust, resides. Senior Clear Dust wants you to assist in investigating some matters regarding the Guan brothers. Lu Yin was confused. Weren't Guan Tong and Guan Hai taken away by Senior Clear Dust? What else does he want me to do? Long Kuei shook his head. This is a matter of the humble school, so I'm not sure. Think carefully about what you know and help Senior Clear Dust deal with it as soon as possible. I'll wait for you outside Clear Dust Mountain. Oh, Lu Yin answered, and his lips curled up. Wait. Don't wait, as he would never be able to do so in this lifetime. There was no way he would go to Dragon Mountain. Even if he wanted to go to the top realm to investigate the Lu family, he would not do so with his current identity. If he did, he would only be put under house arrest. 12 days later, Lu Yin saw Clear Dust Mountain in the distance. Clear Dust Mountain was where Clear Dust resided. Not only were there many experts from the humble school, but there were also many of Clear Dust's disciples. Lu Yin was led into Clear Dust Mountain by one of the disciples. As for Long Kuei, he really did wait outside without entering. When it came to matters involving the humble school, there were some things that Long Kuei wanted to avoid as much as possible. At the peak of Clear Dust Mountain, Lu Yin saw the superintendent of the 9 humble schools, Qing Chen. He hurriedly stepped forward and bowed. The 14th gate's Long 7 greets the superintendent. Qing Chen nodded in satisfaction. He had single-handedly arranged for Lu Yin to enter the 14th gate. He did not care about the struggle for the 4 cardinal scales, nor did he care about the motives of the unknown source of information behind Lu Yin. He only cared about one thing, which was that Lu Yin had been able to find a spy for the humble school and Redback. That was enough. Long 7, it's good that you've returned safely. I heard that the trip to the Sovereign Realm was very dangerous, and there were even stowaways involved, Qing Chen said gently. Lu Yin respectfully replied, yes, those stowaways from the abandoned lands are too cunning. Even junior ancestor did not discover them. Xianxia sighed. There have been stowaways in the past. Forget it, let's not think about them. Do you know why I sent you here? Luyin shook his head. Xianxia glanced at Kai Shu, and it was only then that Luyin noticed the scholarly middle-aged man standing behind Xianxia. Kai Shu smiled. I'm Kai Shu, the superintendent's eldest disciple. Luyin bowed again. Junior Longqi greets Senior Kai Shu. Kai Shu nodded and said, I invited you here this time because the interrogator mentioned the Guan brothers. There's also. Luyin naturally knew the reason, he was the one behind this. After Kai Shu finished speaking, Luyin frowned and tried to recall. Xianxia was not in a hurry and simply waited. This matter was of great importance, and they could not give up on any clues related to the Redbacks. Besides, this involved the mastermind behind the Guan brothers, and that person's status was definitely extremely high. If they could find out who it was, it would be a great fortune for humanity. Luyin tried to recall, and his expression kept changing. After half an hour, he said, I remember that when I first obtained the evidence, I did see a stone tablet with something recorded on it. However, I only caught a glimpse of it before it turned to dust, so I can't remember it clearly. Kai Shu looked at Luyin seriously. Longqi, you must remember. This matter is very important, and you cannot be careless. Xianxia said to Luyin, as long as you can provide us with valuable information, you'll be rewarded greatly. Luyin was resolute. I will do my best. Xianxia and Kai Shu were satisfied with Luyin's attitude. 2 days passed, but Luyin still could not recall anything. He looked at Kai Shu helplessly. Senior, it's not that I don't want to try my best to remember, but I'm really uneasy and can't concentrate. Kai Shu's eyes flashed. Why are you uneasy? Luyin replied bitterly, Princess Longqi went missing, and the clan's attitude towards me changed drastically. If I return to Dragon Mountain, I won't have a good ending. That's why I've been worried about this matter, and it's hard for me to concentrate. Kai Shu understood that this kid was asking for a condition. He smiled. How about this? I'll report this to Master and see if he has a way to calm you down. Luyin was apologetic. I'll have to trouble you, Senior. Kai Shu did not get angry, as everyone would think for themselves. If Luyin was truly so selfless, then Kai Shu would find it strange. It would be normal for someone like him to come up with some conditions. Those who did not raise any conditions were either truly selfless, or they were scheming for something bigger. There were selfless people, but Kai Shu preferred to believe in the latter. Working in a humble family, one could only trust in the latter, which was why he felt more at ease when Luyin raised the conditions. You don't want to return to Dragon Mountain? Xianxia frowned. This is difficult. Although this person is from the 14th gate, he is still a member of the White Dragon clan. From the standpoint of the White Dragon clan, if he wants his clan to return to their ancestral land, he can find any excuse to do so. Even the humble class cannot interfere. Unless Longqi has a mission, the White Dragon clan can't forcefully take him away before the mission is completed. That way, the humble class can negotiate with the White Dragon clan, Kai Shu said. Xianxia sighed. Looks like I'll have to contact Owl. He smiled bitterly. Back then, Long Tian contacted me several times because of this brat. Now, I have to contact someone else because of this brat. I even have to negotiate with the White Dragon tribe. That's the most troublesome thing. In the top realm, atop a giant dragon mountain, the White Dragon clan's patriarch, Long Ku, did not have a good expression. During this trip to the sovereign realm, Long Tian had been trapped, and Longxi had gone missing. The loss of the patriarch was a heavy blow to him. The main bloodline had weakened, and many of the clan members had already begun to dig up old scores. If there was no successor to the main bloodline, then the main bloodline might change. This was something that Long Ku would not allow. However, things had not reached the worst point yet. Long Tian had only been trapped, and there was still hope of saving him as long as the ancestor acted. Moreover, the 4 Cardinal Scales junior ancestor was also trapped. If they worked together, there was nothing that could not be done. Because of this, Long Ku was able to have some peace. Otherwise, if Long Tian had gone missing like Longxi, his position as patriarch would not be stable. At that moment, someone reported, "Elder Quan wishes to see you." Long Ke's expression turned even uglier. Long Quan was the patriarch of the largest branch of the White Dragon clan, and also his biggest competitor. Long Ke had always been thinking of ways to suppress Long Quan's branch. Now that the main bloodline was in trouble, Long Ke had been asking to see him for 3 days straight. He knew what Long Ke was thinking, and if he could, he would have dealt with him long ago. Unfortunately, Long Quan's branch was not weak either. Long Quan greets the patriarch. Behind Long Ke, an old man with a sinister expression slowly bowed and greeted Long Ke. Long Ke was a middle-aged man, and he looked very similar to Long Tian. At first glance, he looked like a middle-aged Long Tian. He was solemn and aggressive, the complete opposite of Kai Shu. "Elder Quan, what's the matter?" asked Long Ke indifferently. Long Quan looked up. "I'm here to ask you about the investigation on the junior ancestor planet." Long Ke stared at him coldly. "Do I have to report everything to you, Elder Quan?" Long Quan wasn't angry. He had been suppressed for many years and was used to Long Ke's attitude. "Patriarch, you're exaggerating. It's just that many of our clansmen want to know, so they asked me to ask them. On the eve of the sovereign world, Dragon Quarry, known Lai, and when first were poisoned. Because of that, the junior ancestor had no choice but to bring Long Qi to the sovereign world. If the junior ancestor had brought known Lai or Dragon Quarry, things might not have turned out this way. Besides, Princess Long Qi might have gone missing while protecting Long Qi. We have to give our clansmen an explanation." Long Ke narrowed his eyes. "We're still investigating who poisoned them. As for Long Qi, it's just a guess. A few days ago, Kai Shu from Clear Dust Mountain contacted you. She wants Long Qi to go to Clear Dust Mountain to help with the investigation." "When will he return?" "Many of our clansmen want to see him," said Long Quan. Long Ke stared at Long Quan. These subsidiary bloodlines wanted to use Long Qi to humiliate the main bloodline. They couldn't wait. "Long Qi is already at Clear Dust Mountain. He'll come to Dragon Mountain in a few days," said Long Ke. Long Quan smiled. "That's good. I'm just asking. Many of our clansmen are curious. Please don't be angry." At that moment, Long Ke's cloud stone trembled. He glanced at Long Quan, and Long Quan tactfully retreated. When he turned around, he smiled. "The main bloodline? What a joke. He had climbed up from the subsidiary bloodlines just like them. If they could climb up, why couldn't his bloodline? Long Qi was the starting point of the main bloodline's decline. They had already thought of a series of methods to suppress Long Qi. Long Qi wasn't important, what was important was his identity. Long Tian was trapped, and Long Qi had gone missing. Even the heavens were helping him. When he thought of this, Long Quan almost laughed. "Elder Quan, please wait a moment," said Long Ke suddenly. Long Quan was startled and turned around. "Do you have any other instructions?" Long Ke looked at Long Quan and suddenly smiled. "Long Qi won't be back for a while." Long Quan's expression changed. "What do you mean?" "Even if the princess is missing, as the son-in-law of the main bloodline, Long Qi should return to Dragon Mountain and be protected by the clan." Long Ke said, "It's not that I don't want him to come back, but he was given a mission by the 14th clan to assist Clear Dust Mountain in investigating the 3 Guan brothers as Redbacks." Long Quan's eyes widened. "Didn't we already investigate the 3 Guan brothers as Redbacks? All 3 of them are dead. What's there to investigate?" Long Ke was helpless. "You can ask Senior Clear Dust. Anyway, Long Qi is also from the 14th clan. Since he has a mission, he will naturally prioritize it. This is related to the overall situation of the human race. Elder Quan, you won't disagree, right?" Long Quan's expression was extremely ugly. Disagree? Of course he wouldn't agree. Several subsidiary bloodlines had thought of countless ways to use Long Qi as an excuse to suppress the main bloodline. If he said he wouldn't come back, then he wouldn't. He immediately wanted to contact Clear Dust Mountain, but he suddenly looked up at Long Ke and gave up in the end. The humble school was not part of the White Dragon tribe, and he had no right to speak. His reputation was not as important as the mission. It doesn't matter. The mission can't go on indefinitely, and he'll have to come back eventually. Family head, please protect Long Qi well. He's the son-in-law of the main bloodline after all. Don't let anything happen to him during the mission, Long Quan said sinisterly. He was not threatening him, but rather sincerely hoping that nothing would happen to Luin. Long Ke smiled. Elder, there's no need to worry. Please return. Long Quan did not even bid farewell this time. He simply turned and left, his expression terrifyingly gloomy. This had to be Long Ke's idea. This guy had actually mobilized the humble school's resources to forcefully keep Long Qi at Clear Dust Mountain. If Long Tian did not return, then this guy would definitely keep Long Qi at Clear Dust Mountain. This would not do. He had to think of a way to get Long Qi out of Clear Dust Mountain. Long Ke's eyes flickered as he watched Long Quan leave. He had thought of keeping Long Qi on Junior Progenitor Planet, but he had never thought of keeping Long Qi at Clear Dust Mountain. He had not expected this person to be so important that Senior Clear Dust had taken the initiative to keep him. It was better for Long Qi to stay at Clear Dust Mountain until Long Tian returned. When he thought of Long Tian and Long Shi, Long Ke's mood sank once more. In the Central Realm on Clear Dust Mountain, Luin looked at the mission from the Cloud Connect stone and was secretly delighted. Stay at Clear Dust Mountain and assist in the investigation of Owl. These few words determined Lu Yin's current fate, and he could stay. Outside Clear Dust Mountain, Long Kue left with a blank expression. What was going on? Wasn't he only supposed to stay for a few days? Why had the deadline been extended indefinitely? Tian Ho was more depressed. He still liked Luin, but he could not see him again. Kai Shu appeared in front of Luin with a smile. Long Qi, the White Dragon tribe has agreed to let you stay at Clear Dust Mountain to assist in the investigation. You do not need to leave before the investigation is complete. I want to know. She then looked at Luin. How long do you want to stay? Luin thought about it and then said, until the junior progenitor returns from the sovereign realm. All right, Kai Shu answered. Then, try to think of as many clues as possible. I hope that it will be done as soon as possible. Kai Shu promised that even if Luin revealed everything he knew, he could still stay until Long Tian returned from the sovereign realm. There was no need for him to intentionally hide information and stall for time. Thank you for your support, brothers. Luin knew that he could not delay this any longer. Staying at Clear Dust Mountain was the first step, so what should he do next? There were progenitor realm experts in this part of the starry sky. No one knew when Long Tian and the others would be rescued. He wanted to find out what happened to the Lu clan before Long Tian and the others were rescued. Then, he would head to the location Invisible Light told him and return to the Fifth Mainland. Neither of these things were easy, and the prerequisite was that he could leave Clear Dust Mountain openly. Over the next few days, Luin exposed Guanyun's spies one after another. He had only captured a few of the spies, and there were more than half that he had yet to capture. Now, he was exposing them bit by bit, and although Kai Shu was not satisfied, it was still somewhat effective. 10 days later, Qianxia appeared in front of Luin with an indifferent expression. Long 7, you might have been able to recall those spies, but you know what information I want. Tell me, what exactly did you see back then? Luin was put in a difficult position. Senior, it's not that I don't want to tell you, but the information I saw was too vague. It would be useless even if I told you. Behind Qianxia, Kai Shu said, it doesn't matter. Tell me. Luin said, actually, after thinking about it for so many days, I've gradually recalled some things. Guanyun's records did not mention the person who developed the Guan brothers, and there wasn't even a codename. When he heard this, Qianxia's expression turned ugly. He had specifically contacted Owl for Lu Yin's sake and even communicated with the White Dragon clan. Although the communication had gone smoothly, he was a half-ancestor, and doing all this for a junior had resulted in useless information. He had even promised to let Luin stay at Clear Dust Mountain, which made him unhappy. He admired Luin, but that did not mean that he did not mind being used by Luin. Right now, he felt like he had been used. But that person has a special characteristic. Luin looked at Qianxia carefully, then at Kai Shu. He swallowed his saliva and decided to just say it. No one would be able to verify it anyway. He coughed and said solemnly, "It's not a person, it's a doll." Lu Yin's face twitched when he heard this, as he had based his description on the sorcerer spirit god's appearance. The sorcerer spirit god was one of the fifth mainland seven sky gods, and that fellow was also a member of the monsters. Although no one could verify his claim based on his appearance, no one could refute it either. There was indeed such a person among the monsters. Lu Yin had thought that Qing Chen might not believe him, or that she might be skeptical. At worst, she would think that he was lying, but the result shocked him. Qing Chen's face had completely changed. "What did you say? A doll? What kind of doll?" Qing Chen asked eagerly, staring into Lu Yin's eyes. Lu Yin was stunned. What did this reaction mean? "Tell me, what kind of doll? Where did you see him?" Qing Chen shouted. Lu Yin blinked and met Qing Chen's eyes. "I can't really describe it. Guan Yan's records only mention 4 words, confusion of the 5 senses." Qing Chen's expression changed again, and he withdrew his gaze from Lu Yin and looked into the distance. Kai Shu's face was solemn, and she asked Lu Yin, "What else?" Lu Yin had prepared some excuses to highlight his role in this matter. It would be best if he could go out and investigate, but Qing Chen's reaction made him pause in time. He shook his head. "There's nothing else." Kai Shu looked at Qing Chen solemnly. "Master, it's the sorcerer spirit god." Lu Yin's heart skipped a beat, but he did not dare to show it. Teng. The sorcerer spirit god. There was actually a sorcerer spirit god in this part of the universe. Was it a coincidence? Or was it the same person? He had just told a simple lie, a very simple one. How did the sorcerer spirit god get involved? And they all knew about it? Qing Chen and Kai Shu left. Lu Yin could not listen to their conversation, but he really wanted to hear it. On the other side, Qing Chen reminisced, the 7 sky gods are humanity's greatest enemies. They have always been a thorn in our side. They have been our eternal enemies since our humble school was first established, but we have not been able to kill them. The 7 sky gods are hidden among us, and no one knows which one is the 7 sky gods. Only a few people know their names, and Long 7 definitely does not know about the sorcerer spirit god. If he can say that the 5 senses are in chaos, then he must have seen Guan Yan's records, Kai Shu said. Qing Chen nodded. With the 7 sky god status, it makes sense to develop the Guan brothers. Huayuan's geographical location is special, and Guantong is one of the leaders of the 9 gates. Only people at the level of the 7 sky gods can develop them. I'm just worried about whether or not there are any red backs in the 13 gates. Kai Shu said, it's difficult to find out whether or not there are any red backs. If not for Long 7, we would not have thought that the Guan brothers were red backs. Master, who do you think is the source of the unknown information behind Long 7? To think that they were able to find out about the Guan brothers. Qing Chen said, I secretly investigated, but there was no result. Could it be? Kai Shu hesitated, but then shook her head. That's not very likely. Sacrificing the Guan brothers to develop Long 7 is meaningless. However, the reason Long Xian left behind that guide map, which led to the 4th young ancestor being trapped, is because of Long 7. If sacrificing the Guan brothers can lead to the 4th young ancestor being trapped, then Long 7 might not be a red back. Qing Chen looked at Kai Shu. You suspect Long 7? Kai Shu said, even Master can't find the source of the information behind Long 7. It's normal to suspect him. Qing Chen laughed. He can't be a red back. Kai Shu was puzzled. Why? Qing Chen's gaze was stern. Because the Huayuan is too important. It's connected to the cloud ladder, and the cloud ladder hides a lot of unspeakable darkness in the 4-direction scale. The sorcerer spirit god developed the Guan brothers because of their status, which would allow him to smoothly develop spies and obtain information about the humans. Secondly, it's because of that darkness. Kai Shu did not understand. Darkness? Qing Chen did not explain further. The Guan brothers are more important than you know. Even if we want to deal with the 4th young ancestor, the Guan brothers cannot be sacrificed. I'm very certain of this. Kai Shu did not speak. Although she knew many things with her status, and even knew about the 7 sky gods, her master had never told her much about the 4-direction scale. She had only been warned to stay as far away from it as possible. What does master plan to do? Kaishu asked. Qingchen looked in the direction of the Huayuan. Long 7 came into contact with Guanyan's scarlet token. Kaishu trembled. You're planning to. One day later, Luyin was staring off into the distance, deep in thought. Kaishu arrived with a smile on her face. When he saw the smiling Kaishu, he did not know why, but he felt a chill run down his spine. He had a nagging feeling that something bad was about to happen. Long 7, how have you been at Clear Dust Mountain? Kaishu asked with a smile. She was very friendly. Lu Yan's mind raced. What did she mean? How should he answer that? This guy's smile was very treacherous. Long 7? Kaishu was puzzled. Lu Yan coughed. Well, not bad. Kaishu smiled. That's good. That's right, I remember that you don't want to go back to Dragon Mountain. Lu Yan's eyes flashed, and he suddenly wanted to go back to Dragon Mountain. The current Kaishu made him feel very uneasy, but in the end, he still replied, I don't want to go back for now. Didn't you promise me that you would only let me go to Dragon Mountain when the junior ancestor returns? Kaishu nodded. Yes, but even if junior ancestor returns, you don't necessarily have to go to Dragon Mountain. Princess Xianxia has gone missing, and your days are definitely not going to be easy. That's why Master has found another way for you. Consider it your reward for your contribution. You should know that the information you recalled has contributed greatly. Not only did you complete the 14th mission, but you also provided us with a valuable clue. Lu Yan blinked, and the first thing he thought of was the sword steal's reward. It was both a reward and a mission, so he quickly rejected the offer. Thank you, senior, but I don't want any rewards. The humble school has helped me enough, and I just want to do my part for the greater good of humanity. Kaishu smiled. You can't not want a reward. If you don't reward your contributions, many people will be disappointed. No, I'm the one who doesn't want a reward. I definitely won't be disappointed, Lu Yan quickly said. Kaishu patted Lu Yan's shoulder and sighed. If everyone had the same resolve as you, Long 7, then there wouldn't be any spies or redbacks. It's a pity that Master once said that a redback cannot become an ancestor. Long 7, you have the same ambition as Master. Lu Yan pursed his lips and wanted to vomit. Who wouldn't want to become an ancestor if they could? Only by becoming an ancestor would they be able to better deal with those monsters. He hadn't expected Qingchen to be so good with words. It was no wonder why she had been able to become the superintendent of the 9 gates. Alright, there's no need to decline. Master's reward for you is to become the acting sect master of the Humble Huayuan School. You'll be in charge of the Humble Huayuan School's affairs. Long 7, you've become the acting sect master of the Humble Huayuan School from being an unknown disciple of the 14th gate. There has never been anyone below the strength of an emissary who has become an acting sect master. You're the first, and you'll definitely go down in history, Kaishu congratulated. Lu Yan's mind was about to explode. Acting sect master? One of the 9 gates? This increase in strength was too great. He had spent quite a bit of time in the humble school, and he knew that one of the requirements to become a sect master was to have the strength of an emissary. Lu Yan was just a hunter, and the difference was too great, but he had actually become an acting sect master. Although he was an acting sect master, his authority was the same as a sect master's, and he could be removed at any time. Kaishu was still congratulating him, but Lu Yan didn't listen. Humble Huayuan School, acting sect master, these few words stunned him, and he was certain that he had been tricked. But what exactly was Qingchen trying to trick him? He couldn't figure out Qingchen's goal, but he knew that everyone in the humble school of Huayuan was unhappy with him. It was because of him that the humble school of Huayuan was looked down upon by the other 8 gates. Even their own sect master was a redback. What a joke. Once he went to the humble school of Huayuan, his scalp would go numb just thinking about it. Senior Kaishu, I'm still young. How can I become the acting sect master of the humble school of Huayuan? Even a captain isn't qualified, let alone a sect master, Lu Yan immediately refused. Kaishu laughed when she heard Lu Yan's words. Young man, you should gain more experience. How many months have you been in the humble class? You've made many contributions, and the list of spies you've revealed over the past few days has shocked the entire Central Plain Realm's 9 gates. You don't even know how famous you are, and you were the one who exposed the Guan brothers. Oh, and you also have the ability to see through people. That's why you're the acting sect master. What's the purpose of the humble class? It's not a battle. It's about capturing redbacks and capturing spies. Whoever can capture redbacks more accurately and efficiently will become the sect leader. Look, Xianxia hasn't even caught a redback yet. Isn't he still the sect leader? He relied on his battle prowess, while you relied on your ability to see through people. Luin cursed inwardly. What the hell? He was just bragging, and even an idiot would know that. How disgusting. Senior, I might as well be frank. Because I exposed the Guan brothers as redbacks, the entire humble class of Huayuan is dissatisfied with me. I'm afraid that no one will listen to me even if I go. After all, I'm still young and only a hunter, Luin said bitterly. Kaishu waved a hand. Don't worry. Since Master has appointed you as the acting sect master, he naturally won't let you go empty-handed. If there's anyone you're familiar with, just tell me, and Master will think of a way to assign them to you. He'll even find some powerhouses to protect you. Luin opened his mouth, wanting to say something. Kaishu slapped him hard on the shoulder again, almost breaking him apart. This guy was an emissary. Long 7, don't. Forget the oath you made back then. Master told me, I serve the poor and humble, and I don't ask for any military exploits. I just want to do what I can for my people and fight against the enemy from outside. You were the one who said that, weren't you? Luin was speechless. For the greater good of humanity, I'm willing to die 10,000 deaths. You were the one who said that, right? Kaishu asked again. Luin was still speechless. Since that's the case, Master will give you a chance. Let's see how far you can go as the acting sect master. Do your best and don't hold back, said Kaishu heroically. He was a refined scholar, so it was strange for him to act so heroically. Luin wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Why did he feel like he had screwed himself over? Wasn't that too full of himself? By the way, Master has already convened a meeting of the 9 sects leaders. When the time comes, he will formally introduce you. Make a list of names in the next few days. This trip to the humble Huayuan sect will be more comfortable for our own people. I know. Do your best to prepare, said Kaishu before leaving. Luin face-bombed. This was going to be troublesome. Xianxia had made him the acting headmaster and had even sent an expert to monitor him. There had to be something going on, and it had to be related to the witch spirit god that he had revealed. Luin suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Xianxia couldn't be thinking of using him as bait to lure out the witch spirit god, could she? Why did he think that he could fish out the witch spirit god? He tried to recall what had happened and what he had said, but even after a long time, he still couldn't understand. If he was really used as bait to catch the witch spirit, that would be terrible. Then, the bodyguard that Xianxia assigned to him was probably not simple. Should he leave as soon as possible? Although the process was different, the results were the same. He was already in Huayuan, and he wasn't far from the place where the light couldn't be seen. It was better to leave as soon as possible and investigate the Lu family later. Jupiter was a passage, and he could come back after he was fully prepared. It would be easier to investigate if he changed his appearance. When he thought of this, Luin relaxed and decided to slip away. He no longer had any misgivings. After thinking about it for a while, he gave Kaishu a list of people who would be going to Huayuan with him. The first was Wang Dashui, since they had worked together before. If he wanted to slip away, he couldn't be too obvious. He had to find someone to cover for him, and the white fatty seemed to be having a hard time recently. The second was Lu Tianmu, the third was Xia Taili, and the fourth was Xianxia. True and false, false and true. He wanted to bring Xianxia and Lu Tianmu back to the fifth mainland, while Xia Taili and the white fatty would be a distraction. If everything went smoothly, he would be able to return to the fifth mainland after some time. Luin was a little tired. This region of space was filled with powerhouses, and the fifth mainland was still better. There weren't many enlighters in the outerverse, and there weren't many emissaries in the innerverse either. Even in the neoverse, there were many powerhouses, and Luin had enough treasures on him to survive. Here, an emissary could casually appear from the central realm, and there was no need to talk about the top realm. Even Long Kuei had been ordered to run errands. In the lower realm, Luin thought about the giant anteater and the ancestral Mang, and he felt a chill run down his spine. He had to go back first. This was his top priority. Since Luin had given the list, it meant that he had accepted the mission. Xianxia appeared in front of him. "Greetings, Senior." Although Luin was unhappy that Xianxia might be using him as bait, he was still very respectful. Xianxia's attitude was gentle. "Long 7, the position of the humble school's sect master is very important. Do you know how many people are eyeing this position, whether in the central realm or the 4 cardinal scales? I've taken a risk to give this position to you, so don't disappoint me." Luin grinned. "Yes, I won't let you down." Xianxia was satisfied. "Your cultivation is limited, and most of the humble school's missions are dangerous, so I've decided to have Kaishu follow you and protect you." Luin looked up, anxious. Xianxia wanted to monitor him. "Senior, I'm confident that I can protect myself, and I have many treasures that were given to me by Long Shi. They're enough to block the attacks of emissaries." Xianxia laughed. "So what? You can only block the attack. What's the point of this old man letting you be the sect master? What this old man wants is to capture the red back, capture the traitor of humanity, not beat the grass to scare the snake. Are you sure you can capture the emissary? Guantong and Guanhai are the most obvious examples. If I don't go to Huayuan, then you'll be silenced by Guantong." Luin was speechless. He could beat Guantong to a pulp, but he couldn't say that out loud. "Senior, I'm not used to being followed." He still had to try his best. Xianxia smiled. "I know that you have the ability to see through people and obtain information that others can't. Don't worry, Kaishu won't keep an eye on you. He'll only be a short distance away from you. As long as you're not in danger, he won't appear and will never interfere with your actions in the humble school. Although he belongs to the humble school, his status is far lower than yours, so he has no right to interfere with your decisions." Luin had no other choice. "I'll listen to Senior's arrangements." Xianxia grunted. "Do you know why I put you in the humble school of Huayuan? There was a vacancy there." Luin said, "I've thought about it. It's because the humble school of Huayuan currently doesn't have a sect master." Xianxia laughed. "It's because the humble school of Huayuan is too important, so important that it can't be casually appointed." Luin didn't understand. Xianxia seriously explained, the next day after Guantong was captured, a sect master wanted to transfer to the humble school of Huayuan. Even if the humble school of Huayuan lost 3 experts, they still wanted to become its sect master. The humble school of Huayuan is much more important than you think because it contains the cloud ladder. Luin immediately searched his mind for information about the cloud ladder, but there was very little information. When he had merged with some people, he had indeed obtained information about the cloud ladder, but he hadn't paid much attention to it. The cloud ladder connects the top realm and the middle realm. Although the Bifrost Bridge can also connect the two, there are essential differences between the two. You'll understand in the future. In short, when you go to the Huayuan School of Huayuan, visit the cloud ladder more often. I hope that there aren't any redbacks or spies there. If there are, find them for me. I'll give you double the merit, Xianxia said solemnly. Luin respectfully replied, "Yes, this junior understands. You've provided information over the past few days and captured some spies. Combined with your previous rewards, you've received a total of 6 merit points. Don't think it's too little since the other rewards are quite generous. As long as you work hard in the humble school of Huayuan, you'll receive more and more merit points." Luin didn't care too much about the merit points. He had originally wanted them to exchange for the righteous medal, and it would be best if he could obtain the tree medal. That way, he would have some protection after retirement. But now, it was difficult to retire, and he had become the acting sect master of the humble school of Huayuan. He didn't need the protection of the tree medal, and no one would dare to touch him unless they had a good reason. A day later, Xianxia convened a meeting of the 9 gates, and Luyin formally met the leaders of the 9 gates. Aside from the humble Huayuan school and Shuasi from the Yin mountain region, the leaders of the other 7 were unfamiliar to Luyin. However, he knew that they were all experts above the level of envoys. This is the new acting sect master of the humble school of Huayuan, Long 7, Xianxia introduced. 8 Cloud Connect stones appeared in front of Luyin, and the images of the 8 sect masters appeared on them. Junior Long 7 greets the seniors, Luyin said politely. His attitude was humble, and his expression was solemn with a hint of apprehension and anticipation. It was obvious that he was looking forward to the future. He was an ambitious young man, and he also seemed very honest. Hee, kid, do you know that in the history of our humble school, there has never been a hunter who became a sect master? One of the sect masters spoke up. It was a woman, and she was very flirtatious. Luyin felt his mouth go dry with a single glance, as she was simply too alluring. If Madame Nailin was the type of woman who was naturally seductive, then this woman was a classic example of seduction, and she was also capable of seducing everyone. Luyin glanced at her clothes, and he felt that they were indecent. I know that I am not qualified, so I would like to learn from the seniors. I hope that the seniors will not be stingy with their guidance. I would be eternally grateful, Luyin said respectfully. The woman chuckled again, and her red lips parted. Come play at the Bifrost when you have time. I'll be waiting for you there, but I'm afraid that you won't be able to handle it. Luyin was stunned, and then he laughed dryly. The woman was very happy. Shuasi stared at Luyin in shock. He had become a sect master just like that? Wasn't this too much of a joke? How had he done it? He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he racked his brains. Luyin looked at Shuasi and smiled. We meet again, 4th uncle. Shuasi nodded and looked deeply at Luyin. Do your best. Luyin nodded. Understood. The others did not have much to say to Luyin, as Xianxia must have already discussed this with them. Otherwise, how could a Hunter Realm Jr. have such a reaction? Alright, Long 7, time is of the essence. Kaishu is already waiting for you outside, and I'll take you to the humble Huayuan sect. From now on, you are the acting sect master of the humble Huayuan sect. These seniors will teach you what to do in the future, but I hope that you will remove the word acting as soon as possible. Do you understand? Xianxia asked. Luyin's expression changed, and he slowly bowed. This junior will not disappoint the seniors. He paused for a moment before continuing, this subordinate will not disappoint the superintendent. Xianxia gestured for him to leave. After Luyin left, an elder asked, Superintendent, is this useful? Our humble school was originally established to ferret out the 7 sky gods, but after so many years, they are still living freely. Can this kid really fish out the shaman spirit god? Xianxia sighed. He's the only one who came into contact with Guanyan's scarlet token, and the shaman spirit god can sense his aura. The humble Huayuan sect is located in a special location, and the shaman spirit god will not give up. With the shaman spirit god's methods, even Kaishu's personal protection will be useless, someone else said. Xianxia replied, I know. They had already discussed this with Xianxia, but Xianxia's attitude had not changed. Shuasi's eyes flashed. Using Long 7 as bait to fish out the shaman spirit god was too easy. This was one of the 7 sky gods, and even now, no one knew the true strength of the 7 sky gods. The humble school was just a joke to them. He looked in the direction that Luyin had left, as Long 7 was in danger. He was like a signpost, and the shaman spirit god would definitely discover him. Elsewhere, Luyin saw Kaishu. She smiled. From now on, I'm your bodyguard, Long 7. Luyin smiled bitterly. Senior, please don't make fun of this junior. Kaishu smiled. This isn't a joke. You're the sect master of the humble school, and you represent the humble school. Nothing can happen to you. Let's go to the Huayuan sect. She then took out a piece of paper from her cosmic ring and began to fold it. Luyin raised his brows when he saw the white paper. This was it. He had found more than 200 pieces of paper in Long Tian and the others' cosmic rings, but he had no idea how to use them. He watched as Kaishu slowly folded the paper until it formed a small boat that was a few meters long. She boarded the boat and looked at Luin. Come on, let's go. Shouldn't a piece of paper the size of a palm be smaller when folded? How could it become bigger? It was amazing. Long Tian and the others had more or less blank sheets of paper, which meant that these things weren't very precious. They were definitely common knowledge, so Luin didn't ask. The small boat folded by Baiji flew up and headed in the direction of Huayuan. Its speed was quite fast, not much slower than Ho. Luin touched his cosmic ring. These pieces of paper were equivalent to a spacecraft in this universe. But it was more convenient than a spaceship. Senior, how are the people on this juniors list? Luin asked. Kaishu replied, aside from Xia Taili, everyone else is fine. Xia Taili can't come? Luin was secretly delighted. That girl had been a smokescreen all along. Kaishu replied, she's still the princess of the Xia family. Xia Shenfei is currently trapped in the sovereign realm, and the Xia family won't let anything happen to Xia Taili. Whether or not she can come to Huayuan will depend on the Xia family's arrangements. Luin feigned disappointment. We worked together quite well in the sovereign realm. It would be a pity if she couldn't come. Kaishu looked at Luin with a smile. Is that the only reason? Luin replied, of course. Kaishu shook her head. You don't have to hide it from me. I know that you want to use Xia Taili's status as the princess of Shenwu Plain. That's a good idea. With Xia Taili on your side, you'll be able to do many things more easily. However, I have to remind you not to use her. She's not stupid, and Shenwu Plain won't allow a son-in-law of the White Dragon clan to use their princess. You have to be careful. Luin blinked. That seemed to be the case, but he had never thought about it. He had just used Xia Taili as a cover. The reason he had chosen Xia Taili over Wu Taibai was because Luin had always been wary of this person. Xia Taili was clearly from Shenwu Plain, but he had betrayed it. He had even taken the martial ancestor as his master on the 6th mainland and imprinted on the martial ancestor. During the battle in the meditative ruins, he had not used his imprint. He had hidden too much. The more he acted like this, the more Luin felt uneasy. He was not even as good as Xia Taili. But would Xia Taili be on his side? Luin licked his lips. Maybe, probably, but definitely not. While Luin was following Kaishu to the Huayuan plains, Wang Dashui was being held captive on the Wang family's junior progenitor planet. He was tied to a bridge that connected the planet to Wangyu, and he was swinging back and forth as he screamed in pain. I didn't do it on purpose, no. Save me, junior progenitor, please come back. Wang Dashui's screams pitted many, but of course, there were even more who took pleasure in his misfortune. A ruffian from the Wang family had somehow managed to find 2 experts to accompany the junior progenitor to the sovereign realm. He had ascended to the heavens in a single step and had even been given the privilege of choosing experts for the junior progenitor. That had been the peak of Wang Dashui's life. He, Yu Chen, Xia Taili, and Long Shi had stood on the bridge together and looked down on many experts. It could be said that their names had spread throughout the astral tree. However, fate loved to joke around. Wang Dashui had been looking forward to the junior progenitor's return and his own advancement, but what he had received instead was the fact that Wu Taibai and Wu Taibai were stowaways. He had been dumbfounded and felt as if the sky had collapsed. His brain had turned to mush, and by the time he had reacted, he was already tied up under the bridge. I really didn't know. Save me! Wang Dashui screamed. In the distance, Nong Sanyang rolled her eyes and sighed. It was useless to shout for help. Who asked this fatty to find 2 stowaways at once? How interesting. If she didn't know this guy's background, she wouldn't have believed that he wasn't a stowaway. The ups and downs of life were just that fast. In the ancestral gazing tower, many experts who had been eliminated by Wang Dashui cheered. They were glad that they hadn't gone to the sovereign realm back then. After a while, on the junior progenitor planet, an expert dragged Wang Dashui up and said with a cold expression, "There are orders from the family. Quickly report to the humble school of Huayuan. From now on, you will be a member of the humble school of Huayuan." Wang Dashui was still in shock, and when he heard this, he was confused. The humble school of Huayuan? The first thing he thought of was the three Guan brothers. Could it be that they had been cleared of being a redback? He knew that Long Seven was unreliable. He was the master of the humble school of Huayuan, so how could he be a redback? It was over. Wang Dashui had fought with the humble school of Huayuan before. Right, Wu Taibai was Long Seven's old friend, and Wu Taibai was from the humble school of Huayuan. It was all related to Long Seven. Long Seven was a bastard. How could Wang Dashui treat him as a brother? This universe was full of scams. The era of brotherhood was gone forever. I'm not going. I don't want to go. Wang Dashui immediately shouted. He wanted to tie himself up and jump off the bridge. He would rather wander around here than go to the humble school of Huayuan. Any random mission there could end his life. You don't have a choice. Scram. The person dragged Wang Dashui up and threw him out. There were people from the humble school waiting outside. On the junior progenitor planet, Xia Taili was shocked. What? You want me to join the humble school of Huayuan? Who said that? Is there something wrong with their head? Do I need to go? There was an old woman in front of Xia Taili. She smiled and respectfully said, Long Seven has been appointed as the acting master of the humble school of Huayuan. He said that he would bring a few acquaintances with him who could assist him, so he wrote down your name. Of course, you don't have to go if you don't want to. Xia Taili's mouth fell open in shock. Long Seven? The acting master of the humble school of Huayuan? Long Seven? Yes, Long Seven, the old woman replied. Xia Taili was speechless. The son-in-law of the White Dragon clan's main bloodline? Long Seven? The old woman nodded again. Isn't he a hunter? What kind of sect master is he? Who asked him to be? Did you hear wrong? He's a gatekeeper, not a sect master, Xia Taili asked strangely. The old woman coughed. Absolutely. He's the acting master of the humble school of Huayuan, Long Seven. Xia Taili felt like she had seen a ghost. She had thought that Long Shi's disappearance meant that Long Seven would be isolated and helpless in the White Dragon clan. He would also have to face the retaliation of some people from the Frigid Immortal sect, which would make his life miserable. She had never expected that this guy would become the master of the humble school of Huayuan in the blink of an eye. Even the fourth young ancestor would at most be the humble school's chief of battle. There was still a considerable distance between him and the position of schoolmaster. To put it nicely, this was the position of a feudal official, in charge of the lives and deaths of countless people. It was perfectly justifiable to frame someone. Wait, justifiable? Xia Taili's eyes lit up. Framing, retaliation, framing. All sorts of words appeared in her mind, and the more she thought about it, the more excited she became. She had never played such games before, so she clapped her hands. Let's go to the humble school of Huayuan. The old woman was shocked. You want to go? Actually, you don't have to go. No one can force you. Xia Taili rolled her eyes. Long Seven is an old friend of mine. How can I not go when an old friend is asking for help? How disloyal. Hurry up and send me to Huayuan. The old woman hurriedly nodded. On planet Frigid Immortal's junior ancestor, Shang-Qing faced an elder from the Frigid Immortal sect and answered his questions word by word. Ever since he had returned to planet Frigid Immortal's junior ancestor, he had been asked the same question every 2 days. It was all because he was from the nest and was looked down upon. Before the trip to the Sovereign Realm, everyone had been polite to him because Bai Xiaohong relied on him. Now that Bai Xiaohong was trapped, everyone's attitude towards him was completely different. The junior ancestor was fighting with someone in the Oblivion Ruins. Why didn't you help? Asked the elder from the Frigid Immortal sect solemnly. I had an opponent as well. It was someone called Yaxian. Every time he attacked, he wanted to kill me. His spiritual energy attacks were extremely powerful, Shang-Qing answered in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Didn't you know he was a stowaway? I didn't. Didn't you suspect him? No. Did the junior ancestor have any orders for you? No. We all had our own opponents. How did Dong He die? I didn't see him. Xianxia could only answer one question after another. He had already met a few important people from the frigid immortal sect, but none of them had been able to thoroughly investigate his identity. After all, he was from the nest. The more they couldn't find out, the more suspicious they became. However, there was one thing they couldn't deny: if Xianxia had followed Yao Xian back then, he could have left without Shanguang or Heaven's emergence. After all, the trip to the Sovereign Realm had already ended. Because of this, they believed that Xianxia wasn't a stowaway and that he was only asking questions to report to the sect's higher-ups. To put it bluntly, he was pretending to care about Bai Xiaohong's safety. After a while, the elder stopped asking questions and stared at Xianxia. He relaxed and asked, "Have you heard of the humble school?" Xianxia was surprised, as this was the first time someone had asked him such a question. "Yes. From now on, you will join the humble school of Huayuan and assist their acting sect master, Long Qi. Of course, you can choose not to go and wait for the junior ancestor to return." Xianxia's expression didn't change, but his heart was in turmoil. Acting sect master, Long Qi? Isn't that Luin? What's going on? How many days has it been? Princess Long Qi had clearly been taken into Mount Supreme, which was equivalent to disappearing. Instead of being miserable, this guy had become the acting sect master? Even though Xianxia had been trained by the Hall of Honor since he was young and was very knowledgeable, he still couldn't figure out how Luin had done it. Could this guy really be related to the White Dragon tribe? Xianxia was starting to doubt the authenticity of Lu Yin's identity. Xianxia didn't respond, and the elder assumed that he didn't want to go. "The sect wants you to go." Xianxia was stunned and asked, "Why?" "I want to wait for the junior ancestor to return. The junior ancestor has agreed to let me make a name for myself in the frigid immortal sect." The elder no longer doubted Xianxia, and his gaze softened as if he was looking at one of his own. "We already know how you feel about the junior ancestor, but even if the junior ancestor returns, he will still want you to go to the humble school of Huayuan. You should know how the junior ancestor feels about Long Qi. Didn't Miss Yuchen tell you?" Xianxia shook his head. The elder explained patiently, "The junior ancestor admires Princess Long Qi, but she married Long Qi, so Long Qi is a thorn in the junior ancestor's side. If you can help the junior ancestor get rid of him, the junior ancestor will be very happy." Xianxia's eyes brightened, and he seemed to be tempted. The elder wanted to say something, but at that moment, Yuchen arrived and respectfully said, "Elder Shizi, can I have a chat with Brother Xianxia?" Only then did Xianxia know that this elder's surname was Shizi. He didn't know much about the frigid immortal sect, but judging from Yuchen's appearance, this Shizi elder's position must be very high. It should be known that ordinary elders would be very respectful to Yuchen, but this Shizi elder was very indifferent. Elder Shizi nodded and didn't move. Yuchen didn't mind. She stood behind Shizi and looked at Xianxia. "Brother Xianxia, do you know Long Qi? We've met in the sovereign world. Are you acquainted with him?" Yuchen asked again. Xianxia thought for a moment. "I saved him on the way back." Yuchen frowned. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Xianxia frowned. "Why should I say that? We're just withered creatures that fought together. If we don't help each other, we won't be able to walk away." Yuchen's eyes flashed. "Did Long Qi say anything to you?" Xianxia shook his head. Yuchen muttered to herself for a moment, then smiled at Xianxia. "What do you think of the junior ancestor?" Xianxia's eyes widened. "I want to join the cold immortal sect." On the other side, Elder Shizi smiled faintly. His gaze towards Xianxia became more and more amiable. Xianxia's heart belonged to the cold immortal sect, and his eyes were filled with admiration and longing. He had seen this kind of gaze many times, but Xianxia was different, because he was qualified to go to the sovereign realm. Yuchen asked a few more questions, but Xianxia couldn't answer them fluently. He even thought about a few of the questions. However, the more he acted like this, the less suspicious Yuchen would be. It would be strange if he could answer fluently. "Brother Xianxia, Elder Shizi just said that if you can help the junior ancestor get rid of Long Qi, the junior ancestor will be very happy to return. Are you willing?" Xianxia didn't understand. "If Long Qi is Opposing the junior ancestor, why did he ask me to go to the humble Huayuan sect? If you can think of it, he might not have. Yuchen smiled. No matter what his reason is, just go. Tell me his whereabouts, and I'll tell you what to do. Xianxia nodded. Alright, I understand. Not long after, Xianxia was also taken away from Junior Ancestor Planet. Yuchen looked in the direction of the Middle Realm and could almost see Xianxia's back. You don't trust him? Elder Shizi asked. Yuchen replied respectfully, under normal circumstances, Long Qi wouldn't look for the cold immortal sect or anyone close to it. Then why did he look for him? Elder Shizi was confused. Yuchen frowned. I don't know either. The only explanation is that Long Qi isn't worried that Xianxia will help us threaten him. The two of them either knew each other before, or something happened in the sovereign world that tied their interests together. If that's the case, then Xianxia won't be of any use, Elder Shizi said. Yuchen smiled. Even if he's an enemy, he's still useful. Elder Shizi looked at Yuchen in surprise. You think of Xianxia as an enemy? Yuchen didn't deny it. She was used to thinking of the worst-case scenario. Just as she said, even if Xianxia helped Long Qi, it didn't matter. She was confident that she could get useful information from Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia didn't have to know about it to deal with Long Qi. Even if they didn't know about it, they still had their ways of doing it. On White Dragon Junior Ancestor Planet, Lu Tianmu was also notified and immediately headed to the humble Huayuan school to assist Long Qi. When Lu Tianmu received the news, she was at a loss. She didn't even know how Luyin had done it. She stared into the distance, wondering how to leave White Dragon Junior Progenitor Planet, but Luyin had already taken her away. This person really had a way of getting anywhere. The humble Huayuan school was one of the 9 schools of the Middle Realm, and it was also the humble school that had the closest relationship with Luyin. Speaking of which, the Yin Mountain District was a habitat for Luyin, while the humble Huayuan school was more like a meritorious service. He had exposed all the spies that he had learned from Guanyun's memories, and now that he was here, he didn't know how to perform any meritorious service in the short term. However, he had never thought of performing any meritorious service. What was the point of that? What he wanted was to slip away, and the right way to do so was to wait for the others to arrive. He looked up at Kai Shu, who was in front of him. She was his biggest obstacle. The humble Huayuan school is almost there, Kai Shu reminded him. Luyin looked past her back and saw the strange scenery in the distance. The humble Huayuan school was surrounded by ring-shaped rivers that seemed to reach the heavens. Every river seemed to be pulled up into the sky by something, and there were islands and all sorts of creatures living within the rivers. Naturally, there were humble schools as well. Of the 9 schools of the Middle Realm, the strongest was the humble school of Huayuan. This was because it had been the only humble school of Huayuan that had possessed 2 envoys. Of the other 8 schools, only the school of Huayuan had been envoys. This was one of the main reasons why Guantong had been able to secure his position as school of Huayuan's humble school of Huayuan. The humble school of Huayuan had gone from being the strongest to being the weakest. Luyin didn't need to guess to know that those from the humble school of Huayuan were definitely unhappy. They had been hoping for someone to take over the position of school of Huayuan, but they had never expected that it would be a rookie hunter. To the majority of the humble school of Huayuan, hunters were considered rookies. They couldn't even become leaders, let alone school of Huayuan. The moment he saw the humble school of Huayuan, Lu Yin's inkstone trembled in shock. This was actually the command authority of the humble school of Huayuan. At the bottom of the page, there was a mission for the humble school of Huayuan's inkstone. Was he still considered a member of the 14th school? Luyin was at a loss. Since Al had given him a mission and supported him so much, then he should still be a member of the 14th school. The humble school of Huayuan's headquarters was located at the intersection of the intertwining rivers, which happened to be halfway down the river. There was an island that was submerged in the water and isolated by a giant bubble. There were nearly 1,000 humble school cultivators there, and anyone who wanted to join the humble school of Huayuan had to be specially recruited and recommended. The other way was to walk to the island from below. There were many creatures in the river, and there was no lack of powerful creatures that were as majestic as the humble school. When Luin arrived, all of the cultivators from the humble school of Huayuan's headquarters came out to greet him. No matter how dissatisfied they were with a rookie hunter, they did not dare to express their dissatisfaction due to the rules of the humble school. Luin looked up and saw the water flow that was isolated by the bubble. The water flowed back into outer space, and from time to time, there would be giant creatures passing by. The sound of flowing water was quite pleasant to listen to, and it was truly a strange place. As he thought about it, he looked at the 1,000 pairs of eyes staring at him and smiled. I'm Long 7, the acting humble school of Huayuan's humble school of Huayuan's superintendent. Greetings, sect master. Over 1,000 cultivators bowed in unison. Among them, there were nearly 10 enlighters, and there were also quite a few hunters, cruisers, and explorers. Even the servants were limiters. Any one of these people could act arrogantly in the outside world, and they represented the humble school of Huayuan. No one dared to offend them, and they all bowed to Luin. Even if the average person did not act complacent, they would still be a little proud of themselves. After all, Luin was just a hunter. However, this was nothing to Luin. He was the master of the Outerverse and was in charge of 72 weaves. What had he not seen before? He had even overturned the day-night flow zone, let alone the people in front of him. Without the 3 Guan brothers, the most powerful person in the humble school of Huayuan was just an enlighter with a power level of over 400,000. However, that was still too weak in Lu Yin's eyes. Any one of the experts from the ruler's realm could easily deal with everyone here. Of course, this was just one of the 9 gates in the central realm. Under normal circumstances, there would be at least 9 emissaries, and with Xianxia, who was a half-step progenitor, the central realm would have an enormous amount of power. It was not something that the day-night flow zone could compare to. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Luin allowed everyone to continue with what they were doing. The man with the strongest aura walked up to Luin and respectfully said, "Greetings, sect master. Your subordinate, Blind Chen, is here to show you around the headquarters and hand over all authority." "Thank you, brothers, for your support." "Blind Chen?" Luin was puzzled. "You can't see?" Blind Chen replied, "My eyes can see, but my heart can't." Luin rolled his eyes and pretended to be deep in thought. "Speak clearly." "Everyone in the humble Huayuan sect is guilty for failing to recognize the Guan brothers as redbacks," Blind Chen said in a low voice. Luin shook his head. "It has nothing to do with you. Redbacks wouldn't be redbacks if you could see through them so easily." "Alright, get to work." "Yes, I will transfer the authority of the headquarters to you," Blind Chen said. These people from the humble Huayuan sect were not as difficult to deal with as Luin had imagined. He was overthinking things. No matter how dissatisfied they were, they had to suppress it in their hearts. They had to carry out Lu Yin's orders meticulously. This was the rule of the humble sect. It could be considered a family rule. Water flowed through the starry sky, and the light came from the sun in the sky. Similarly, there was also night here. The night of the humble sect of Huayuan was beautiful. The dim light reflected on the water and spilled onto the island through the water. It was quite a hazy beauty. Luin looked at the past of the humble sect of Huayuan and sighed. He had finally become the acting leader of the sect. In the intelligence network of the humble sect of Huayuan, Luin found a Yudai. Yudai was a spy that Yu Chen had planted in various large organizations. Luin had once entered the body of the old man who had been protecting Yu Chen, and through reading his memories, he had learned how to contact and identify Yudai. Now, he had actually found a Yudai here. Yu Chen's methods were ruthless, and she had even planted a Yudai in the humble school of the Huayuan Plains. Luin suddenly thought of the Yin Mountain District. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yin Mountain District was too lazy and was a gold-plated place, there would definitely be a Yudai there as well. He still felt a lingering fear when he thought of this. Fortunately, he had been assigned to the Yin Mountain District, or else he might have been schemed against by Yu Chen and the other 8 gates. In the distance, Kaishu looked at Luin and then closed her eyes to rest. Just as Xianxia had said, he did not interfere with any of the humble sect of Huayuan or any of Lu Yin's decisions. He was just a bodyguard. More like a monitor. Luin thought about how to get rid of him. Just like that, a peaceful life began. In the following days, he wandered around the headquarters of the humble Huayuan school, getting to know more of his subordinates and familiarizing himself with the roads. He was actually quite familiar with this place since he hadn't read Guanyun's memories for nothing. A few days later, Luyin saw a group of people being taken away by Blind Shen. When he asked about it, Blind Shen replied, "There's a spy among them, but I can't tell which one, so I have to interrogate them one by one." Lu Yin's gaze swept across the group. "How did you determine that there's a spy?" "The city lord of Wooden Castle had a son who was exceptionally gifted. He went missing recently, and these people were the ones who came into contact with the child. The child is either dead or has been taken away to be nurtured as a spy," Blind Shen replied. Lu Yin was curious. "Gifted?" "It has the melting innate skill. It can melt anything it touches," Blind Shen said. Lu Yin nodded, and with a wave of his hand, the group was taken away. The humble class had its own interrogation methods, but he did not ask about it. He was just a passerby, and he never really thought of himself as the master of the humble class of Huayuan. How could he be the master of the humble class with a bodyguard? He was just bait. Lu Tianmu arrived with a cold expression. She did not even smile when she saw Lu Yin, but Lu Yin was very happy to see her. "Hey, Tianmu, how old are you?" He was bored to death. Lu Yin asked casually as he leaned lazily against the wall and watched the water flow above his head. Lu Tianmu stood beside him and answered indifferently, "Older than you. You're not considered part of the younger generation, right?" Lu Tianmu did not deny it. Ever since they had arrived in this part of the universe, they had not been considered part of the younger generation. "When are you going to find someone to marry?" "You're not young anymore," Lu Yin asked, growing even more bored. Lu Tianmu frowned. "That's none of your business." "Why are you saying that?" Lu Yin rolled his eyes. Lu Tianmu did not say anything else. Lu Yin pursed his lips. He had not asked casually, he just wanted Kaishu to lower her guard. The more relaxed he appeared, the less likely she would be to stare at him. Sometimes, when life and death were on the line, a moment of carelessness from Kaishu might allow them to escape. Unfortunately, Lu Tianmu did not cooperate. "Smile a little, or you won't be able to get married," Lu Yin said. Lu Tianmu did not say anything, as she could not be bothered with him. Then, the second person arrived. It was Xianxia. Lu Yin felt slightly better when he saw the current Xianxia. In the past, Xianxia had always been surrounded by 3 streams of energy, making him look like a deity. Now, he was much better, and at least he seemed more grounded. "Yu Chen asked me a lot of questions on the way here." "She definitely doesn't trust me," Xianxia said as soon as he saw Lu Yin. Lu Yin shrugged. "Nonsense, I transferred someone close to the frigid immortal sect. It would be strange if she trusted you." "Then why did you transfer me here? Aren't you afraid of being investigated?" Xianxia was puzzled. Lu Yin replied, "I have my own plans, and Yu Chen will definitely contact you. Just report whatever you want, it doesn't matter." Xianxia nodded. Then, like Lu Tianmu, he stood there without saying anything. Both of them were taciturn. This situation only improved when Wang Dashui arrived. "Brother! Brother! Good brother!" The moment Wang Dashui saw Lu Yin, he was so moved that he cried. He had completely forgotten how he had cursed Lu Yin back on Junior Progenitor Planet. Lu Yin saw the fatty rushing towards him and wanted to dodge, but he hesitated and ended up being hugged by the fatty. "Bro, you don't know how I've suffered. I've suffered so much. I was hung under a bridge and tortured, and so many people laughed at me. I don't even know how I'm going to survive in the astral tree realm anymore. Bro, you're really loyal enough to transfer me here. Otherwise, I would have been finished." Wang Dashui was truly venting as he hugged Lu Yin, and it was obvious that he had been greatly wronged. Lu Yin was speechless. He knew that Wang Dashui's misfortune was related to him. "Alright, brother Wang, it's all in the past. You can stay in the humble Huayuan sect from now on. I'll take care of you," Lu Yin said. The fatty was moved and hugged Lu Yin even tighter. "Brother, you're the most loyal. I wasn't wrong about you. You're the best." Lu Yin rolled his eyes and felt even more guilty. He hadn't transferred Wang Dashui over to save him, but rather to confuse Qingchen and the others. He had been thinking of ways to escape Kai Shu's line of sight and escape, and Wang Dashui would probably end up even worse. Lu Ying coughed and patted Wang Dashui's shoulder sympathetically. "Brother, I'll follow you wherever you go from now on. We'll share blessings and misfortunes," Wang Dashui announced loudly, startling the passers-by. Lu Tianmu glanced at Wang Dashui from nearby. She glanced at Wang Dashui, her eyes filled with silent sympathy. She rarely sympathized with anyone, but Wang Dashui had crossed the line. First, he had been scammed by Obscurus and Heaven's Emergence. Now, he was about to be scammed by Lu Ying. This fatty was truly unfortunate. Xianxia thought the same, and the more she looked at the fatty, the more she sympathized with him. When Wang Dashui arrived at the humble school of Huayuan, Lu Yin's surroundings were bustling with noise and excitement. He used his specialty and became familiar with many people in the humble school of Huayuan in just 2 days. Although many people were dissatisfied with Lu Ying, they couldn't resist Wang Dashui's enthusiasm and friendliness. Wang Dashui also told Lu Ying many things about the humble school of Huayuan. "Brother, the latter is the most noteworthy place in this area. It connects the top realm and the middle realm. Anyone from the middle realm who wants to go to the top realm has to take the ladder. The Bifrost Bridge is too far. Did you know that the Misty Cloud sect contributes a large sum of money to the humble Huayuan sect every year?" the fatty whispered to Lu Ying. Lu Ying was curious. "Contribute? Why?" The fatty looked around and saw that Lu Tianmu and Xianxia weren't too far away from them. He said sneakily, "I don't know the details, but I heard that many things that can't be brought to the top realm from the middle realm have to go through the ladder. The humble Huayuan sect has the right to inspect everything. The Misty Cloud sect is probably worried that the humble Huayuan sect will cause trouble, so they contribute a large sum every year." "How large is it?" Lu Ying was interested. The fatty shook his head. "I don't know, but I estimate that it's no less than 100 million star essence." Lu Ying was shocked. "That much? 100 million star essence every year? What kind of concept was that?" "That was only for the humble Huayuan school, and the majority of it would be given to the four-way scales and the Misty Cloud sect itself. In other words, the cloud ladder could bring the Misty Cloud sect hundreds of millions or even billions of star essence every year. This is just star essence. To an emissary, star essence isn't of much use. What they need are strange objects, and the Misty Cloud sect definitely gives the Guan brothers some strange objects every year. That's why the humble Huayuan school doesn't check the cloud ladders very often," the fatty explained enthusiastically. "Wondrous items?" Lu Ying knew that envoys. Cultivation was different from ordinary cultivators. Ordinary cultivators needed to absorb star energy and circulate it within their bodies, but envoys used astral sources. Astral sources could only be absorbed within the astral source universe, and they were similar to origin tribulations. Anyone who tried to absorb astral sources would suffer a backlash from the astral source universe. Thus, envoys were very careful when they entered the astral source universe to cultivate, as they were afraid of causing too much of a commotion and causing a backlash. Many envoys used all sorts of methods to conceal their own auras, increase the speed at which they absorbed astral sources, or resist the backlash from the astral source universe. These items that could help envoys absorb astral sources were collectively known as wondrous items. In fact, if an envoys used these items to help them resist the backlash from the astral source universe, they could also be called wondrous items. Wondrous items were just a general concept. "Brother, as the acting sect master, it's time for you to make a trip to the Misty Cloud sect and finalize the amount they're offering each year," the fatty urged. Lu Ying was tempted. The Misty Cloud sect was a power that was not to be trifled within the Central Plain. They might not be as powerful as the Sword Steel's Lu family or the Seed Garden Farmer's family, but they were not weak either. Yun Tingting, who had helped by Xiaohong, was also from the Misty Cloud sect. "I'm going to talk to them just like that?" "That's not a good idea," Lu Ying muttered. The fatty replied, "Why don't we go take a look at the ladder first?" That made sense, and Lu Ying looked at the fatty in admiration. This fatty's brain worked pretty quickly. Although he said that he was going to take a look at the ladder, he was actually looking for trouble. The bigger the trouble, the more the Misty Cloud sect would have a headache, and the greater the contribution they would give him. The biggest difference between him and the Guan brothers was that he wasn't afraid of things getting out of hand. The bigger the situation, the better. As bait, he had to act as bait. No matter how big the situation got, Xianxia would deal with it. If he couldn't deal with it, then he could take the opportunity to escape. Thinking about this, Luyin was even more tempted. How about it? Are we leaving? The fatty seemed even more tempted than Luyin. Let's wait for one more person. Who? Luyin looked up, her. The fatty raised his head and saw Xianxia slowly walking over with a smile on her face. He was shocked. She? Why is she here? Luyin also felt uncomfortable. He hadn't expected Xianxia to really come. She had nothing better to do, and instead of waiting for Xianxia on Junior Ancestor Planet, she actually had the time to come to the humble school of Huayuan. Brother-in-law, you're still the most loyal one. You didn't forget me even after you took over. Thank you, Xianxia smiled at Luyin. Luyin smiled, I didn't expect you to have the time to come. Xianxia smiled happily, of course, I've always been interested in the humble school. Plus, you're now the master of the humble school of Huayuan. How is it? Do you have any targets to capture? If you have any suspicions, you can capture them first. Luyin saw the excitement in Xianxia's eyes and his eyes flashed, yes, come with me. Xianxia's eyes lit up, really? Alright, let's go, don't let the targets escape. The fatty followed closely behind Luyin. Lu Tianmu and Xianxia followed not too far away. Kaishu watched them leave the headquarters of the humble school of Huayuan and head in the direction of the ladder. She quickly followed them and looked up at the mother tree, recalling what her master had said. There was a huge darkness there, but what kind of darkness was it? The humble school of Huayuan's location was special because it covered the ladder, and Huayuan was directly below the entrance to the upper realm. Anyone who wanted to use the ladder to enter the upper realm would have to come to Huayuan, so the humble school of Huayuan had the right to capture and interrogate anyone. This was also the main reason why the Smoke Cloud sect had to contribute to the humble school of Huayuan. The cloud ladders were pieces of land formed by the strange smoke. Every once in a while, a piece of cloud land would move toward the top realm. There were thousands of such cloud lands in the area of the cloud ladders, and each cloud land could carry dozens to hundreds of people. Below the cloud ladder, countless people lined up, waiting to ascend the cloud continent and enter the top realm. There were even more people trying to apply to enter the top realm. Although the top realm was where the four sides of balance were located, it did not mean that there were only people from the four sides of balance. There were also various cities there that required servants and servants. There were also dangerous mountains and unfathomable seas that required people to explore. The four sides of balance only occupied less than half of the top realm. The other half had to be inhabited. At the same time, there were also quite a number of people who wanted to join the four-way scales or become disciples of the four-way scales. To the people of the middle world, entering the top world was an honor. For this, they would pay a huge price. This price was also one of the sources of income for the Smoke Cloud sect. Lu Yin's group got closer and closer to the cloud ladder. Half of it hung in the air while the other half was connected to the main trunk of the mother tree. In other words, getting closer to the cloud ladder was also getting closer to the main trunk of the mother tree. Every time he saw the main trunk of the mother tree that connected the sky and the earth, Lu Yin was shocked. How could a tree grow so big? This was too exaggerated. He couldn't even see the borders of the main trunk horizontally. It was like an isolated world. There was even a grand battlefield behind the main trunk. The main trunk isolated the battlefield. Is the target we want to capture near the cloud ladder? Xianxia grew even more excited. She was no stranger to the cloud ladder. Lu Yin looked at the busy cloud ladder and the many Smoke Cloud sect disciples guarding it. He nodded. Is it someone from the Smoke Cloud sect? Xianxia's eyes lit up. She was even eager to try. Lu Yin was puzzled. You hope it's someone from the Smoke Cloud sect? Xianxia rolled her eyes. No, I'm just asking. Lu Yin felt that Xianxia's attitude was strange. He looked at Wang Dashui, who looked confused. Not long after, Lu Yin's group slowly walked past the queue towards one of the cloud landmasses. The people around them looked at them curiously. The queue here was very quiet and solemn. Everyone had to pay a price to enter the top world, and no one wanted to be disqualified because of any mistake. Lu Yin's group was a bit out of place. They quickly attracted the attention of the smoke cloud sect cultivators. Originally, these smoke cloud sect cultivators were a cut above the rest and ordered everyone around. However, Lu Yin's group's imposing manner made them not dare to casually approach. As a result, Lu Yin's group smoothly arrived at one of the cloud landmasses and stepped onto it. Lu Yin looked at the group of smoke cloud sect cultivators in the distance and was puzzled. No one cares about us? Xia Tyli raised her head. They must have recognized us. She said indifferently, they were scared by us. Really? That won't do, Lu Yin muttered to himself. He raised a hand and pointed at a smoke cloud sect cultivator. It was a small bearded man. You, come here. Many cultivators who entered and exited the latter knew a rule, a guide fee. This guide fee wasn't the price one had to pay to enter the top world. It was a qualification that represented that one could enter the top world. Entering the top world required one to step onto a cloud landmass, so the question was, who would take you there? The cloud landmasses were easy to find since they were right in front of you. However, you couldn't ascend just because you saw them. You had to line up, and someone had to tell you which cloud landmass to ascend to. This gave rise to a guide fee that was paid to the person guarding the cloud landmasses, which was the dispatcher. There were over 1,000 cloud landmasses, and depending on the situation, they could be integrated or dispersed. All of this depended on the dispatcher. Cultivators who wanted to enter the top world also had to rely on the dispatcher to ascend to the top world. The dispatcher was a very difficult task, or at least that was what the cultivators themselves believed. Only by paying the guide fee would one be allowed to ascend to the top world. Otherwise, one would have to wait. In the past, there had been people who hadn't been willing to pay, but those people had believed that they could definitely enter the top world, so there was no need to pay the guide fee. They had waited for a few months, and even if they wanted to pay the guide fee, the dispatcher wouldn't accept it. They had waited for more than a year, and in the end, they had used all sorts of connections to pay the guide fee and enter the top world. Many people knew about this, so the guide fee was necessary. Second Master, are we not going to care about those people? They don't seem to be lining up, a young disciple whispered from behind the bearded man, his gaze somewhat unfriendly. The bearded man barked, there's only one possibility for them to be so brazen. They have a strong backing. Don't worry about them. What if they're just putting on an act? Then they're just unlucky, the bearded man said unhappily. Just as he finished speaking, the leader of the group that they were staring at hooked his finger at the bearded man, indicating for him to go over. The bearded man blinked. Was this person really that arrogant? He was the dispatcher of the Escalade, and although his status wasn't high, his influence was great, especially since he had a backer in the smoke cloud sect. That person didn't seem to care about him at all. The bearded man wasn't stupid. On the contrary, he was very smart, which was why he had been able to become the dispatcher. He organized his thoughts. No matter where this group of people came from, he couldn't afford to offend them. That was the least he could do. He straightened his clothes and jogged over. Sir, how may I help you? The bearded man arrived in front of Lu Yin and asked with a warm smile. It was obvious that he was a model service worker. Lu Yin was stunned. With this attitude, it wouldn't be easy to cause trouble for him. Wasn't the smoke cloud sect very arrogant? The Escalade was like the Astral River Arc, and they controlled the entrance and exit. It was obvious how high their status was. What was going on? Why was this guy so warm towards Lu Yin? Call the person in charge of this area over, Lu Yin said. He had thought that the bearded man's status was too low, so his attitude would change if he called a higher up. The bearded man smiled even more modestly. I'm the dispatcher of this area. What orders do you have? You? Isn't the dispatcher Yunyang's lover? Wang Dashui poked his head out and asked curiously. The bearded man's expression changed when he saw Wang Dashui. You're here again? Lu Yin looked at Wang Dashui. This attitude didn't seem right. He seemed to be afraid of something, but he also seemed to be worried about something. Luin thought about how the white fatty kept talking about the Escalade in front of him. Could this fatty have a grudge against the smoke cloud sect and was trying to use him? At that moment, a cloud landed beside them, and a discordant voice sounded out, "Isn't this fatty Wang? How dare you come to my Escalade?" Luin and the rest looked over and saw that the speaker was a young man. He was quite handsome, but his face was a little pale. It was obvious that he had been hollowed out by wine and women, and his eyes were practically floating to the sky. He looked down on Luin and the rest. When the bearded man saw the young man, he hurried over and greeted him respectfully, "Sir." Wang Dashui shouted, "Grandson Yun, I'm here. What are you going to do about it?" The young man sneered and looked at Wang Dashui. "Nothing. I'm just telling you that this path is blocked." "So what if it's blocked? Are you a toilet?" "Fatty Wang, be careful with your words. This is the Escalade, and it belongs to the Smoke Cloud sect. Be careful or I'll throw you out." "How dare you? I'm from the Wang family." "Humph, you think I don't know? You introduced a stowaway to the junior ancestor, and the Wang family is about to remove you from the list. Who will stand up for you? Try me if you dare." "I'll try." Xia Tyli was excited and clenched her fists. She looked like she couldn't wait to argue. Lu Yin nudged her. "Who's that guy?" Xia Tyli replied excitedly, "The young master of the Smoke Cloud sect, Yun Yang. He's also Yun Tingting's cousin and has an extremely high status in the sect. People call him the little overlord of the Escalade. This fatty fought with him back then and caused the Wang family and the Smoke Cloud sect to intervene. That's why he was sent to the Yin Mountain district." Luin understood now. No wonder the fatty had urged him to cause trouble for the Escalade. There was also an old grudge. The little overlord of the Escalade? What an arrogant title. "Men, throw this damn fatty and his lackeys out." Yun Yang barked. He didn't even look at Luin and the others as he stared at Wang Dashui from beginning to end. Wang Dashui sneered, "Grandson Yun Yang, you're really bold. You even want to throw out the humble Huayuan sect master." Yun Yang looked past Wang Dashui and saw Luin and the others. "What humble Huayuan sect master? Guantong? He's Redback, and he's already dead." "Damn fatty, you're trying to scare me." Wang Dashui didn't say anything and just sneered at Yun Yang. Although Luin wasn't happy about being used by this fatty, he had always wanted to cause trouble. The fatty thought that he was trying to establish his power so that the Misty Cloud sect would give him more contribution points, but in reality, Luin wanted to escape. The best way to escape was to find someone to hold Kaishu back. The bigger the situation, the better. Only then would he have time to escape. The Misty Cloud sect was the perfect target, especially since they had sent over a tyrant like Yun Yang. However, before Luin could speak, Yun Yang saw Xia Tyli and his expression changed. "Princess Tyli? Why are you with Fatty Wang?" Luin choked on the words he wanted to say. Xia Tyli waved a hand, "I'm just passing by. Don't mind me. Do whatever you want, it has nothing to do with me." Although she said that, Yun Yang was still afraid. Xia Tyli wasn't Wang Dashui, she was the princess of the Shenwu Celestial Plain and the younger sister of the junior ancestor Xia Shenfei. Even the Misty Cloud sect master couldn't be too casual around her, let alone Yun Yang. Yun Yang glared at Wang Dashui and then smiled at Xia Tyli. "Since Princess Tyli is here, I won't spoil your mood. I'll let that fatty go this time." Wang Dashui was even more pleased with himself, and he sneered provocatively. Xia Tyli frowned, "I said it has nothing to do with me. Do whatever you want." She couldn't wait to see a fight. But no matter what she said, Yun Yang wouldn't cause trouble. He wasn't stupid. She was disappointed. Luin walked out and looked at Yun Yang. "Are you the person in charge of the ladder?" Yun Yang frowned and glanced at Wang Dashui. Seeing him behind Luin and Xia Tyli, he was afraid. "May I ask who you are?" "Huayuan Humble Sect Master, Long 7. Yun Yang was shocked. "Long? Long 7, the son-in-law of the White Dragon clan?" "Yes." Luin looked at him. Yun Yang looked at Luin in disbelief. "When did you become the sect master of the humble Huayuan sect?" Lu Yin's lips curled up. Looks like your status isn't that high. You don't even know this. Yunyang frowned. The master of the humble school has always been an emissary. What makes you the master of the humble school? Moreover, you are the master of the humble school of Huayuan. Idiot, even if you want to die, you wouldn't pretend to be the sect master. You're so stupid, how did you guard the ladder? Wang Dashui jumped up and mocked. Yunyang thought about it and whispered something to the person beside him. He then looked at Lu Yin and asked, even if you're the sect master of the humble Huayuan school, why has the dragon sect master come to my cloud ladder? You want to go to the top realm? Lu Yin clasped his hands behind his back and looked like he was inspecting. I suspect there's a spy here, so I came to take a look. Yunyang's gaze turned cold. Are you saying that the smoke cloud sect has a spy? Lu Yin laughed. There are more than just spies in the smoke cloud sect. Nonsense. How dare you slander the smoke cloud sect? Yunyang shouted angrily. Lu Yin looked at him calmly. We'll know after investigating. As the sect master of the humble Huayuan sect, I should have the right to investigate the latter, including the smoke cloud sect. Yunyang clenched his fists and stared at Lu Yin before looking at the smug Wang Dashui. He took a deep breath and sneered, looks like you came with bad intentions. Long 7, I have to remind you not to be used by others. Some places can't be investigated just because you want to. Be careful of the consequences. It's best if you ask your elders to see if the smoke cloud sect can be investigated. Are you threatening me? Lu Yin's gaze turned cold. Yunyang sneered, it's just a reminder. Don't step down after being a sect master for a few days. That's too embarrassing, not just for yourself, but also for the entire White Dragon clan. You don't have the right to remind me, Lu Yin said indifferently. Yunyang's eyes narrowed. Lu Yin looked in another direction, where an old man had arrived. When Yunyang saw the old man, he hurried forward. Third Elder. The old man raised his hand to stop Yunyang from speaking and smiled at Lu Yin. I'm the Smoke Cloud Sect's third elder. Greetings, Dragon Sect Master. Lu Yin nodded and kept his hands behind his back. Well said. Yunyang was unhappy with Lu Yin's attitude, but the elder did not seem to care. Since the Dragon Sect leader is here today, I'm sure that you're here to familiarize yourself with the latter. Since I have nothing else to do, why don't I show you around? What do you want to see or ask? I'll tell you everything I know. Lu Yin was helpless, as he had run into a peacemaker. This kind of old man was the hardest to deal with, and it was impossible to cause trouble for him. It seemed like he would have to stop here for today, but he still had to save face. Then I'll have to trouble you, Third Elder. Please show us around. It's my honor, the old man smiled and gestured for them to go ahead. Wang Dashui was disappointed, and Xia Taili was even more disappointed. What they didn't know was that Lu Yin was the most disappointed. He didn't want to blow things up immediately, and such a small conflict wouldn't make a big deal out of it. However, he wanted to at least leave a bad impression so that things could proceed smoothly. Now that this old man's attitude was so good, Lu Yin would be too embarrassed to cause trouble the next time he came. Furthermore, Lu Yin was certain that Yunyang wouldn't appear on the ladder for the time being. The Smoke Cloud Sect would try their best to prevent conflicts with him. Even if they didn't care about a rookie like him, they wouldn't cause too much trouble. The Smoke Cloud Sect was obviously not stupid to be able to guard the four-way scales. Each cloud continent could carry dozens of people, and there were even larger cloud continents that could carry hundreds or even thousands of people. These cloud continents stretched far and wide, and the number of people waiting in line to board the cloud continents was uncountable. Looking at these people, Lu Yin could completely feel their desire to enter the top realm. Actually, he also wanted to take a look at the top realm, but with his status, he couldn't casually go. Under Third Elder's lead, Lu Yin's group strolled from the west to the east. As long as Lu Yin asked about anyone from the Smoke Cloud Sect, Third Elder Yun would immediately get that person to answer. His attitude was respectful, and no one could find fault with him. Lu Yin was helpless, and he glanced at Fatty Bai, indicating for him to think of something. Fatty Bai also had a headache, and he glared at Yunyang provocatively. Yunyang held back and completely ignored him, leaving Fatty Bai helpless. Elder Yun, does everyone who enters the top realm have to check their belongings? Luin asked as he watched a cultivator in the distance pass a cosmic ring to a smoke cloud sect disciple and then drip a drop of blood. The smoke cloud sect disciple poured out everything in the ring. Third Elder Yin smiled. That's right. The top realm is where the four-way scales are located, and no dangerous items are allowed to enter. What do you mean dangerous items? Cultivators carry weapons, so aren't weapons dangerous items? Luin asked. Third Elder Yin replied, all weapons and power vessels are not allowed to be brought into the top realm. If you want weapons, you have to go there and buy them yourself, unless there's special permission. This is also a rule set up to ensure the safety of the four-way scales disciples. Furthermore, all weapons in the top realm are produced by the four-way scales, and every weapon is registered so that their origins can be traced. It's normal for star energy to turn into weapons, but how do we trace their origins? Luin continued to ask. Third Elder Yin replied, naturally, we can't trace their origins. Currently, restricting weapons is the limit of what we can do, and there are many situations that cannot be perfected. Of course, the further we go, the more we can perfect it. It's said that the four-way scales are currently researching something to restrict the use of star energy. Once they succeed, any cultivator who enters the top realm who wants to use star energy will leave traces behind. Lu Yin's expression turned solemn. This was truly a world-shattering development. In the cultivation world, it was common for cultivators to absorb and release star energy during battles, and to use weapons to defend oneself. However, the four-way scales had forcefully restricted cultivators in order to ensure the safety of their disciples. From Lu Yin's point of view, this was not only to ensure the safety of their disciples, but also to further divide the cultivators. The four-way scales was the strongest power in the cosmic tree realm, and their disciples were far stronger than the cultivators of the middle realm. There was no need for them to use such a method to protect themselves. They were probably trying to highlight their status by dividing cultivators into two classes. The four-way scales were the upper class while the rest were the lower class. Luin didn't know who had come up with this idea, but if this continued for a long time, it would indeed create a hierarchy in the cosmic tree realm. In the future, cultivators outside of the four-way scales would only become more fearful of those from the four-way scales, and they would become less and less willing to resist. Who was the one who set this rule that forbids weapons? Luin asked. Third Elder Yin looked up and replied respectfully, it was Lady Bai Xian'er. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed, and he exchanged glances with Xianxia. They both saw the deep meaning in each other's eyes. Luin quietly watched for a while, as he found the act of having his cosmic ring searched rather novel. He did not know what the others were thinking, but if it were him, he would rather not go to the topmost realm than have his cosmic ring searched. Besides, weapons and power vessels were not allowed to be searched. Of those who were searched, some were numb, some were angry, and some were trying to curry favor. There were all kinds of people, and some wanted to resist when their weapons were taken away, but they had to be mindful of the Misty Cloud sect, so they could only swallow their anger. Weapons that were taken away would not be returned. Eh? That person is separated by the items being searched, the white fatty exclaimed in surprise. Luin saw that it was a middle-aged man with an arrogant gaze. He wasn't simply separated by items, he had cut the queue and had even been brought here by a Misty Cloud sect disciple. Haha, that's an old friend of mine. Dragon sect master, you should know that we can help people with anything, Third Elder Yin smiled. Luin smiled. This Elder Yin San's attitude seemed casual, but when that person had been searched, his pupils had changed imperceptibly. That person had to be very important. Something that could change Elder Yin San's attitude might not necessarily be that person. It was very likely that it was something else, especially that pile of separated items. With that thought in mind, Luin leapt out and headed towards the man. Elder Yin San was shocked and quickly blocked Lu Yin's path. What are you doing, Dragon Sect leader? I can help you. Lu Yin's footsteps were light, and he brushed past Elder Yin San. Elder Yin San wanted to block him, but he couldn't. By the time he reacted, Lu Yin had already passed him. This shocked him, but he wasn't surprised. After all, he knew that Lu Yin was qualified to enter the Sovereign Realm. Those who could enter the Sovereign Realm were all peak powerhouses of the same generation as the junior ancestor of the Cosmic Tree. Dragon Sect leader. Elder Yunsan shouted. Lu Yin had already arrived in front of the middle-aged man, and many of the Yanyan sect's disciples surrounded him, staring at him warily. Lu Tianmu unsheathed his sword, and the sword qi that lingered in the air caused all of the Yanyan sect's disciples to shiver. Even Elder Yunsan felt his scalp go numb, and Yinyang swallowed his words. Lu Tianmu's sword qi was too terrifying, and he felt like he could be destroyed at any moment. The middle-aged man didn't care about Lu Yin at all, merely glancing at him before casually taking the items away. Lu Yin pressed down on the man's arm. "Brother, wait." The man frowned and looked at Lu Yin with dissatisfaction. "What is it?" Elder Yunsan rushed over and quickly asked, "Dragon sect leader, what are you doing? Please don't disturb the Yanyan sect's business." The middle-aged man was surprised to hear Elder Yunsan call Lu Yin Dragon sect leader. That wasn't a title that could be used casually, especially when it came from a Yanyan sect elder. Thinking about it, his expression softened. Lu Yin smiled. "Elder, what are you worried about?" "I'm just curious about searching other people's things, so I wanted to give it a try." Elder Yunsan replied, "That's easy. Please wait a moment, Dragon sect leader, and I'll make the arrangements. You can search as many people as you want." Lu Yin's lips curled up. What's there to wait for? Isn't this ready-made? As he spoke, he looked at the middle-aged man's pile of things. Third Elder Yan's expression changed drastically. "Dragon sect leader, this mister is an important guest of the Yanyan sect. Please be magnanimous. The Yanyan sect is extremely grateful. We will give you a generous gift later. Everything that the sect leader received will be given to you." They weren't stupid, and they could guess Lu Yin's purpose for coming here. The white fatty was satisfied. This was the reason why he had tricked Lu Yin into coming here, and it seemed like he had succeeded. However, no one could guess Lu Yin's true intentions. The more Third Elder Yun didn't want him to search, the more interested he became. "Don't worry, Elder. No matter what you find, it has nothing to do with me. I'm just taking a look." Third Elder Yun's face paled, and he suddenly raised his hand to slap Lu Yin's hand away from the middle-aged man's arm. However, as soon as he moved, Lu Tianmu moved as well. He pointed his sword at Third Cloud Elder's throat. Third Elder Yun wasn't weak. A mist appeared in front of him, blocking the sword's edge. His hand was still aimed at Lu Yin's wrist. Lu Tianmu's eyes turned cold, and he flipped his sword. The fourth sword of the 13 swords caused Third Elder Yun's hair to stand on end. He immediately retreated. If he didn't, he would have to bear the brunt of the attack. Lu Yin's hand was still on the middle-aged man's arm. The middle-aged man didn't panic and looked at Lu Yin. "Young man, there are some things that are better left unknown." Xia Tai Li's eyes lit up. "Hey, what on earth are you hiding? Why are you so afraid of being seen?" "I'm going to take a look." "Go away." The middle-aged man frowned and glared at Xia Tai Li. "Young man, don't make a mistake." He didn't know Xia Tai Li. Xia Tai Li raised her eyebrows. "You dare threaten me? You're finished, your whole family is finished. Get out of my way." Third Elder Yun clenched his teeth and attacked. His mist turned into chains that wrapped around the group. The surrounding Yanyan sect disciples also attacked, not only targeting Lu Yin, but also Xia Tai Li. Lu Yin knew that he had caught a big fish. Since he dared to attack Xia Tai Li, there had to be something extremely important in that pile of separated items. The middle-aged man resisted as well. His cultivation level was similar to Third Elder Yun's. His arms shook and his body moved without wind, turning into a fierce battle technique that cut through the surroundings. Was this the Wind God Slash? A battle technique from the Frigid Immortal sect. Lu Yin hadn't expected this person to be from the Frigid Immortal sect. The arm that was holding him suddenly shook, and a terrifying overlaying stacks pressed down on him like a mountain. Half of the middle-aged man's body collapsed, and the Wind God's Slash was destroyed. Lu Tianmu swept his sword across and cut through Third Elder Yun's mist, but some of it seemed to have a mind of its own and spread towards the separated items, trying to take them away. Shangqing's aura whizzed past and pushed Third Elder Yun's mist away. Third Elder Yun was shocked and looked at Shangqing in shock. The smoke sect's mist wasn't something that could be dealt with so easily. What did this brat do? Xia Tai Li had already arrived in front of the separated items in the blink of an eye. The middle-aged man shouted angrily, "I'm warning you, don't make a mistake. You'll get into big trouble, and no one will be able to save you." An extremely oppressive and terrifying aura suddenly appeared in the distance. Luine was not unfamiliar with this feeling. It was a powerhouse at the level of an emissary. A true expert from the Misty Cloud sect had appeared, but it was too late. An emissary could tear through the void and descend. Luine immediately struck out with his palm, causing the hollow palm to explode. Xiao was forced back a step by the shockwave and glared angrily at Luine. The middle-aged man turned around in shock and saw that his items had been destroyed. Then, the star energy in the void stirred and distorted, and even cracks appeared. His eyes narrowed. Not good, something leaked out. The next moment, the void was torn apart, and a muscular man more than 2 meters tall walked out with a terrifying aura that shocked everyone. Kaishu suddenly appeared in front of Luine. The man didn't pay attention to Lu Yin's group and instead looked at the broken items. His face went pale, and he raised his hand as if to do something. Luine suddenly attacked, and it was still an empty palm. This time, it was aimed at the man. He had actually attacked an emissary. Even without using battle force, the 250 stacks empty palm was enough to cause an emissary to raise his eyebrows. The man felt the might of the empty palm and couldn't react in time. His arm was struck by the empty palm, and he staggered back 2 steps as he glared at Luine. He hadn't expected that this junior would dare to attack him after he appeared. At that moment, cracks appeared around the pile of broken items, and liquid appeared and spread through the cracks into the void. This wasn't an ordinary void, but rather the astral source universe, which had absorbed the liquid. Many people saw this scene, including Kaishu. His expression changed as he recalled something, and his eyes narrowed. Astral source liquid? Xiao blurted out, his face pale. The middle-aged man's face was ashen. It was over. It was completely over. Third Elder Yun's body swayed, and he almost fainted. The Yenyun sect's emissary hurriedly waved his hand, distorting the void and blocking everyone's view. At the same time, he reached out and grabbed the remaining liquid. Suddenly, the crack in the astral source universe expanded, and a ray of light shot through it towards the man from the Yenyun sect. The man's hand was swept by the light, and 3 of his fingers were cut off. He subconsciously retracted his hand, and the liquid was instantly absorbed by the astral source universe. The man's face was gloomy, and he stared at Lu Yin's group with murderous intent. Xiao face was pale, and he stared at the scene in shock. Luine knew that this matter wasn't simple, but he wasn't afraid of the man's murderous gaze. Uncle Kwang, the Third Elder Yun spoke, but the man raised a hand to stop him. Blood dripped from his palm, but he ignored the man and turned to leave without saying a word. Kaishu didn't stop him either, and he looked at the pile of broken items with a complicated expression. Luine hadn't expected the man to leave just like that. He had slapped the man, but the man hadn't said anything, as if he couldn't wait to remove himself from this matter. Third Elder Yun no longer had that smile on his face, and it was as if his mother had died. Yun Yang was at a loss, as he didn't understand what had just happened. As for the middle-aged man, he was even worse off than Third Elder Yun, and his entire body was limp on the ground. He was an enlighter, and he looked especially pitiful. Luine thought that the man would say something, but he didn't say anything either. He didn't even look at them as he numbly walked towards the cloud continent. Everything was very strange. He looked at Xiao who was also staring at the pile of broken items like Kaishu. Luine was really curious now. What exactly was that liquid? It could distort and tear apart the astral origin universe. Could it be some sort of strange treasure? He suddenly thought of pyrolite. When pyrolite had first appeared, it had caused the innerverse and outerverse to fight over it. That liquid should be similar to pyrolite. I remember now. It's the astral origin liquid, Wang Dashui suddenly said in disbelief. Shut up. Wang Dashui immediately shut his mouth, and his face turned pale. Just like Xiao he stared blankly at the pile of broken items. Luine nudged the white fatty. Astral origin liquid? What's that? The white fatty's face turned ugly, and he whispered, I'll explain. When we get back. In any case, we're in big trouble. We might have poked a hornet's nest. Luine didn't understand. Kaishu looked at Luyin and whispered, "Let's hurry back to the humble school's headquarters and forget about this matter. Don't mention it to anyone." She then looked at everyone. "Did you hear me?" Luyin replied, "Don't worry, we're the most obedient." Kaishu nodded. "Let's go back." When they had arrived, they had caused a commotion, but when they left, no one had paid them any attention. The people from the Misty Cloud sect, including Third Elder Yun and Yunyang, acted as if they hadn't seen Luyin and the others leave. No one had come looking for trouble even after they had broken things. Everything seemed strange and peaceful. Luyin suppressed his curiosity and didn't immediately ask about it. Instead, he headed towards the humble Huayuan school's headquarters. "Thank you for your support, brothers." Kaishu was still far behind them. She raised her hand, thought about it, and finally decided to contact Qianxia. "Master, I found some astral liquid." This was the first thing Kaishu said to Qianxia. Qianxia was not surprised. "The latter." Kaishu frowned. "Is it the four-way scales?" Qianxia sighed. "Times have changed. Back then, with the Lu family's suppression, no one dared to target the mother tree. But now..." He had a complicated expression. Kaishu gritted her teeth. "The mother tree is the foundation of our survival. Humans rely on the mother tree to survive and resist those monsters. They're actually destroying the mother tree and absorbing the astral liquid like the vermin in the mortal world. They're destroying the foundation of our race. Why isn't anyone stopping them?" Qianxia said, "The mother tree has the power to block those monsters, so some people think that once this power is added to them, they can exterminate the monsters." "How is that possible?" Kaishu was furious. Qianxia shook his head. "No one knows if it's possible or not. This is also a method. Humans have always been at a disadvantage. Even with the mother tree's protection, who can say for sure if they can reproduce in the future?" Kaishu fell silent. Qianxia asked, "How did you find out?" Kaishu told him what had just happened. "Is this the darkness you were talking about?" Qianxia sighed. "According to what you said, that astral liquid should belong to the frigid immortal sect. They're just unlucky. No one will cause trouble for Draconic 7 because of this, but they'll definitely do it in secret. They might even use extreme methods. You have to protect Draconic 7 well. I'll talk to the frigid immortal sect." "What about Draconic 7? Kaishu asked. Qianxia felt a headache coming on. How did he target that person? Astral liquid can't be sensed by others. Even the astral source universe can't sense it. It's probably a coincidence." Kaishu wasn't sure. Qianxia frowned. "He's deliberately causing trouble. Warn him not to interfere with the latter, which means he's very powerful. Although he's bait to attract the sorcerer spirit, he's also a member of our humble class. I don't want anything to happen to him. If he's involved with the astral liquid, he might become the public enemy of the four-way scales." Disciple understands. Kaishu was in a bad mood. Qianxia looked at Kaishu and comforted her. "I know you can't figure it out. Since ancient times, this matter has always been the focus of debate. Back then, because of the suppression of the Lu family, the side that protected the mother tree had the upper hand. Now, the situation is like this. Don't worry, Master. Disciple knows what to do." Kaishu raised her head. Qianxia nodded, and the image disappeared. Lowering her hand, Kaishu raised her head, looking towards the high and mighty top realm. "Are you all really doing the right thing? If he was wrong, mankind would be doomed eternally." At the same time, he also understood why the Guan brothers were so important. He also understood why his master was sure that once Long Qi became the master of the Huayuan humble sect, he would definitely be able to lure the witch spirit god. It was not only because he had come into contact with Guan Yun's scarlet token, but also because he was the master of the Huayuan humble sect. This position itself was a huge temptation for the 7 sky gods. If it was done well, it would be enough to overturn the starry sky tree. After returning to the humble Huayuan school's headquarters, Luyin was just about to ask the white fatty about the star source fluid when Kaishu appeared. "I'll tell you what you want to know." She then sent the others away. Even Xia Tyli did not stay behind, as this matter had clearly impacted her greatly. "What's star source fluid?" Luin asked. Kaishu sat on the ground without a care for her image and patted the area next to her. Luin was surprised that Kaishu had such a side to her, but he did not think much of it and just sat down. "Do you know how difficult it is to cultivate after becoming an emissary?" Kaishu asked. Luin shook his head. He had not become an emissary, and no one had told him about this. Kaishu smiled bitterly. "Emissaries cultivate star source, and star source needs to be absorbed from the astral source universe. You should know about the origin tribulation. Once someone absorbs a star source, the astral source universe will sense it. The origin tribulation is a battle between the astral source universe and someone else over star source. Aside from that, such battles can also occur during normal cultivation. Any emissary who cultivates in the astral source universe can be devoured by the astral source universe if they absorb too much star source too quickly. For this reason, many emissaries search for items that can conceal their aura." "I know. It's a wonder item," Luin said. Kaishu nodded. "Wonder items are hard to find, and not every emissary has one. In theory, as long as there is no backlash from the astral source universe, a person can easily increase their realm and absorb a star source until they become a powerhouse with 6 or even 7 origin tribulations. However, this is only the dream of all emissaries, and for some people, their dreams can be realized." "Star source fluid," Luin blurted out. Kaishu smiled. "That's right, it's star source fluid. If you absorb it, you don't have to worry about the astral source universe's backlash as long as you don't expose yourself. It's just like how you absorb star essence. This is a shortcut for emissaries to cultivate. However, star source fluid cannot be refined by humans or formed naturally. There is only one place in the astral tree that can form it, and that is..." Kaishu paused and looked at Luin. "The mother tree." Lu Yin's eyes flashed. "The mother tree?" Kaishu sighed. "The mother tree is rooted in the universe, and it's not just the universe that we see, but also the astral source universe. The mother tree has always been absorbing star source. Has anyone ever told you how those creatures from the mortal realm were born?" Longxi had once told him that the mother tree absorbed nutrients from the universe, and those who descended would destroy it. It was precisely because there were two sides to the universe that all sorts of adventurers had been born, and even the root organization had been formed to protect the mother tree. From this perspective, the so-called nutrients were star source, and the nutrients that the mother tree sent to the trunk were star source fluid. Those creatures from the mortal realm destroyed the mother tree and did everything they could to prevent the mother tree from sending star source fluid up to nourish the trunk. We humans, on the other hand, had to deal with those creatures and protect the mother tree. But now, we humans are destroying the mother tree ourselves and absorbing its star source fluid. How are we any different from those bugs?" Kaishu's tone was gloomy, and her expression was ugly. "There's always been a bottom line in the astral tree realm, and that is that no matter how difficult cultivation is, we must never touch star source fluid. This is a basic rule that has been set for countless years, and it's the bottom line of all cultivators. No one has ever dared to touch this bottom line, but..." Kaishu paused, not knowing how to continue. Luin also understood that some people had touched the bottom line of humanity, and those people were the 4 cardinal scales. It was no wonder why everyone had reacted so strongly when the star source fluid had been exposed. It was the bottom line of humanity. Absorbing star source fluid was for the personal benefit of certain people, but it could also lead to the destruction of the mother tree's foundation, leading to the extinction of humanity. This was unforgivable. Once this matter was exposed, one could imagine how great the impact would be. It would be enough to shake the entire astral tree realm. "Now, do you understand how dangerous what you've done today is?" Kaishu asked solemnly. Luin nodded. "Are we just going to let those people destroy the mother tree?" Kaishu looked at Luin in surprise, not expecting him to say such a thing. After all, Luin was also someone from the 4 cardinal scales. "No one can stop them, not even my master." Luin fell silent. "My master will think of a way to suppress today's matter, but you must never touch star source fluid again. Otherwise, you will become the public enemy of the 4 cardinal scales, and no one will be able to save you." Kaishu left after saying those last words. His words ignited Lu Yin's heart, and his eyes lit up. Become the public enemy? That would be a huge problem, and Lu Yin's lips curled up as he thought about it. The 4 cardinal scales were his enemies, so if he exposed this matter, he would be able to stop the 4 cardinal scales from destroying the mother tree while also achieving his own goal. Wouldn't that be perfect? Kaishu would never have dreamed that the more serious he made it sound, the more tempted Lu Yin would be. Thus, the next day, Lu Yin went to the Escalade again. Although Kaishu was curious as to why Lu Yin would go to the Escalade again, he didn't think too much about it. He had already made it very clear that when it came to star source fluid, even a commoner would have to pretend not to know about it. Furthermore, a commoner's job had nothing to do with star source fluid, and the slightest carelessness could result in him becoming the public enemy of the 4 cardinal scales. Kaishu didn't believe that Lu Yin would dare to touch star source fluid again, and he guessed that this trip to the Escalade was just an act so that no one would think that Lu Yin was afraid. Lu Yin learned about the situation with the star source fluid from Kaishu, while Xianxia and Lu Tianmu learned about it from the white fatty. The white fatty was a little nervous when he went to the Escalade again. "Brother, what are we going to do this time?" Lu Yin answered matter-of-factly, "The Misty Cloud sect didn't give us any offerings." The white fatty coughed. "Well, didn't Elder Yun-san say yesterday that he would give us some? Why don't we go back and wait?" He was also afraid when it came to star source fluid. Only a native of the cosmic tree realm like him knew how serious the consequences would be if this matter was exposed. Even Xia Taili wouldn't be able to handle it, let alone him. Xia Taili also spoke up and rolled his eyes. "This Escalade is boring." Lu Yin replied seriously, "I went around the Escalade yesterday, and I'm certain that there's a spy here." The white fatty and Xia Taili were both shocked. "A spy?" Lu Yin nodded. "We have to find him." The white fatty was a little skeptical, but when he recalled Lu Yin's glory in the Yin Mountain district, he felt that it was believable. This guy had the ability to see through people's secrets. Xia Taili gritted his teeth. How could a spy be discovered so easily? Last night, she had been warned by her family not to go to the Escalade. After all, she had played a part in the exposure of serious origin fluid. Even if she was lawless, she didn't want to go to the Escalade right now. As she watched Lu Yin's back, Xia Taili suddenly felt that this guy was a little too bold. If it were anyone else, even if they were certain that there was a spy on the Escalade, they wouldn't go there immediately. They would at least put on a show for the 4 cardinal scales to see, lest they think that this person was provoking them. Why was this guy different from the rumors? How was this the attitude of a son-in-law? If Longxi hadn't gone missing, she would have cursed him to death. When they reached the Escalade, Lu Yin was surprised to see Yin-yang there. This guy hadn't been transferred back, but Elder Yun-san had disappeared. When Yin-yang saw Lu Yin's group, his expression turned ugly as if he had swallowed a dead fly. He ignored them and turned to leave. Lu Yin stopped him, and Yin-yang frowned. He wanted to speed up and leave, but he wasn't as fast as Lu Yin and was blocked in front of him. Around them, the Misty Cloud sect's disciples glared at Lu Yin warily and angrily. The fatty's heart skipped a beat, he was still looking for trouble at this time? In the distance, Kaishu was also stunned. Looking for trouble at this time would be too conspicuous. She was very sure that the 4-way scales were watching the cloud ladder, afraid that the matter of the astral origin fluid would be leaked. Whoever looked for trouble at this time would be the unlucky one. "What are you doing?" Yin-yang gritted his teeth as he stared at Lu Yin. Lu Yin was puzzled. "Why are you running?" Yin-yang growled, "Third elder is already dead. If you don't want to die, scram." Lu Yin raised his brows. "Because of the star source liquid?" Yin-yang's face paled when he heard this. The only reason he could continue to stay on the cloud ladder was because he knew about the star source liquid. Previously, this matter had been handled by Third Elder Yun, but Sirius's source liquid had been exposed yesterday, causing the frigid immortal sect to suffer great losses. Third Elder Yun had been executed, and in order to prevent more people from finding out about the star source liquid, Yin-yang, who was familiar with the cloud ladder, had been arranged to replace Third Elder Yun here. Actually, he didn't want to replace Third Elder Yun even if he was beaten to death, but he had no choice. If anyone dared to mention the star source liquid in front of him, he would fight to the death. He was certain that if something went wrong, he would be the first to die. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. You still dare to say those words? Yunyang growled as he subconsciously looked around. He couldn't help but order the Misty Cloud sect's disciples to retreat further away. What words? Star Source Liquid? Luin found it funny, as this fellow was truly frightened. However, he had also seen the severity of this matter. A dignified elder of the Misty Cloud sect had actually died because the Star Source Liquid had been exposed. Yunyang gritted his teeth so hard that they were about to shatter. What do you want, Long Seven? Luin shrugged. Nothing, I'm just curious why you're running. Yunyang was silent as he stared at him. He was really afraid of this person. He had spoken without thinking. Did this guy not understand the seriousness of this matter? Luin didn't continue scaring Yunyang, and he continued to lead Fatty Bai and the others up the ladder. Yunyang had originally wanted to hide, but when he saw Luin, it was as if he had seen a ghost. However, he suddenly thought of something, and his face turned even paler. In the end, he kept a distance from Lu Yin's group, as if he was guarding against a thief. Not long after, the emissary from the Smoke Cloud sect appeared and exchanged a few words with Yunyang. He then stared at Lu Yin's group with vigilance. The envoys stared at Lu Yin's group for an entire day, only stopping when they left the escalator. On the third day, Lu Yin came again and continued to tour the ladder. Yunyang and the emissary-level expert continued to watch for the whole day. The fourth day, the fifth day, the sixth day. Until a week had passed, Lu Yin strolled the ladder every day. Xia Tyli had long since become impatient, or perhaps he had some misgivings, so he stopped coming on the fifth day. Fatty Bai didn't want to come either, but Lu Yin had dragged him along. Yunyang hated Lu Yin to death, and whenever Lu Yin appeared, he would stare at him like he was guarding against a thief. The emissary from the Smoke Cloud sect was just as sullen. He was an emissary, not a bodyguard. Every time Lu Yin's group came, he had to watch from afar. Yunyang really wanted to grab Lu Yin and beat him up to ask him why he was so fixated on the ladder. Kaishu also wanted to ask Lu Yin why he was so fixated on the ladder, but Lu Yin was the sect master of the humble Huayuan school. No one could interfere with his actions. Even Qingchen, the superintendent of the 9 gates, couldn't casually interfere with the actions of other sect masters. On this day, Lu Yin continued to stroll the ladder. Fatty Bai was already numb. Brother, where is the spy you were talking about? Lu Yin seriously replied, I've already been watching him for more than 10 days. Don't worry, there will be a result soon. Fatty Bai rolled his eyes. He didn't believe that Lu Yin had been able to capture anyone he saw back in the Yin Mountain region. He had never cared about anything, and even after the Star Source Liquid had been exposed, he had still dared to stroll around casually. When he saw Yunyang, he had greeted him with the words Star Source Liquid, which had scared Yunyang even further away. Fatty Bai guessed that it was because the Smoke Cloud sect's offerings hadn't been filial. In fact, Fatty Bai was also bewildered. How could the Smoke Cloud sect be so blind that they hadn't even offered up their offerings? Fatty Bai couldn't help but remind Yunyang. Yunyang had no other choice. The sect master was in seclusion, and this matter could only be decided after he came out. Fatty Bai had already explained to Lu Yin, but Lu Yin had pretended not to understand. Lu Yin leaped onto a cloud continent, and Fatty Bai and the rest numbly followed him. In the distance, Yunyang's heart skipped a beat, and he subconsciously glanced at the Smoke Cloud sect's emissary, Uncle Kwang. Uncle Kwang's eyes narrowed, and his fingers subconsciously twitched. Lu Yin walked calmly, and it seemed like he wanted to go to the next cloud continent. He had done this every day for the past 10 days. However, this time, Lu Yin stopped in front of a man on a cloud continent and smiled at him. Seeing this, Uncle Kwang knew that things weren't good, and he immediately attacked. Lu Yin seemed to have been prepared for this, and he took out the Flying Willow Leaves. The Flying Willow Leaves was a defensive power vessel that Mr. Lu Yi had given to him. Now that the circle had been destroyed in the Sovereign Realm, this defensive power vessel had come in handy. The Flying Willow Leaves was just as its name suggested. The moment it appeared, it formed a phantom of a willow leaf that revolved around its body. A flower bloomed on the willow leaf, and it was very beautiful. Uncle Kwang tore through the void and grabbed at the man beside Lu Yin, but the flying willow leaves blocked his advance. Even Kai Shu, who was in the distance, couldn't react to this unforeseen event. She didn't understand why Uncle Kwang had attacked, and she also didn't understand how Luin had reacted so quickly and taken out a defensive power vessel. Although the flying willow leaves had blocked Uncle Kwang's attack, the shockwaves from the attack pushed the Xianxia elders away and even caused the cloud continent beneath them to crack. Luin grabbed the man, and the man subconsciously resisted. However, he was an enlighter, so how could he resist Luin? Luin easily grabbed him. Kai Shu walked out of the void and blocked Luin's path. Uncle Kwang appeared at the same time and stared at Luin with bloodshot eyes. Let him go. Kai Shu looked at Luin suspiciously, as she had a bad premonition. Luin grabbed the man tightly. I'm sorry, but you want me to release this spy? Uncle Kwang barked, he's an honored guest of the Smoke Cloud sect, not a spy. Yunyang rushed over anxiously. His face was pale. Long Qi, let him go. Let him go quickly. Luin glared at him. I'm sure that this person is up to no good. He might be a spy. Why is the Smoke Cloud sect stopping me from capturing him? The void around Uncle Kwang's body distorted, and he was clearly on the verge of exploding. Yunyang turned to look at Kai Shu. This person is the same as the one from 10 days ago. Please let him go. Kai Shu was shocked, as it was yet another person who had been transporting astral fluid. She looked at Luin. Long 7, let him go. Don't touch him. Luin frowned. Senior, there's something wrong with this person. He then exerted some force with his palm and used overlaying stacks to force the man to the ground. The man roared in pain, Kid, let me go. You're courting death. Luin slapped him, and the man was almost stunned. He felt dizzy. Uncle Kwang grew anxious. Junior, you're courting death. Kai Shu's face twitched, and she grew anxious as well. Long 7, you really can't touch this person. Did you forget what I said? Behind them, the white fatty's heart was pounding. It was happening again. He wanted to return to Junior Progenitor Planet, and even being beaten up was better than dying. Why was this Long 7 targeting astral fluid? He was too bold and courting death. Shangqing's eyes flashed, it was about time. Luin frowned and looked at Kai Shu in astonishment. Senior, are you saying that this person is also transporting Long 7? Yunyang and Uncle Kwang shouted at the same time, stopping Luin from continuing. Luin pursed his lips. Really? Based on my ability to see through people, I'm sure that there's something wrong. With this guy. Uncle Kwang anxiously replied, that's him. Don't make a mistake. Let him go. Luin looked at Yunyang, who was on the verge of tears. Long 7, let him go. We don't want to die, so just state your conditions. He then looked at Kai Shu, who nodded. Luin exhaled and released his grip. Looks like he really is a transport. Long 7, the rest shouted again. Luin rubbed his ears and kicked the man away. Alright, how would I know? He paused and looked at Yunyang and the rest's flushed faces. It's a misunderstanding. Yunyang and Uncle Kwang heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Long 7 wasn't stupid, and he wasn't looking for trouble with the astral fluid. Once he knew that they were transporting astral fluid, he immediately released them. Only an idiot would look for trouble with the astral fluid. They had worried for nothing, but now that the person transporting the astral fluid was fine, Long 7 wouldn't dare to do anything. Kai Shu also heaved a sigh of relief, but she still looked at Luin in astonishment. How had he known that there was something wrong with that person? Ever since the incident that had occurred more than 10 days ago, anyone who searched through a cosmic ring would have their line of sight blocked, as they were afraid that some special individuals would be discovered. However, Luin had his domain, and of course, the materials that blocked his line of sight were not something that his domain could penetrate. He relied on his domain to observe people. Previously, his Dai's possession had fused with 3 Liang from the 5th mainland's Glory Mountain. 3 Liang was a genius, and he had studied psychology for many years. He had a rather accurate understanding of people's movements, and Luin had seen through his memories and understood some things. He used his domain to observe the Smoke Cloud sect's disciples and found that they were rather respectful towards that man, Even if they didn't show it, their subtle movements couldn't escape Lu Yin's notice. It was from this that Lu Yin was certain that there was something wrong with that man. However, there had been a gamble involved, but it didn't matter. No one would say anything even if he lost the gamble. At worst, he could just capture the man and interrogate him before releasing him. Still, he had won the gamble. Lu Yin released the man, and everyone was happy. The white fatty patted his chest and relaxed. The man was furious after being kicked away by Lu Yin, and he turned around to curse at Lu Yin. However, he was stopped by Uncle Kwang, who whispered something to him. The man's expression changed, and he looked at Lu Yin as if he was looking at a god of plague. He didn't say anything and directly left for another cloud continent. Clearly, he had been frightened. When Kaishu saw this, she shook her head inwardly. The four-way scales had a tacit understanding when it came to the astral origin liquid. The previous person was from the cold immortal sect, while this person was from another sect. Both sides knew of each other's existence. This was the four-way scales. Lu Yin had captured another person transporting star source liquid. Although he had released him later, many people had been frightened. Even the Misty Cloud sect master had been scared out of his wits. The first thing he did was invite Lu Yin to the Misty Cloud sect for a chat. When Yin Yang heard this, he heaved a sigh of relief. As long as the sect master appeared, Long Qi would definitely not come to the cloud ladder again. Lu Yin was also happy to meet the Misty Cloud sect master. He wanted to let others know that he had been at the cloud ladder for so many days just to get some benefits. The Misty Cloud sect was second only to the Lu family in the Central Plain. It was a powerful power that guarded the cloud ladder for the four-way scales. It was rumored that its inheritance originated from a progenitor, but no one knew if this was true. The Misty Cloud sect's mountain was located in the sky west of the cloud ladder. There was no soil there, only smoke. This mysterious smoke was the foundation of the Misty Cloud sect's cultivation. When Lu Yin saw the Misty Cloud sect's mountain, he couldn't help but wonder if the Fifth Mainland Smokescreen mountain range was the same. The two sides seemed to originate from the same inheritance. Actually, there were many inheritances from the Fifth Mainland that could be found in this part of the universe, and they seemed to be even more advanced. There was the Lu family, the Wen family, the Phoenix, and so on. Fatty Bai and the others didn't enter the Misty Cloud sect. Only Lu Yin went in to meet the Misty Cloud sect master, Yun Mubai. Yun Mubai was the first sect master that Lu Yin had seen in this part of the universe. He was in charge of a region. He gave Lu Yin the same feeling as Kaishu, with a scholarly temperament. Lu Yin glanced at him and didn't find him too unfamiliar, as he somewhat resembled Yun Tingting. Yun Mubai smiled when he saw Lu Yin. Sect Master Long Qi, I've heard a lot about you. Lu Yin smiled, completely lacking the ruthlessness he had shown when he had captured people on the cloud ladder. Sect Master Yun, I've heard a lot about you as well. Ever since the establishment of the humble school, Sect Master Long Qi is the first person to become Sect Master before reaching the Star Emissary level. To be honest, when I heard this news, I didn't believe it. I especially asked Senior Qingchen, and Senior Qingchen praised Sect Master Long Qi greatly. Now it seems that Senior's insight is unique. Sect Master Long Qi has just arrived in Huayuan, but he has already made a contribution, said Yun Mubai. As she spoke, a young girl walked in and poured tea for Yun Mubai and Lu Yin. Lu Yin accepted the teacup. Sect Master Yun, you're wrong. I didn't perform any meritorious deeds. On the contrary, I've caused a huge disaster. Yun Mubai was astonished. Disaster? Are you talking about the star source liquid? Lu Yin had not expected Yun Mubai to be so straightforward. The young girl who had served him tea had not left, and she was stunned when she heard Yun Mubai's words. Suddenly, the girl's expression changed. Smoke rose from the top of her head, and then she fell straight to the ground. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed as he stared at Yun Mubai. You killed her? Yun Mubai smiled faintly and slowly sipped his tea. She heard something she shouldn't have. Shouldn't she die? Ever since Lu Yin had started cultivating, he had seen many vicious and merciless people, but there were very few who would kill while chatting. This Yun Mubai had a scholarly temperament and looked like a gentleman, but he was actually so cruel. Yun Mubai saw Lu Yin's expression and felt strange. Are you surprised? With our status, what we say is not something these servants can listen to. Since they have heard it, they should be prepared to accept it. Shouldn't they be prepared for it? Luin looked at the completely dead girl, and a considerable amount of disgust towards Yun Mubai rose in his heart. This person made him very uncomfortable, and at the same time, he felt somewhat guilty. If not for Yun Mubai, the girl would not have died. Yun Mubai had killed her as a warning to Luin. Sect Master Yun's methods are swift and fierce. As expected of someone who can control an entire sect, Luin said indifferently. Yun Mubai laughed. Humans are also divided into different ranks. Dragon Sect Master does not need to care about the lives of these ants. Back to my question, what do you think about the Star Source liquid? Luin looked at him coldly. What does Sect Master Yun want me to think about? Yun Mubai put down his teacup and looked at Luin seriously. Dragon Sect Master is from the White Dragon clan. Although you are from a branch, you still have a superior bloodline. You should understand the rules of survival in this universe. The 4 cardinal scales are the heavens, and although the Star Source liquid is taboo, there is nothing that cannot be done for the 4 cardinal scales. What do you think? Luin indifferently replied, the Star Source liquid has nothing to do with me. I'm just capturing spies. Yun Mubai replied, I am the Cloud Ladder, and I have no spies. Luin sneered. Sect Master Yun, when you first met Guantong, was this your attitude as well? Yun Mubai frowned and casually tossed a cosmic ring to Luin. Luin took a look and saw that there were about 50 million star essence inside. I know what Dragon Sect Master needs. When it comes to cultivation, resources are of utmost importance. This is a gift for Dragon Sect Master to congratulate you on becoming the Sect Master of the humble Huayuan sect. There will be a sum of money every year from now on. I only hope that Dragon Sect Master knows that I, the Cloud Ladder, do not have any spies. Luin rubbed the cosmic ring that Yun Mubai had given him. If this had happened in the past, he would have been very happy, but the scene just now had caused him to loathe Yun Mubai to the extreme. Even the things that Yun Mubai had given him made him feel like they were stained with blood. Whether or not there are spies, we'll know once we investigate. But rest assured, Sect Master Yun, I, Draconic 7, will not disturb the normal operations of the Cloud Ladder. Luin was no longer in the mood to speak with Yun Mubai, and he stood up to leave. That girl's expression before she died kept replaying in his mind. Yun Mubai looked at Luin. Dragon Sect Master, did you meet my daughter in the ruler's realm? Luin stopped and turned around. Yun Tingting? Yun Mubai nodded. Luin replied, yes, and we even exchanged blows, but we got separated. Yun Mubai had already known about this. Is my daughter with Princess Longxi? Luin shook his head. I'm not sure. Danger came too quickly, and even young ancestor Long Tian couldn't take Longxi away. It's impossible for me to notice anyone else. Sect Master Yun should be asking about the Frigid Immortal sect, not me. He then left. Yun Mubai watched Lu Yin's departing figure, but he didn't show any particular emotions. He didn't care about Draconic 7 at all. The first time that the Cloud Ladder had been exposed, it had been an accident, and the previous incident had been even more of a coincidence. This person might have a unique ability to see through people, but it was fine as long as he didn't interfere with the transportation of the Cloud Ladder. Now that Yun Mubai had accepted Yun Mubai's gift, he wouldn't come to the Cloud Ladder frequently. He was just a junior. Luin looked at the girl's corpse on the ground and then casually left. After accepting Yun Mubai's gift, Luin didn't go to the Cloud Ladder for the next 2 days. Yun Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Every time Luin went, he had to keep an eye on him for an entire day. It was too tiring. Shangqing also received a call from Yu Qin. So, the rumors are true. No wonder these 2 days. That senior was in a bad mood, and even the disciples were punished. Although the loss of the Cloud Ladder wasn't much, it was a huge loss of face. Shangqing looked at Yu Qin and listened quietly. Based on what you know, did Long 7 know about the Cloud Ladder? Yu Qin asked. Shangqing shook his head. He doesn't even know what the Cloud Ladder is. Then why did he cause trouble for the Smoke Cloud sect? Yu Qin was puzzled, and she looked at Shangqing with suspicion. Xianxia replied, the excuse is that he's looking for spies, but the real reason is for resources. When the Guan brothers were in charge of the humble Huayuan sect, the smoke cloud sect gave them a batch of resources every year for their cultivation. After Long Seven became the sect master, the smoke cloud sect didn't react at all. Wang Dashui instigated him, and he went. Yu Chen smiled. So it's because of Wang Dashui. He went to the Yin Mountain district because he had a conflict with Yun Yang, so it's possible that he was instigated by him. But her understanding of Lu Yin was no longer that of an ordinary son-in-law, but someone who had the ability to avoid her schemes time and time again. How could such a person be so easily instigated? But aside from this explanation, there was no other reason for Lu Yin to cause trouble for the smoke cloud sect. She would never have dreamed that Lu Yin was using the smoke cloud sect to blow up the situation so that he could restrain Kai Shu and escape with Xianxia and the rest. Although Yu Chen couldn't think of the real reason, she could tell from Lu Yin's actions that he wasn't just looking for resources. If it was for resources, then how could he explain the second time he had almost caught someone transporting the cloud ladder astral liquid? Was there really such a coincidence? She didn't believe in coincidences. If it wasn't a coincidence, then this person was simply too daring. Was he trying to blow up the situation on purpose? If that was the case, Yu Chen's eyes flashed. I'll give you the whereabouts of a few people. You can tell Long Seven that these people are the ones transporting the astral liquid from the frigid immortal sect. As for the source, you can also tell him that I told him about it, Yu Chen said. Xianxia was astonished. Tell him that you told him about it? Yu Chen nodded. Tell him clearly. She then told Xianxia the whereabouts of the few people before her image disappeared. After Yu Chen's image disappeared, Xianxia turned around to look for Lu Yin. The frigid immortal sect transporting the astral liquid? Yu Chen told you that? Lu Yin was puzzled. Xianxia replied, she also told me to tell you clearly that she was the one who revealed it. Lu Yin's eyes narrowed. This woman's thoughts were frightening. She had actually guessed that he was trying to blow up the situation, which was why she had sent him a few targets. These people definitely weren't the ones transporting the astral liquid from the frigid immortal sect, but rather from the other three parties. She wanted to use this matter to see what Lu Yin would do and use it to deduce her own goals. Lu Yin frowned, as he felt like he had been seen through. However, it didn't matter. Once the situation blew up, he would retreat. Even if he returned to this region of space, his identity would be different. Long Seven would disappear forever, and any of Yu Chen's plans would be useless. If it weren't for Qingchen, who was backing Kai Shu, he would have taken Xianxia and the others to that place long ago instead of waiting until now. When are these people going up the ladder? Lu Yin asked. In 2 months, Xianxia replied. Lu Yin nodded. Then let's wait for 2 months. 2 months passed by quickly, and Lu Yin did not do anything during this time. Most of the Huayuan humble sect spies had already been captured. Normally speaking, the sect master should have been developing various sources of information and investigating more people, but he did nothing. This made many people in the humble sect of Huayuan humble sect unhappy. Over the past 2 months, he hadn't gone to the cloud ladder even once. The Misty Cloud sect was completely at ease, and the White Dragon tribe had also contributed to this. An elder named Long Quan had specifically sought him out to warn him that this was related to the astral origin liquid. Lu Yin's attitude towards Elder Long Quan was both arrogant and respectful, but he also seemed obedient and honest. Elder Long Quan didn't say anything else. After Xia Taili left, she felt bored. There was no one in Huayuan who was worthy of being bullied by her, which was why she had left. However, Lu Yin still felt that it was because of the star source liquid. She had wanted to play, but she had gone too far. On the second day after Xia Taili left, Yu Dai, who Lu Yin had been keeping an eye on in the humble Huayuan sect's intelligence network, finally made a move and released a piece of information. Yu Dai had thought that this information was very secretive and that no one would know about it, but in reality, if not for his Dai's possession, Lu Yin wouldn't have known about Yu Chen's method of contacting Yu Dai. This piece of information caused Lu Yin's calm heart to stir. It was time to make a move. A day later, Lu Yin left the humble Huayuan sect's headquarters with Wang Dashui, Xianxia, and Lu Tianmu and headed for the cloud ladder. In the distance, Kai Shu was astonished. They were going to the cloud ladder? She had thought that Yun Mubai had dealt with Lu Yin. When Lu Yin's group arrived at the cloud ladder, Yun Yang's expression changed the moment he heard the news, and he hurriedly went to find Lu Yin. Dragon sect leader, what are you doing here again? Yun Yang asked the moment he saw Lu Yin. Uncle Kwang from the Misty Cloud sect had also come the moment he heard the news. Lu Yin had left a deep impression on them. The white fatty sneered when he saw Yun Yang's startled expression, but Yun Yang ignored him. He knew that this batch of astral origin liquid was about to be delivered, and Lu Yin's arrival at this time made him very uneasy. Lu Yin looked around. I haven't been here in a while, so I wanted to take a look. Yun Yang took a few steps forward and whispered, Dragon sect leader, have you forgotten what the sect master told you? Or have you forgotten about that corpse? His words reminded Lu Yin of the young girl that Yun Mubai had killed in front of him. Lu Yin's heart turned cold, and he looked at Yun Yang with an unfriendly gaze. Are you threatening me? Yun Yang sneered. Dragon sect master, you'd better think this through. There are some things that you can't touch. Has Dragon sect master never thought that what happened to that woman could happen to you? Suddenly, the air was torn apart as a sharp blade brushed past Lu Yin's ear and pierced towards Yun Yang. He hadn't expected someone to stab him with a sword. He hadn't even had the time to react. Even Uncle Kwang, an emissary-level powerhouse, hadn't been able to react. When everyone came back to their senses, Lu Tianmu was holding the hilt of his sword. The tip of the sword was less than a millimeter away from Yun Yang's neck. If he moved forward slightly, Yun Yang would be beheaded. Yun Yang stared at the tip of the sword in horror. He could feel the real murderous intent, as if he had just walked the line between life and death. Uncle Kwang was infuriated, and he took a step forward and raised his hand to slap at the sword's edge. Lu Yin raised his hand at the same time, and both Uncle Kwang and Uncle Kwang met the sword's edge. Uncle Kwang's palm collided with Uncle Kwang's palm, and with the sword's edge as support, the collision caused the void to distort as a terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions. Lu Tianmu almost lost his grip on his sword, and the tip of his sword trembled. Uncle Kwang and Lu Yin simultaneously retreated. Yun Yang's entire body was sent flying by the shockwave, and his chest felt stuffy as he almost spat out blood. Uncle Kwang looked at Lu Yin in shock. This person's strength had actually forced him back. Lu Yin waved his hand, and the shockwave dissipated as he stared coldly at Uncle Kwang. Back on the Royal Frost continent, he had used an empty palm to force back Emperor Luo. Although he hadn't used any battle force, his own realm and physical strength had made up for it. Uncle Kwang and Emperor Luo were on par, so it was only natural that he would be forced back. If Lu Yin had used his golden battle force, then Uncle Kwang wouldn't have simply been forced back. In terms of true strength, the gap between the astral realm and Lu Yin's own strength was too great. He might not have been able to gain much of an advantage, but Uncle Kwang's hasty attack would only be at a disadvantage against Lu Yin's empty palm. Lu Tianmu sheathed his sword and stared coldly at Uncle Kwang. Uncle Kwang looked at Lu Yin. Nice move, Dragon sect leader. Lu Yin coldly replied, does the Misty Cloud sect only teach its disciples how to threaten others? I'm the sect leader of the humble Huayuan sect, but your sect's disciple actually threatened me and said that he would kill me. I will pass this message to Superintendent Xianxia and ask her to uphold justice. Uncle Kwang looked at Yun Yang with a cold gaze. Yun Yang hurriedly said, don't slander me, Dragon sect leader. I didn't say that. The superintendent will ask sect leader Yun about it. Just you wait, Lu Yin said loudly. Yun Yang panicked. If he really provoked the Nine Gates superintendent, then he would definitely be punished. Third Elder Yun's fate had made him much more restrained during this period of time, and he didn't want to cause any trouble. He helplessly took a deep breath and apologized. Dragon sect leader, please forgive me for speaking without thinking. I didn't mean any harm. The white fatty was pleased. He had also been forced back by the exchange of palms and had been shocked by Lu Yin's strength. When he saw Yun Yang lower his head, he felt extremely satisfied. Lu Yin looked at Yun Yang and his attitude improved. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since you've apologized, then I won't pursue the matter. Don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I'll leave after taking a look. Yun Yang cursed inwardly, but he didn't know what Lu Yin was here for. He didn't believe that it had anything to do with the astral origin liquid, and he didn't believe that Luyin would be so bold as to touch the liquid again. That would be courting death. As long as it didn't have anything to do with the astral origin liquid, then there really wasn't anything beneath the cloud ladder that would make Yunyang angry. "Thank you, Dragon Sect leader," Yunyang said sullenly. Uncle Kwang looked at Luyin and exclaimed, "It's rumored that the White Dragon tribe specializes in physical strength. You haven't even used your White Dragon transformation, but you already have such terrifying physical strength. There aren't many below the emissary realm who can compete with you." Luyin indifferently replied, "You're too kind. I just absorbed some dragon saliva." "Dragon saliva?" Uncle Kwang, Yunyang, and Wang Dashui exclaimed at the same time as they looked at Luyin with envy and jealousy. They were no strangers to dragon saliva, as it was a supreme treasure of the White Dragon tribe that had been obtained from the ancestral Meng. Anyone who absorbed dragon saliva would experience a huge increase in physical strength. No wonder, Uncle Kwang said as he recalled Luyin's past. He had first heard that Luyin had been adopted as a son-in-law and was rumored to be cowardly and incompetent. However, it wasn't long before he heard that Luyin's inheritance in the sword steel had surpassed by Xian'er's. After that, more and more rumors about Luyin had appeared. Now that he had faced Luyin face to face, Uncle Kwang finally had a better understanding of Luyin's strength. However, these didn't seem to be Luyin's true abilities. After all, Luyin had obtained half-ancestor Kuei Luo's inheritance, and half-ancestor Kuei Luo was proficient in spiritual force. It was no wonder that Luyin had been qualified to accompany the junior ancestor to the sovereign realm and had successfully come out. Even the young mistress hadn't been able to do so. After intimidating Yunyang for a while, Luyin explained the situation to Yunyang. Yunyang no longer stared at Luyin like a ghost, but instead observed him from a distance, just in case. Luyin continued to stroll around the cloud ladder, and it wasn't long before he discovered his target. It was one of the Yu butterflies who had hidden her identity. The cloud ladder was connected to the top realm and the middle realm. Aside from transporting people, it also carried goods and materials. Most goods could be taken away through cosmic rings, but there were still many that couldn't be stored in cosmic rings, such as those that were too large. Luyin saw quite a few ores and materials piled up on the cloud continent, such as living creatures. Generally, the Misty Cloud sect would inspect goods that couldn't be stored in cosmic rings more strictly. However, there were some exceptions, as they had the same privileges as the people transporting the Starsource elixir. Luyin watched as a lively girl instructed a Misty Cloud sect disciple to move the materials onto the cloud continent. No one inspected the materials. When Luyin's gaze focused on the girl and the materials, Yunyang didn't feel anything. However, Xiao'er's expression changed, and he hurriedly shot a look at the disciple who had activated the cloud continent. The disciple didn't wait for anyone else to come up and immediately activated the cloud continent, causing it to fly along the trunk of the mother tree towards the top realm. Luyin smiled faintly and then vanished. Yunyang's eyelids twitched, and his heart sank. He had a feeling that something bad was about to happen when Luyin moved. Luyin appeared on top of the cloud continent and then exerted his strength, causing the cloud continent to shatter into pieces. "What are you doing?" The girl was furious, and she pointed a finger at Luyin. She used the frigid immortal sex battle technique, Immortal Guides the Way. Luyin didn't move, and a stream of energy wrapped around the girl's arm before he viciously punched her abdomen. The girl bent over from the impact and almost vomited out the contents of her stomach. The Prime Clear sect took action, and he and Lu Tianmu quickly followed Luyin onto the cloud continent. Yunyang hurriedly rushed over, and along the way, Xiao'er transmitted a message to him. His expression changed, and he shouted, "Dragon Sect leader, please have mercy." Even further away, Uncle Kwang subconsciously attacked Luyin. This guy was causing trouble again, but Kaishu reacted quickly and blocked Uncle Kwang's path. Misty Cloud sect disciples appeared one after another and surrounded Luyin's group. Xiao'er was so anxious that he started to sweat, and he looked at the pile of materials in fear. Luyin quietly stood beside the pile of materials, and Yunyang hurried over and asked, "Dragon Sect leader, what are you doing now?" Luyin looked around and then pointed at the girl. "She's a spy." The girl was furious. "Nonsense. I'm a disciple of the frigid immortal sect and one of the junior ancestors' people. How could I be a spy? Let me go. Yunyang gritted his teeth. Dragon sect leader, what evidence do you have? Lu Yin sneered. Normally, a commoner doesn't need to provide evidence, but since you want to see it, I'll show it. To you. He then waved his hand, and the pile of materials was lifted to reveal a child. No one had expected that there would be a child under the pile of materials. The oldest was no more than 5 years old, and they had fainted on the ground. They looked innocent and cute, but their expressions were filled with fear and helplessness. The people who had been waiting in line to ascend the escalator were all stunned. Yunyang's expression was even gloomier. Xiaoer's body swayed. It's over, it's all over. Kaishi's expression changed, and she glared at Yunyang. Even Uncle Kwang was stunned, as he hadn't expected that children would be smuggled to the topmost realm. No one had told him about this. End of chapter 1463. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.